On top main, or top hut, sorry. Nothing turret. Dropping down.
Complete main.
Ready with smoke?
Flash radio.
Smoke.
Warehouse, there's out 3 guys.
Yeah.
Down man's one close.
Flashing blue.
Down man's close.
Yeah.
Dunk, no, inside the house.
Donk.
Warehouse stuck.
Still there.
He's two peeking here.
Down there. One main as well.
Main. I'm one side right.
Two dead there.
Down.
Down should be clear maybe.
I have vents for you.
Coming ramp. I'm planting on the line. 2 ramp for sure.
One coming
One
secret.
1 ramp. 2 ramp and 1 secret.
Yeah.
There is a kill secret.
I'm playing. And he crossed one.
Can't come Samus, no.
No.
That's
One left ramp. One close to me.
dark.
Dark and close.
1 HP, 1 HP, bro. I'm picking dark.
One push.
Dark
Dark
link,
and
still
one
alive.
windows and dark.
Dark dead.
Dark dead.
Windows, hide now. One line.
Bomb line.
5 sandwich.
Hide.
Play time.
Nice, David.
That's what we like.
Fucking, bro.
Nice, David.
Peeking
I'm
out.
gonna hold your secret.
Long door again.
Second smoke.
We're clear.
Can you get one?
That credit.
Nice.
Outside the gate.
Yeah, we're gonna split A here, okay?
Yeah, no,
Nice, I'm holding lobby.
Kill door. Half alive.
Walking warehouse.
On the radio.
I can flash
Can we split A? Then I'm on radio.
Yeah, we can. We can.
I'm on radio now.
Warehouse.
Push radio. It's right, Molo.
One more.
Yeah. Give him take him, just go away.
Where is he? Radio? Okay.
Yeah, he burned.
I'm flashing.
On the line now.
Flashing back again.
Back up.
Follow him.
Take it here for now.
Go down. Rush sandwich maybe?
Yeah, I'll
Take
smoke
windows,
sink. I'll smoke sink.
take windows.
One sandwich.
He's already in control. Already control.
Standing for short.
Holding him.
Standing for short.
He went back. He went back.
Standing for
Open,
short.
they can open long soon.
They can go wall, guys. They can go
Yeah,
You
right
can
now.
open it now if you want.
Wait.
Open.
Ready, open
Go
long.
guys.
It's open.
We have it.
He's there.
Nice.
Ramp, careful. One was on the line. Ramp.
Ramp.
One down.
Two ramp.
Open short.
That's work.
Ah, they broke that shit, man. 2 already toxic.
I will re-smoke for door. I have 2 smokes.
What smokes did they do?
I think
Let's go.
Pulska.
Secret in.
I want to see.
I'm going with him.
More. Should be 4. Should be
I'm
4.
going down.
3 or 4.
How long, Steve?
Bounce your radio.
Going long.
3
Two.
down. There's
One lobby.
1 lobby. 3 down. 1 lobby.
Windows. Coming out long.
Third lobby.
Out long. We can try to win this.
Finish
Finn
short,
has a
finish
kid. Finn has a kid. Let's go down, Lens, David. Let's go down, Lens. Yes.
Yep.
Let's walk. Finn has a kid. One is long for sure. Nice.
down,
Nice. Go, Vents. We have.
On dark.
Can we one sandwich?
Yes.
I'm flashing
Coming
sandwich.
Vents.
Yeah, well,
That's a
okay.
smoke. Pushing me that.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's go
Outside.
smoke something. Yeah, he thinks one is ramp.
I'm with you, Finn.
Alright, I'm pushing here.
Side.
Smoke
Side.
side. I can break it.
Let's go.
Not.
Off.
Close short.
I have short.
Falling long. Tapped it.
I won't get short. Yeah.
Take it. Wait.
I'm with you. Above you. Shield.
Let's go. Run.
I'm ready. Yeah. Go.
Backside.
Nice!
Nice, man.
I'm down.
Going top.
One
What was he?
crossing, I think. I think I heard one.
David is down.
Playing out
Yeah,
of
we
secret.
have main.
Smoked ramp.
I have him in.
Oh, ramp. One ramp.
Take care, ramp.
Could be out ramp. I'm not sure. if
Rotate
he's-
down.
Dead, go.
Guys, one or two ramp.
Hold on a heaven. Hold on a heaven. Yeah.
Yes.
Just
Don't
hold
see
heaven.
secret more.
They're gonna go down. I have
I'm
molly.
opening the door.
I'm 1 HP.
Already pushing.
They're going down. They're
Yeah,
going
already
down.
pushing.
Go down, Rens.
I flashed out.
Movement.
One dead.
I have molly.
I'm short.
That's right.
I'm short.
Yellow.
Kill that. Both.
Stripping. Yellow.
Both?
Yellow.
Last
Oh,
guy. Nice. AK long. AK long.
I'm Molo hard. Fast one.
Maybe on that.
Out.
Out hut.
Bomb on it.
Out hut.
I have molly for side.
Go hut.
Side.
One door, one side, I think.
I'm out. Could be down mid.
Yeah, we have bomb.
Yep.
Heading door. Careful outside, is dropping.
What's the front side?
Flashing.
Yeah, it could be under heaven.
Heaven,
Holding
careful.
heaven. Holding
Yeah.
heaven.
Walk main faded.
I have a hut.
I have only heaven, bro.
You guys are good like this.
I'm trapping.
You're good.
One person A. Size or something.
Backside.
Hut.
Under a hut.
Maybe same guy.
Heaven dead.
I have hut. Just hide. I can peek. It's fine.
Drop me down, bro.
Door. Holding you maybe.
Nice! That was half by, no?
The Katowice curse is broken. Apex Zone with Vitality. They make the grand final here in Poland.
But Dog is still a threat! The killer of dreams! And Spirit's Prince of Darkness, a defining round in this series.
It's a long time waiting. I missed that trophy so bad. When we walk into the stage, I'm looking at it. 2 majors, I won Cologne. I just missed that one piece, which is Katowice.
All pressure that we can get, it's from the crowd cheering against us. It's always funny to win against the crowd and make everyone silent.
You don't wait 11 years to fail at this point. To win in Katowice is hard. To win back-to-back, near impossible. Please welcome to the stage, Team Vitality! Team Spirit! For that trophy, something iconic is about to happen. Katowice, are you ready?
Going into the final, definitely had a revenge in my mind. I have a guy named Saivu, so I knew it's gonna be different for sure. I knew that guy's gonna pull off some things. You know, I have some personal vendetta against them, so I had a couple of tricks up my sleeve as well.
Some players knows how to win. That guy knows how to win. He knows how to be good in big games. Doesn't mean that he will be good at every big games. When you play with Robin, he gives you confidence just by the way he talks, how calm he is during the round, etc. Not by his pitch, but the way he talks during the game, the way he plays.
With FaZe, we had a lot of success. We won those tournaments, but Vitality is going to be different, so we have to find our own recipe. I think they're just happy to have me, and I think mostly it brings confidence to the team.
Играйте без фона, играйте четко то, что мы обсуждали. Слушайте Леню в середине, все получится. Давайте.
I'm going to talk to John, my mate, first. How you doing, John?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing all right. You know what, John? I'm excited for you guys at this tournament. Are you excited?
I'm pretty excited. Yeah, we got Sasha coming back from 2016 reunion. We got Skulls here. Maybe Howie if things go well. So yeah.
Maybe Howie?
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't know.
If things go well, will things go well? It's been a little bit dire as of late.
Well, I hope not for Howie. For Howie, I think everything's going to go great. For us, I also think it's going to go great. So, yeah.
All right. And you're excited for Dallas, home turf?
Yeah.
You've won it before, haven't you?
Yeah, in 2019, so it's been a bit. Yeah, it's a long time. That's like 20 decades from now, pretty much.
How's life?
It's pretty good, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, enjoying the US for now, and yeah, pretty good.
What's been your kind of lead up to this event? I didn't look. What was your last event? I've done. Yeah. Okay.
So we had like 2 weeks home. We were like playing like a lot.
Okay.
We were like just grinding to be ready for the 7th.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're ready.
I don't know what to make of you guys. I'm a big fan because you make exciting Counter-Strike. For a play-by-play caster who just has to say what's happening, you guys create chaos. It's so entertaining. But then sometimes I'm not trying to be rude, it doesn't happen. Like sometimes it's like, holy shit, they're doing it. The 3D Max, their way. Oh, it's so entertaining. Maka, what's that? Oh, Exorcist, he's pushed a smoke, killed 3 people. Crazy. And then sometimes it's like, oh, they're not here today. Like, I don't know what happened. Are you working towards understanding that? Where it's hot and cold?
Yeah, of course. I think we fall flat on some maps sometimes, and it just turns us down for like the whole series,
It might be mental.
Yeah, probably mental also. So we're working on like filling those gaps and trying to be as consistent as possible. And yeah, hopefully we can turn up like all the time.
Well, I feel like I asked Zershan about this. I was asking a similar question about like crisis of confidence, and he said there is maybe 4 players or 5 players that don't get affected by it. That's it. Everyone else has the ups and downs. But yeah, I think that's probably the biggest battle for most Counter-Strike players. When you get to this level, like you can play and you can, yeah.
Then Zaiwu just kills you every round, and then your confidence is not there anymore.
Do you think you're going to have a better time in Dallas?
I hope so. I think it's exciting. It's very different. Of course, we're starting with Felipe now, even more exciting as well. Going to be a little unstructured the first few games, I believe, but I think the whole goal is to get ready for the major, take this tournament a little more relaxed and fun, and doing the best we can. We have seen magic happen before with stand-in, so I think there's always a big chance we can make it far.
See, there's two things I'm going to say under this throughout this tournament. One, that I've kicked you before. Obviously, you have to get that in. Yeah. Second of all, that I think you are probably the perfect game leader for a little bit of a more unstructured stand-in situation as you've shown it before. Do you have confidence that you're the guy to make that happen because you've done it before?
I mean, there's always different scenarios, different situations, right? I think, first of all, everybody has to be relaxed in the team. And I think if we are getting there and the communication is good, I think no matter with a stand-in or not, I believe I can call and help the team to play really good. But in the end, I think with less structure, it comes down to more the middle doing the plays and taking initiative. And I think some of our players already have confidence, even though it hasn't been looked good this year as a team. But I think we with two stand-ins this event, I think it could be a very dangerous bump.
So come Friday, you will be playing in the playoff?
I believe so. I mean, that's.
So you're not going straight to the semifinals, is that what you're saying? That was a trick question.
No, I mean the chance of us winning group stage is very small. I'm not going to be. I'm going to be honest with you, because we never do that. So, fair. But if we do, then it's very surprising for me. I'm welcoming that day.
All right. Well, I look forward to see you guys play. Best of luck with it, Finn. Lux, I got a couple of questions for you. Are you excited to be in America?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah? We were here actually. We were near Dallas in Plano playing some ECL games and Turnip Peak, and so we are not having jet lags at all.
Okay, so you've been here for a while already?
Yeah. Maybe like 2 months, something like that.
For a long time, yeah. How do you like it here in America then?
Yeah, I like it a lot because I like the food and all this stuff here. I'm really enjoying being here.
How are you feeling about being in America? Ready for Dallas?
Oh, very good. We were in Plano, close from here in Dallas. Yeah. So it was like 30 minutes of car, so it's good to be here. No problems with any kind of sleep or anything, so yeah.
You're feeling fresh, you're feeling excited?
It is very good too.
You like it here?
Yes.
Very good. What's your favorite food here?
Oh, here? Mashed potatoes and steak.
Mashed potatoes and steak, yeah. Why mashed potatoes? What about French fries?
Oh, mashed potatoes, I don't know, because of my family. We eat a lot of rice and potatoes, so it's more a familiar thing.
It feels like home then?
Yes. Right. Feels like home.
All right, and for this tournament specifically, obviously you're not the favorites to win, I think I can say without being mean to you. You think you have what it takes to make an upset or two here?
Yes, I feel like we work a lot. So we are confident in our game. So in the rest, we don't know what will happen. So we will just be in the present, take all we have, and that's it. Enjoy the moment.
All right, best of luck, man.
Thank you.
There we go. Legacy heading into IEM Dallas. At least this guy is fast as fuck. I'm kind of curious, were you surprised when you got the call to stand in for FaZe?
Yeah, actually I was. Finn reached me out and we started the conversation there. And I mean,
did he text you on Steam, WhatsApp? What's going on here?
Instagram.
Instagram?
Slide into my DMs. So.
He was sliding into the DMs. That man is, 38, 39, and he slides into people's DMs?
Yeah, it was pretty smooth. Like, okay. Yeah.
Hey, Felipe.
Hello, Felipe.
That's kind of crazy. Okay, so he was sliding into your DMs. Mm-hmm. Did you believe it or him at first? Did you check if he had the blue mark? Or?
I mean, like, yeah, but I saw like Kerrigan texting me. I was like, wait, yeah, like, why is he texting me? You know? And then I saw like, I feel sorry for the whole benching situation. And then I was okay, so he just feels sorry, you know. And then like I saw even further, there was more like to his text. And then like he said like everything is happening. It would be good to count with you and. Then we started everything there.
Perfect. Great opportunity for you to showcase, obviously, your skill set again. You're super excited to be in Dallas?
Yeah, really, really happy to be here. I mean, hopefully this time I can make it to the arena. It's been a while since I played in an arena, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Now, you're sitting next to a guy that you may or may not know. How does that feel?
I think this is Sasha.
What is his gamer nick?
Simple.
Oh, you heard about him before?
Yeah, I think
he was pretty good at CSGO, no?
He won a couple of things here and then. Yeah.
You think he can win something here? Or?
Of course. Yeah.
Simple, you're back. It's been it's been a while. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm feeling good.
Very good or good?
Very good.
Very good. Are you excited to show the world, I guess, that you can still play Counter-Strike?
Yes, of course, man.
Now, that's my quick. But that's the whole point of this, Simple. Okay, you haven't been around for a while. You wouldn't know. Now, my question is, are you still good at Counter-Strike?
Yes.
Can you say anything else than yes?
I'll become better in a few weeks.
In a few weeks, yeah. So this is essentially just a warm-up for you, yeah?
Yeah, just to have fun with guys, and let's see what's gonna happen.
And be honest with me, how much have you missed being at tournaments? I mean, it's been your life for, 10, 15 years? Now you're back. Does it feel good?
Yeah, it's nice. So hopefully we'll make through the playoffs and gonna play in front of American crowd.
You've done that before. How is it to be back in America? You like it here?
Yeah, it's great actually. I mean, there was some weird situations already, but we're not gonna talk about that.
Well, let's talk about that. What kind of? No, we're not gonna. Not a little bit. Give me a teaser.
Ducks did nothing.
All right, I think we'll leave it with that. He did nothing.
Opening players?
Yeah.
I would say Flames is obvious number one. I think he's a very true opener. He's pure entry, so very good. 2 would be Zershin, also a very pure entry fragger. And then probably like third spot would have to be Donk or Nico. Probably would put Donk as 3, yeah.
Donk obviously is number 1. I feel like it's hard for me because I feel like the roles nowadays, it's not like specifically one guy usually just doing everything. But Donk, I would put probably Exertion as well. And then obviously I'm gonna put Nico as well. Because he is a little bit more entry style now than back in the days as well. So I think those 3 are the top 3 in the world right now in that role.
Who else than Donk? Okay, he's just above with the rifle, so Donk. I will go top 2 for Flamesy for now, and I will go top 3 for Nico.
Playing with Symbol, obviously this is an all-in move. It can go both ways. We have been struggling, Symbol has been struggling, but I think in some way 2 perfect storms can meet and create one hell of a ride, and I'm just looking forward to play with him.
Simple, got to be the MVP, absolutely top of the chart pretty much every single game.
Simple's always been a very mercurial player, and I mean, his personality issues, his issues with teammates have been well documented over the years, but it's always still been worth it because he is considered to be the greatest player of all time. But now, in today's Counter-Strike, after this break, is he still worth it?
From fans to foe, love him or hate him, anticipating the return of the king or preying on his downfall, you'll be watching either way. It's simple, there's no one else like him.
I was gone for almost 2 years, and that's one of the chances that I can't miss. I'm back, and I'm gonna prove that I'm good. It's do or die time.
He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twitch aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! What is his name? Number 1 in the game, he's done it again! Simple just jumping casually into the side, he's gonna fall down again. What is that? You can't do that, Simple! That's not allowed! This is not FPL, this is a major!
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
Established all the way back in 1849, for over 70 years, the Fort Worth Stockyards were the largest livestock trading center in the Southwest. Fast forward to today, and now the live auctions are primarily restricted to show-worthy longhorns and prize-winning bulls. The only prize we're interested in, though, is a place in the playoffs. 4 teams will earn the right to play in front of the coveted crowd, whereas 4 more will be sent packing. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strawless win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The race for the playoffs goes up a gear today, as today a quartet of teams will be securing their spots on stage. We welcome you to day number 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025. My name is Ferris Spears, joined by the wonderful Steel to be guiding you through the first 2 best of 3s today. Now, Josh, have you done anything Texan since we've landed in Dallas? Barbecue seems to be popular. You done anything else?
I don't think so. No, I've just been sitting here, working hard, looking at all the wonderful matches going on, and just really absorbing all of that.
There's been a hell of a lot of
and
cool
the humidity,
times,
yeah.
There's been also a hell of a lot of humidity as well. A lot of thunderstorms going around too, but I kind of baited you there. I started off the day, saying so much goodness going to be going out today. 4 teams making it through to the playoffs, equally so. 4 teams will be eliminated. Obviously 2 games going down in each group. Any bold prediction that you want to make in terms of these elimination games and any of the teams that will be going home?
I don't want to make any bold predictions, but I mean, this FaZe BCG game could be interesting because FaZe, you just don't really know what you're going to expect from them, what level they're going to play at, and BCG could surprise them, but other than that, I think everything's going to be par for the course. Who you think's going to win is probably going to win.
Kind of feels bad, man, for the likes of Aurora and Furia. They literally just got here yesterday and they could be going home today, Josh.
Yeah, it would suck, but I think they're going to be able to bounce back. I mean, once you get into those games, everything's just going to go away. We can't be tired. We can't afford to be tired right now. So I think they've turned a leaf.
Just don't be tired.
Don't be tired.
That's why
just be happy.
That's why you're
just
the
win
number
the
1
match.
analyst, Josh. Let's check in with Group B to see exactly what has been going down there. I think kind of most of it makes sense when you're looking at those big names like Mouse, obviously Falcons as well. I was talking to Kickson yesterday. In the last 17 series they've played, the only 3 they've lost have been to, guess who, Josh? Oh, Vitality.
Yeah, whoa. That's one, yeah, I mean, every team's losing to Vitality these days, so, I mean, yeah, Team Falcons is kind of being regarded right now as, like, the second best team with Mouse, following right behind them, and Spirit has been lost in that conversation, somewhere in the top 4, but also not really.
Speaking of Vitality, obviously they're gracing the stage in Group A, was maybe a little bit shaky at the tail end of that Legacy game on that Dust 2. I don't know, though, it kind of makes sense that Vitality put it together. Right
Legacy, I mean, they won a few big clutches. I think there was like a 1v3, a 1v2 and a 1v1 all in there that took them to almost double digits. So, but I mean, it's Vitality. They're going to bounce back. They came back from like 12-6 against Falcons and like the last time they played them.
Another time for a bold prediction, Josh. Are there any upsets in terms of those qualifying teams in this Group A today?
Ooh, I think it's going to be easy for Vitality. And then with regards to Mongols and G2, it's hard to say because G2 is looking so lackluster without Monazi, without Nico. But at the same time, Mongols, you don't know what to expect from them because they've had these performances where they go to the playoffs, and then they've had other times where they lose to teams that they shouldn't lose to.
When I was talking to Mabs yesterday, I was like, what's the current identity of G2? Do you know what he said? He said funny. And then he laughed,
okay.
Which is like, as long as you can put a silver lining to it, like, I guess that makes sense. But for the likes of Vitality, it's been a conversation of when is the era truly starting for them? And Apex said it himself, they have to win a major for himself to consider this to be the Vitality era, which begs me to ask you the question, Josh. If you had to put 3 bullet points, 3 kind of key prerequisites for what defines an era, what is that?
I would say dominance, and I think inside of that dominance, you would have to also include just like the best events in the world. So the majors, you would have to go for longevity. Mm-hmm. So it can't be an era if it's just short-lived. And then I would say it needs to be meta-defining in some capacity. So you kind of change the game in some way. You make teams kind of copy what you're doing, the formula for success.
I like that one. In terms of like dominance and longevity, is there any like quantitative number that you can put to that?
Because obviously Vitality, every single tournament they've attended, they've won it. They've chosen to skip out some tournaments. Is there a number? Is there a streak that you can kind of put on that and go, that's what you need to hit to achieve an era?
I think for the dominance factor, they're definitely nailing it, but I think they would have to get this major as well in order to kind of solidify that. And then to make it an era, they would have to just extend this. They can't just be like, okay, we won the major. We had this dominating like 4 months or whatever, however long it is. And then they just fall off and it's like, oh, the Vitality era, bro, that was like 4 months. What do you mean an era? I think it needs to go maybe like a full year, a full at least like season of Counter-Strike. So anything past that would be good, but anything under that, I don't think that.
Okay, Josh, I think we've got the perfect game then to be starting off the day. We're going to question, was it an era? Is it an era? Thereabouts. We've got NIP, circa 2012 to 2013. Was that an era? Was it not an era? Was it somewhere in the middle?
I could say when NIP came into the game and they were dominating everybody, they had that 87-0 everyone keeps talking about. I think definitely because what you had was everyone coming in from Source, everyone coming in from 1.6, and nobody really had an idea of how they wanted to play CS. I mean, they had ideas, but it just wasn't working because NIP just said, you know what? Screw you, we're just going to swing you, we're going to peek you, we're going to play this very specific style. And then that lasted a very long time. Everyone started copying it, and it wasn't until suddenly they started falling into that, oh, we make the grand finals, but then we lose it to, you know, to Fnatic or to VP or something. That's when they kind of like fell out of that whole thing. But for the first at least 6-8 months, they were dominating everybody. I would say it was an era.
Yeah, it sounds like it. You know, you've got the length, the longevity, you've got the meta definingness of NIP. We'll stick them in there. What about Fnatic coming kind of shortly after 2015, 2016 time? Was it an era, Josh?
See, that's where it's like a little bit back and forth because there was all this like controversy. They had that you know, the Olaf pass stuff. They had a lot of good things going for them. Did they change the meta? I don't really know if they got to that point. They definitely were dominant for a really long time, and they definitely kept that form up. I would say it's kind of like in the middle almost. Okay. I don't know if it's like a proper era like we come to think of other ones, but it definitely wasn't not an era.
What about the plow of the Polish variety?
The plow was definitely a plow. I think they had that dominance, but I don't know if they had. I don't think they had the longevity, and I don't know if they also changed really the way that everyone played the game.
Yes.
I don't know if I would give them. I mean, I beat them in 2014, so I don't know because obviously it probably started around the time that they won Katowice in 2014. But then like by the time we play ESEA Invite in I think it was like August, a few months later, like we beat them there, and then they beat us at Cologne. So you know, I think. I don't know. I don't think they were.
Doesn't sound long enough.
No,
Sorry, VP.
No, I don't
Officially,
think so.
Josh says
you guys were really good,
era.
but not an era.
But you beat them anyway. LG rather. SK. Obviously, back-to-back majors as well in Cologne. That was pretty nice.
I think this would be closer to an era. It would kind of fall into the same camp as Fnatic, where it's not an era, but I don't know, is it as strong of an era as NIP or, you know, other teams that we could probably get to later on? It would fall somewhere in that category because that back-to-back, it kind of did define the meta. Everyone was looking to Cold and Fallen and how that style was. I remember even players and teams that I worked with were like, oh, I want to copy what they do.
Yes.
So they had that meta-defining aspect of it in a sense where it was not kind of like the Astralis level system, but it was like kind of close to it. I would say it's somewhere in between Fnatic and NIP in terms of was it an era or not.
Let's pop it in there.
Yeah.
Astralis was up next, so I think we can just put Astralis all the way over there. I think they're the most era-defining.
I think,
Na'Vi first time around.
You mean the
when
online
we're talking about
time?
the simple times, you know, when he won that major. Finally, he gets his hands on that trophy in Stockholm. Was it an era?
I think it was just a good event. Look, it was.
It was a
if
fluke.
we're talking about, also, yeah, you know what? No, that's not an era.
No,
it's
okay, we'll pop
forgettable.
that in there. Then we move on to FaZe. You know, we're talking Katowice, we're talking Antwerp, we're talking Cologne. Can I tempt
We're
you
talking
there?
about anything else? Or just those three?
No, but that did span over a decent amount of time. time.
How long?
I guess about 6 months. Not an era. Not an era. Let's put it in there. Second Na'Vi. We're talking about the Copenhagen major champions. I would say definitely not an era.
Definitely not an era.
Definitely not an era. What about finally Vitality? Because we're all talking about it. Apex said it himself. Until they got a major, it's not an era. But how close are they? Okay.
They're close to it. They're on the line. Now it's whether or not they can keep it up.
About there. Okay,
about there, yeah. They're about to go over that line.
Does it change anything if they lose here and then win the major, or is it just all about the major for you?
I think for now it would be the major. I think they just got the ESL Grand Slams. Winning here would start that next ESL Grand Slam. They could almost win. They could win 2 in 1 year, which would definitely solidify that era. But I think for now it's look to the major.
I think that is a very fair assessment. Well, you've done fantastic work here, Josh, but you guys can get to work at home by moving on over to Face It Watch. Not only are there tons of skins up for grabs, but there are plenty of cool tools and features, such as the POV selector, so you can be choosing which player you want to watch from any perspective during any of the games going down at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025. But speaking of which, we've got quite the game on our hands. It's going to be FaZe versus BCG, and we've got a vibe check with Skulls.
Somebody say something about Texas? Hey, man, what's up, Skulls?
How y'all doing?
That was good. Do you want to give that one a shot again?
How y'all doing?
How y'all doing? Hey, let's talk a little bit about Dallas, Texas. Now, you find yourself here. You're here with FaZe, kind of a cool story. Tell me a little bit about this whole project that you got going on here with FaZe in Dallas.
I mean, I'm just helping the boys out. Rain got his little kid. And yeah, I'm happy to be here, help the guys doing my all to help them out, and it's been some good vibes, and hopefully we can get the first win today.
Yeah, I mean, you technically is sort of like an outsider for FaZe, right? As a stand-in, as a ringer, you probably get a glimpse into what the team was like before and after a little bit. Tell me a little bit about playing with this lineup, where you think they are now.
I think the guys are going through some huge changes. Sasha is stepping in for a few tournaments, and the main focus is the major, of course. So I can see we are in the middle of some adaptations, I would say. So this tournament is for just trying the stuff they were practicing at their boot camp. I wasn't really a part of it because we had no practice. Just before yesterday, we practiced a little bit and not every map. But yeah, the guys were boot camping, so they have a few things they're going to try in this tournament, and I'm just filling in and doing my best Ren impression.
Are you having a good time?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Sounds good.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Ruteris. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the cathedral.
Elimination stations today, as sadly, one of these two teams will be taking that long journey back home. Now, despite having a former Dallas champion on their squad, BCG struggled to get things going versus Mouse just yesterday, whereas for the FaZe clan side of things, it was the first time in a very, very long time that Liquid actually managed to get the better of them. But Josh, I think that makes sense when we're looking at the interesting mix of players that are now residing on the FaZe clan side. Obviously, Simple has been the headline, maybe overshadowed the whole tale of, Skulls coming in temporarily to be replacing Rain whilst his little raindrop goes down.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at Skulls coming into the team with this short amount of practice, he's just here for this event, and I guess the long-term horizon right now is getting Simple integrated into FaZe for that major, which is right around the corner for these guys. That's kind of what they're looking to do. Is Simple going to be in form? What's he looking like? Is he back for now? We saw him kind of make an appearance last year, but I don't really count that. This is going to be the one where it's like, it looks and feels like he's actually trying to make a return now, whereas before it was like, I'm just going to show up and see what happens. This is like I'm actually here, and I'm here to prove that I still got it, and I want to stay here. And as we can see through these highlights, like, he was winning a lot of clutches yesterday for the side of FaZe.
Yeah, how did that kind of taste for you? Is he truly back?
It's going to be hard to say. I think we definitely saw the glimpses and flashes of it when we got to see him, especially when they got the opt-out, and he was able to use that to be able to open rounds and also be able to get into these mid to late round situations in the clutches. We saw it even from pistol round on that first map, first half, him and Skulls 2 versus 3. So get him into those situations, he's definitely going to pull it off. And I think we just need to see FaZe be able to get into those situations a little bit more just to kind of get a real feel of where he's at.
Well, let's get into a situation where we're checking in with FaZe. It's Elige with Trace.
I'm stood here with Elige. I got a couple questions for him, of course, with FaZe Clan going into their matchup against today, BCG. Choice and Ultimate played lights out against you in this debut yesterday. Tell me a little bit about that experience and getting back in the server.
Well, it was kind of like a hard match yesterday. We didn't actually get to practice those maps with Skulls yet, and Skulls actually hasn't even played Ancient in quite a bit, so it was going to be a hard series from the get-go, but I still think that we had a really good chance of winning. If we pumped up our comms a little bit and we played just slightly better, won some more key rounds, then we still could have won that.
You split pistols in map 1, Ancient, then won both in map 2 on Inferno. Where did FaZe fumble in the series?
Well, like I said before, I think Ancient was always going to be a tough one for us to win just because of how it was going. But I think on Inferno, I think that there was a lot of misunderstandings or just things that were going wrong just from the lack of practice, and one person's thinking one thing, another guy's thinking another thing, and I think overall we could have done a better job at clearing up those misunderstandings when there was more time in the round to do it. So if there was some downtime where we got into the setup and we're going to say if they do this, then we're going to do that type of thing. So I think if we did that a little bit better, but other than that, I think it was just going to be tough. We haven't gotten to practice with those, and now I think today we'll have a little bit more reps on our belt and we'll look stronger today.
Yeah, sometimes those reactions are hard enough for teams that get a bunch of reps in, much less a team coming here trying to show FaZe. You see what I did there?
Yeah, exactly.
I got the smile out of you. That was half the battle. Hey, let me ask you this, because this big FaZe project, right? I'm sure the question has come out several times about Sasha joining the team, this, that, or the other. Is this a long-term sought-after addition for FaZe?
Right now, we're just taking it as a stand-in, but I have thought in my head, we've actually had a lot of really good practices with him, and when Rain was here as well, so I was thinking in my head, geez, as soon as we win, his bio's going to be so crazy. So, I mean, if things go well, I mean, who knows? I don't know. But we're just taking it, this tournament and the next, and we'll see what happens.
Last one I got for you is this. Rain's not here, but FaZe at full strength. Is there a lethality component to that when you think about FaZe at full strength with Sasha?
Well, I think that we definitely were playing really strong, especially a lot of the days. We had really good results, in our scrims, and things were clicking very cleanly. But we still need a lot more practice, regardless. Even with Sasha, there wasn't a lot of time, and now with Skulls, there's even less time that we have together. But the hopeful guy in me says yes. I think that there is a lot of things that we have to look forward to, when we have our full lineup all here ready to go, and even more so when we are, having the full preparation from the boot camp coming into the major.
Did he have that kid yet?
I can't actually say that yet. So I don't know what's public and what's not, but everything's going well.
All right, we like to hear it. Thank you very much, Elige.
Thank you.
There's one thing that we definitely do know about young Simple. His emotions, they tend to run high, right? And that was definitely the case in the game yesterday.
Young Simple, old Simple, it's the same Simple. He is, yeah, I mean, you get to see it, the frustration. It was top fragging for the team. He was getting a lot of crucial rounds won for these guys, but as Elige alluded to, these guys had issues with communication being on different pages when it came to really just figuring anything out, especially that early round opening sequence. They just weren't gelling together.
Well, it's time to get the game underway. We've got Mirage, we've got Anubis, and we have Dust 2 if it is so required. And we do have Jason and Dinko ready to get this one underway.
Yes, thank you, Fred. Day 2 of IEM Dallas. We've got a good old-fashioned brouhaha here to kick off the day. We've got Pug Team FaZe with Simple with Skulls versus Pug Team BCG with Sassanito, who came in for Perfecto, who came in for Jacob. So I mean, we got stand-ins all across the board. It's a Dallas specialty, and I mean, who knows? This is just going to be a scrappy battle.
It's true. Every time we come to Dallas, we got some stand-ins, and it's always a fun time. There's always some excitement. I really hope that today we're going to get fireworks between the two squads. But I've got FaZe Clan winning this one today. I think for BCG, they're a team that just have had a very unfortunate turn of events over the last couple of months, obviously, and coming into this event, not bringing Perfecto as well. It's just an extra curveball thrown their way right at the end, and I just feel like it's going to be too tough to deal with the amount of skill on the FaZe Clan side of things today.
I think that's going to be the least of their issues, to be honest with you. I think if you're BCG, looking at it, they're lost against Mouse yesterday, but played them close, 13-9, right? So they're not like completely lost out there in the server, obviously. I'm never going to predict them to beat FaZe.
No.
But I think there's an opportunity with this FaZe, and you hear Alish talk about how disconnected they are, how disorganized, how the practice, while it's gone well, it hasn't been enough of it quite yet. There's going to be some opportunities to make this an interesting map if you're BCG. Win the right round and put FaZe on the back foot and see what can happen from there. Skulls is going to be the lone defender for FaZe back at Ticket Booth, looking at this A-bomb site.
The defending IEM Dallas champion Nexa calling the A execution. Flashes
what an intro that is.
Yeah, into the site. Cloud cover allowing Cypher to get over to his CT spawn with a flash unleashing him. It's not a very difficult setup to break apart because FaZe have decided to play retake on this one. They've got a kid on the back of Carrigan.
No flash, though, to turn the corner, so they're just going to have to come in and do it dry. And you're right, Kit and smoke on Carrigan might be the key to winning the round.
CT fight going down. Here comes Simple for that first kill. Cypher going down without issue. Now the rest of BCG have to try and step up and allow this to go their way as FaZe with that smoke going down onto the site. Nice pick out from Nock. Is there anything else to follow up? And there absolutely is from Sassanito and Prime Taps as the Legion Skulls get back to kills. No kit picked up. The knives are out. And that's enough for BCG.
Hard fought round. Okay, that got them hyped up quick. They're acting like they just won the major. I like it. Get fired up. Pistol round is yours. Tough battle, but we always know those 5-on-5 retakes are just sometimes just so hard to come back into. So FaZe go for it with the gamble. Try and go for the smoke defuse. Good shooting from Nock with his P250, making sure they can't get close and comfortable. And FaZe going to start down 0-1, going into the second round where they buy. So M4 in the hands of Simple. MP9 on Frozen and Carrigan. Pistols on Elysian Skulls.
FaZe had a lot of success in pistol rounds yesterday. Problem came in the follow-up rounds and the conversions of the ecos in the third rounds.
3 of 4 pistols won by FaZe yesterday in the losing series to Liquid.
Let's see if they can step up with a force buy response. Doesn't look like it as 3 kills come in quickly for BCG. Simple has to step up and the M4 goes out. It's a quick kill on Nexa. Couldn't find the follow-up. And now Carrigan left in an impossible situation, creeping forward from jungle. He gets into the smoke beside the bench. As soon as he walks out of it, though, Nock is going to catch him. A valiant attempt from Carrigan, but an expected second-round victory here for BCG.
Okay, well, there's the start of this. There's the start of a potential if you want to talk about BCG winning. I mentioned, you have to win the right rounds at the right time. Well, pistol round is obviously one of the bigger ones. The second-round conversion is a great start. So now you're looking at a world where you have the economic control for the first 5 rounds of the game.
Right.
How many rounds can you build on top of that? Get one more timely reset later in the half, and you're cooking. So BCG, 2-0 up against Pistols, looking to get an early lead and an early strong advantage over FaZe.
No, it's cool to see some of the players from BCG back in an event of this caliber. I mean, for Cypher, he's a player that had a breakout performance a couple of years ago in Paris.
Quarterfinals of the Paris Major?
Exactly, had a really solid event there. Obviously had a couple of opportunities after that didn't necessarily pan out for him. But it's been a while since we've seen Cypher get to play at this level, and I'm excited to see if he's able to continue some good form here with BCG.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him able to find a way to recreate the magic that he had on that ITV team and that run they had at Paris. Like all those guys, it feels like some of them have struggled to kind of get that level back. So Cypher's been one who's stuck around and getting a chance now in BCG. Sassanito as well has had some opportunities, was a big name floated around as a guy with potential. His time hasn't been nearly as successful as maybe people had hoped.
Yeah, a similar story for him with the Apex squad. We've got under a minute left on the clock, and first blood finally drawn. It's Nock to drop a leash. And the follow-up kill is coming in for BCG. They're going to go 3-0 up. Carrigan's going to do as much damage as he can. Picked up rifle wouldn't be a bad save either. And he's going to go and fight through short, and that rifle will fall into the hands of Simple instead. So he gets it back, the weapon he had earlier on.
That's a nice little find on the way out, though. Good kill from Carrigan. If Simple can keep that, you're gonna be super happy. Hasn't spotted anything just yet. Spots one now. Takes the fight. Good win at range. Simple, the top fragger yesterday, again in that Liquid series for FaZe.
Yeah.
And I guess that was kind of the question: is what's he going to look like? What's Homeboy Goat going to look like when he steps back into the server? We're not really sure. Looked solid. We didn't see any like the flashy, crazy, simple, turn the map on its head, turn the round on its head kind of plays. But he did everything that was asked of him when they came in his direction, and he was really good for FaZe.
I think the general consensus was positive around Simple's performance yesterday. We weren't expecting him to be able to, game-breaking Simple, but he had some nice shots in the AWP. Decent performances coming in from him. He had a big clutch earlier on as well, like a 1v2 on Inferno. He had the 4K and the pistol, so there was his impact rounds.
He had
there.
his moments, yeah.
If anything, the criticism for FaZe yesterday was about the other players on the squad, right? That was definitely
everyone else.
Yeah, that was where the criticisms lay yesterday in terms of the community consensus, at least.
Well, we've talked about it. I'm refraining from criticism on FaZe right now, and just because I know that the major. This is all about the major. This
is about getting in shape for it.
Yeah, this is a Hail Mary. We'll see if they can create something coming up in the next few weeks. Early step out for Sasanito is going to get Molotoved into the open, exposed, and an easy kill for Elige. For a 5-on-4 in the favor of FaZe.
Yeah, Elige had a tough game yesterday, but it was great hearing him in that candid interview with Sana this morning.
Look at this little
Look at this play from Prime Tabs. Yeah, he's got himself quite a bit of space out here. Spots the barrel of Simple, but does not see Skulls.
I'll tell you what, I was nervous for Skulls there, because if Simple got killed from the side, when Skulls is there, I would have been sad for Skulls.
Might have been getting his ear full.
It's always the awkward moment, but Simple now right at the top of Con, and this BCG round is drifting away without really any kind of a fight. Smoke's going to fade, Cypher will be exposed, and Simple's ready for the fight.
Elige to win it out versus Nexa. And FaZe very comfortable, haven't lost a kill yet. Cypher with the element of surprise, nearly gets the jump on Simple, does damage to him and forces him back with that molly, but Cypher to go down and leaving Knock 1v5. FaZe could feasibly leave round 4 with all 5 players remaining. Knock's going to try and prevent that. A clean sheet denied though. Not denied though by Elige, who takes himself the headshot from Knock, and we've got ourselves FaZe on the board.
Yeah, nice clean round for FaZe. Really solid. No big issues whatsoever. Good opening fight from Elige. So now the guns are out. They can challenge for some of this space. And first step for Sasanito, first experience, is Elige taking away his safety and taking him down out in the open. And for BCG this round, just too many players fall before you really get to execute any kind of an idea. Just slipped out of control. Tech 9 for Nexa, AKs otherwise, and BCG's back into it, round 5.
Oh, Sasanito taking a lot of damage to the top mid-smoke, and eventually Frozen and Elige combined to bring him down, and Cypher looking to respond, just barreling through the B-smoke, and he's got a follow-up with Prime Taps coming in to help him.
Okay, well, we wanted to see some Cypher action back in business. There's a nice opening that they're able to follow up on. Elige trades him off, 3-on-3, gets a wide swing off Catwalk, looking up towards the balcony, and Prime Taps takes him down. Now Simple activated for the retake, and he's dropped as well. So all of a sudden, BCG just get all 5 kills in tandem, one by one. And they're getting loud.
I love that play for Cypher as well. It's just so unhinged. He just runs through the B-smoke in the apartments, just jumps through it, in fact, not even running through it, jumping through it. Prime Tap's able to follow up with a kill on short.
And the kill onto Elige, which really secures the safety. But more than anything, I love the yelling.
You're so bad.
Soundproof glass. This is a Dumb and Dumber skit. But no, the yelling and the hype too is like, look, bring out that stuff. Like, throw it at FaZe. They're struggling. They're limping. You know they're disconnected, playing with 2 stand-ins. You know one of those stand-ins sometimes can get a little bit angry. So yeah, throw those needles at them. Every time you win a round, get in their heads. FaZe gonna fight back in round 6 because of how clean their round win was. They can afford to buy up into this one with no big issues. But out of money moving into round 7 if they can't convert this. So big swing round for FaZe in the early going of Mirage. BCG's map pick, and they're leading by 3.
Where is Simple? There you go. You got the AWP.
Yeah. Guess he thought maybe it was dropped to him. He can pick it up off the buy menu now, though.
Yeah. Maybe he hasn't quite used to that yet. Simple's going to play over towards a B.
He's got all 5 coming at him. You want a Simple highlight? This is setting it up for exactly that.
First up, going to be contact as well into the scope. There's shot from Simple, and now he has to try and get away. And they come flooding in. He has to try and get back to safety, gets around the corner, and goes again. This time, the shot will connect. He detects Nexa moving in towards short. He got a glimpse of his next victim. But that ball goes down.
I don't know if that 1 kill enough is able to convince them to go for this, but 1 more would send the signal. They need to find it. BCG not giving them anything.
Yeah, Nexa not peeking. Then Sassanito comes in. Simple brought down from the peak of Sassanito. And Carrigan not given the trade opportunity. FaZe still posturing for a retake opportunity, but they are not finding the entries here. They're not getting the space they require. Then the peak comes in. Then Skulls follows up. And suddenly a 4v2 for FaZe is looking a 4v1 in the face as Knock will topple.
No.
And it is enough for FaZe in the end as Carrigan gets the defuse.
Way, that just happened. Man, if you're BCG, those are the ones you can't let slip away. You want to talk about rounds you have to win, rounds you can't lose, that's one of them. You have the bomb site, you've got it open. Simple missed both of his shots, you force him back into market. Oh, it cannot be this easy. No one from BCG had eyes on the flanks. Skulls and Elige able to work their way all the way through, and so much attention pulled by Carrigan and Utility at a market that nobody from BCG was aware of the possibility.
Next up, forced down to Khalil. 4 AKs around it. Is there a response from BCG as they come out mid? Good opening kill. Frozen's going to go down. Simple. Tough shot. Only the head showing, but he's still staying confident and involved in the fights. He's going to be smoked away. There's vision severed off. Impact from Elige. A second kill from him from Connector. We've got BCG a player up as they get into Con.
Simple's going to try and make a play through the smoke as Carrigan times his step forward. Can't even get one.
So
and Simple still locked out. But he's got time to hunt. Time to see if he can get one for free. One quickly that allows him to go for a 1v2. He's got all the health in the world.
There's no kit, though.
No kit, and he's going to back off. That's fair play. All right, BCG. Nice, quick, simple, aggressive tactics. Smoke off catwalk. Simple takes a shot. You know he's there. You get the opening kill in window. Keep the pace up. Keep the pressure on. And great trades in Con.
Money is still in an okay position here for FaZe. The only player really in trouble is Frozen. And if Simple saves, he can maybe drop him something here. So, good decision to hang on to the AWP.
Yeah, just need to impact out of it, right? This has been a pair of tough rounds. I mean, Simple misses those shots at the B bomb site on the execute previously, has to fall back in towards market, then hits a pretty spectacular flick. Fair play. Now this round, same kind of a situation. They're pushing up, down middle, misses his shot, tough shot to hit, but all of a sudden it's not having that same impact while the aggression's coming from Con. So yeah, back-to-back rounds, Simple missing a couple ones you might normally expect him to hit. Elige doing everything he can. It's just not enough with all the BCG players streaming into the open. And a timeout, first one used by FaZe to talk things over. Neo's on the mic. Tough scenario to come into. You heard Elige talking about it, like just saying we knew it was going to be rough yesterday. We knew not to have high expectations despite some of the practice looking good. But every single official game is another rep for this FaZe team as they get closer to the goal of the major trophy.
Seems very far off, though. But drastic changes were required. And let's see if this round works out for FaZe. They still have a bye. They've had a timeout. BCG, some speed behind Nox early. Peek towards ramp. Simple's going to be positioned in behind triple with the AWP.
He's alone as well again. If you get a couple of those misses one more time, all of a sudden the A bomb site's going to have a tough time being held on to.
Sassanito.
He's dead.
Yeah. That smoke grenade hits off his body, gives the sound cue to Elige. Simple's able to chime in as well. So Cypher coming down, running out of bullets. Nexa gets caught in mid. And so a couple of seconds into the round, FaZe have 3 kills to their favor. None of them traded by BCG. And now a last-ditch effort trying to get out in towards the site. It's going to be Skulls to come out on top, Knock to fall, and Prime Taps retreating.
Yeah, this is a brutal round if you're BCG. Losing every single fight across the map, and all 5 players from FaZe surviving at the moment. So money building up. There it is. All 5 players indeed survive. FaZe get extra cash. They get to keep themselves off the reset position, and for BCG, that's them pretty much out of money. AK-47 picked up. But 4 players going to struggle to get some weapons on the board. We're going to get a match pause as a player dropped out of the server, but Elige never spotted. That aggression never sniffed out by BCG. And nice and easy down the stretch for FaZe. Maybe one of the easiest rounds they've had.
Tech issue here on Nox side of things.
It is an interesting collection of players, this BCG roster.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Like Cypher had that kind of pop-off ITB run to the quarterfinals in Paris we alluded to. Nex has been around, he's done everything, he's been in finals, played a bunch of different roles, been a solid player for teams. Nock had his like little small stretch of where he just turned into a god for like 3-4 months, 5 months a while back. So like in Sassanito with the potential that everyone wants, PrimeTap, like you just have this constellation of players that we're not really sure what to expect is going to come out when all these pieces come together.
Right, and Nex has been through so many changes in his career. You know, I'm going to be an in-game leader. Suddenly he's not an in-game leader. Then he's an in-game leader again. I think he realizes
out of necessity sometimes.
Yeah, I think he's realized that he's at that point where he has to be the in-game leader at probably this level of Counter-Strike. And, you know, during the online era where they had to grind through the VRS system at the start of the year, I mean, they were getting some great results. That's not easy. You know, there's a lot of great teams there, a lot of really difficult teams to put away, and you've got to just get win after win just to even get into a position where you get invited to events.
There's also a lot of shitty teams who are really good online.
Yeah, it's true. That's a very good point.
And that's the dangerous one. Those are the teams you want to fear.
And you have to play so many games as well.
Yeah, they do it. It's just a non-stop grind day after day, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And
so
we don't even always fully realize it on the pro circuit because like the qualifiers are always going on at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. It's cool. It's been great to see them have this invite, as you mentioned, like going through that grind to start the year because it's such a new roster as well. You know, like Nexa, Cypher, and Nock all just joining 3 months ago, so still very, very new into the time of this roster together, and plenty of opportunities to show a new level.
Nexa coming out on top with the deagle shot on Skulls. PrimeTaps with a follow-up bit of damage to the short player. Simple gonna hide behind Ticket, goes out for a peek, not gonna land that one. Preoccupied about the potential from Palace. Nock is taking some space deep into the bomb site. Carrigan though on the cleanup, comes in with a double.
All right, FaZe bring this within 1. It's 4-5. Another buy coming in for BCG. It's going to be round 10. AK-47s and Galil's picked up, but the offense, FaZe has put enough of a stop to it that it is kind of sputtering and coming to a stop now. 3 out of the last 4 in the favor of FaZe Clan. Ooh, that's awkward.
Yeah, interesting. Simple and Leash having a little bit of extra time together.
He's been lifted. He's got a tight squeeze.
I'm sure Simple felt that around the back. Well, we've got Sassanito jumping up on the top mid boxes. And no one challenging. Elish has been doing some great work in Con on the CT side here. He's been really difficult to put away. And, you know, a lot of criticism yesterday about his performance. Didn't have a great game, and now he's having a stellar start to the match. 12-6. He's been impossible to break apart in Con.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a strong position for him. He was great playing this position in Liquid as well. Got a great read of the situation, knowing all the utility means and how to play the different scenarios. Going to back up into the smoke. Nate is out. Elish tries to push through it, takes some damage, but still forces his way in.
I realize how important it is to put a stop to any connector pressure. And Elish is going to watch as they come through the smoke. Good trade from Sassanito. Essential that he didn't allow Elish to get 2 kills from that position. 50 seconds left on the clock, and an A-split teed up as Skulls could break one prong to the approach apart because the bomb's inside of the connector, and Skulls combines with Carrigan to drop the bomb. So Nexa and PrimeTap stuck coming out of Palace and Ramp. It does not look possible here for BCG. We're looking at a tie game.
Oh, it's not the worst idea in the world, but I think maybe there's potential for some miscommunication. The bomb being brought towards Con instead of towards Ramp or Palace, where Nexa and PrimeTaps have found their way out safely. 25 seconds. They need kills. They need the bomb. There's the first. Now they have Simple's AWP to go up against.
They are blinded, though. Flashed away from the angle. But they didn't get the bomb back. The recovery mission not there just yet. Like shot connects for Simple. Blinded again. And the bomb has been picked up as Nexa gets around the corner.
On Ramp, though. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Frozen's here. He's arrived. They've stalled this out enough that it just didn't matter. Nice attempt from PrimeTaps and Nock, but nothing going to come from it. We're all tied at 5. FaZe have brought it back, and BCG have gone quiet.
Yeah, they were staying in it throughout the first couple of rounds there. You know, a Cypher play leaping through the smoke.
That's now 3 in a row for FaZe.
But they just haven't been able to bounce back from any of these FaZe rounds. They're just getting more and more convincing. And now the money in a really tough spot for BCG late into the half. So you've got one Galil for Prime Taps. He's going to try and just go for a Hail Mary play himself. He goes out of the Molotov into the A-bomb site. Well, passive setup here from FaZe with Skulls playing back at CT. Simple going to be playing in from jungle. So not putting themselves in harm's way just yet.
Ooh, dangerous little throw of the smoke. Just the Deagle on the other side. Now the boost up. That's the next dangerous element Simple's got to worry about. He's got no idea, no clue. He's in trouble now. Prime Tap's in a strong position and going to wreak havoc on this defense.
Oh no, Simple has to try and make up for that. He goes back for the shot, but he's committed to the open. Couldn't get the second. 1 HP left on Simple. He's going to drop back, so you rely upon Elise instead. Coming in from Khan. Good kill. Skulls has been brought down by the Deagle, and Elise is so low on health and somehow dodges that body shot from Cypher. Carrigan scope now from the AUG into the site. Elise with a little bit of extra damage onto Cypher, and that bomb is bailing out. It's running back through spawn.
It's a desperate run. He's going to try and make it happen, but there's a long time. They've got to keep all three of these defenders frozen here. Now, the one thing going for him, if this actually works, the HP is so low. Carrigan is the only one in position to shift over to the B bomb site and catch this, which leaves the low HP over at A, but thankfully, Carrigan's made the perfect call.
Yeah, now he just waits. That plant comes in, he denies it, and it's going to be a free kill for him, no problem. There's still a little bit of time, 30 seconds, as they are still sprinting to the apartments.
Still got to be a little nerve-wracking considering the health.
Yep. Got to be on high alert. Cypher getting caught towards the A-bomb site, though. And here comes Nexa. Fortunately for FaZe, he is walking into the high HP player, and Carrigan's got the AUG scope perfectly positioned to peer through that little window. And we've got FaZe taking the lead.
Yeah, nice little streak from FaZe. 4 in a row, 5 of the last 6 to come storming back into Mirage. 15 kills by Elige, powering them forward. Another solid round out of him, but nice movement, nice play made by Prime Taps. Almost created everything needed, almost opened up the round for his team in a low-buy scenario with the hero Galil. Final round of the first half. AWP out in the hands of Simple, still nothing for BCG. It's 4 AKs and a Galil. Bomb this time dropped at A-ramp. 3-2 split. And aggression from FaZe.
Well, Cypher and Sassanito combined. It's going to be Skulls and Simple gone in just a second, and that A-bomb site completely open. Alicia's committed in middle as well, so it's not like he had a quick rotation back from connector to look into the site.
He's just trying to clear mid out so he can address the situation. He knows he's now comfortable. Nobody's flanking him out. Cleared underpass deep, except didn't find Nexa, who came out of the B bomb site, I believe, to wrap behind him on Catwalk. And there's always going to be those little slips, those little gaps when 2 kills come out so fast. So a hard-fought half from BCG. A good comeback from FaZe to take a narrow lead, but at halftime it's going to be all tied up as Frozen goes down. 6-6 between FaZe and BCG at IEM Dallas Day 2. This is Mirage. We'll be right back with its conclusion.
Welcome back to Intel Stream Masters Dallas 2025. It started like that. Cypher getting hyped up. BCG bringing the fight to FaZe. String of round wins right at the end for FaZe to come back into it. We've got a tied game 6-6.
Yeah, they did get quieted, didn't they? They did get humbled, BCG, with a little run from FaZe. The question that Trace posed to Alicia at the start was like a prime FaZe, like peak FaZe, everything going with Sasha in the roster. What kind of danger, what kind of impact do you think you can have? I don't know, a lot of people initially think that this is going to work out exactly perfectly the way they'd like it to, but I know everyone wants it to not work. Every player is like, please don't work. Please don't come back into this.
Yeah, please don't upgrade FaZe completely. But Nexa, he's going to be waiting for the Palace peek early on here into the pistol. Frozen passive at the back of Palace. That fight eventually will go down, and here it is now. Frozen taking the step forward. Nexa not wanting to get involved in it. Just going to drop back and play on top of the wood.
Okay, one player spotted, a little piece of information. Simple still taking his time. He's going to get a swing. He's going to get Skulls pushing forward. And now you got to go for the bait. Good Glock kills on the way in.
Yeah, great frags here from FaZe. We've now got Sassanito and Nock trying to recover this. The bomb going down. The flank through ramp is the last-ditch effort, and with no help from his teammates, this looks impossible for Sassanito. Heads are turned. He's got out towards Tetris. Carrigan. Oh, spots him. And he's going to take it. So Sassanito not even getting one from the flank. And FaZe taking the pistol.
Poor guy didn't have any clean looks. You could see him with like backs turned. Nobody knows he's there. And he's just like, this isn't a fun fight for me. I won't hit this one bullet headshot that I absolutely need. Yeah, tough affair, but good trades coming up. Con. A little crossfire setup, but the running, the footsteps kind of sold it. Gave away the position of one player. Nice and easy for FaZe. Nice. It's a very calm, relaxed celebration.
Yeah, that's Skulls though, isn't he? Yeah. Pretty chill guy.
Nice. Really great job,
I enjoyed
Finn.
him trying to do his Southern American accent today. That was great.
That was solid. Yeah, gets a little practice. I think he could nail it. Yeah, by the end of the event, I think he could be he could be there.
We'll get Trace to check in with him every morning, see how it's going. That's if they make it through today.
True.
It will be a short stint if they go out today. Cypher going to be playing up on the Ninja box. Nexa going to be playing alongside of him. It's quite a heavy setup inside of the B-bomb site here. Fortunately for FaZe, though, Sassanito goes down without a single kill. Cypher waiting to strike, but gets cleared. Carrigan on the follow-up. Some really impactful kills from Carrigan, making sure this doesn't get too messy. Nexa's going to step up with a double kill. He keeps his teammates within touching distance, but with that kill from Frozen, it no longer feels like a possibility as FaZe continue to rack up round wins. So we're now looking at 8-6.
Yeah, really good job from FaZe, just using the range of the weapons to overcome, not getting too panicked. 6-8, and yeah, BCG is going to have to sit this one out. So likely a 9-6 scoreline. FaZe is really starting to take complete hold of this match. We'll see if there's any resistance. That first gun round is going to be a big thing to see if BCG has it in them to actually slow this FaZe attack. But especially when you're playing against FaZe where Elige is having a good game, 16-8. Most of it obviously done on the CT side so far, but you've got Elige with a hot hand, feeling confident on the T side. He's going to provide you some openings. Carrigan might just be having fun this game. He's got one of his stars popping off.
Sassanito really needed to land that one.
Sassanito, dang.
And it's clean by Simple, and Elige inside of the site and not able to get one back here. Is there anything to follow up on? Because Elige is low. One little stray bullet from that P250 would bring Elige down. And Nock is managed to grab an AK-47 out of that smoke. Elige does fall 2v2. This is now a true opportunity for BCG to get a 7th round victory. Nock on the AK.
Oh, it's such a long flank though, and I think the timing of it is going to sell him down the river. I think the indication to FaZe is going to come because they're not going to see Nexa challenging anything. He's going passive to wait for the flank to come to fruition, and this is where the alarm bells are like, if they're going for this retake, we would have seen a jiggle. We would have seen something by now.
Nock needs to get a move on. Here he comes from Palace. Down into the site is Frozen, standing on default.
They're not considering it.
They aren't looking at it right now, but the time is the problem. No kit. Miss kill.
All that?
Oh, that's it. All that build-up for that.
Oh.
Well,
that's sad.
9th round for FaZe. I was getting ready for something.
I know.
Right at the end,
I was pumped for that. I was like, oh, he's not looking. This could actually turn into something. I mean, that just took so long that they couldn't even actually go for the round by the time he arrives, right? The bomb was so far gone with no kits. 9-6, second timeout used by BCG. Op is out for Knock on the CT side. It's out for Simple on the T side as well. So the Op's going head-to-head here in round 16. And this is the must-win round for BCG. Not so much about like losing the map on this one, but showing that you can stop them, showing that you can have some resistance, and showing that you're going to fight for this game rather than having this turn into a comeback affair. So what's BCG got in store for us after the timeout? Little piece of aggression, little mid-push, catwalk setup.
Hasn't really delved into the chaos of the pug we were expecting yet so far on Mirage.
No, they're very like put together pugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cagey. Simple looking for the jump of Nexa. Not going to be able to catch it. It's Carrigan once again getting an opening kill here for FaZe. Elise just firing off into the window. Assassinito to drop. FaZe up 2 players. And in terms of, you know, getting your buy round here in the second half, it's not been a great start for BCG.
No, this was always gonna be a tough affair on the CT side. Where FaZe get to attack into you, a team that's just barely 3 months together, including a stand-in, just doesn't have the protocols and the reactions in place. I think they've got the skill to match up. For the most part, it's just the skill gets negated when the team play is so strong from FaZe. Carrigan gonna slide in. Now they know the position of Nexa.
Yeah. Unable to get a follow-up kill. Frozen makes quick work of Nexa. And the save call has been made on the other side of the map. We're looking at 10-6 for FaZe as it feels like they might just walk to the finish line.
Yep. Walking behind Elige, on Elige's coattails.
Yeah, he might just be even dragging a few people across the line.
Well, you know, not everyone's needed when you got a player popping off like this. You know?
Yeah, very
true.
true.
Everyone relax when you can. When you have a moment in life where you can sit down and just chill, take the opportunity.
Let's do it right now, Jason, because, you know, save call's happening.
Yeah, well, this op is very important for Knock and for BCG if they want a chance at it. Out of money. Nexa can maybe force up something creative. Skulls is going to be on the sprint, the hustle to take the op away. One shot at it, one chance, and Knock goes down. That's a massive kill to find for Skulls at the end.
It's just...
What was that sequence? I love it. Why has he got his own siren?
Oh, no, no, no. Cypher started it loud, and Carrigan, he waited until he got the last laugh. I just don't understand the siren, but it's so good.
Yeah, well, the Carrigan siren, it's a thing now. We've just got it forever. Assassinito and Prime Taps to attempt to save the day for BCG, the 2 hero M4s. After the op was taken away at the end. FaZe have control of the middle of the map. BCG don't want to challenge it. That's Cypher to go down. Assassinito with the trade, and there's one more in window room as well.
Elige gonna make quick work of Knock up on top of ladder, and we've got 4v3 here for FaZe. Under a minute left. Bomb could be transitioning back to the T apartments. And look at Nexa. Just wrapping around the back of Frozen. Hello, goodbye. And an upgrade into an AK-47. 45 seconds left. Elige trying to get up short, taking damage on his way. Wants to try and combine with his teammate as the bomb comes through the apartments. On the back of Simple. Nexa could go huge here. He has to if there's to be a round victory, and it's not allowed. Elige is not missing much today. A shot right between the eyes. A follow-up from Elige. Assassinito brought down by Simple. And FaZe know they're at the finish line now.
That's a sick round. That's just, you're in a situation there where it's like, all right, Elige deathmatch. We're coming halls, we'll support where we can. We're not committing, but you're the one dictating everything. And man, does he give a good advertisement for some aim training. Lovely round from Elige, taking control of ladder. This little tap on Nexa is nasty, just waiting for the follow-up. He knows it's coming. And then the spray control at the end. 11-6, a 5-round lead. Another bye for BCG. But they're at the end of the road.
The control taking for FaZe. Cypher, I'm sure not feeling the most confident right now with a 4-15 game. He's got a very important position inside of Con, and not bad. He gets the dink on Carrigan, and he plays his life. He gets back into connector, letting Prime Taps hold that down now. Assassinito not feeling the peak. Alicia's going to be given space as we head under a minute on the clock. He's got short. Molotov to the window. Alicia's going to clear it and fight towards jungle, realizing no one from BCG is peeking.
Yeah,
and they've got a B split queued right up here.
And Sample's going to have an open line of sight with the op towards middle.
Nexa once again going to be tested on this B bomb site, wrapping around, gets himself one, gets back, a lot of damage onto the second, but Skulls with that double kill will grab map points here for FaZe. Cypher and Knock nowhere near the action at the moment. Cypher's going to try and get back in from short, but it would be miraculous as they even mount a slight retake attempt here.
It'd be miraculous if you even go for it. Like, there's no reason. You're not winning this one. You've got no kits. You have one kit. You have no utility, and you're split up. You're not even together. You need these guns. There it is. There's that siren again. There's that siren again. He's pissed they're saving. It's like the anti-save siren. Every time they've backed away, Kerrigan's lit it up on the top of the car.
I don't think the ambulance can save BCG right now. This is messed up, man. Cypher got so loud in the first few rounds, and then he did nothing. And Kerrigan's just like, he was just waiting for his moment, and now we're really sending it home.
It's so funny to me. It's so good from Kerrigan. There's the shot from Simple as the smoke clears. Skulls gets a double as Sassanito's trying to trade off by window.
Come on, now you save, North. All right, North? You need to save. Be a little bit smart now, North.
I like it. He's giving him lessons. He's like, you don't save the last time, you save this time. This is the one. Final timeout for BCG. 12-6. An obviously desperate scenario. There doesn't look like there's any reprieve here on Mirage, BCG's map pick. And yeah, when Kerrigan started to style on you, it's kind of like a good sign that things are wrapping up.
He feels confident they're going to close this one, and can definitely understand why this second half has been a one-way street. Every single round for FaZe Clan.
Six in a row, looking to make it 7 for an easy win on Mirage, but Knock is going to make things more difficult. A little bit tired of Kerrigan chirping up, so he's taking him down. With the saved off.
Here comes FaZe's response into the A-bomb site. It's going to be Skulls with a shot to silence the sniper. Prime Taps, double kill from the wood. Third kill nearly picked up as well. And some life in BCG yet as they look to prevent the flawless second half from FaZe.
Skulls can't find the bomb. Wouldn't have mattered regardless with 10 HP and a 1v3. So BCG survived to fight for another round. And Skulls can just smile as he listens to him cheer.
I do love the dynamic on FaZe. You have like a couple quieter players on the team, you know, Skulls and Elise just sitting there smiling, doing their job. Kerrigan screaming. I'm sure Simple will get involved at some point.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If Elise ever, you know, danced with the devil, he would be an excellent shit talker.
Oh yeah?
I think the Elise smack talk would be something you can't recover from.
Yeah, if you get a shit talk by Elise.
I'm not gonna lie. He's gonna cut you deep. I know he will.
Well, he's not gonna be able to do much in this round as Knock gets the opening pick onto the underpass. Simple looking to respond though on Nexa. Not given the chance and smoked away.
Oh, tons of chip damage onto Kerrigan, down to 18 HP. Hasn't fired a bullet, hasn't even seen anybody. Window's re-smoked, but Kerrigan doesn't want to make his move because he doesn't have the health to get into any kind of a fight, so he's going to turn into a lurk position. A long time for him to be alone in middle as Simple with the bomb backs off, and they'll end this with an attack into the B-bomb site. Frozen's already got some room to stand on. He's going to call them over. You've got Knock on the defense with the AWP. A missed shot could be the end of this map.
Knock, patient, utility coming in, flash to his face, but he dodges it, and he'll connect a shot on Skull. Second of the round here for Nox, AWP. Can he get another one? You better believe he can. Finally brought down by Simple.
Here we go.
And Simple to close. The ace clutch required, and Cypher denies that possibility with lead to the head.
Yeah, well done from Cypher. You don't want to let him get going. You don't want to let Simple start getting into a heater. Time was going to start running low. He was going to start getting crazy. Great round from BCG. Good, strong start with an opening kill, tons of early damage, and a nice mop-up at the B bomb site. 4 rounds now remaining for FaZe to close out Mirage.
Well, D goals for everybody bar Frozen here for FaZe.
Yeah, just around you spread out. Go for a fight, go for a jiggle, see if anyone can find a fortunate 1D kill across the map, and then maybe you can see what holes and what gaps you can exploit. But you gotta have the kill first, and it's not coming in this engagement.
Liege's Deagle. Nearly getting a shot onto Assassinito. Cypher could be a good round for him to build some confidence here against some pistols as well over the top of the con smoke, but he's been forced back to 5 HP. Liege jumping up, getting his head shredded. Skulls will go down to Cypher, and we got Frozen stuck top mid. We'll see how much damage he can do. Not looking like too much, and Cypher will peek into middle.
Yeah, quad kill from Cypher in the round. You're right. Maybe trying to build a little bit of confidence. Was he snacking on the eco kills? Is that what the joke is?
I guess that's what he's doing.
Yeah, just...
Or maybe he's starting to cook.
Oh yeah, maybe. There we go. Yeah, swinging for every fight. Just trying to get some of those freebies. Boost his score, make things feel a little bit better when he hits tab. 9-12. AK's in the AWP back in the hands of FaZe in round 22.
Yeah, you can't be screaming if you have less than 10 kills. So that once he gets over that threshold, we may see Cypher start screaming back at Carrigan again.
That's the rule. Double digits lets you scream.
Yeah, exactly. He unlocks that responsibility. And we got Cypher getting in towards the underpass. He's looking for an opening pick on Elige. He might get that chance because Elige looked away for a second. Cypher peeks him, and Cypher isn't slowing down.
Yeah, that timing to just clear the cubby for Elige just destroys him. He's going to be frustrated with that one. Good kill from Cypher, and this has been a symptom of this streak of BCG wins, is finding opening kills. They've got the first kill in the last 3 rounds. And FaZe constantly playing on the back foot, having a hard time closing out the map.
Cypher's going to see the barrel of Frozen, clears him out as well, goes back to fight Simple and loses life. So another clutch ahead of Simple. Second shot to connect. Does knock off for himself up.
He's got the bomb. 50 seconds. Simple has every opportunity in the world to put this together. Not an easy clutch by any stretch of the imagination. But he's got a lot of liberty he can take with the time left in the round.
40 seconds. Yeah, he's going back to check T-spawn and no one there. So has to come back.
And Nexa can hear all these footsteps. I mean, he's calling it out to his teammates.
Yeah, it's going to be such limited time here for Simple. It's got to clear out one player in the bomb site. One up towards Con.
I don't think he's going to go for this. His big gamble was checking the flank. He wants to catch somebody pushing in T-spawn in no man's land and turn it into a 1v2 with the map opened up, and then all of a sudden you can do something. But when that flank doesn't come in, when Nexa plays it this cautiously, this intelligently, I should say, Simple has no opportunity to get into the clutch, so just brings the up forward into the next round. Lets BCG hit 10 on the scoreboard, and we got ourselves a game.
Yeah, it looked like it was about to be a blank second half here for BCG. FaZe were just one round away from closing out a perfect second half. BCG have found some life in them, and Cypher in particular, there's a pulse again.
This kind of like default spread though from FaZe on their T sides has been getting picked apart recently. Elige has died I think twice now to that exact fight, one a little bit deeper. He got peaked a little bit earlier in that kind of pathway. They're losing him quite frequently, which is making it difficult for them to work together to take mid control. Kerrigan's taking a ton of damage trying to get down the mid ramp. Mid might be a part of the map they want to go away from. But they've only got really one round left, one buy round left to win this map.
Yeah, Simple's got the AWP in this round around Tech-9s and a Deagle. Not ideal right now. 11 rounds, most likely outcome for BCG.
I mean, this is going to be a round that Kerrigan's just like, Simple, what do you want to do? Or come with me, I'll boost you up. You're going to set Simple up in every way and give him time to peek into things. Going to finish at the A bomb site. Two smokes to cross jungle and con.
Nothing offered up to Simple's AWP early. BCG passive.
Going for a late mid play with Tech-9s. So smoke coming out towards window. Defense has backed off, but they're sticking close by to fight together if they want to. 53 seconds. The run boost for Skulls out and towards mid. It's open. Counter utility dropped to slow the attack. And FaZe still haven't even had a clean look at a kill.
40 seconds. And still 5 defenders to try and remove here for FaZe. Knock plays short. That AWP will peer down into the connector. It's going to be real tough here for FaZe to not lose any casualties on this connector fight, but that's the opening they're looking for, but cleaned up by the rifle of Cypher and Prime Taps. Frozen able to respond with one. Prime Taps waits back in behind Ticket. 19 seconds on the clock. Utility forcing him to relinquish his control of the Ticket box, and that plant comes in for FaZe. So a 3v3 retake for BCG to stay alive here.
And you got Simple with the AWP, but he's going to be posted up over towards the ramp. You've got jungle and con control as well, so Simple gets to chill and have a great time. Add one more on top, and Simple shuts the map down. 13-10, no comeback today, and FaZe got their first map victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mole.
Not this again.
I oversee all office systems.
If external communications were intercepted, they were intercepted here.
Did you say 4 whole days?
He's sweeping it under the rug.
Give me the name of the mole! Good luck with that.
I will find out who did this.
Some signs of life from BCG at the tail end, but finally FaZe managed to drag this one over the finish line. But of course, Josh, of course, Simple seals the map like this.
Opening the round up and closing the round down just to get rid of that map for the side of FaZe to steal it away there. At the end, it looked like maybe for a second BCG was pushing them to the limits.
I was scared, and then I saw Simple had the AWP, and then I was like, this is the moment, Josh. This is the moment that he comes back and he shows us he is back. He's truly in the server.
Well, Kerrigan alerted all of us to that fact as well. He sounded the alarms, the sirens were going. I don't know what is going on with the trash talk between the two teams and the noises that are being made, but it must be that new age stuff.
Realistically, though, were you worried when BCG, started to string some rounds together in that second half, considering that FaZe, they had like 6 in a row at one point?
Kind of yes, but kind of no, because yesterday against Maus, basically that's all BCG did was that first half, they had 8-4 half both games, and then going into that second half, they only got 1 round. So I know that BCG, it's basically how strong is their start, and is that enough to be able to convert it all the way through to the end? Today, I mean, they were up 5-2, but then it had 6-6 half, and then it was 11, I think it was 11-6 at one point. So they started getting some rounds back together, but I mean, it's FaZe with 2 stand-ins versus BCG with 1 stand-in, but a stand-in for a stand-in, so...
Stand-inception, truly. Let's shift our attention to focus on another individual, though. We can see him on our screen over towards the right side. That is Elige. Things got a little bit complicated in some of those rounds that BCG started to string together. I feel like he was just being read like a book in that underpass position, but overall, a great map from him.
Yeah, he was having a great time. I think he was having no fear for taking any fights. He would constantly swing, take fights down to 10 HP, 20 HP. He would keep going for more and more and more. He had a couple of transition spray downs, which was pretty cool to see as well. So overall, he had a pretty impactful game there. I don't think he got really punished for doing any overextension. He was winning most of the duels that he went for. 6 multi-kills as well.
Who would have thought adding Simple to FaZe unleashes Elige?
Well, if Elige is able to open the games up, then, Simple's been a closer for these guys a lot throughout these last 2 days.
When we look at the positives for FaZe, the negatives just seemingly keep on coming from BCG. What's the loss record standing at right now, Josh?
Well, they're on a 5-match loss streak. Ooh. They lost the major qualifier. They lost a player. They lost the first stand-in. It seems like BCG is all about losing. If I was a gambling man, I would not put my money on BCG.
You really went there. You really went there, Steel. 11 map lost in a row, I believe.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for them.
It's really not looking good,
yeah.
Considering this was their map pick as well. I mean, was there anything that was really screaming out to you? Because let's not forget, at the beginning of this map, they made it look competitive, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things they do really well, and I saw this yesterday against Maus as well, is that the opening sequence, like the first phase or 2 of the rounds, look pretty good for them because that's when everything is kind of coordinated. But once they're past that stage, they're out of nades, maybe there's been some kills in the round or information changes, that's when it looks like they kind of fall apart. And that's where FaZe is actually going to excel, especially with using 2 stand-ins, especially with players like Simple. You're going to do better in those mid to late round situations, those clutches. So FaZe, if they want to make this a little bit cleaner for themselves, make it a little bit nicer and not let BCG get as many rounds, play the rounds out slow. Make BCG work for it, because in those late rounds, it's all about that experience and skill, and less about the teamwork specifically.
Well, if you weren't already aware, there is a former IEM Dallas champion on the roster of BCG, and Trace caught up with him ahead of this series.
Nexa of BCG, good morning, man. How are you doing today?
Doing good, man. Thank you.
Yeah, all the way out here in Dallas, Texas. You're no stranger to Dallas. You've done it here before. You've lifted trophies here. What seems like ages ago, but it really was just last year, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so a little bit of magic in that. Tell me about coming back to Dallas after all that.
It's amazing. I really liked the city the first time around, and it's getting even better now that I'm here again, and we got to stand in as well. So, maybe a little bit of magic. We'll see what happens today. Obviously, the opposing team also has a stand-in, so, we'll see how it goes.
I think BCG, that's what it stands for, Sasanita, the C in that, right?
Yeah, it could be.
Could be. Probably should be. Hey, let's do this then. Let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday versus Maus. It's not necessarily the ideal start, but given the circumstances, tell me a little bit about that game.
I think we had good starts in both of the maps, We lost all 4 pistols, so it's tough. I think they're obviously a really strong team, and lack of practice cost us at the end. I feel like, we didn't really have a lot of answers when they started playing their A game. They just shut us down. I think we still showed that we can shoot hard, at least, you know, and that's what we're banking on today as well.
Yeah, you've got to bank on, I guess, what you can, right? And the laurels in those moments. Given, again, the circumstances, let's talk a little bit about some of the stuff going into not only Dallas, but we are just ahead of the major. Talk to me a little about the state of the pro scene right now, within the metas and the things that are going on in the game. What does it look like? What does it play like? What does it feel like as we look ahead to the major?
Well, obviously, I would say Vitality is still like at the top. I think they're pretty much dictating the meta, you know. It's always ever changing. I feel like Falcons is probably the main team that can contest them right now. Like, of course, you can never count out Spirit, but I feel like from what I've seen, they've been kind of like downtrending. Whereas Falcons, obviously, with the addition of Monesi, are looking as good as they ever have, you know. So in general, I think that the meta is just really heavily relying on people who have just way more firepower, you know. I think like even the in-game leader, like in this meta, has to be able to, you know, output a decent amount of frags if you want to compete against the best.
Have to be able to contribute to that overarching goal. Let's do this then, because I want to ask you one last question before we get you in the match today. BCG, you guys have a CCT coming up online after this. The calendar's looking pretty empty after that. So tell me how important it is to come here and show face, or show face in any of the events, considering VRS and whatnot.
Yeah, obviously this event, it would be really good if we managed to get some wins, because it would be really important for the VRS rankings in general. The opponents we are playing are not easy by any means, you know. But hopefully, if we manage to pull an upset, it would actually mean a lot for like, you know, the rest of the season.
Well, good luck today versus FaZe.
Thank you very much.
Well, a win they did not get in the first map of the series. Now we shift our attention to the second map of Anubis. BCG will be starting on the T side of things. What should we be expecting? What do they need to do in order to push us to that third?
Well, what we heard from Nexa was lack of practice. They just need to shoot hard. And I think lack of practice can only take you so far, because when you're losing in certain situations like the post plants, round 6 this game against FaZe on Mirage, for example, like you got to be closing those out. And that's not really something that, yeah, sure, practice can take you a little bit, but it's not like you're coordinating like, okay, then we flash it this time, then we go like this, and then you run this way. That's not really what it is. And that comes down to individual skill. And I think when they're going pound for pound against the players stacked up on FaZe versus this, it's like,
I don't even want to make the comparison.
You got to shoot more hard than just hard, okay? You got to shoot harder.
That's super unfair, right?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about choosing to start on that T side when you come into Anubis. I've had the pleasure of getting to, you know, question a couple of former professional players. Is that, does it make sense to start on the more favored side when you're an underdog? Do you think that's a correct choice?
Yeah, I think starting that T side, because especially it's easier to just coordinate things on the T side than the CT side on Anubis, especially just because Anubis, it's very punishing for CTs if they want to peek out, get any sort of info, because you don't want to let the Ts just fake you out, control the map, and then be able to just choose wherever they want to go and outnumber you. So the CTs have to do something to make it, to alleviate that pressure. You need teamwork, you need practice to get those types of drills out. And in lieu of that, I mean, T-side just makes everything so much easier. Well,
BCG do need to get things into gear, and they need to be doing it fast, as it could potentially be a last chance saloon. We're going to be diving into the grounds of Anubis. That's FaZe's map choice after the break.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Gutierrez. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the cathedral.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice, from the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
BCG, that's what they're calling them over there. I'm here with Sausalito. Hey, man, they've got you all the way over here in Dallas, Texas, playing some Counter-Strike. How you feeling about that?
I'm feeling good. It was like we had low practice, but I think we are doing good. So today we have big match. It's all in, so we have to show up, or we're gonna go home, or we'll send them home.
Yeah, it is easy as that. Like, at the end of the day, it is as easy as winning your games and staying alive within the tournament. For BCG, you guys coming in here underneath the circumstances that are. Tell me a little bit about some of the stuff that you're going through here, daily motions, some of the things you find that you like about Dallas, some of the things that you and the team are doing really well right now.
I think Dallas is pretty nice. It's my first time in Dallas, actually. I like it here. Everything is fine. I think we do the same as yesterday. We're gonna go and just keep. I think we showed up good CS yesterday, but we just kind of. I think it was mentality thing. So we learn today, and we show a different BC game.
Different BC. Hey, tell me about what you guys did last night. But you went back to the hotel. You went back. You looked at some of the footage from yesterday. Tell me about how you got ready to play against what some are saying is a fairly tall opponent. You see that FaZe clan? Yikes.
I mean, it's just FaZe, you know. I know that they are not in good shape now, and they have 2 standards. So now I think it's our chance just to prove and we can win against them. But yesterday we just went to a hotel. Yes, we chilled a bit. We talked about the game yesterday we played and the game today we prepared. So I think we're gonna do our best and just do a face down now, you know.
Oh, so how does that go? If it's so FaZe would be like that, and then so what you're saying is to kind of flip it over on its head. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll workshop that one a little bit, but I think you're onto something. Hey, man, good luck today.
Thank you so much.
I like that. FaZe down.
Not as easy to pull off as the FaZe up.
Right now, FaZe are up. 1 map in the series, Jason. And now we head into Anubis. BCG, you got to agree with Sausalito. If there is a chance to take down FaZe, it would be in this condition.
Yep, and that's what we said coming into it. Unfortunately, Mirage didn't show us much. There was a nice comeback towards the end where they kept FaZe from taking the map too early. They got the scoreline very, very close. But on the path to that point, CT side couldn't handle FaZe's offense, and the offense wasn't getting consistent enough production to put together an entire half and capitalize on a hot start. We've got Anubis starting now. BCG 1 map away from elimination. Pistol round going live. Nade flash on Kerrigan. Smoke on Elige. And BCG coming in with some utility of their own.
And no surprises, they do not survive the Siren's call as we get into the second map of play. FaZe on the CT side. We'll see what the defense looks like as BCG going to be running at them in mid. Nexa at the front, and they hit the pause button at least early on here.
Yeah, they're trying to let these decoys, I would imagine, trying to let FaZe get a little bit confused by the decoys. Kerrigan's going to slide over to middle through Temple. The follow-up behind the decoys is slow and quiet. So FaZe playing without information, and in fact, Kerrigan now leaving Temple, which means mid is wide open. First contact is going to be Elige.
What a great first map he had in this series. He's going to be put under a lot of pressure early on. The smoke going down, they're still pushing him. It severs them off, it separates them, and Elige gets damage onto the second player. Skulls gets one eventually. Looked like he was going to go down with nothing as Kerrigan arrives. Grenade to clear the smoke. And he somehow gets away behind the wall without much damage at all. As Simple's flank will take the kill on Knock, leaving Nexa low HP in the middle of the site. Gonna go up to Frozen, and then the headshot will connect as FaZe take the pistol of Anubis.
Yeah, nice defense from FaZe. It got a little hectic, got a little scattered. I don't even think the reaction from Elige and Skulls together was quite the same. We were quite on the same page. Elige dropping the smoke and getting aggressive behind it to take down players pushing up. Skulls turning behind the pillar to fight towards main. But both of them win their individual fight, and then it's a nice, easy cleanup after that. No ability for BCG to get comfortable with the bomb plant after all the engagements.
Not much to talk about for BCG in terms of what they've been able to bring to this round. I will say, though, I think FaZe will be happy enough they got the map victory, but I think they'll be slightly disappointed in the fact that it nearly goes all the way to overtime at the end there.
I'm with you 99% of the time, but I think right now this FaZe does not care.
Yeah.
I think they're just like, please, just whatever it takes, get the win. I don't care if it's close. I don't care if it's ugly. I just want the W. I'm tired of losing. And let's buy some more time in this event so we can get some official reps as Dallas continues 2-0 for FaZe, and we'll see a bye coming into the next round for BCG. AK-47 is going to come in for their first attempt with rifles to penetrate this defense.
Well, this defense still has an MP9 and a FAMAS in play here for Carrigan. It's going to be a quick B-pop from the CT side. This is going to run out the B main towards and put pressure on Nexa. Looking to fight Sassanito as well, and eventually Carrigan coming out on top of the opening fight.
Yeah, a lot of pressure put on that. Nexa and Sassanito not able to work together to hold it back, to stem the tide of that push. Now Simple gets to wait patiently behind the smoke. Sassanito biding his time. A main is the play. Skull's off angle up top, but the Molotov gonna force him to deploy a smoke for his own safety. And pressure now being applied from BCG. They should be able to get a plant off this at the least.
Simple buys himself time with some utility. In fact, burns himself a little bit. He'll back up, and Simple and Elige take 2 kills to the CT side, leaving Knock and Prime Taps to come in here.
And no plant. It took so long. The bomb was like the last player getting into this A bomb site, so smoke's all clear. There's no cover. Knock has to get aggressive to create the freedom, and only able to get 1. Prime Tap sitting way far back.
Yeah, not going to be given too many opportunities, you would imagine. And he's just going to bide his time. Some utility dropping in front of him as well. Prime Taps gets his feet wet in the fountain. Elige to go down first. Second offered up, but Frozen comes in and closes on the 3rd round in a row here for FaZe.
Yeah, looking good so far. Simple got away with one. I think a few missed shots just as he turns the corner. Let him know that he was getting flanked. Turns to get that kill. But here's the opening. Carrigan and Frozen shrinking the map, restricting the movements of BCG, taking control of B main real early on in the round, and funneling this offense towards the other side of the map where FaZe is prepared. It's getting loud in the studio. An extended loudness. Who was that, Dinko? Give me a look.
I believe it was 3D Max.
3D Max?
Yeah.
All right. Good things happening for 3D Max, allegedly. Opening kill for Frozen. Simple now stepping out in towards middle. He likes against that pistol. Takes a dink. Doesn't shy away from the fight. Waits for Cypher to turn the corner. Round is pretty much done unless this deagle from Prime Taps can create something.
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 And Elige just biding his time. Being patient in middle. Looks like he's going to get an opportunity late into the rounds here.
I mean,
peek out.
You can see like there's no reason for FaZe to push. FaZe is playing this smart. BCG is just like hitting the pause button on this round to wait for a mistake that's not coming. Not actually attempting to find an opening in middle, just waiting to see if anyone was going to get aggressive and walk into their crosshair. Now smoked off at A main, and already making the decision to not push and be aggressive in middle means they'll have to wait out this smoke and walk in towards Simple and Skulls at the end of the round. So 4-0.
It was, I'm getting updated that it was not, in fact, 3D
It was not 3D Max?
They lost a 2v5, apparently.
Okay, so yeah.
Definitely wasn't that. It was Legacy, so came from that general vicinity.
Should have known. Brazilians have a certain flair to the yelling and celebration.
Yeah, I should have realized that there wasn't a French accent to the cheer.
And it went on for like 20 seconds, so definitely Brazil. Prime Taps goes down last. And FaZe in complete control, and their map pick looking strong so far to start things out.
Yeah, getting a great start on the CT side of Anubis is always nice as well. You're building a beautiful foundation.
Building a nice little bank as well. Frozen close to 6K, same
Simple
with Carrigan.
7-0,
Yes.
AWP's coming out.
Frozen and Simple have not died, and Carrigan. All 3 of them have not died yet in this game.
The Immortal squad right now for those 3, and we've got BCG trying to come back at them here. We've got Knock on the AWP, and throughout his career, he's had number of good Anubis performances in particular. It'd be a hell of a time to have a hero performance or knock. Cypher looking to fight Karrigan in the water. The pressure's on, and eventually it's Cypher to come out on top of that fight. Simple getting out of that.
He actually managed that so well, Cypher. Really good job. Prime Tap's going to put some pressure on Skulls, who stands tall to the task, an aggressive lurk. Nothing to follow it up. But FaZe really feel like that was a signal that there was going to be more forces towards the A bomb site. They've shifted everyone. Once again, it's only Skulls at B, and he's backed all the way, excuse me, Frozen at B, and he's backed all the way off.
He realizes he's just going to have to respect that smoke up in front of him. BCG about to take the B bomb site.
No one's moved yet. FaZe think it's a fake.
Indeed it is not, but here comes the rotation now as they start to get that idea. Going to push through water quite quickly. It's quite an extended take of the site for BCG, which is giving time for FaZe to get closer and closer. We've got Cypher. It's going to be a pivotal fight. Skulls and Elise on the other side of that wall. Can Cypher get an extra kill before going down here? He looks away. Flash goes up into the site, goes back into the peak. Elise lines up 2. Holds down Mouse 1 and a double kill to set up FaZe for this retake attempt. They're looking for 5 rounds in a row. Sassanito comes back to the angle, and a second make it 3. Sexy from Sassanito.
Yeah, that's a nice sequence. What quick transfers. 3 nice headshots. Precision and on point, and Sassanito had to do it all because Alicia's making that retake look good. First round on the board for BCG, but it required one hell of a sequence of heroics. Nothing coming easy for BCG at the moment. Even Cypher has that angle, watching it the whole time. Just the second he shifts. But Sassanito steps up and doesn't let this round fall by the wayside.
It's going to be a Liege pushing into middle, coming away with a free kill, and if they want to try and trade him, they've got to come into the AWP that's waiting for them.
Yeah, you got to sense that too on the other side. That aggression is being executed by Elige, but there's going to be a second piece to that to provide some safety for it. So wisely, nobody goes for an instant follow-up peek. Nexa's going to start lurking forward. He's got Sassanito behind him, but it's Simple's op again waiting.
Blinded. Oh, miss shot from Simple. Luckily, he has Elige to back him up, and that rifle is not missing much. Another miss shot from Simple. This time spam down, and Elige can't bail him out of it. And he's stuck behind the door, low HP. Not coming to peek him, and Elige goes down to the sniper, and we've got a 2v3 recovery on the cards here for BCG.
Should be a pretty winnable situation for FaZe, though. I know it's brought back very, very close within one player, 3-on-2 in the favor of FaZe, but you know where both players are. You know exactly where the bomb is. Your 2 players, Elige and Simple, have done tons of work. Karrigan backs off to some safety, but loses the fight.
Nice and clean at the end there from Frozen. BCG fight their way into a competitive position and flounder at the end. Tough situation economically as well here for BCG. It's not like they have a lot of money to rely upon here as FaZe Clan continue to build. There's the initial shot from Simple, missed a couple, but Elige was there to back him up.
It's not bad, but it's one of those rounds where you're like, I really like seeing that out of Simple, because, you know, give it a month, give it after this boot camp going into the major, and I think he's going to hit, you know, an extra shot in that sequence, maybe one more on top of it. So as he gets a little bit more comfortable and gets a few more officials under his belt, those sequences are going to be looking a lot cleaner.
Yeah, sure. There's a recalibration period. Certainly required. B split being set up right now for BCG. The bomb outside of B main. Not going down though, so the bomb is now alone. Karrigan to take Cypher down inside a connector, and so the B split looks weak, especially with the Elise dropping behind.
Well, you're not going to win many B splits by trying to come out of dark through the smoke. That's a tough way to make it work without utility, with nothing flying over the wall from the other side. Just a casual stroll. So next, the last remaining. He does at least have the bomb, but Skulls has been chilling over at the A-bomb site this entire half without a whole lot to do, so he's still there. Simple's going to pick him off anyway. 6-1. FaZe not having many issues at all here on Anubis.
No, a lot of issues for BCG though. They're going to go to the timeout.
Little conversation for them to have, trying to get back into things. Nothing really has been working. Middle has not been open to you. I don't think you'll want to go there. A has been rough to get into, but they've usually tried to attack it with portion through middle. I feel like the B bomb site is something they could break into.
The coach standing behind BCG is Cube, 30-year-old Danish coach. They're part of Fnatic Rising, Copenhagen Flames, Secret. A lot of these players recently had Kassad standing behind them over the last few months, but now they got Cube.
Well, if I'm in this situation and I'm BCG, I'm saying, where are the stand-ins playing? You know, Simple with the op is going to be mobile and moving around the map, but I'm going at Skulls, and I'm just saying, you're a stand-in and you've played with these guys for like 3 days. I'm going to see if you guys can hold on to a bomb site together.
Well, a quick kill from Assassinito. Assassino onto a Liege. An opening kill for BCG to work with. They're going to try and respond quite quickly by just going into the A site. So Skulls is going to have to come back and try and deal with pressure from two sides, and that's going to be rough. So he calls Frozen over to try and help him, and Frozen's going to arrive. Simple's at heaven, and a shot chiming in. He's going to get back behind the cover. Skull's going down, and so Simple gets a second kill instead. And this is going to keep FaZe at least ahead on the player count, but Nexus still has a shot at unraveling this back, and Simple's aware of that possibility.
Oh, this is going to be hard. Frozen might swing. Oh, that's beautiful. Just slides out. Immediate dink and cleanup. Never a chance for Nexa. And now Knock left with the entire map available to him. 50 seconds on the clock with the bomb, but Kerrigan cutting off his fallback. Kerrigan's got the most HP though. If this fight goes south, FaZe is in trouble. Thankfully, Knock not looking. And 7-1 is your score. It's like he gets frustrated that he missed that shot. He's like, I know I can hit that shot.
Yeah,
he's like, I know.
The older version of me.
Yeah, 4 years ago I would have hit that shot. So
Yeah.
he just comes back into it. He's like, nah, I'm going back.
Imagine if he's hitting all the shots that, you know, he's had a lot of opportunities. Imagine if he hit every shot. You know, he's 12-2.
That's what
we're talking. We've seen a number of misses as well.
That's why I'm saying it's like, it's not even worth being like critical or judgmental at this point. Like, this is for the major. Let's see what happens in Austin. That's where we're going to have some judgment on what we're looking at, what we're watching. But certainly still having his impact. Simple leading the way for FaZe yet again on day 2.
Simple. Looking towards camera, but he's about to get smoked out. Still hits the shot. Nice flick up to Cypher. Kerrigan up next as they push into the temple. They better pray that Kerrigan is unable to get a double, and that's not the case. The bomb rolls to his feet. Kerrigan shutting them down. And it's Prime Taps 1v5, and he's stuck at A main as that smoke is soon to fade away.
All right, surely we get the sirens after that. I know it's not a save, but that calls for some Kerrigan sirens. Give it to me.
I don't even think it's intense enough of a game to bring it out.
No, it really isn't. He's just chilling.
He's like...
Those are some nice shots,
worth
though.
The energy.
Those are some great shots from Kerrigan.
Yeah, fantastic. He's had a pretty decent game today. I think a number of points in Mirage is always looking quite sharp. But yeah, the sirens haven't come out here at all. On Anubis, we'll wait until that game gets a little bit more intense, a little bit more back and forth before it warrants anything. Right now, it's
looking like a
dominant performance from FaZe.
Yeah, it's looking like exactly the way you might have thought looking at the names on the scoreboard coming into this match. Sassanito again going to try and take advantage of Alish. He won that aggressive opening just a couple rounds back. This time, Alish doesn't give him the fight, but Sassanito knows he's got the space to work with.
Yeah, he does. And Alish is... Oh, can he toss some utility out? Simple is going to capitalize on that opportunity. Sassanito gone. Next to the step up, but Alish is looking right at him. Still loses the fight. So
yeah, that's Nexus' first kill.
Yeah, first kill is that one. Simple, nice shot again. He's going to drop down into the site. Starting to get really warmed up now, Simple.
Yep, that's the same feeling I got.
Here he goes again.
Yes.
Third kill from Simple. He is mauling them right now. And this is BCG having to retreat away from the hot hand of Simple.
Yeah, it's palpable when you watch him playing and when you watch his movement as he builds into a round, builds into a sequence, into this triple kill. The momentum is growing for Simple. He's arrived at the B bomb site but smoked off. He'll have to reposition. Not clearing out the corners before planting the bomb. And Kerrigan's win now might prevent that from going down altogether. Knock in a 1v4.
He's going to go out into the open. Frozen to drop him. And look, that big smile on his face. Simple having a performance he can be proud of right now.
He's like, I'm feeling it, boys. That was one of those moments. That was a flashback.
I missed this.
Yeah, Stella's getting her groove back. Nice shot there, but this one's beautiful. Out of the smoke, jumping. And a quick peek up the stairs.
Oof.
Shuts down anything BCG wanted to do, and not having a fun time on the T side of the map.
An AK for Knock. Everybody else on pistols right now for BCG. Simple changing up his positions, being unpredictable. Oh, comes off the ledge, and he still gets away with it. Of course he does. Of course he gets away with it. Carrigan to get domed by the Tech 9, though. 2 AKs now in the hands of BCG.
Look at how confident FaZe is that they're like, we've destroyed you in middle. There's nothing here this round. It's usually been aggressive. Alicia's just like, I'm just gonna push. I'm gonna go find out what's happening. Nexa meets up with him. An awkward clash, awkward engagement. Nexa comes out on top again. Back-to-back rounds, he's beat Alicia in a heads-up duel. And now Simple's got to relocate. 3 versus 4. Skulls still anchoring the 8-bomb site. And they're going to come right at him, and he's committed.
Let's see if he can get at least one here. Skulls, clean headshot, couldn't get the second. Missed shot from Simple. He has to retreat back into the cover of the smoke. Frozen elsewhere, stands the test. And he's going to take Prime Taps out of contention.
That's a very patient Frozen, which Prime Taps might be frustrated by, because Frozen's just like, I'm not budging until the bomb actually gets planted. At that point, he gets the kill. He knows what's going on. So Simple and Frozen rotating back around. They've got a crossfire close up on this retake when they arrive.
Frozen clears out Nexa. Simple ready to close the round, and he'll absolutely do it. And the siren's back.
It's the way he messed up. It was like, learn to play retake, but wait, you guys are the T side.
Cypher's just sitting there like completely despondent. This is
good for you, Kerrigan. Get your licks in while you can.
Get the sirens out.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sassanito, once Nexa goes down, he's kind of sold down the river. That's like the indication that there's a crossfire set up with someone getting that aggressive to the left is like the warning signal they need.
Dude, I also love that playing a 2v2 against Frozen Simple. Frozen's 12-1 and Simple is currently 18-2.
A pair of hot hands for FaZe here on Anubis.
Yeah, rough game right now for BCG. Here they go, trying to walk into B, but the smoke clears, and Carrigan and Frozen with a double kill. Frozen, he's got Simples off beside him too if required, but right now it's not. 14-1 as Frozen continues to rack up kills. Cypher waiting inside of Connector.
Well, if you want him to learn how to play an after plan, Kerrigan, give him a couple.
Yeah, let them get the bomb down. They got to earn that, though. It doesn't look like they're going to even get close to recovering that bomb off the ground. Carrigan stands on top of it. Prime Taps, waiting inside of the smoke. It'll fade away. Carrigan's got the kill, knew exactly where he would be. And now Cypher just cowering away. He'll step into the open.
Carrigan's going to say something for sure. For sure. Nothing right now, just a smile and a fist bump. 11-1. Everything that needs to be said was said inside the server.
The Intel Extreme Masters are back in Dallas, and so is Simple. 19-2 out of the first half, CT side. Smile on his face.
Yeah.
He was destroying them with the AWP. He's got the supporting cast alongside him as well, having some great games. And the Siren returns.
That AWP has just been... Sorry, I wanted to bask in the glory. I felt like Simple and that AWP were just warming up throughout the entirety of that first half, and maybe, what, like 7-8 rounds in, he had a sequence where it's like, okay, he's feeling it now. He's gotten some swagger in his step. Great game from Simple so far, obviously, and a good sign for FaZe, and a good sign for Counter-Strike if you want to see Simple's resurgence.
And we got Cypher diving down behind. Carrigan and Elige, a couple of kills between them. Prime Taps makes his way into the back of the bomb site. Nice shot before going down to Elige. So plant secured. And we're looking at map and series point for FaZe if they can convert this.
One's on the long flank as well. Spotted out. Can't get the kill clean. So Frozen calls out. One's coming. Looking for the other and spots him. Now information for everyone on FaZe. They know exactly what's happening.
Knock taking a couple of steps closer to the site. Simple. Tucked away, will peek out with a headshot, and Nexa doing what he can, but Simple's the man to close it. We're looking at 21-2 now as we head into the last round of the series.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
He's gonna give it to us, Simple, in the post-game interview. 21-2, 14-2 for Frozen, but Simple is just a workhorse at the moment. Mirage, they had like 7 chances to close it out, and they had to use like 5 or 6 of them. They got 11 here on Anubis. I think they'll need 1, maybe 2. Tough event for BCG, but I don't think you can sit here and put too much squarely on their shoulders. The new roster, 3 months together as they've come in, that huge grind they've gone on to qualify here, but the stand-in situation, the stand-in for the stand-in situation. It's had to have been a chaotic event for them arrive to, and not putting their best foot forward is BCG. It's not the loss, it's the style of the loss, it's the scoreline of the loss that's going to sting the most when they eventually unplug their mouse and keyboard.
Well, still a 3v3, maybe just a little bit more life left in them as Nexa and Knock step up together, putting it on Frozen for the 1v2. It's not going to be the case as we look at another round win for BCG. We're just going to take one round at a time. See a couple of Deagles being picked up here for FaZe, but that's really about it. Which is such a massive road to come back on for BCG that just is impossible at this point from the CT side of Anubis.
Yeah, that's another good layer on top of it. As if you needed another one with the 12-1 scoreline.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's see what the Tech-9s and Deagles can do. Not going to come in for a peek headshot angle. Elige takes him down. First kill, 5-on-4, AK recovered. And it's on the guy who just cracked open Mirage with opening after opening. Complete rotation for BCG, feeling some weakness at this A bomb site. Extra utility being chucked in by FaZe just as they're lined up to attack into the B bomb site. They have completely fooled and outplayed BCG. I was going to say they have them beat, but its smoke to delay is actually massive, and now the flank around.
And around the backside, FaZe trying to get involved in these fights. The AK-47 of Elige, Carrigan's Tech-9. There's still a world in which FaZe close this now, starting with weaker weapons, with pistols. And BCG are now a player down, and those weapons have been upgraded for FaZe.
Yeah, now they can just get pulled around the map, because another round of utility sent into the A bomb site showing they want to execute and walk in behind it. But BCG can't possibly know if they've left, so Prime Taps has got to go back to the B bomb site. Carrigan is going to make a little bit of noise. That's going to leave Nexa alone in a 1v2 anchoring the A bomb site. Elige and Frozen with rifles are going to walk in as the smoke fades.
Nexa off the bricks, builds himself up 2 kills. And another round for BCG, but not even comfortable in that kind of scenario.
No, I think they got a little bit fortunate. It felt like FaZe was trying to play like clever, right? They were just trying to throw out some fakes, move around the map. I feel like if they just kind of ended that with brute force, might have been able to have some... I felt like there were some timings they could have hit into that A-bomb site that they let slip away. Good job from Nex at the end, though. 3 rounds now for BCG, and they've taken FaZe's economy away. So just Glocks and some and a Tech 9 on a leash. So, you picked FaZe to be in the finals.
The grand final.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the way to the grand final, Jason. And it didn't go as planned against Liquid, but
sure.
You know, these things take time.
Yeah.
And we're watching the beginning of that run to the grand final.
It's just the very start.
Yeah, the very, very start.
Yeah, the yeast is proofing. We have yet to put it in the oven, but one day...
It's going to be some great bread.
Yeah, it's going to be lovely sourdough.
I'm so down.
Round 17, AK-47's coming back in the hands of FaZe. Yet another attempt to close out the series, eliminate BCG. This is their 4th attempt to close out the map.
Well, after this, we've also got Mao's Liquid in this group. That's a...
Indeed, that's a nice thing to look forward to.
Yeah, that's a very exciting game coming up.
Yeah, Liquid's just... They have, like, the nightmare bracket of, like, you're playing mirror matches against your former teammates the whole way through the bracket.
Yeah, well, Cypher charging through the smoke in middle. He'll get a leash, but gets traded by Frozen. And a 4v4 established as Frozen goes and changes that fact. Carrigan follows up. Sassanito and Knock looking to try and keep their team alive for a moment longer, but it has to be a massive recovery from a 2v4.
And look at the map. FaZe don't realize it, but the A-bomb site is wide open. There's nobody home. So if they push actually through this smoke and Carrigan gets the information, that's an easy kill. And now it doesn't matter where the last player is. You've got a 3-on-1 everywhere you go. So FaZe going to step forward into the A-bomb site with a flashbang from Carrigan. Bomb will get planted. Knock far, far away, basically in another galaxy, and he's got plenty of utility, but what are you going to do with it?
Knock is their only hope. As Carrigan goes back to close it out.
Simple's got a smoke, too.
Yeah, well, this doesn't matter. It looks like Carrigan should be taking this, but not the case. Knock charges through him. Skulls and Simple, the 2 stand-ins for FaZe, and it will be Skulls to close it out. It is BCG's death in Dallas at the hand of the Undertaker. Simple with a recovery performance on day 2 here for FaZe. They go 1-1 in the IEM Dallas. And for BCG, it is a rough exit. It's not a tournament they will remember. It's one they come in with stand-ins, they come in limping, they come in wounded. And it's one that will sting on their exit home.
For the other side of things, remember what Alish said coming into this series is every official we play, every game we play, things are going to look a little bit better. It's going to be sketchy, it's going to be ugly, it's going to be gross, but it's going to improve as we play more and more, and we saw that today. Alish, a stud on map 1. Simple took over and was the stud on map 2, and that's a very dangerous phase if we start seeing these pieces get put together with consistency.
Yeah, and despite those words from Relish in that pre-match interview, a very clean way for FaZe to be closing this one out. Pure domination on their map choice of Anubis. Sadly, that does leave BCG heading to the end.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for BCG, but we got to see some great glimpses from FaZe now. Yeah, arguably one of the weaker teams at the event here that they just played against, but being able to win in this fashion, showing that Simple can kind of like hit some of these op shots again. We're getting to see a FaZe clan that we've been excited to see again.
Yeah, 100%. Unfortunately, though, BCG will be departing us. We do have Cypher joining us up on the desk. First of all, commiserations, man. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us.
So good.
Tell us a little bit about this Anubis, because you know Mirage cut pretty close. Anubis not so much.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis hasn't really been our forte at all, even in practice, you know. It's hard. I think we've only had 5 days of practice around there, so we can't... Every map is a bit on and off, you know. I mean, as you can see, Mirage and Dust 2 have been really good, kind of, you know. And yeah, it's just Anubis hasn't been there. We haven't played well as a team on it at all, to be honest.
Yeah, yesterday against Mao's on Dust 2 and Mirage, like you said, you guys had a really good start, like 8-4 halves at the start, but then that second half kind of falls off. What do you think like the biggest issue that you guys had?
I think against tier 1 teams like this, it's mid-rounds and end rounds. Like, they're so precise in mid-round that then they just know exactly what to do no matter what, right? Like, while we're thinking about certain situations and what to do, they've already thought of it and they're already executing the plan.
So you're just like a step behind?
Yeah, it's always a step behind,
Gotcha.
and just communication at that point, you know?
Yeah, and then is that exacerbated by the fact that you have basically no practice with your stand-in of a stand-in and that whole situation that went down there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a sticky situation there, but like, yeah, I think it's a rough one. Obviously, no practice, but again, I think it's just experience, you know? Like, they know what everything we're doing, like every action basically, and it's hard.
Was that the kind of goal that you guys set for yourself coming into this tournament? It's just, let's be realistic. This is just to get some experience versus some of the bigger names.
To be honest, I wanted to win a game.
Yeah.
That was the goal,
Fair
to win a
enough.
game. But, Prime Tabs, he has 0% win rate on LAN.
Oh.
Yeah. So we wanted
we'll
at
take him
least
to
2%.
an epic or something then.
Oh, God. At this point, we might even lose that.
Tell me a little bit about playing up against Simple, because I was just looking at kind of your record versus him. You played in a show match with him back in Paris. Obviously, you played against him in Paris as well. What's it like seeing him back on the server?
I mean, obviously, the GOAT is back, right? Like, we kind of fed him the kills, but I think he is still... I mean, the GOAT is back. It's nice to see.
You got a bunch of tats there. What do they represent?
A mix and match.
Mix and
to be
match?
honest, Da Vinci, Statue of Love, stuff like this, and then that's it. Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Very
pretty
cool.
artsy.
Yeah.
Final question, just because I'm obviously a fellow Brit.
Yeah.
Tell us about the current state of British CS minus Mezzi. Let's put Mezzi
Minus
kind
Mezzi?
of over there. Who else are we looking at to maybe one day, build a full British lineup?
Super team, maybe.
There's only one person I think you can look at other than Mezzi, and that's Azubu. And then from Saw, and then I think that's all we have.
Not
It's
even
a long day.
not even a Smooyer and a Thomas, like out of the equation completely.
I mean, I think Smooth doesn't really play as a streamer now, right? So
True.
He can bring the vibes. Okay, he's the team streamer, so there's yourself.
Exactly,
You've got
exactly,
3 players, 2 more players. Who else?
Two
we
more
have?
players.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're throwing me under the bus here. Oh God.
Bring back Thomas.
Bring Thomas, yeah, and then
Rattlesnake.
Oh, that's a throwback. I don't think I was even alive when he was born, to be honest. But yeah, fuck it, yeah, Rattlesnake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that going to win a LAN? Josh?
It would be fun to watch. Like
So you guys have CCT to kind of close out this part
yeah.
of the season. Any plans for that break? Is there anything you're kind of looking towards?
I mean, obviously after CCT, little holiday, maybe. And then that's about it. We'll see what happens after that, I suppose. But yeah.
Well, really appreciate you taking the time to join
Thank
us,
you for having
Cypher.
me.
Commiserations. Once again, we'll let you get off
Thank you.
with your team.
Thank you.
See you, hopefully, in a tournament very shortly indeed. Yes, unfortunately, BCG eliminated here in Dallas, one of the first teams to do so. FaZe do progress. Won't be an easy ride for them, though, because it's a double-header tomorrow if they actually do want to make it towards that playoffs spot.
Yeah, I mean, everything's going to be working really hard for these guys because, I mean, there's a lot of good teams that are at this event, and whenever you're playing and you've got all these other circumstances that are out of your control affecting you, it's going to make everything just 10 times harder. But I mean, we've seen glimpses of how these teams are able to bounce back and play through adversity. So I'm excited to see it because it's going to be fun.
Yeah, let's take a look on the brighter side, though. Simple. He is indeed back. We got to saw some glimpses yesterday in that game versus Liquid. Today, though, he was doing so much work, as Cypher kind of said. Pretty tough opponent to be playing against. And we got to see some happy moments, some elation, if you will, Josh, coming out of the man.
We saw a smile. We saw a laugh, that damn smile. We got to see him. Yeah, I like this round on Mirage. He opened the round up on a... Basically, the rest of his team had pistols. He was able to open it up and then close it out with 3 kills to make it a 4K at the end. But on Anubis, he was just frying. He was hitting his patented simple flicks. He missed one of those on Mirage. I'm like, oh, wait, what's going on here? He missed like a couple of them in a row, but then he hit a third. And then, yeah, I mean, it's just been great to see him once he's been able to get that opt-out, and when FaZe is winning such dominating fashion. He had that opt-out basically all of that CT side of Anubis, so it's nice to see him back in form, and I guess this is what everyone was hoping to see. Like, is FaZe going to start coming back with Simple? Is Simple going to make his resurgence on FaZe? Are they going to save each other? This Hail Mary play? I think we're getting to see that.
I don't know what your take on this is, because it seems like, they're allowing to have this kind of freestyle within FaZe, which I think makes sense. When you have a man like Simple, who's known for his firepower, known for his, ball plays, we just got to see the opening duel percentage there as well. I think it makes sense for Carrigan to give him that flexibility and kind of freedom to roam where he wants to go, right?
Well, I think the teams always had that freedom under Carrigan. They have that individual freedom to be able to play their spots and play to the fact that they're all all relatively smart players and competent. They're high skilled. They win their duels. So everyone has kind of been independently like, okay, I'm going to do this. I know my limitations. I know when I'm supposed to pull back and everything like that. And that frees Kerrigan up to be able to focus more on like a macro sense of things as opposed to the small micro minutia detail. And when you have a player like Simple, you also have a player like Elige, keep in mind, who is a player that plays off of his intuition and his confidence and goes around and tries to take whatever duels that he can find. So when you combine all of these factors all together, then it's a perfect concoction for Simple to just slide in there and just work with everyone.
Well, with a phase W, sadly does mean the end for BCG, but our next game does spell playoff advancement. So let's get a quick vibe check with Exertion.
Recover? What are we recovering, man? What's going on?
Nothing, a personal joke.
Oh, my bad. Oh, well, sorry we didn't get invited to the personal joke party. How you doing, though, bud? How you liking Texas? Hot outside or what?
Yeah, I'm doing good. It is fucking hot here, to be honest. But similar to home, so it's a good feeling.
Which is exactly what you're trying to do. Get closer to home, get closer to the stage, where you guys have already said, yeah, we've got all these facilities. This is how we're going to play on stage. Now you got to get there again, right? You guys seemingly do that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we like those stage games for sure. Hopefully we can reach one today by winning and securing the arena game for us. So, yeah.
So right now, as it stands, Vitality Falcons, seemingly the only ones that have your guys' number. Why is that?
Well, they're good. they're pretty good. I think they have really good individuals. Lately, we have not been the best individually. I think that's something we need to work on. And yeah, hopefully next time we play against them, we smash them.
And as is a vibe check, what is the vibe?
The vibe is good. The vibe is always good in our camp. Oh.
Always. Oh, he goes to the plate. Not quite top 90, but we'll take it.
Yeah, Messi.
Yeah, it could be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Again, does Luxney manages to collect right there at the end. Lato, definitely something to celebrate there as he clutches it out and gets the last 2 frags. 4-1 for Legacy. They isolate the round victory on 3D Max's side, and as a result, 3D Max will not have a buy-up going into this round. They're scrambling along the map, and they've got presence at mid. Looks like they want to repeatedly gain this presence at mid.
Ava's on fire right now.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna have to hold off while that incendiary extinguishes. Flashbang through the angle. If they get a smoke up on this, maybe there's a chance that we've seen the pops get away from them before. Nissim is the only HE that is not close to this smoke. There is a gap. That's very nice coordination. The M4 pops some holes so that the op can spot, finds the timing, and now the swing out from Lato.
Wow.
Another multi-kill round.
Lato is feeling himself right now. That is something else coming through. I mean, yes, it's just the anti-eco frags, but still, I mean, you can see how on point his spray control is, his crosshair placement, everything is phenomenal from Lato. And this is what I was alluding to, right? If you have your players that were hot in Inferno continue it on Dust 2, you can pick up rounds purely off of that.
Yeah. This is some pain coming in for 3D Max as well, right? You consider how much they gutted it out on Inferno. I can't imagine they would love to do the same here.
Right.
Graviti taken out by the blue box. Sadzin pops that smoke and pops a Lucky's chest. And he's continuing to tag up. So Sadzin's finding his form as well. Things are all coming up roses right now for Legacy. All the win conditions are hit, and Body gonna try and be the hero here, but there's just so much to get past. Gotta deal with the op. You gotta deal with Lux here in spawn. If you get past that, well, congratulations. You got to face with Lato. Nissim's holding on behind him. This seems a nigh impossibility. Dumel's made his way out long. This is expected. Did Body just spot this? He did. He knows now, certainly. And there's a flank on in Maka. It's a freebie here. That applies a little bit more pressure to it, but how do you link back up? Going out towards long would mean that you have to get past Sadzin. Finds a spot for the util. It's a smoke for the A site. Lands where they wanted it to.
Yeah.
I think Lux might be finding an angle over it. He does indeed. Nicely done from Lux. Identifying what they had. And now Maka out of time. Out of chances. 20 seconds. Is he going to attempt this or just try and stick into the save? Seems like save is the answer. Without a lot of awareness of where he could be coming from, Legacy might just give it to him.
All right, well, Mako will save the AWP, but Legacy have come storming out of the gate here on Dust 2 for 6 rounds, only 1 for 3D Max. That was immediately, I said, look at the work here. The smoke pop, Sadzin gets one. They continue to go after with another smoke pop afterwards. Really aggressive stuff from Legacy, and honestly, it's good to see from them that they're not too shaken up after what happened on Inferno.
Little update for you, John. Little A-stream report, since we've got a bit of a timeout here. FaZe have gone 2-0 over BCG. Perhaps expected, but the exciting part of it is that Simple's back. 21-6 on the Anubis, 2.23 rating, 129 ADR, 88% KAST. Simple, it turns out, still knows how to play Counter-Strike.
I mean, that's fantastic for FaZe, right? It's good that Simple can get those frags and start to really have an impact on matches, and for FaZe to have that op singing is just, yeah. If they can keep it going throughout the entirety of the tournament, that's great. It's, and I don't want to take anything away from BCG, but it's BCG. Like, you kind of expect FaZe to farm there. And
there will be tougher challenges into the next round.
Yes.
They'll have to play the loser of the Heroic Falcons game. And that one could be a tough challenge indeed. Now, that being said, it's just nice to see a classic Simple game.
Yeah. Now, let's do it against the top 10 team.
John, with your demands and your standards. Look at this. Swing past the doors. Dumel taking some risks. I think I'm missing all of the information as well, but he's still going to put a smoke down. And that means that 3D Max, they have this toe hold in through mid for Body. But how do they capitalize on it? Another split B? They have liked this split B. Little rinse, little repeat. Looks like we're going to go.
I mean, the only problem for them is Lato's here. Like, he's been such a good piece. Nissim could go down immediately. Nope. He gets the frag and gets away with still 47 HP. Some Yuto can be tossed here. No, they don't have any left. Body gets the frag onto Nissim. Now it's Lato under a ton of pressure and will be overloaded by Body. You see the 3 remaining players from Legacy are trying to work their way back in from CT, and Dumel actually manages to get one on Nectar Cease. So this will make it a little more viable to go for the retake, but they still have so much space to cover. Yeah.
Look at the rotation that's going on right now. It's just going to take so long to get him here, and now a tag onto the ankles of Lux. His Achilles heel sniped away. They're going to back off and just play contain. They were considering it, but yeah, this is the tipping point. Interesting for Legacy that I feel like they finally got exploited on how far back they were holding the mid presence.
Yeah.
Right, like we had seen Sadzin and Lux able to compensate for some of the distance that they were giving them, using shots through the smoke, using nades to smoke pop, and in this round where the utility was a little bit more depleted, the fact that they wanted to keep those players more towards long, towards ramp, finally did mean that the early warning system for the B players was just a little bit late in coming. So we'll see if Legacy shift up their setup as a response to this. Because obviously you want Lotto to be comfortable looking in the right direction at the right time.
No, absolutely. And we'll see what their util situation is going into this next round. I think that'll be a determining factor as to if they shift things up. And looking at the money situation, it's actually really good. So here comes the util, fully bought up here for Legacy. It was just, they burnt it a little early, I guess, in that previous round because their money was still strong. So we'll see how they deploy themselves. I'd be surprised if we see any adjustment here. I mean, you're up 6-2. It's been working really well for you. Maybe just stick to your guns. Maybe have a bit more of a lean into mid, slight lean into mid to give a little more coverage. And like you said, let Lato feel more comfortable guarding towards those B tunnels. But no, they're not even going to do it. It doesn't surprise me at all. Oh, what a tag from Maka though. Lato on notice immediately as the round starts at 8 HP.
Nissan wants to push. Up with this up. Scam on his shoulders, can't land the shot, but unpunished, he at least gets another go around. Reveals that there is that all presence on B. Hop it over to Lato. Little Bogdan's Law action here at IEM Dallas. One of the eternal tenets of Counter-Strike. Lux on the line. Zero's in 2. Massive find now. The AWP can support from behind. That nade maybe doesn't find where it's supposed to go, but a little bit of comfort here for Lux, and they are backing away. They are repulsed fully. Nissan, meanwhile, has gobbled up space here in the tunnels. 50 seconds on it. They don't expect this. They don't expect this. Xerxes had an idea, but he was not ready. And that was just full chaos and pandemonium. Where do you even go, John? You have to clear everything.
I mean, they don't even have any util. I would even say a save should be called in this situation. Maybe they'll play for a pick here at long. Maka does. Yeah, as soon as you miss that, there's really no reason to go back in. He still does. 27 seconds left. What can you do? And now Maka's lost. The big piece in the round is gone. And Lucky eventually accepts his fate to try and save and should be fine to do so if he gets out of the mid position. And there he goes. Yeah, that's just another great hold by Lux this time towards the A site. By himself, fended off those two players and pushed them completely off A. And I love the maneuvering from Nissim, right? They must have had comms saying, look, they're coming towards A. They're trying to execute here. So he takes up all that space into the tunnels, gets into lower tunnels as they're trying to rotate and catch the player off guard completely.
It was the adjustment, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that cost them in the last was just waiting for the hit to come in for so much of the round. So this time Nissim wants to get more dynamic. He does it with the AWP first, swaps to the rifle to do it, brings through that space, and it allows a little bit more confidence from the information standpoint. And this has turned into a really damn nice half for Counter-Strike. Maka collects on the scout. All right, snatches Nissim, and now they're going to need to rally because now this might just be the fast play in towards the tunnels. Quick utility. At least silences that for the moment. I think that was a Molotov that came in that forced the T-smoke to pop a bit early. So they don't have the beachhead to go out on B. This nucleus of players is shaping up in towards middle. We can see it from all sides. 2 on the catwalk, 1 on the doors. And 3D Max bringing the numbers as well. This could get spicy. Some chances. There's the one. Body connects. Big danger on for Lato. He's got support coming in, but they both have ops. And against the pistols, eventually they're overwhelmed. Rifles, even one better. But a swing into Sudzin gives up Lucky's life. It means this is back to a 2-on-2. But there's no presence on A. So as Maka snatches that away with the scout, now he can get an upgrade. Now he can get the big scope. Actually, he'll just leave it behind. Doesn't even want to slow down. Wants to make sure he gets this plant. No time to waste. And so Lux, they want a clutch of him. He thought they were going to rotate all the way back around. But he thought wrong. So now Lux has a lot of work to do to get back on towards A. Certainly the money to spare means that he could justify this without issue.
Sure.
Fumbling about, running out of time, running out of chances. He's got to get a move on if he's going to do it. Desperate nade. Spray on the first. Down to the 1. Maka stuck on the scout as well, so he needs the headshots. And Lux will have them all. Nothing for you, 3D Max. Lux will not allow it.
That is beautiful from Lux, right? He went around to the B site, thought, oh, maybe they're going to rotate. They didn't, so he gets on right on towards that A site, charging in from Cat, takes the perfect angle, has the util to work with as well. And I mean, it was good work from the double ops initially, but Lato misses his second shot. And then, well, Sadzine does manage to collect Lucky to make it a 2v2, but it's all down to Lux, who comes through and delivers in a very difficult circumstance. And will allow Legacy to get their 8th. Now back to the guns, R3D Max. Again, that was their half-buy, that wasn't their mid-myth. And they're going to try and rush B? Really? At this stage? Nissim is going to get 2. Lux pinches into the upper tunnels on Graviti. Nissim trying to collect another one, it doesn't. Lucky finally trades him out, but that is a bold call from 3D Max, given how things have gone so far.
When in doubt, rush it out.
I guess.
3D Max try, but yes, certainly stifled here by Nissim. And now everybody's going to work together here on this Legacy side. They give it the tunnels control. They just want to pelt it all from the same angle. Choke point util does make this difficult in the space between the blooms. Lucky can snatch one more. Nade pop on it. Lack of vision. They're starting to run out of time here.
Gotta go.
Molotov on. There's just more nades than they ever would have expected. Lucky pirouetting. Sticks the landing. And now the time has run short. And 3D Max in this chaos, in this B rush. They have finally found their 3rd round. No survivors. No mercy. All Lucky.
Oh boy, Legacy. How do you get 3 frags there at the beginning of the round and still lose it? That is a tough one. Nissim just spamming through the smoke. Lux pinches in. They've got all the space there, but it's just a nice frag from Lucky. And this, Dumao has to have that. You have to have that every single day of the week. And Lucky gets another chance at life. And it will be 3D Max stealing one away from Legacy off of what was a bit of a failed B rush. It still works out for them in the 2v4 clutch. They're just going to go fast again, Mike. Right up Cat. They're already towards A. Not messing about.
If at first it succeeds, try it again. Seems to be the answer here. Rush B, rush A, nothing else working. Well, simplify. Go back to the basics. Lato, gone. One of the big pieces to deal with, and now these spray downs effective. No defense able to withstand. And it is the final round of the half, but 3D Max at least giving themselves a cushion. Something to work with in the second. Legacy, they put together a hell of a campaign. But this one seems to be too much to ask. We say that, though. We've had some magic moments. There's no Lux this time. They'll have to create the light themselves.
What? Oh.
Sadzin?
Hello? Sadzin?
Trying to spot. Trying to find something. Eventually caught. A swing back in. And Nissim only for the 1. The half closes, but 3D Max might have just found a chance.
Not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Explosive play from Legacy, but 3D Max finding a couple rush rounds on the tail end of an abysmal T-half might just have kept the chance alive for the 2-0 finish.
Perhaps so, yeah. A little bit of a, I don't want to say a slip up, but Legacy couldn't deal with the quick pushes that were coming through, like you just said, Mike. And I mean, even on the A site was worse, I would say. There were some issues coming through there, and they couldn't get the defense that Lux had delivered to them in the past. So you do have, you know, a couple of rounds that 3D Max were able to pile on, but at the same time, it was still a really good Legacy half overall, so I don't want to criticize them too much, even though that we saw that hesitation to go for the retake, and I was wondering what they're waiting for in that situation. You're in a 2v4, you have to get frags quickly, and there's just half the time burned off the bomb, and you're not even going for it. Yes, I know your chances are low, but you got to try to make something happen, even if it's in a failing effort. Anyway.
So, John, apparently we have an unfortunate news. The pistol round is ongoing, but our observers have crashed. Can we find a player cam that has some version of their teammate's monitor in it is the big question here. We will get you right in after this round, but we're, of course, not going to interrupt it to have competition going on. I think 3D Max won it based on that response. Can confirm 3D Max getting the pistol round here, so it is, in fact, 50-50 in the series so far, John.
Well, I was right in the interview then.
There you go. Lux knows.
He knows.
Lux just knows. Always a dice roll. You know, it's kind of funny that for a team with such young players that they're named Legacy. Just a little ironic, John.
Yeah.
They haven't built their legacy yet. That feels like the ultimate name for a Last Dance roster, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Someone get Fallen on this team.
No.
He's busy.
Yeah.
Got his own games to play here at IEM Dallas. I guess you could take the other view, which is that these players are still building their legacy. They're creating the legacy with every game they play in these colors. And I do kind of like these jerseys. It's not quite the full polo collar that some people are going for. It's like a little... What do we have going on here? It's almost like the... I don't know what you would call that, but I like it.
Some kind of t-shirt.
No. I'm not talking about the 3D Max ones. These are standard jersey collar.
Yeah.
But look at the legacy ones.
Well, we'll see them again in a moment.
It's like a button up, like a Henley.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know how much I can contribute to this conversation, Mike. I'm not the fashionista or anything of this.
Surely you know what a Henley shirt is. It's basically that collar. It's that collar. That's what makes it a Henley. Typically long sleeved as well, but not always. It's kind of nice. You know, if you're feeling spicy, you can undo the buttons. No one is feeling spicy right now on the legacy side. Seems like we're locking back in. And look at this. We've got an observer for you.
All right, we're back into it. 3D Max did indeed win that pistol round. 5th round on the board. 4 spy coming through for Legacy, which would, I think with the buy-up they have, I believe they got a bomb plant, but it's possible Dumao just did a lot of damage with the pistols. Anyway, we go in, and 3D Max, more of a standard 2-1-2 that they're operating on, or at least at the beginning of the round. Maka's now fading off a little bit in towards CT. So potentially some space here to be exploited by Legacy if they choose to go in towards mid. But as it stands, they have not made that decision yet.
I can confirm they got a bomb plant and exactly 0 kills in the pistol round. All 3D Max on the retake. So it must have been somewhat curious of a setup. This one a little more traditional. 2-1-2, where Maka has responsibility for mid at the moment. Body could get overwhelmed on the angle. That would maybe be the easiest path towards a bomb plant in this one. But they're going to try and risk mid, and Maka fumbles the spray there on the initial. Can't quite find the recovery, so Dumao instead wins that engagement. Now the B players are in trouble. Body helping out. Little spam through the smoke, but Suds in holds the angle to great effect. Look, he's the edge of the smoke. They don't know he's here. Reveals for one, but the spam is going to prove to be too much. Tried to get away with it. Thinking maybe they wouldn't know where he had struck from. But a 2-on-2 in recovery on the site. Retake on here. XCC's looking for the first over the big box. He'll find the planter instead, and now Lux reveals himself. Has to get a reload off. He's down to 37. That means Body has made his way in. Footsteps confirmed, though. An even duel, and Lux is just not missing here on Dust.
I mean, just a beautiful play from Lux, honestly. You know, he gets the first onto the player that's coming in from tunnels who actually took care of his teammate. Takes a bit of damage, but he fades behind big box as Body's coming around from double doors trying to get that trade. So he avoids being immediately traded, buys himself a little bit of time and space, and then pops around the corner at a perfect moment to catch the last player off guard. So well done from Lux. Exorcist couldn't even set foot onto the site just yet. Or Body, excuse me. Didn't really take that many steps out that double door. And we do have a 9th picked up from Legacy. That's a huge round for them to get, right? Because it doesn't really interrupt the momentum that they built up in that first half. Yes, there were a couple of rounds at the end from 3D Max, but they immediately reset after that pistol is lost.
And we have 3D Max going in insta on a force.
Yep.
It's double eco scenario, so you got the scout for Maka. We know he can be deadly with it. You've got some 5.7s. They can get interesting. Body showed us that on Inferno. You got a Deagle for Body. You only have 2 sets of armor, though, which is not exactly ideal. If Maka could pluck one here on the mid-fight, that'd be nice. Nades? Good. Lux? Low. I want to get out of that angle, Lux. Because they're coming to thunder in your way. Instead it falls to this scout, who continues to, well, not find the damage.
I thought he tagged there, yeah.
Looked like it was, but a little bit of an error of the X-ray, perhaps. Send these 2 players out towards ramp. We're going to need to make some magic happen. Body trying to chime in on that Deagle, dumping his nades now to hold a little bit of space. Draviti's the surprise element. He's the Joker in this fight. And now the Joker has been dealt.
That's just unfortunate timing, right? As soon as he pops up, a smoke blooms. He's like, I can't see anything. And he's dead. So good attempt to at least try to make something happen with the 5.7 and the Force 5, but it does not work. And now the money is gone for 3D Max on their CT side. So looking like probably an 11th could come through here for Legacy. Will they invest at all? I highly doubt it. I mean, you got 2K across the board. You got a couple of flashbangs, and that is it. They'll probably stack a site, get aggressive here. Looks like the choice is to go towards long A, sending all the bodies in this direction. Lato will either farm here or get fragged. And it looks like with that Molotov pushing them back, he gains himself the space, and he's got support from Lux. So they're playing the buddy system here. Lux actually dealing all the damage. 4K for Lux. What a spray down.
That's nice. As the IGL, he does have rights to those ecos. And he will claim them.
He's got 18 frags now.
Not quite the ace, but still nice. Good bit of spray control.
Eighteen and 6. Wow.
That's a 3-1 KD. Pretty wild.
Not the usual Lux performance, but they'll absolutely take it.
This is the deluxe performance.
Hey, that's a good one.
Smoke fades in towards middle. Swing back out from Body. That was ambitious. And who else but Lux is there to punish? 19th kill found. Space here in towards middle allowed for Nissim. Lucky is dumping util, but it's too little too late. They're trying to bait out the peak because they know they got players on the line, and Nissim gets exactly what he was hoping for. B defense is gone. This round, a disaster. And Legacy with that will be finding map point, and there is nothing that Maka and XRCs can do but pray that their guns will make it through. And their prayers going unanswered for the moment. It falls just to Maka. That bomb planted down. Maka knows where the approach is coming from, but there's simply too many to deal with. No rifles saved. 7 chances to close. It's domination here for Legacy. And 3D Max, they're going to gird themselves for another attempt at the comeback, but this one's even more of an impossibility.
I mean, that's just some beautiful space taken by Nissim in towards mid, and he continues firing away for a third afterwards, punishing 3D Max on their attempts to save, and their economy is just in dire straits. 3 MP9s of Hamas and a Scout, and they've already lost one. Lux just going out there towards long, takes the fight, wins it. He's got the 20 bomb. And he's looking for more now, spamming through the smoke, breaking it open a little bit. Exorcist waits on the other side. He is in a very vulnerable angle. The smoke pop comes through, and luckily for him, he was fading off towards CT. Otherwise, he might have been the next casualty here for 3D Max.
Dire straits. Anubis on deck. A peer over for Maka, but he needs to connect some headshots here. It's the only way back in. Not popping the shot just yet. Util to continue to harass. They have kept these players pretty contained out towards long. Legacy, you don't want to take forever here. But now presence being shown in towards middle. This is Nissim just trying to create a little bit of a distraction. They still see the player in pit. So I don't know that they're taking the bait too much. But here comes the move. Now they start to stake the space. You want to leave players behind to deal with Nissim. That's a massive kill to find because Graffiti sees that there's nothing else. So now they know it's this long to approach. It's only this element to the game. But we've seen Legacy win these even scenarios so many a time. They're getting purchase on the ramp. Defensive smoke deployed. XSC's around the edge of that. Finds Lato. Looking for more. Follows it up. XSC's putting in work. Dumao eventually will re-even the numbers, but there's only 13 seconds. They need to get the spawn planted. Originally, Sadsin was supposed to be for the post, but now he needs to clear some space.
Okay.
It falls to Graviti. Here in the clutch. Bomb will be stuck, I think, just in the nick of time. And as he tries to gain the angle, Sadzin will delete. We're going the distance. We're going to Anubis. We're going all the way.
I mean, you saw the individuals standing on their head there. Lux and Lato delivering time after time. And even in that 2v4, they came out and they managed to pull it through. Yes, there was the utility and hardware limitations on the CT side, but still an impressive recovery. And not only an impressive recovery in that round, but in the map. Think about what happened on Inferno, how things just kept going wrong. Mistakes were piling up for Legacy. And it just, you know, it's sometimes tough mentally to reset, but they do reset. And yes, there were mistakes here, but they weren't nearly as egregious on their side. And the aim, the brawliness of the map comes through in Legacy's favor.
It does. It does indeed. I mean, it's certainly going to help when you have a player like Lux popping off to the degree that he was. It's, you know, when we look at the firepower on this team, you're looking to Drumal, you're looking to Lato, you're looking to Sadzin, Nissim on the lurks. Lux is that complementary piece so often. He's the IGL. He's put his teammates in positions to succeed, and this time he's doing a whole lot of the killing himself. Some magic moments, some big multi-kills coming through. And this team, they're all firing, right? It's kind of what we were talking about over on Inferno. It's that this time no comeback to bring.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
Mouse versus Liquid up next at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025, one of which will be advancing straight through to the playoffs, the other falling to the lower bracket. And there's an extra layer of spice in this one, isn't there, Steele? Because this is the first time that Shuey will get to face the organization that kicked him so stunningly earlier this year.
And we still need to get to the bottom of this. Why did he get kicked? Please, someone tell us. Someone come out and just spill the beans. But yeah, just like yesterday, Liquid went against FaZe with all that kind of history between the players and the teams. Now they got Shui versus Brawlin. We got the old friends question mark. Yeah, that's a big question mark. Let's underline it, bold it, because we don't really know where that goes.
Have you ever played against an ex, Josh? Well, more importantly, have you ever beaten an ex?
I've rejoined an ex, so there's but I mean, throughout my career, I'm sure at some point I've done it all.
Yeah, it must feel pretty good though to go up against a former team and show them, okay, it was a mistake that you kicked me, but is that likely to happen when we're looking at Mouse right now?
Exactly. You gotta win. And when we look at Mouse right now, Mouse has been dominant, right? The only teams that really given them a big problem were Vitality. So, a couple of second places throughout the year, losing to Vitality in the grand finals. Vitality skips an event. Boom, Mouse gets in there and is like, okay, thank you. I guess we'll win this one then. So Mouse has been looking like a pretty strong favorite in recent years and recent months. And so when you go against, when you're talking about Liquid, a team that's kind of still going through its own struggles, okay, you bring in Twist, he's going to be the in-game leader. Wait, this isn't working. What's going on with this? Okay, what do we do? Let's kick JKS and bring in Shui. We need an in-game leader. Let's try to make something work because nothing's working right now. And that's kind of where we're at right now. So Liquid, I mean, maybe you can still consider them a top 10 team at the moment right now, but aside from that, you don't really know where they're going to go.
Well, Steele, I know you have some burning questions for Shui, and perhaps your prayers have been answered as we do have Trace catching up with him ahead of this series.
All right, Shuhei, we're playing against Team Mouse today, or Mouse. Have you heard of them before?
Yeah, I've heard a little bit of here and there about them, yeah.
They had the big up-and-coming team, some familiar faces over there from your side. You are playing your old team today, if that's not obvious. Let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk about some of the emotions and some of the things going into this. You've been prepared for this for how long?
I saw this match coming. It had to come at some point. Personally, I think it's going to be a fun game. I like playing against some rivals, some friends. There's some very personal rivalry going on. So it's always nice that the adrenaline bump is going to be a little bit higher today. Yeah, I'm very excited to play.
It does come down to the mind games in the server, right? Because right now you're in charge of utilizing your chess pieces, known as Team Liquid. So tell me about using your chess pieces against your former teammates. What does that look like? Is there some special mantra to that?
I mean, at the end of the day, you still need to stay professional, and I'm not just going to go off the script just because we're playing against a team that I know. We're still going to be focused on our own game and make sure we're prepared as much as we can. Maybe there's a few things here and there that I told the guys about them that we might focus on, we might not. Yeah, that's about it.
How were you able to activate Ultimate versus FaZe? A bit of entry gods there, if you will.
With Roland, it's a tricky situation. No, he's able to activate himself for sure. He doesn't need my help. I think he has a lot of ideas how to activate himself. His brain power is insane. So I'll just let him do what he does best. Yeah.
Last one I've got for you is this: the very last question. It's on everyone's mind. Everyone's always asking, and no, this has nothing to do with m0NESY. What happened at Mouse?
Wow, you're putting me on the spot here. Nothing happened. I'm here now, and I'm focused on where I'm at now. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shout out Trace for actually going there, actually asking the question we all want the answers to, but fair play to Shui. You do have to just look at what is in front of you, and now Mouse is an opponent. They're not your friends anymore, even though maybe, he's saying still old friends in the server. But yeah, you've got a different team around you. You've got to be looking at that going forward.
Yeah, I mean, he said fun game, and he started with rivals, and then he added friends on at the end of there. And then he mentioned you got to stay professional. Look, at the end of the day, we're never going to get to the bottom of it because they have dirt on each other, right? This was like a mutually like destruction, basically. If you say what happened, I'm going to send all these out and just like expose you, but then you could do it back to me. So we just agreed to say nothing because that's where we're at right now. We'll never know.
Is this segment truly going off the rails and we're just going to conspire, exactly what happened in this situation? Let's get this back on track. Let's talk about Mouse. Let's talk about the addition of Spinks and the direct effect that had on Mouse's results, because it's pretty insane to witness.
Yeah, we touched about this a little bit earlier. They go and they get second place finishes, losing to Vitality in the grand finals of a couple of events, and then we see them take a first place when there's no Vitality present, and then a couple of semifinal, maybe you could argue not the greatest finishes for them, considering what form they want to keep. So we can see that they have the highs that they could go all the distance to the grand finals, but then maybe they fall a little bit short. And we see that one of the losses actually was to Falcons, I believe, in one of the semifinals games. So we can see those three teams, MOUZ, Falcons, and Vitality, all here present at this event. So if MOUZ want to be able to kind of get to that next level and show us that they deserve to be number 3, deserve to be number 2, if they can go and actually beat a world beater like Vitality, this is kind of one of the events, the last event, I guess they could do it before the major arrives. So no better time than this.
Well, speaking of Spinks, let's go ahead and check on in with him, courtesy of Trace.
Yes, 1. What comes after 1, Sphinx?
2.
All right. And then what does it take after that?
What do you mean?
We go to 3.
You're really good with math.
I'm trying, man. Hey, Sphinx, it looks like you guys have a great vibe going on in the camp. You guys had a great showing. You particularly had a great showing yesterday, a great start. Talk to me a little bit about that game versus that BCG game.
Well, first game of the tournament, we didn't have the best start on both maps. We managed to come back, but we were not leading the entire games. So happy we won. Just think what we can do better next time.
So let's move on into what would have been a 2v3 post-plant BCG. You got yourself a nice little, you cleaned it up at the end of the round, basically. It was 10-8 on Dust 2. Mm-hmm. How important was that? How crucial was that to keeping you guys right where you wanted in the series?
It was important. It's not like the most important round of the game, but it was important. And it was me and Bolan. I think he also played it good. He's not here, but he also played it good. And it just was, I think in the end, just 1v1, and I came in the upper hand. That's it.
Does he usually run away when the cameras are around?
Yeah, I think it's not a fun, but it's okay.
It's all good. Weaknesses, T-side Mirage, question mark. What do you think?
I think lately our T-side Mirage was pretty good, to be honest. And yesterday it wasn't the best, but shit happens. You can't be perfect every time. I'm pretty confident still on Mirage, whoever we play.
Yeah. Well, good luck today. You've got Liquid on the other side. Any words for them?
Lately, when I was confident in the interviews, either we lost or it was harder than expected. So I think they will smash us 2-0.
I like that. Reverse psychology. Thank you very much, Minx.
Well, if we're to look at a win record, I think MOUZ, they are kind of edging it out in terms of those odds. But there's a lot of exciting head-to-heads going down in this one still, not least when we look at kind of the explosivity on both sides of the server, right?
Yeah, when you look at the players, I guess, both sides, you have the playmakers, the ones that are going to happen to call all the mid-rounds. You have the side of Exertion on one side and Nerds on the other, where a lot of the game plan revolves around these players, especially on that T side, just to be able to say, hey, let's actually cancel this and go back to A. They're looking for those opening plays. They're looking to find an opening into the round and then relay that information to their team. And they do a great job of commanding the team in those situations when they're both on, and they can be the X factors to the team. But when they're off, things seem to fall apart around them.
Well, we got to hear a little tidbit from Shuey in that interview with Trace as well, just regarding the AWPing situation with Ultimate, trying to get up to, his consistent level. How does that compare when we're looking at Torzi sitting on the other side?
Yeah, both these players, like Ultimate came into the team and everyone was talking about, oh wow, this is really cool, he's doing really well, but then he kind of like teetered off a little bit, whereas Torzi this year actually has been kind of on the up and up. The stonks are up, everyone's hype about him, he's been delivering consistently for his team, and he's kind of one of the consistent players that you can expect from Maus to put on a show and a performance, especially in 2025 when other players such as Jimmy's kind of fallen off a little bit there.
You got your Zyrus, you got your Midas, you obviously got your Shiros. Where's Torzi in that equation? Is he in top 5 AWPers of 2025 so far?
So far, yeah, you could probably make an argument for him being in the top 5 right now, and then I guess as the year progresses and we can see something more concrete than that.
Well, we do need to progress onwards and upwards to get this qualification game underway. Inferno, Train, and Ancient. If we do so require a third, let's get into the action.
Yeah, let's get into the action indeed, Freya. Maus versus Team Liquid, a tantalizing match we have in front of us, Jason. Straight into the playoffs if you get this one. We'll figure out how deep you go into the playoffs a little bit later on, but it's all about getting through this win. And when we look at Maus versus Team Liquid, this is a matchup that has so much skill inside of the server, and I really don't know how it's going to go. Team Liquid should be the underdogs in this matchup based on Maus' performances this year, but maybe, just maybe, the improvements are starting to truly kick in for Liquid.
I think that's the big thing, is the good performance, especially if you make the playoffs here today, like that is just something you're building upon now as Liquid, and you feel like you're on the right path. That could be such a good thing for their mentality. Really, really tough prospect. A Maus team that only loses to the champions, that only loses to the 2 best teams in the world. And Liquid's got to go up against him, and that's a good start. Good find from Nertz as Exertion hangs around a bit too long.
Yeah, well, we have got Brolin holding down the B-bomb site. He's going to be at the coffins with some util in his back pocket. Not going to use it just yet. Closest rotation to him is Spinks, and he's all the way committed just outside of the archway, looking down mid from long.
Well, Twist is going on a little investigation mission away from the action, and he found a really good timing with this.
Yeah, timing's great.
Won't hear those footsteps, but he is going to get around the corner and see it clear. He's going to have a very late flank, but 2 defenders, Brolin and Spinks, to do what they can with this B hit.
I'm actually bailing out, so it's a fake B hit. Utility drops in. Twist is just waiting inside a CT spawn, calling him to come back, and then he's got the kill on Yimpat on the rotation over.
Oh, and Torji has no idea because he pushed away from the A bomb site. Okay, that's a huge fake off the 1 kill.
Oh, he got spotted too.
And Shuei's found the next, so the round's done. It's cooked, it's toast, and that's a Liquid pistol.
Oh. Shu showing here for Nerds. He's going to get out of the corner, but yeah. Cool executing the B-bomb, so all a fake, all a ruse as they go back in towards the A finish.
I mean, once you get that opening pick from Nertz over in Banana, like any kind of a fake, they might not even been planning for a fake until that kill comes in, and then Shuhei's like, okay, well now that we have a frag, now that it's a 5-on-4, I have a lot more leverage to pull them around the map. Trying to keep the USPs alive and the armor up for the next round, and that ain't gonna happen. Nertz, Snaf, and Ultimate gonna encroach upon Spinks' position. It's only a matter of time.
Under some pressure. Oh my god, the knives are out.
Oh, no.
We get a knife fight. Big shank up for the prison yard. It's going to be Space coming out on top.
All right, Naf, I know you're Canadian, but I can't watch you back away from a fight like that. You were stuck in that knife fight. You were in that. You were in the shit. You got to commit to it.
No emotion though. He's not too.
No, he doesn't care either way.
Well, we got Team Liquid taking the pistol round, and we're going to see Maus buy up into this. This is Twist making his solo adventure very effective. Yesterday we gotta see this one.
Why does he turn away?
Yeah.
You're in the knife battle.
Yeah, you had the up
You're
on
in
it
it
too.
Yeah, he just swung. Go. He's hoping to get bailed out a little bit earlier.
He's like hoping maybe his teammate could rattle off a shot. All right, good buyback here for Malza. You got the M4 for Spinks, MP9 out for Yimpat, and a great start for Torzi, taking down his former in-game leader.
Ooh, and there's Spinks swinging off the Nertz contact. Big start for Maus. 2 kills. Twist and Naf gonna put a little pressure over towards lane. That's Ultimate finding 1 back, so round not lost yet. And that's tons of damage onto Spinks, brought down to 24 health. So the round settles with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, and both teams assess their losses.
Yeah, Brolin getting the M4. Spinks realizes low HP, gotta get rid of that. The Malice just figuring out where to put their pieces. They decided to go all in on the A site, which is the wrong call that we can see. As Team Liquid gather up for the B finish.
Interesting to see such a heavy stack, but I mean, you can see the idea. As soon as they get over, they execute the push towards brackets. Brolin and Yimpat going to push down middle at the moment. It's a little bit late.
He's going to go through. He's actually made it into the site in time. Did he just get spotted? Doesn't matter!
What?
Okay, gets away with a double on the 5-7. That is ridiculous from Spinks, and now Twist has to clutch it. Inside of the site, bomb down in the fountain. And we have talked about Twist's stepping up, his individual performance getting better and better, unshackled by the burden of in-game leadership, but not this time, not this clutch. That is a ridiculous round from Spinks.
It really is. And I mean, he just gets there at the perfect moment. He drops that smoke and uses the cover to cross over and just gets lined up as they turn the corner. That's a filthy double kill with the 5-7. This is how it started. Torji with the opening kill, but Spinks, man. Oh, they line up right as they jump through as well. Brutal way to lose a round if you're Liquid after winning the pistol.
It looked like you were walking into a 3-round victory at the end there. You had 4 players on the CT side and the A site. As they're walking up Banana, you think, okay, maybe it's just even going to be a safe call. Spinks, he's low HP after being damaged early on, and he decides he knows he has the opportunity for a risk.
I'll be honest, I was surprised that Liquid didn't hear the footsteps when I was watching it live, when it actually happened. I was surprised that no one was really reacting to it. I mean, maybe he just killed the 2 players who did hear it. But there was a lot of things going on. Smokes popping, flashbangs going on.
I think there was even a chance that they spotted him jumping into first oranges as well there. But, you know, just a little bit of chaos at the end of the round.
Yeah, it happens.
Tech9s to respond here for Team Liquid. They can certainly have some potency in behind these. They're going to go for an apartments pop. A lot of utility available. Naf jumping out. It's going to be Torzi. Clean. Oh, very clean with it. 3 kills coming in with the AK-47. And Torzi nearly gets all 5. Just about stopped by Nerds at the end of the round, but stylish from Torzi.
It's one of the great things he's got in his skill set. An Alper who's very, very strong on rifles as well. So Torzi puts a solid round in here with a quad kill. Makes sure that this Liquid investment of Tech9s isn't going to do anything, cause no damage. That'll put a smile on your face. Torji gets the boys fired up. They got 2 rounds in a row. And Team Liquid going to be back to pistols, thinking about that fresh second round loss.
I mean, there's been a lot of cool storylines so far in Dallas. You know, the opening game of the competition, we got to see Team Liquid play against FaZe and obviously all the history between the players on those 2 rosters. But now we get a little bit of that as well. A very exciting game where Shuei gets to in-game lead against his former team.
And the era of IGL redemption as well. Hooksy got a little bit of it the last event. You know, all these IGLs coming back into things and being like, okay, IGLs still are important. You can't just throw a star player in here and say it's all good. So Shuei's on his redemption arc.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see at the start of the year when Shuei was dropped from the roster. It was such a surprise to the Counter-Strike world, and we thought, okay, Mao's surely going to have a big drop-off. They got better, Jason, which is very surprising to see.
I think it's can be a little bit surprising that it's lasted. I think early on it may be not too surprising. You get that honeymoon period of a new IGL. You get 4 players who are all switched on 100% of the time because they're trying to help out their brand new IGL who's switching into the role. So it didn't surprise me they got out to a decent start. Didn't expect the event win at Cluj-Napoca. That's fair. But more than anything, I think the idea of Mal's right now for me is like, what do they look like going into the major? Because you come in as a new IGL, and that early stage can be easy and softened because you're working with the playbook that's already been built by the previous IGL, right? And after a few months of playing in competition and being at the top, you're going to have to adapt, add new things, change things around, bring in new, fresh stuff. And that's the question for me is, that feels like that moment is coming around right now as the major looms around the corner where you might see Mal's struggle a little bit. But we haven't seen it yet, to be fair. But I'm kind of interested in seeing if there is going to be a dip in form, especially as Dallas goes on.
Oh, Team Liquid back to rifles. Miles let Liquid go through some initial utility in Banana. Wait till that phases out and throw their own util back. Xerxin severed off from his teammate. Still going to get away with a double kill, and he's standing tall. Eventually taken down by Twist, but Exertion with a lot of effort put in that.
Yeah, it's actually really nice trading from both teams, really. Exertion with his double kill off of Brolin's death, but then the Liquid players trading them back and forth. So 2 for 2 top Banana. I don't think Liquid's going to be too upset with that. Happy to play the 3v3 with a minute left on the clock. Naf has not been too aggressive over in Boiler. He's been playing it passively, so doesn't have information of brackets. And the real issue might be the utility that they can bring in. You need a smoke over at Small Pit to block off Torji, Molotov at the half wall for Yimpat.
Oh, straight through the head. Twist just gets splattered. Now Ultimate putting pressure into the pit with that Molotov onto Yimpat. He's going to have to change his position up. He has got the support of Torzi. Naf gets his first kill of the map so far with 20 seconds left inside of the site. Torzi hunkers down.
Making sure things are safe, tapping, seeing if anyone's going to jump on through. Liquid being very cautious, which is giving Torji... Oh, he can stop this. He can stop this through the smoke.
Well, waiting for the plant to go down, not going to take the shot. And so Ultimate is given a shot to win this clutch. A 1v2, difficult, and Spinks will deny it.
Nice round from Spinks. Actually, a nice round from Team Liquid as well that they get in that 3v3. Not a badly played round from both teams. But Mao's coming out on top thanks to the excellent shooting of Torji, the timely rotation from Spinks. They've got a 3-round lead on CT side Inferno.
Yeah, and Torji's off to an absolute heater here as well. 10-2 so far. Spinks has already had a number of impactful moments. 5-7-1 springs to mind. Now impact on the A rotation. And once again, the old familiar sting for Team Liquid of having to go down to a weaker buy. You've got 3 pistols, 2 Galils. And Ultimate steps up into mid with a Deagle, just creeping. No peek yet.
Well, there's a huge stack here. Spinks and Torji on Rap side. They'll need a smoke to block this off. They've got one. It's just going to be a flashbang, which means Torji gets a clean first look.
Yeah, he's not falling back all the way because he has Spinks beside him. And out of the cubby, Spinks is revealed. And Team Liquid shut down. It's just Shuei. A couple of seconds into the round, solo 1v5, retreats away from top mid. And currently Mao's in full control.
Okay, let's think about what worked for Team Liquid yesterday on Inferno's T side against FaZe. A lot towards the B bomb site, a heavy lean towards there, which not super surprising for Inferno, and especially a game like this where it looks like A has been closed a couple of times back-to-back rounds. Might want to investigate and flirt with that B bomb site. Nerds was successful in Banana with opening kills. We had a couple of rounds of Twist, that really fast, aggressive play up middle towards brackets, basically a rush to try and find one engagement and back off.
Yeah.
There's a couple different things they can throw into the mix, but at the moment they're getting stopped by everything. And the problem now is, as Torji continues to have impact more and more with the AWP, and as he builds momentum into this game, he's going to be more and more mobile. So if you're Team Liquid, you have all these cool pieces, but now you also have to consider you've got an Opper playing really, really well, landing his shots, who's going to start moving around the map and being quite a nuisance to figure out where he's going to be and how he's going to ruin your day.
Team Liquid also had the added benefit of playing against a team yesterday that had 2 standards.
Yes.
The Liege had a very tough game as well. Caught a lot of bad timings and have a great time on the B bomb site. Obviously dealing with skulls as well. Different beast now for Team Liquid today playing against Mouse.
Liquid showed a lot of different looks and timings and hits at that B bomb site yesterday against FaZe, but you only get that if you get banana control successfully, and that's been a hard thing for them to obtain without sustaining too many losses. So Shuhei is going to go towards Banana now. Preemptive smoke, he steps in front of it at the logs. Torji peering down middle. And just now, Liquid get that control for free, but not in halls.
Impact going to come out on top of the opening kill. Brolin on the cleanup. Barrels through 2, now tries to get back behind cover. Had utility out in the open, and so Twist able to respond. Mal's still 3v2, player advantage. Smoke's coming in. Twist still makes the most out of it, though, as Team Liquid 2v2.
You can see that miscommunication, though. Twist and Ultimate both throwing a smoke towards CT spawn. Not a huge deal, but they might want that back a little bit later on in this 2v2.
Look how much utility the 2 remaining players from Malice have as well. Yimpat's getting closer and closer to the church.
No one's watching for the wraparound through coffins. Twist is well exposed.
Yimpat's going to use that molly for new box. And then Yimpat goes down. Torzi has to clutch it. He has been lights out so far. Repositioning very quickly. Going back to try and find Ultimate, who cowers in dark. Oh, Torzi knows exactly where you are, and he hunts him down, finds him in the darkness, and gives Mouse a 6th. That is huge for Torzi, and yet another impactful round out of the Hungarian.
I mean, I think Torji might have heard the desk conversation about is he a top 5 Opper or not, because he's coming into this one acting like it's personal. This is a disgusting performance, and that's a brilliant clutch filled with confidence. No second guessing what's on his mind, what he reads instinctually. Torji just hustles into it. And it's going to start feeling cruel if you're Shuhei, because you're the in-game leader who joined Mouse and gave Torji a new lease on life. And now he's rejuvenated and burying you here on Inferno. 6-1. First time out used by Mouse. Maybe just to let them think about the clutch they lost.
A lot of these close rounds now going in the way of Mal is getting incredibly frustrating for Team Liquid, I'm sure, on this T side. Well, they can often do their best work on Inferno. Best case scenario now is a tied half, and it doesn't really look like that's going to be a possibility. Shuey sitting in the flames at the top of Banana. Here comes the peak from Exertion, and Shuey's going to grab the opener. Although the pressure is still on here, 2 players staying committed. Shuey's going to get a follow-up kill, and now they know there has to be just one left.
Yeah, they do. Smoke down towards Coffins. Naf has another. Spinks up on top. Tough to get a multi-kill from this position. It's Shuey again. A huge round from the IGL. Shuey does it from the front. Triple kill to get Liquid their second.
Yeah, and even on that lurk as well, Naf in the middle of all that chaos got 1 kill in the apartment. So Torzy's just going to hang on to the AWP. No heroics for him in this round.
And there's no reason to hunt if you're Liquid as well. Your money isn't set in anyway, so you don't want to lose any of these AK-47s. Torzy should be just fine with no real issues of hanging on to the AWP, although Naf feeling frisky. Stepping up the stairs. Here comes the swing. Torzy looks away and moves off the angle, but when he comes back, Naf's already here, and that's unfortunate timing for Torzy. Maybe the first thing that's gone against him in this half.
Yeah, well, that's Shuey coming into his own there in that round, really taking matters into his own hands as he goes up through Banana. Kill after kill as he chops them down. He got all 3 B defenders.
Another one of these in-game leaders lately that's coming into style, that's just a space-taking IGL, likes being aggressive, likes getting some openings, likes calling from the front. He wants to make sure he's the one dictating the pace and the timing of the attack. And this is a really well put-together round.
I got scared.
No, this time. Oh, jump scare for Torzy. All right. Feeling a little nervous?
Well, this is something you mentioned just a round ago, is Twists yesterday getting a lot of these quick plays up mid and applying the pressure, but unfortunately for Twist, he takes damage down through that mid smoke. He's left on 13 HP, but they're going to accelerate.
And the AWP is here as well, so maybe the HP doesn't matter, but no one's watching for Torzy. Oh, smoked off just at the perfect moment. Good shout from Jimmy, excuse me. There's the shot from Nertz, and the hit is on.
Yeah, it's going to be Nertz to follow up as well. Space into the library. And Team Liquid bailing out with the advantage. Spink is going to take that back, though. Nertz caught. Minute 8 seconds left. And damage goods here for Team Liquid as they try and get towards the B bomb side, but their lurk is gone. Twist is removed. And now they know they can focus on the final attack into the B site. Spinks is holding the cross, and they line right up for him.
They would have never thought he had the timing to get into that position. They would have been looking deep towards CT spawn for the rotation. Mal's playing a really good game, and that attack had some strength behind it. A couple of kills, you've exposed Rap's side, you've forced all the rotations, just Liquid couldn't get out clean. Good job from Nertz, builds upon it a little bit more. But Spinks does a great job. and his capacity as a rotator, right? Falls back to the CT spawn, gets his kills, goes back to the B bomb site, closes out the round. Beautiful work.
Yeah, I think you've just given the Twitch chat their next
Yeah,
nickname.
I know, their next name when he misses a shot. I apologize for that.
Exertion's going to open things up with Shuey to fall. So not able to replicate his success from a couple of rounds ago straight away. A little shuffle of the weapons, as ultimate will give the AWP to the low HP of Nertz.
Well, blocked off by smoke for the moment. Just a matter of time, it feels, though, where Torzy's going to find his defensive smoke now. And you've heard the Galil ring out, so you know Brackets is possessed by Team Liquid. Nertz is walking towards the half wall. You've got Brolin and Exertion defending B. Torzy, Spinks, and Yimpat over at the A-bomb site. And Liquid, it looks like, is waiting for Nertz to have some contact. Let him be the one to try and create something with the AWP. Peeking into the B bomb site, low HP, low risk. It's gone the other way, and all you have left now is to walk into Spinks' waiting arms.
Yeah, well, he doesn't get anything done this time. Yimpat under a little bit of pressure, getting spammed down, but he still gets away with one, and he'll go out again. Twist taking him down this time. Torzy not able to connect with the AWP. Tries to cover some ground with the USP instead. Twist puts the bomb down. Naf in the crossfire, and the Canadians, they look to step up together.
This is all on Naf, though. Twist has a headshot angle with low HP, but if Naf goes down, it's impossible for Twist. He's got nowhere to go after the fact.
Naf, damage done. And the kill collected on Brolin. Twist realizes stepping up to the fight. Now Exertion comes in and so close, but yet so far as Twist celebrates an important third-round victory.
Yeah, fist bump as he hits the shot. He absolutely had to with no HP. He was dead if he misses the headshot. So nice clutch and a good 2v3 played by Naf and Twist, working together in tandem inside the bomb site. That's really well done. Tough round for Team Liquid. Every round they've won has felt tough, has felt labored. Mouse has given them no freebies today. Two bullets as well at the end for Twist to nail that 1v1. Money is finally running out for Mouse, but they've got another opening kill. Torji alleviates some of that pressure.
Yeah, as long as he's got the AWP, you know, you're not too worried if you're Mouse. He's 17-4 now off the back of that opener. Let's see if Mouse can convert this into their 8th round win. Team Liquid applying pressure towards A now. Quite committed, and it's ultimate to respond. At least one kill back. Brolin can't get away. Shuey spams him down.
Critical, another 3v3 though. Seen a lot of these in this half so far, and there's still 2 more defenders at the A bomb site. Scratch that, make it 3.
Yeah,
Torji sliding into library.
Now arriving back. Naf is still waiting patiently for his time to come out on the balcony.
You will not expect this. You killed 2 in middle, 2 in pit, and 1 in library after the fact. That's insanity.
Well, ultimate. Ooh, will we see Yimpat? Naf is going to go down, so Yimpat actually wins that fight. Now, you know that Yimpat's there, but you're not expecting Spinks. You have to trade that. Ultimate does so, but here's Torzi, and the shot will close the round.
But Naf starts that because they've killed 2 at A, and he thinks he has maybe an opportunity to kind of slide out. One person has a lot to watch. You have to worry about lane. You can maybe get a fortunate timing. It looks silly when there's 2 players in pit still, but there's no reason for Naf to think that's the situation.
Last chance here for Team Liquid to grab another round. And it's not a pretty situation. They've got 2 Galils, a Mac-10, a Deagle, and Tech-9.
Doesn't really matter what they've got. Torji has an AWP, which means this is going to be a hard round, and you're going to pay the Torji tax.
Well, he's waiting it short. He's going to miss the first opportunity. So the tax avoidance straight away. They found a scheme, Jason. We'll hit the pause button. They've got the brackets. They know they've forced the AWPer to go back.
But look at the difference in the game yesterday. Like, B, Mouse has done such a good job of setting the signal that, like, Banana is just not an option for you. The B bomb site is not something you can win.
Exertion notes are coming towards him. Here's the steps. Gets into the corner, and Spinks will combine with him. So in the end, it is a convincing half for Mouse. A strong finish led by their Hungarian sniper. It is ultimate to fall last, and a 9-3 scoreline. The first outing of Shuey versus his old squad is all coming up Mouse.
It's Torji Tuesday here at the Intel Extreme Masters, and he's doing a little bit of everything. He's clutching 1v2s, he's getting opening picks, he's destroying you in the mid-round. He's 20-4, Dinko, in the first half against Team Liquid. He's got Mouse up to a 9-3 lead.
Torji Tuesdays, that's going to be a national holiday, I think, at this point, because he is just stomping on them. This is crazy. Spinks is also right beside him, and, you know, we'd be talking about Spinks' performance if it wasn't for the Opera. I mean, he's 15-6. He had that huge 5-7 round that really broke a lot of the early momentum from Team Liquid.
Well, I mean, you talked about the confusion around that Shuhei move, the dropping at the start of the year by Mouse. I think equally people were a little scratching their heads by Spinks wanting to get out of Vitality so emphatically, choosing not to play with Zywoo, which seems crazy and it's in isolation, but obviously...
It's kind of worked out for
I know,
everyone.
It hasn't really gone bad, has it? Can't really be too upset about it at the moment.
All right, plenty of utility here for Mouse in this pistol round. They're going to be shaping up for an A hit. There's currently 3 defenders here from Team Liquid. Naf with Joe Beretta stepping up into the apartment's peak, but he got spotted by Yimpat, so it's Twist instead. He only gets 1. Ultimate also only getting 1, so that's not enough from the A defense. And we've got Mouse 3v2.
Oh, I do. Okay, Nertz started walking, so Brolin won't hear the footsteps. He's got Shuhei coming from CT spawn. Nertz is going to take the long route over towards Halls to try and put together this 2v3. They do not have a kit currently picked up, so it's got to be relatively fast.
They got to be quite speedy. Nertz still taking his time, has to shift a lot of ground to gain inside of the apartments. Brolin also spotting out the library players. There's the secret now, though. Nertz is at Boiler. So now they've got to get a move on. Got to sprint in, but Shuhei getting caught. Nertz left in a 1v2, and lack of kit, lack of time. It's all about kills here for Nertz, and he's jumping into the bomb site. He's got the headshot, but has he got the time? He's going to stick it all the way. Holding it all the way with the no kit on his back. It's an ambitious effort, and yeah, definitely not time.
I do like it. I do like it. I like that he went for the defuse regardless. Maybe this time it would have changed.
Yeah, you know, maybe the defuse is faulty. You got like an extra 5 seconds on it, Jason.
Yeah, it's a nice jump up though. Stylish final kill from Nertz.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It was definitely an impressive shot. Yeah,
that's an early swing from Naf, right? Like we all know that feeling of playing balcony when that hit comes in, that pop out of Halls, and you want to catch them just as they're coming through that choke point. And unfortunately, Naf thought the swing was coming at like a second or two too early. Swings into a really awkward fight.
Nice, Jimmy boy.
2 MP9s, 3 pistols. Not pretty here for Team Liquid as Mouse with the pistol round victory are sailing towards an Inferno win. Train up next. Feels like we're going there pretty soon.
Excited for that one. We'll see if Liquid can do anything to delay that inevitability. Brolin gonna chuck out utility. Naf again on the balcony, 5-7 in hand. Eats the flash halfway, but can't handle Jimmy and Spinks coming out Halls, and now they've got a great angle into the bomb site. And that's about how she goes. Mao's up to 11, and Shuei's gonna fall through the smoke. Yeah, this map has just fallen flat. Felt like it had fireworks written all over it.
At least for the first couple of rounds, it was pretty exciting as well, but yeah, it's been all Mao so far.
Well, it's been a relatively quiet production down the roster of names of Team Liquid. Like we saw Shuhei have a solid series as an IGL yesterday against FaZe, but down the stretch he was having some massive rounds, both openings on T side and good holds on CT sides. Naf has been struggling in this game, which has become far too frequent. We see his struggles. Ultimate as well is a little bit quiet here. So I think there's some individuals on the Team Liquid side that have not really truly activated, have not come in and played a great game so far. Maybe that changes on map 2, but I think that's why we're seeing an 11-3 scoreline.
That and everybody, you know, you want from Mal showed up.
Yeah, the other side of the coin is Torji's having an incredible game. Spinks is having an incredible game. And then as we know from Mal's, the other 3 players are like, they're just solid. They're just rock solid, and they're going to be there. So 12-3.
Map point secured very quickly.
And I think this is like probably the next big issue for Liquid, you know, with this major run is going to be important of where this lineup eventually goes next. They've been in a long process, it feels, of rebuilding coming out of COVID and trying to get a lineup that works and a lineup that is even just stable at times.
Yeah, they've had a lot of players coming in and out of the Liquid camp. Well, coaches. You know, a lot of the moves from Liquid, every time they make a move, it feels exciting. Like that's the crazy part is like they're bringing in players.
It's the org power. It's like G2 and FaZe as well. Like no matter what their team is, we're still going to be talking about them.
Yeah, but even the moves that they've tried that haven't worked, like the Cadian move at the time. You know, Cadian was a hot in-game leader prospect coming out of Heroic. You bring Twist in. It's like it's super exciting. It doesn't work out. Twist in-game leader started really strong, and then we realized they had already hit the ceiling. Yeah, it's been a frustrating time for Liquid. A lot of changes here and there to try and get back to where they want to be.
Well, the most recent change is Shuhei coming into this lineup, meant to be the guy to get him to that next level, to break through that glass ceiling. Ultimate peering down mid, good snap over. Might be the first time we've seen him come out on top of the op duel. Torji taken down early. And a 5-on-4 for Liquid's first gun round.
It's got to be perfect from here on in. Ultimate plays under the porch. It's another kill from the AWP. And you'll follow up again. Ultimate, here we go. This is more like it. Go and get them all. Ultimate with 5. Roland getting rolling.
That's nice. Yeah, you love to see that. It might not have huge impact at the end of the day on the outcome of this match, but obviously, as we talk about in blowouts, it's nice to get a round like that just so you can have some confidence going into the next map, going into the break between inside the series. So good sequence from Ultimate, showing a little bit of a flash, but definitely too little too late. Not specifically him, but Liquid in general. 4-12, you need 8 rounds in a row.
Kill from Nerds down through the banana smoke. And a lot of damage done as well onto Brolin. In terms of how to open up a round, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, unconfirmed on Brolin, but he's certainly going to be pleased at the end of the day. Mal's kind of stuck a little bit. All 4 players huddled up together. Looked like they wanted to go take banana, but another smoke at the half wall gives them other ideas, something to do in the meantime while that smoke fades. So Brolin spreads, make Mal's a little bit bigger of a team on the map as he throws smoke left mid. A little bit of a fake for bracket control, denies information and tries to set up a late B hit.
Another piece of impact here from Nerds. Oh, shredding them in the banana hold. We got Brolin low because of the early damage done from Nerds as well. He's got the all pinned up looking into the pit. 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb shifting its way back over towards A. They're going to give this a good go. Brolin taking Twist because he overextended into the open. And so that could be a kill that could cost him. And here comes Naf from the pit, looking to clean up the mess. And that's exactly what Naf will do.
Yeah, careful though. I think Torji saw that jiggle peek. He had maybe a quarter of a second to get that shot lined up. And with the way Torji's been playing, that could have been the end of the day. 5-12, Liquid stay alive off the back of Nert's opening kill, opening damage, and good mid-round play. Here's that first kill through the smoke. Plenty of damage on Brolin afterwards, but the flashbang from Shuhei to activate the half-wall fights. Stellar work from Nertz.
Oh! That's nice. Well, Xerxon gets responded to immediately by Shuhei, but it was a great opener.
I did not expect that.
No.
That one caught me off guard. All right, well, Twist and Naf going to start peeking down brackets to recover the situation. Good nade onto Torji. He steps into the open, goes down.
Yes, indeed he does.
But they've gotten out in towards pit. Brolin's going to follow up with the bomb. Actually, a little bit of a crisis situation. Liquid's not aware. Now Twist knows and reacts in kind, and the bomb no longer has a foothold to follow up on. So 6 for Liquid, and Mouse will not be getting a plant.
Nope, they will not. And Brolin's just gonna hang around.
All right, Dinker, what are you reading? Fake comeback, or is this the real deal?
Cosmetic.
Cosmetic?
Yeah, cosmetic comeback. We can see a couple extra rounds here, and Mal's eventually get it done. But I think that's a positive, though, for Liquid. I think that's pretty good. You know, you get some rounds secured at the end instead of just getting absolutely blanked in the second half.
Yeah, you give yourself something to talk about moving forward.
get a feel for it, get a couple CT rounds.
Well, 3 rounds in a row for Team Liquid. They need 6 more. Losing bonus is building for Mouse as they pick up AK-47s. There's no op in play for Torji on this T side of Inferno. Cyclone sending out some marching orders to get his team back in their groove, back in the rhythm. Yeah,
boom.
That's
a quick reaction, some exertion. Look at that. Pixel perfect. Just about in this crossout. X marks the spot. Could be here now, though. That Miles close it out. Demars DeRover, who very vocal, standing behind the Liquid squad during that timeout.
I wonder if he's having fun stepping in as a coach.
Probably not in this game.
I want to ask him.
You can walk up to him right after this. Just jump over the balcony.
Next time I see him.
Well, Nert's just going to be waiting in behind the sandbags. Grenades going over the top, and we got Nert's hiding. Grenade landing on top of his head, and Nert's is still alive. And actually, with that opening kill, on how uncomfortable Mouse felt about going around the corner, they call it off, and they go back into the mid-play instead.
Yeah, but there's a hall set up from Ultimate and NAF. They've got to break it up now. They've got to be really, really careful. They're hearing the noise, hearing the utility in middle. Ultimate misses a shot. They get a little bit closer.
Yeah, but he's dropped down. He's changed the position. He doesn't miss that one. He just doesn't do enough damage to bring down his opponent. The Torzy will bear it down upon him with AK bullets. NAF looking to step up from the balcony. Twitch combining with him. And that's more like it from Team Liquid. 4 players staying up against the full buy of Mouse.
Yeah, there we go. The team's waking up down deep in the roster on the scoreboard. NAF with a good round. Ultimate, even with a couple misses, is able to have some impact. Saw him with the ace earlier. So you're getting some of those pieces for Liquid starting to do good things for you. Good defense from NAF. Jimmy was going to take down Ultimate with the ult. And the Molotov to boot after the fact. NAF just ensures there's going to be no plant possible. Now the lead cut to 5.
Nerds is starting to feel it in Banana. Confident, charging down, getting 2 headshots. And even shooting his own teammate.
This has been such a good sequence for Team Liquid. It's one of those situations you almost like kind of feel bad because you're like the first half was so rough that even though this looks great, the comeback, like you have to come back 9 rounds in a row. Like you can accidentally fall into a round win if you're Mouse during that stretch.
Yeah, that's the problem is if it's 11 rounds, then at least you have that one extra little buffer between you.
All right, well, things looking okay so far. So at 8, we'll see what Mouse decide to do moving forward. It'll be another gun round as the losing bonus is completely built up now. Even without the plants, they're going to be all fine with money. It's a little bit awkward, but shouldn't be any issue.
Nope. Shuei is going to clean up 1, and Twist will grab the 2nd. So we're looking at 12 to 8. 4 rounds back, and we've got Team Liquid bringing us to overtime.
Torji had 20 kills at halftime. He's now at 24, so cooled off on this T side. As we know, sometimes offers can struggle to get. Yeah, he's definitely. He had his moments though. Great first half. He's got an op on the T side now. We'll see what he can do with it. But Nert's starting to be real confident and assertive. NAF's had some crafty plays in chaotic situations. Ultimate op stepping up at the right time. Both teams throwing deep Molotovs down and up middle to prevent any peek from the opposing team. Twist wanted a flash peek down middle and he would have had a kill, but the Molotov kept him at bay. Ultimate's gonna have a chance here. Smoked off though. Molotov to disrupt timings as he falls back. But step 1 accomplished for Mouse. Bracket control and forcing the defense away. Now step 2 to regain control of Banana.
Exertion quietly creeping into the site, but now that fight comes down, it's Shuei to lose the... And we've got Mal as a player up with 45 seconds left. Could this be the close to Inferno? Nurch has been so good, but not this time. Not enough impact from that B defense, and all 3 remaining Liquid players are on A.
Yeah, Ultimate just got a kill, so they know the extra player, that third player who would have been there, is on the other side of the mat. Jimmy's gone for a long flank, so Twist is going to be occupied with him for some time. Ultimate and Nerds coming in and trying to make a miracle happen.
Well, the 2 players in Ruins are incredibly low, but it doesn't matter when the shots connect. Just too much done in that first half for Mel's. And Team Liquid, a few extra rounds here in the second half, but it will be Mel's to come out on top.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you see the CT side and you're like, this could have been something cool, but nothing happening on the offensive side of things for Team Liquid, and that's it done. A statement game from Torji, 25-10. The offer of Mal's was relentless, and he's got them a map 1 victory.
Hey everybody, you're used to seeing some Colex unboxings, and of course today will be no different, but not yet. I'm here with my friend from Colex. His name is?
Adam.
Adam, of course, Adam. Today, right out of the gate, I want to talk about what is Colex.
First of all, it's important to know the backstory, right? Most of us collected sports cards as kids, and you'd be on the playground, you'd be training with friends, and we wanted to bring this to esports, but really bring that nostalgia kind of back. We started in 2018. We then launched our first hybrid set in 2020, but today we have more than 500,000 collectors with more than 250 million collectibles in collectors' hands, and every single one of them is uniquely tracked.
So one thing, as collecting baseball cards growing up, you're looking for like the signature cards, you're looking for the rare cards, as is seemingly the case now in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, you've hit it spot on. Like, we look at the dead ball era of baseball. Not many people would really talk about that or remember that nowadays, but that $7 million sale of the Honus Wagner card kind of revived that era of the sport. And that's what we're trying to do, is capture those moments now in esports that 20 years from now, you're going to find that in the back of your wardrobe or something, but that brings back those memories that you're living now.
Yeah, because you guys are at every event.
But it's not just that. We have more than just what people see on the surface level, which is why, you have to really deep dive into Colex to see just how much there is.
The tail end, but unfortunately too little too late, with Maus having a dominant first half with both Spinks and Torzi firing on all cylinders. Steel, you're in for a bad time if you're Liquid.
Yeah, that definitely was not the half that you expected to have and start out with. If that's your map pick against Maus, you are going up against your former team if you're in the form of Shui, and you just expect to do a lot better. And I think they were just completely shut down by Spinks and Torzi, respectively. I think Spinks had some good plays there by pushing through smokes and really just getting ahead of where Liquid wanted to go in some of these situations, and it really just stopped them from getting any momentum early into the half. And we saw a little bit of resurgence in that second half, but that early game just damage done didn't help the situation at all.
Steel, I'm going to allow you to choose your own adventure, if you will. Do you want to start off with the good, or do you want to start off with the not so good?
Let's just start off with the not so good. Let's
Okay.
go.
Which was obviously Liquid, obviously in that first half. You had some thoughts. What's wrong with Liquid?
Well, we really went there. Yeah, so I think we've seen a few things that they did well. I think there was a little bit of overcooking going on in some of these mid-round situations. They would get the opening kills and the trades coming down to these 3 versus 3s. That happened really well for Liquid. We saw them in multiple situations that were winnable in 3 versus 3 mid-round, a minute left on the clock, where they have so many options, but they chose to keep going back to A, and it just wasn't working. If they tried going long, Torzi's there. If they tried going short, Torzi could be there, but Spinks is also kind of just running around, and there was no real entry into the rounds there. I think dude, teams should just abuse B. B is so weak on Inferno. It's so difficult to hold. You throw a smoke at spawn, you walk in. If people want to fight you, it's like a really easy trade for that. And usually in the late rounds, teams don't really stack towards B. And I mean, that even happened on one of these rounds. I forget if it's round 5 or round 11, but it was basically a 3 versus 3. And Mouse is just like, okay, we're going to play 3 people towards A. And Liquid just walked right into A, into 3 of them. And it's like that was like, there were 3 instances of that this game where it's like, dude, just throw a smoke at spawn at B and walk in. You'll get that trade. You'll get into the site. The only time going back to B didn't really work for them was when Spinks ran through a spawn smoke and got into site and just killed 2 Liquid players with them just caught off guard completely.
Well, speaking of some of the good points from the side of Mouse, that is, let's begin with Torzy, because we were talking about it coming into this very matchup. Ultimate, he's been a little bit hit and miss. That consistency hasn't maybe been at the level that maybe we'd seen when he first joined Liquid. But for Torzy, though, it's been a case of really powering up into this year, looking so consistent. This map, perfect example of it.
Yeah, I mean, he was hitting all the shots that he needed to get, and then a couple more. He had a really nice 1 versus 2 clutch as well on round 7. That was over at B, and I mean, he's just kind of like moving around. This is one of the rounds right here that kind of Liquid overcooked, where he got that kill on Liquid, on Twist at short, at long, but this is the 1 versus 2 as well to close out this round. This is another situation where it's a 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 just before that. So a lot of just moving around. You can see that every kill that he's got here basically has been in a different position. So most of the time he starts over that long position on A, but we see him aggressing on short. We see him rotating to B. We see him starting on B. We see him in the late rounds just picking up the clutches. So a really impactful game for him, because it's not that he's just sitting in the back waiting for like everything to develop and then he goes and starts the game. He starts the round at the start of the round with the rest of his team, and he's just moving around constantly.
And we started this very series with Spinks trying not to jinx himself, trying not to jinx the entirety of the team in the interview with Trace. That works wonders, because Spinks also really popping off on Inferno. Yeah, he had a really great job here. This is the round I was talking about where he ran through the smoke. He had a 5-7 and got 2 kills in a 3 versus 3 there, and it helped his team to secure that round. And when you win these rounds, when it's constantly like force buying back and forth, this round here as well, where he got the kills in spawn, that was a 4 versus 3 in favor of Liquid, where they chose to go 2 people through spawn and 2 people back to B, and he beats them on that rotation all the way back to B as well. So like so many situations here where Liquid, I'm talking about them having the advantage in the rounds. They have the numbers, they have the info, they have the positioning, they have everything they need. But instead of just doing something simple, they overcook it, and that's where Torzy and Spinks really come into play, where they just move around. They know, okay, like now you're not here. I've killed like the one person that is here, so we're going to move somewhere else. We're going to stay 1 step ahead of you. We're going to catch you off guard. And because of the situation with the economy, the constant force buying into winning around with like 1 person alive, and then you lose, and then you're on a force buy, and then you're on an eco, like that's basically the bane of Liquid's existence, and all throughout that first half, that they didn't really buy themselves any comfort space going into that second half. Yeah, consistently just trying to play catch up for the side of Liquid. Maybe this is an unfair question to pose to you, Josh, but I'm interested in your opinion nevertheless. How much of an advantage, if you will, in inverted commas, is it when you're the likes of Shuey, you're going up against your former team who now have a new in-game leader? Do you view that as having any kind of strategic advantage, or is it a case where you can kind of, play yourself into a little bit of a hole, preempting that they're going to do these moves that they used to do with you, but now obviously they've really changed their system?
I think the only real situation that it comes into factor is those clutches, when you know, okay, I know that this guy likes playing these positions in the post plant, or I know that when he's low on time, he's going to do this maneuver. And when it comes down to those types of situations, you kind of get ahead of it. And then kind of like those opening plays, like, oh, I know Exertion loves going for this play, but like being on the team versus just studying them or playing against them enough times, it's not really going to give you anything super crazy different in terms of like what to expect from the players. And I mean, they've been playing with Spinks on the team and with Brawlin as the IGL for several months now, that I don't know if like any of that's really just remained.
Well, believe it or not, this wasn't Mouse's map pick. The next map is actually their map pick. That's going to be Train. What do we know about Mouse on that map?
Well, this is the scary thing. And when I was looking at the vetoes, because Liquid picked Inferno, they obviously lost it, and they usually ban Train. But what they do is they kind of like float maps and they ban what their opponent's best map is. So they actually took out Nuke from Mouse and that left Train open for picking. So I'm very curious to see. I think they've only played it the one time. I could be mistaken about that, but that means that MOUZ is looking to punish Liquid, like, oh, you're banning our nuke, we're gonna pick Train because usually that's your ban, and now like you've got this new in-game leader situation. The team previously never played it, so like, let's see what's up. And I think MOUZ has a really big leg up here. I mean, if anything, like, it would be a very big surprise or shocker. Liquid need to have a good start. They can't let rounds bleed out from them, and the rounds that they have the advantage and they need to close out, they need to absolutely do it. Because if they don't, and it goes the same way as Inferno, they're in for some big trouble.
Yeah, definitely. Liquid are going to be starting on the CT side of things. We move into Train. What's the current meta? How do you expect them to kind of be working around that on this new addition to the map pool?
Well, we see a lot of teams trying to fight for that pop dog control, especially on that CT side, using some smokes, getting in with the best spawn. T's try to like break it by throwing the molly and the nade combos from T middle, trying to work outside in some capacity in those early stages of the round. I want to see a little bit more inner hits from teams in general. I think we see like a decent amount of them, but we rarely see Ivy being used, and I think that it's such a strong position to abuse, because to get info on that position, you need a peek. You put an op there, you really shut that down, and then also with the way that the map works, like with that smoke on that camera position or Molly going into hell, it really just limits the amount of positions the CTs can play from. So I'd love to see Ivy being abused a little bit on that T side.
Well, either way, MOUZ making light work on Liquid's map pick of Inferno. And now it's time to dive into their choice, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, it's going to be Train to see if MOUZ can qualify for the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas Playoffs 2025.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Gutierrez. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the cathedral.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Rez, where am I?
You're in a hotel room in Katowice.
A hotel? Looks more like a hospital to me.
Yeah, perfect.
I was tuning into the major, G2 was winning, then all of a sudden there was this blast.
Was this before or after they lost their FaZe in the semis?
FaZe? In the semis? Give me that. Spirit defeat FaZe 2-1 to win Shanghai Major.
Don't worry, we go through it all slowly.
Magic's popped off. I must be dreaming.
This are gonna take a little adjusting to, okay?
No, it's all wrong. That's so right. Never mind, it's cooked.
The world's different now.
Wait, what is that?
Oh, this whole thing? What do you think?
It's so weird.
The young prodigy is yet to peak. They're both of us.
Huh?
Click over the pitch, Josh. Should I say, steal?
And still picks up an ace. High by penalty.
That's right. Let's see it. Show us the black and red.
Wait, what?
It ain't 2014, Ankh. Your options are limited.
Please ensure your phone is muted during the session.
Already muted it after a break.
Of course. Floor app policy. This wellness check-in has been scheduled after you declined a department move to finance and fraudulence earlier this year. Distractions acknowledged. Your records do show you've been underperforming in your aura disposal duties. Exceeding the aura cap imposed by Floor M must be proving stressful for you.
Aura disposal denied.
Your aura levels are concerningly high for your station. Luckily, your colleague's work is ensuring that your team's aura
Will return to net zero by the end of the cycle. Aura disposal successful.
The board is thrilled
With your department's consistent presence, they hope you'll be around.
for a long time. Before we end the session, we've produced a photo of your Outies family for you to enjoy at your workstation. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Oh, and Jimmy, please refrain from locking the break room door whilst inside. It is a communal area.
I haven't been locking it.
The room is monitored 24 hours a day.
We step into train for map number 2 in this series between Mouse and Team Liquid. Mouse up 1 map to the good, a dominant Inferno to kick things off. Torji was dominant, and we'll see if that continues on map 2, but Liquid better look completely different. They woke up late, but they've got to be there from the start here on train.
Absolutely so, and for Mouse, I mean, getting through 2-0 today, and especially if they could do it in the fashion they did on map 1, would be so impressive to go into the playoffs in that kind of form. I mean, you get straight into the playoffs, you get that final deciding game here in the group stages, but to build some confidence by beating Liquid convincingly, Mouse could be a real contender here in Dallas.
Oh, absolutely. The number 3 best team in the world, only losing to number 1 and number 2. Trend that doesn't look like it's going to change today. Naf spots one out, but doesn't want the fight immediately, trying to gather some information. There's one. He likes that duel against the Glock, but backs away.
He's stepping up into the open. Long peek down the brown halls.
He's trying to keep track of numbers and progress so they can have a good read of the situation, and he's done a pretty damn good job of it. Mouse don't seem to want to aggress upon the position. Spinks close towards low ramp, looking for that follow-up peek. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Torji and Brolin have utility out towards T-Main, but that'll be a fake.
Naf has been waiting for this strike, but here comes Spinks right around that corner, and not a chance in hell for Naf to even react.
And now you fall back and you just go pop dog off that kill. That's the easy finishing play.
And Shuei's going to wait side of the smoke, walking into the open, tapping away at the chest. Shuei's going to come out on top, but Yimpat to trade it. And Twist now alone,
Damn.
1v3. Oh, he's still got 1 headshot in him. But he's taking so much damage on board.
Yeah, these better be instantaneous shots. This is about as close to an impossible clutch as you can get, especially in the train yard with so many angles. Jimmy's got it. Triple kill in the pistol, and Mouse gets started on train.
And Team Liquid will see if they decide to go for the flush, but this is the opening kill though. Spinks just wrecking Naf.
It's a hard position to play, it feels like, for that extended amount of time if you're not constantly like jiggling and peeking and seeing exactly where they are. You're playing this like cold position. He had Nerds as well, who was up at the corner like watching down towards Pop Dog at the angle, so like you can't even really fall back anywhere. Pretty tough setup to make work. Shuei is going to push in, beats the Molotov into Pop. Twist as well, waiting to push into the flames. And here's the crunch, here's the pinch, and Spinks trying to get out.
Yeah, Spinks turning back. Shuei going to be taken down, and Spinks going to look for the follow-up as Nerds continues to push in towards him. Team Liquid losing members rapidly as it falls just to Naf. And he's over towards Ivy with the scout.
Yeah, they were so prepared for that aggression to continue. Really well done from Mal's, not taking a whole lot of damage to the push through Pop and the push-up lower ramp. Naf, the last one left, with not much to do.
And he's been spotted as well. Of course, he peeks out of the open. Naf will still get the pick.
Still very early on in terms of Liquid's experience on Train. They played this once back at Pro League, but that was with JKS in the roster before Shuhei joined. So the first time with their new in-game leader that they'll be playing Train. And we're going to see what things he's changed and what he's brought to the T side, what kind of ideas he's brought to start out some CT rounds. We were having the debate on where Naf's going to play.
Yeah, so far we've seen it towards B and Pistol, Ivy in the last round.
It's either going to be Ivy or Inner.
So full outside play stacked right now for Liquid. They got all 5 players here. A couple upgraded pistols.
Mouse ain't scared of it. Look at them just continuing to slide into angles, clear things out.
Grenade's going to be good too.
Yep, absolutely perfect. Breaks the smoke. They get a deep line of vision, spotting plenty of players out, and Liquid not able to do anything. Nertz, the last one left with a deagle. And Exertion confidently slides into the fight. 3-0, guns come out now for CT side.
Yeah, you see immediately the AWP is going to be picked up. It's going to be thrown over to Ultimate's hands. The previous map we were talking all about Torzi's big CT performance with the sniper. Ultimate's hoping for a similar performance himself here.
Yeah, 20-4 Torzi in the first half of Inferno on the CT side. Absolutely filthy performance. And that's what Liquid's trying to overcome, is getting buried by Torzi's AWP in map 1.
Their CT side on Inferno looked much better than that of the T side. They started to get the ball rolling a little bit.
Had some juice to it, didn't it?
Yeah, Nertz in particular was playing very well, and he's the man pushing into a teammate right now, getting involved in a fight against Exertion, doing damage, but going down as Nertz sticks around the smoke. Exertion hunts down that kill despite the low HP.
Well, here comes a crunch. Smoke fades. Thankfully was replenished. Exertion with that low health going to come through the smoke. Flashbang's perfect.
Shuei's waiting. Exertion coming up first. Naf is actually getting away with multiple kills here. Shuei's going to chime in eventually on the impact, and we're looking at Spinks and Torzi left 2v3. Make that 1v3 for Spinks, and he's just not ready for the twist push.
Okay, there we go. Good start to the Liquid defense. Not able to recover the AWP from Ultimate, so they'd have to reinvest in that, but they don't have money in this round. Another buy coming in from Mouse.
Yeah, one which will have an AWP. It's for Torzi coming out. This is Naf. Outside.
Yeah, really tough to deal with as well when you have Naf peeking deep, you have Shuhei up close as well. That's a nice setup that Liquid's able to execute off the Nertz aggression to shut down the attack.
So Naf is going to be the Ivy player then?
Yeah, Twist going inside.
Shuei going through the fire into the pop dog.
They want to split. They want to set up this aggression again. This split towards inner. Nertz is joined up with Twists. They've got control and they're in position, but nobody from Mouse yet has stepped forward into the trap.
Naf waiting for the Ivy peek, and then he pulls a grenade just as the peek comes in, so he gets caught hands busy. Yimpat to follow up on that gap, and Ultimate to topple on the bomb trade.
Oh, all due to the timing of Naf's nade as he just shifts out. That's rough. And you can't go for anything. The other 3 members of your defense have aggressed on the other side of the map, so there's no reaction available to them.
1 minute on the clock.
That's the worst eventuality for Team Liquid.
Yeah, a bomb site completely populated. And Team Liquid cowering away to try and hang on to the 3 saved rifles here. We're looking at 4-1 on the T side. A strong start again from Mouse. And that was the problem over on Inferno. We talked about how the second half looked okay from Liquid. Started to show you some signs of a potential comeback, but there wasn't enough done in the first half to allow it to actually matter.
No space to work with in the second half, so that's something that absolutely cannot happen here on Train, but the start is a foundation for that similar situation. It'll be 4-1, and Mao's looking relentless. Plenty of time left in the bomb.
Yeah, the hunt is certainly on right now. Nertz looks like he's not going to be able to keep his. He's isolated from his teammates. They're coming close. Brolin creeping in behind.
Oh, they're all 3 dead.
Oh, this is it. The lineup coming in. The mow down from Brolin. No mercy whatsoever. Team Liquid saved nothing.
Yeah, they shrunk the save too much. They weren't spread out anymore watching for those pushes and those flanks. And Mao's able to just creep in on him all the way through the bomb timer. There's the first kill. The build off of Ultimate jumping up onto the train. Good double kill from Jimmy. And Brolin hits the sick timing for an easy spray down. Lots of celebrations. It's a big triple kill at the end. It takes so many guns away. The money isn't there for Team Liquid, so a Hero M4 picked up by Twist. And that's the only rifle they'll have in the round.
Great shot from Torzi, flicking down onto Ultimate. Shuei gone as well. And that one rifle is about to be alone on the server. And it's gone!
Oh my god!
Okay, Spinks.
Get out of my face.
Oh, dude, they're so warmed up. They're so crisp. This is really tough right now for Liquid. Mouths are firing all cylinders. 8-2 for Spinks. 6-2 on Exertion right now. Gotta get to see this again.
Now this shot from Spinks is gross after the spray.
Oh, bang into that bang on the E-box.
2 bullets.
Final bullets.
Oh, we took, that's the one? 2 bullets to get that headshot. That ain't bad at all. Got his whole team hyping him up for good reason. Spinks lurked out of Team Mid and catches Nerds, who's killless in this map. 0 and 7.
Spinks low, doesn't matter, still going to walk forward, still going to get his kill, and he's not stopping. Spinks unleashed. Ultimate, gets a good timing as Spinks looks away, preoccupied by other issues. Doesn't matter though, Team Liquid getting destroyed.
Yeah, well, I mean, your A-main defender has 0 kills on Nerds, and we've seen him get aggressive a couple of times, but it's going to be really tough to stem the tide of anything fast if you're not able to get any production in that position. And Spinks having himself a game, but also after that shot, we see this round. Look at the confidence in these guys, like coming out mid, coming through the smoke. Like Spinks has no fear pushing all the way down, looking for a fight with 2 HP. Mouse is just hitting a stride here that Liquid can't handle, and it just keeps getting worse. Kills in garbage time for Twist. Good job hanging on to the M4. But not going to have any impact on the outcome of the round of the match. Plenty of money over on the Mouse side of things to sustain those losses. All 4 dead players right around 10,000 in the bank. Timeout needed and called for by Liquid. Down by 5. And you're getting beat across the map. Your inner aggression has not worked. Mouse has handled that just fine. They've been able to have success fast-paced outside. They've been able to have success walking and creeping Ivy on NAF. If you're Liquid, you're desperately trying to think of solutions to some of these problems. Is there a second player I can pull over? Does someone have a piece of utility to activate me for this kind of a play? So Mouse will come back into this in complete control. Money built up behind them, op in the hands of Torji, going up against pistols and 1 saved AK-47.
Rainy day for Liquid. Exertion pushing out in towards Olaf. Shuei, the first victim of the round, Torji to make sure that it's a quick, clean kill. Long-range fights for Brolin, getting a little bit awkward. A lot of targets eventually overwhelming him. Nerds gets his first kill, at least in the 5-7.
Looked like there was a breath where that could have turned in the favor of Team Liquid, but just those rifles along that wall. We've seen that, I feel like, pretty much every anti-force or anti-low-buy. Like, Mouse is like very cautiously and patiently fighting from the choke points, but once they feel like they have the close space for it, they step up and just duel along the wall, just firing squad at range.
We got a double op setup coming out here for Team Liquid for the follow-up round here. Ultimate and NAF wielding them. Starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel here in the half. Wanting to get something going. Is this the key to unlock the comeback in the half? NAF going to be positioned at Ivy. Scope up, Yimpat, will he just walk into it? He crosses.
It's tagged as well. Tons of damage done by NAF. Jimmy not able to complete the kill on the exit. But that's the Ivy play pretty much done and played out. Jimmy can stick around as a late lurk if he wants, but Brolin's already shifted away. Mal's lined up to pressure the B bomb site. Jimmy sliding back towards Team Mid now. Brolin with the bomb joining up with his teammates in box halls. You've got Twist close up at upper ramp. And Nertz inside the bomb site.
swing from Twist into the open. Spinks.
No one's moved.
1-for-1, 50 seconds left of the clock, and it is only Nertz inside of the site here. His teammates haven't come to help him just yet. That rotation is starting to arrive, but they still need Nertz to step up. It's 1.5 from Nertz, and the rotate arrives. It's ultimate to chime in. Torzy's waiting for him to overextend into the open, but he double scopes just at the wrong time, and then Naf gets the angle on him, and Yimpat to drop. So the double up setup does work out, and we've got Team Liquid with their second.
That's the most chill Mouse round we've seen so far, right? The default spread, you have that Ivy play, everyone quietly walks back and joins up in box halls, but during all that time, that like 30 seconds it takes from walk from Ivy all the way towards the box halls, there's nothing being done by Mouse, so Liquid just kind of take initiative, right? The flash peek upper for Twist. He's like, okay, it's been quiet across the map. Let's go find out what's happening. And then Mouse is playing from the back foot. Nertz does just enough to stay alive long enough for ultimate to rotate over, but now all of a sudden you're punished again. Round 10, and Torzy just puts you right back in the bin. You can't overstate how good Torzy has been for Mouse today so far.
Ultimate trying to get that pick over towards Ivy, unable to do it, so Spink steps out onto B, catches Twist looking the wrong way. There was a blind spot in heaven, and Twist was completely exposed to it. The impact catching Shuei, trying to make the risky maneuver forward through the smoke. Every move is perfect right now for Mouse.
Let's just kind of talk about it how it is. This is gross. Liquid is clearly outmatched here on Train in a variety of different ways, both from individual decision-making, individuals plays available for Mouse, the team tactics. But remember, this is the first time they played it with Shuhei. And even before that, they only played it once in the past 3 months back at Pro League. So a very unimpressive, underwhelming showing from Liquid as team and individuals on Train, but clearly a map they have yet to put significant time into.
Yeah, clearly a big weakness though going forward in the tournament though.
Yeah, that's a good point. That'll be like maybe like this is putting them on notice of like, you better hurry up with that Train because everyone's seeing this and everyone's gonna start picking it against you.
Pretty early in the competition as well.
Anyone who's average on Train might just be swinging this one against you.
Well, this is the Group B upper bracket semi-final match, so winner straight to the playoffs. Loser down to the lower bracket.
The lower bracket matchup to get that last spot. 3 teams from each group. 2 to the semifinals, 4 to the quarterfinals. It's the second timeout used by Team Liquid going into round 11, so 2 rounds remaining to try and change your fate. 2 MP9s and 3 M4s to a fully kitted out Mouse squad.
There's a double push through, pop into the fire. Spinks is ready for both. Ravages them as Mouse look to tip into 9. Snaf to at least get 1 kill back here in Exertion. Coming through the smoke, that's a free offering to Twist. 3v3 somehow out of this. Yimpact getting caught, Nertz doing damage, but too many targets and he couldn't finish off any of them.
An ugly spray, a clean first kill, maybe he gets a second. Mouse, they call it out, we can hear it in the studio.
Here we go, Naf. This is suddenly a big clutch offered up against Torzy in the 1v1, and Naf is being quiet. But he somehow stayed alive in the corner, away from the fire, away from the flames, and Torzy's out of there. He's just beelining it to the other side.
And even though the Molotov doesn't kill Naf, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, you were smoked off, so you no longer have any kind of vision. You can't go towards Ivy. He's not going to be there. So you're just sat and wait until this bomb gets planted, and then it's like, great, I've got to go find him in the other train yard. So good luck, and you know it's the AWP as well. Although Torzy with Tech 9 senses Naf is low.
Oh, the amount of time that it's taken for Naf to get here as well. There's got to be so many different positions going through his mind. He's got some utility. Torzy's coming back to the angle. Naf's going to molly out heaven. Looking for the ramp. Torzy not showing anything, not giving it away. Now he knows where he is. Naf taps.
No kit.
Utility goes in. Molotov doesn't reach the position, but no kit on his back. Torzy prevents the Naf clutch. And it's another round here for Mouse. It's hard fought in the end, but it's 9 on the board of the T side.
Yeah, this is rough. This is a tough game for Team Liquid. I think individually, again, just much like how we kind of talked on Inferno, I think instead of seeing that little bit of a comeback on Inferno where it's like, all right, now we're seeing them get warmed up, now they're switched on. Well, I think they went back to like cooled off in between the maps. Because it's a very similar feeling to Inferno, where it's like not only does it feel like you're kind of getting outbeaten, outpositioned, and outplayed tactically, individually some of these fights are looking a little bit gross for Team Liquid. And you're gonna have bad games, you know?
Yeah.
We're all gonna have them.
Pretty much everybody does. And this is certainly one of them for Liquid. Exertion. Grenade lands in his position, gets traded out by Mag 7.
Mouse is going to go towards Ivy, and this is the first time they've done this with this kind of numbers, and especially this late in the round. So it's kind of a cool play to bring out in the last round of the half. Naf is going to come be aware of the possibility. Tough angle to deal with.
Naf blinded as well. Oh, it's so rough. He gets into the corner for just a second longer, but Yinpat going to take him out. Ultimate looking to step up. He upgrades that Mag 7 into the AK-47.
They have time to pause and let Spinks play next.
Brolin, he's going to play next. He's going to step out into the open. It's going to be Ultimate to go down. Brolin searching out towards CT as well. Shuei taking a lick of damage, and Torzi's going to grab that kill, leaving Twist alone. 1v3, and double figures about to be secured unless Twists can pull this back. Goes into the site, and it's denied. It's Brolin to round it out. A 10-2 scoreline in the first half of Train. Looking very good for Mouse.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can I try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can I try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah.
progression into the playoff setup here for Mouse. 10-2 as they lead the way going into the second half. Only a couple rounds away from the playoffs in Dallas.
Yeah, it might be coming quick, that qualification. Let's see what kind of Liquid we're going to get in the second half. They very well could just be checked out. I mean, it just could be a kind of a sleeping while you're on your feet kind of a situation for Team Liquid. And I don't know, it's hard to blame them after the Torji on map 1, after the way Train has gone in this opening half. We've just been completely lost and fooled and outplayed every sense and every step of the way.
Yeah.
Nothing positive for Team Liquid to hang their hat on today.
Well, Torji stepping out into IV is going to run right by Naf, who just gets himself up on top.
What's that about?
Oh, that little yellow bin.
All right, guys. Rein it in. It's only the pissed around.
Yeah, they want to speed run their way into the playoffs here. Jewel Beretta is out, gunslinging the way to a double. Nice shot for Yimpat from Khan. And a follow-up as well from the Finn. Shuei up against them, and he can't do anything about it. So 11-2, pistol round wins, should seal it.
Yeah, there's nothing in the tank here. I don't even know what the right answer is for Liquid. You could see some of the smiles and laughing. I think there's been a few sequences in this series, in this game, where they probably feel like, what are we supposed to do with some of these shots that are coming out, especially with Torji's Inferno. But there's no good answer at 2-11 on whether you buy or save in the second round. Liquid have chosen to save. It's only Glocks. And Mouse will be securing themselves a spot in the playoffs inside the arena. We'll find out if it's semifinals or quarterfinals at a later date. But for the moment, all you need to know is Mouse is going to be in the playoffs. Woo! I expected a little bit more fanfare, you know? I expected some cheering, maybe like a sound,
like expected, isn't it? Though,
I expected like a soundtrack from production, some clapping, maybe.
Well,
anything.
we get Chad back on the soundboard.
Yeah, we need it.
Yeah. Well, last, 2023, they were in the grand finals, Mouse. So, that's, they have a chance of winning it this time.
And they're taken down by Ents, I believe. That was the snappy run.
Nerds was against them.
Yeah, Nerds took them down in the finals. That's right.
Not taking them down today, though. They've actually just taken him downtown, and he's got 3 kills, so...
Yeah, he got spanked this map.
Yeah.
Let's no two buts about it. He got a lesson today in how to play mid-train.
Grenade landing onto a Shuei and Nerds. They're going to give it one last good go, one last push forward as Nerds gets one Yimpat to trade it on Shuei. 4v4. Couple of seconds into the round.
And relocating out towards Ivy, it looks like Naf leading the way. Nert's going to join up with him. Actually, we're going to butt heads here. There's a push from the CT side and the T side.
Exertion stepping up, Naf going down, and Malice flipping it back, and that's it. That should be it now. 4v2.
Nerds is like, I just walked all the way here.
Oh, bombs down
I gotta go back? Are you kidding me?
Well, you've nowhere to walk now. It's all on twist.
Well, a fantastic series from Mao's start to finish. They came in with their A game, and it kept up all the way through. No underestimating Team Liquid, no taking a round off. And Mao's have emphatically, with a very large statement victory, booked a spot in the IEM Dallas playoffs. Only if Twist loses this.
Only if he loses this, and he will eventually lose it. All right, Mouse then. They come in, they stomp over Liquid, a 2-0 fashion into the playoffs, at least confirming themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. So see if they can make it all the way through to the semis. That is going to be the goal out of the group stages. They are looking deadly. They are looking scary. And for Team Liquid, some work to do for the rest of the groups here.
You know what's really nice for Mouse is my thought process going into this whole Brolin IGL thing was around this time, I mentioned this in the first step, around this time Mouse would maybe start floundering as they have to try and bring in new things, new ideas, refresh the playbook leading into the major. I thought this would be the moment we saw a drop off. The fact we haven't, the fact that they've come in and still just handled business so convincingly, that's a great sign for Mouse that's sitting as the 3rd best team in the world, still struggling to beat Vitality and Falcons, but we know they got it in them. Let's see if they can build up to that critical mass. We've got the Death to close out the series.
Yeah, truly a dominant display from Mouse to secure themselves a spot at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas Playoffs 2025. Let's be real, Steel. Train didn't even really look like a game versus Liquid, right?
What the hell was Liquid thinking, letting this map in? Like, it's been your permaban. You played it one time. That was still with JKS on the roster. Like, I just don't understand what that was about. And, I mean, it was clear from the ending score that it was not the right play. I feel like Nuke should have been in there. Were you surprised, Torzy? Welcome. That they let Train in and banned out Nuke?
Hey, guys.
Yeah, they. I mean, it didn't surprise us, but we expected kind of that maybe they will ban Nuke, so we were ready for Train in case they will do it. But we also knew that they didn't really play with it Camille, and I think we also saw it in the game that they don't have a lot of game time on it. So yeah, it was an obvious pick for us.
Makes perfect sense to be picking into it. You mentioned, obviously, playing up against your former in-game leader in Shuei for the first time since you joined Liquid. What was that experience like for you, first of all?
Yeah, it was... I wouldn't say it was personal, but of course, I think they also wanted to win, but we as Mouse, we really wanted to win because, we changed him, right? So... Like we wanted to show that.
You tell us. Did you change him?
It was the right decision, you know. So yeah.
Okay. You say you wanted to say it's personal. What's going on there with you and him? How close were you on the team?
No, I'm really good friend with Camille still. Yeah. I really like him. I really like him as a person, as a friend. So there is no bad blood between us. I mean, I hope. But from my side, and I think, like, me and him are in good terms. And we also joked before the game and also between the maps. So, yeah, I like him a lot.
When you guys were playing on Inferno, you specifically, and also Spinks to a lesser extent, had a really good showing there. A lot of almost, I would say, freebies in a lot of ways where they kind of came into your crosshair a lot of the time. But other times you were moving around a lot. Did you have an idea of like where they were going and just getting ahead of where they were going on your own? Like, hey, I'm going to go here because I think this is what's happening?
Yeah, I think when we did preparation, we saw some patterns that we could abuse because I think they have a hard time without a coach, you know? Like when you don't have a coach, you don't have a system, it's pretty hard to build it up alone as an IGL. So I think they are a little bit a step back, you know? In front of the other teams because they don't have a coach. I think it's really important for a system to have a coach for like a leader, you know. And I think we saw some things that if we rotate in certain situations, we can get some easy frags or free kills. And also we saw that, for example, on mid, their flashes are not the best. And for example, when I was holding from long, I think 2 times I was not getting blind and it was just free kills when they're popping. So, I mean, these things are pretty important, you know, and
yeah, so when you go up against them and you guys right now are considered kind of like up there with Falcons, with Vitality. Those are the only teams that you're not really able to beat at the moment. They're both at this tournament, and Falcons is actually in this side of the bracket with you guys, so good chance that you'll be playing them tomorrow in the seeding match. Last time you went up against them, I think that was when they knocked you out in the semifinals. Is there any less pressure now, like if you were to face off against them here, that you could kind of get over these whatever bump? Like, what do you think that next obstacle is to be able to beat Falcons and or Vitality?
Yeah, I think it was certainly the last 2 times we lost versus Falcons. The first time we got absolutely destroyed. Like, they just ran over us. And the last time we played, it was, I think, in Melbourne, where they beat us. And I think a lot of personal decisions, like solo decisions, you know, cost us the round. I think we have a good system, but sometimes, like, I didn't show up or one of our players didn't show up in certain scenarios, and it's obviously you need to have like individual brilliance to win teams versus like Falcons or Spirit or Vitality. Like, they have the best players in the world. So. And I think we worked a lot on these and also on our map pool, you know, obviously at Dust 2, every team was picking versus us, and we worked a lot on it in the last 2 weeks because we skipped Astana, so we had a lot of time to practice. And I feel like we are ready to go against Falcons now. But even if it doesn't come out the best, it's still a group stage game. I'm sure that we want to grab them in the playoffs if we have a chance.
Yeah, today it looked like you guys showed up like really early on as well, and then especially on that train game. But for example, yesterday you had really slow starts. I think you were down 8-4 on both maps against BCG. So what does it take to get you guys in today's form so that you would be ready for, you know, when you go up against a Falcons team? How do you start ready and start fresh and hot and everything?
Yeah, it's a good question. As you said yesterday, you said it pretty well. We were pretty slow in the beginnings, and second half they couldn't get any runs. Like, we just get into a groove, but like we said after the game that we shouldn't use this as a excuse.
Yes,
excuse.
yeah.
Excuse. Also, it was first game, so we don't want to use those excuses. So, for example, for today's game, we wanted to get ready instantly from the beginning, and we hyped each other up a little bit more before the game, and we did some activations between us, talking a little bit more, so we are more connected, and this worked.
Just overall, sorry.
I was going to ask, you want to give an example of that? Like what type of...
Yeah, like we played, football.
Okay.
With each other, or just like before the game we have like 20 minutes and we just talk a lot, and also in the it's just more talking and more
what do you guys talk about though? Like is there anything specific?
It could be anything in general
around?
Like we could talk about in-game, or we talked about in-game stuff.
Okay.
So mostly Counter-Strike. Makes sense. Just like overall, I think it's such an interesting conversation when we're talking about the likes of yourself, Vitality, Falcons. Like we look at Vitality, they're not losing to anyone. Falcons are only losing to Vitality. You guys are only losing to Falcons and Vitality. If you're going to rank in terms of firepower of the rosters, who would you say out of those three? Like what's your ranking in terms of the firepower equation?
Yeah, I mean, I would say definitely Falcons, Vitality the top right now. And I think it's, we lost the last 2 times versus Falcons, but I wouldn't rate them higher, But I think us, Falcons and Spirit, in a similar level. And I think we can beat each other. And I really hope if they win today, then we can show it tomorrow as well. But it's really close, those gaps, between us, Falcons and Spirit. There is not a lot of gaps, so I couldn't tell.
I think that's what makes Counter-Strike so exciting at the moment. Just as a little side note and some other news, obviously we talked about it, but it was a B-Stream interview, so people might not have seen it. Major in your home country. Not the next one, the one after, though.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that overall?
Yeah, I'm feeling really excited about the Budapest Major. I think it will be a great opportunity for the country, for me as well. I would love to play in front of my home crowd. But there are many tournaments before that. There is also another major, so we need to focus on that, and after that we can talk about Budapest Major.
What's the number one food people must try when they go there? What's the number one?
Töltött káposzta. It's stuffed cabbage.
Ooh, okay.
It's really like a traditional food in Hungary.
That sounds very tasty. Torzi, thank you so much for this extended interview. Thank you so much for letting us pick your brains a little bit. We'll let you go off, celebrate with your team, and we'll see you in that seeding game tomorrow. Whoever that may be against. Obviously, we're talking about Falcons as a high probability making it through to that very game, but they do have to take down Heroic first. That's going to be going down later on today. Let's talk about the other side of the coin, though. Liquid. What do you feel like went wrong? What was the biggest issue for them on that map of Train? Was it just allowing it to be in the pool in the first place?
Honestly, I would just say they shouldn't have let that through. Right now, it's really difficult to not have a permaban, and for a team like Liquid, I think there's a couple of teams in the scene that kind of float maps and hope that teams don't pick it, or they kind of take that gamble, and right now they got punished on it. I don't think they're going to do this again. They're not going to make that mistake. They've shown how weak they are. So, I mean, realistically, they needed to close out Inferno. They had many opportunities to do so, and if once they go and review that, maybe they can figure out how to get to that next level. But letting that Train through, I feel like there's something going on if they're not feeling Nuke, because I feel like Mouse is going to pick Nuke, and you can be prepared on that versus Train, a map you never play. That's just weird.
It's a valid question, definitely. When we look at Liquid's journey and potential chances to make it through the playoffs, obviously they do move down into that lower bracket. They'll be facing the winner of Aurora or NRG going on later. And then even if they win that, they've still got to win another game, which could potentially be either FaZe, Falcons, or Heroic. So Liquid, they're taking the scenic route if they want to make it to that stage.
Liquid versus FaZe rematch would be very interesting to see how FaZe progresses, but I don't even think we're going to get to that point. That's just, it's difficult going down there and then having to win multiple games, and it's tough. And you don't want to be in that position, and you don't want to fumble your chances.
Well, speaking of games, we do have plenty more on the cards today. We're going to bid you farewell for the time being and hand it on over to the capable hands of Pimp and Yanko to guide you on through the 2 best of 3s that will be ensuing next. And this one is going to be a bit of a banger. It's Heroic versus Falcons going down after an extended break.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Ruteris. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the Cathedral.
Instant headshot, and so he did.
Wow, well, little victories here for Gamer Legion. You did hand Vitality their first pistol round loss of the tournament, so that's good, I suppose. It's just crazy how Vitality are able to stay in this one. They lost the first 2 bodies, same as that first pistol round, but they come back into it and keep their composure almost up until the finish line. But Gamer Legion challenges, they send 2 out at the same time from CT and are able to at least apply the amount of frags needed to stick the defusal, and then that last one was a beauty to deny any further space from being gained by Vitality to try and defend that bomb. So bomb plan comes through, meaning there will be a force buy, but they choose to go heavily into util do Vitality instead of opting for the Galil, which I don't necessarily mind because it's 4 Tech 9s and Deagle. They explode out to B. This actually could be pretty effective.
Seems like they've got the same idea. CTR getting under the window, looking to link up with PR. Maybe just for an additional nade. Little smoke to stall this out, but at this point you'd imagine they're going to go through. A minute on the clock. Nothing seen. Smokes deployed. Vitality rocking on out. That smoke gives a little bit of cover to ZTR. Let's see if he can capitalize. PR blinded up, still finds the headshot. And now back turn, but a snap around PR gone. And ZTR still holds court, but eventually overwhelmed. Just too many pistols. The health is low. But can they snake a bomb plane here? 35 seconds. They're going to leave. They're going to leave,
they can go away.
John.
Yeah.
They're slipping out and past and on to Cat.
Oh.
But Rez has an inkling. He's got a tickling on the back of his neck from the fact that nothing's been seen here from Towson. And on the timing, Zaiwu caught on the cross, but Rops is the one who suffers for it. Rez through the smoke will not be allowing a bomb plan here and now.
Wow, that's a bold play from Rez, honestly. Gets the first and then just charges right through the smoke to find the follow-up onto Zaiwu. And despite it looking quite threatening, Vitality unable to close off that force buy. And Gamer Legion will tie things up. I mean, it just goes to show you, though, the value of utility over necessarily getting the rifles in these types of rounds, right? Because Vitality had no Galil, only the Tech 9s and a Deagle to work with, but they had a ton of util at their disposal, which allowed them to take the space in the site. Sure, they don't win the round, but they make a case for investing more heavily into that util.
Deagle's ringing out, making maybe Gamer Legion a little nervous about some of these mid peaks. No reason to serve your head up on a platter when there are 4 Deagles looking away. But PR finds his window to isolate out just one of those. You know they got him painted into a corner though, and so Zaiwu waits. On Flames, he's back. Rez over the smoke. This is a risky fight again, and that's why. That's why you don't face off against ZywOo unless he's looking the wrong way. Acor finds such a moment. But look at this. ZTR's been pulled off at the B site.
Yeah.
He'll come back to it. But it does mean that there's one more headshot that stands between Vitality and the bomb plant. He's so isolated. None of these players outside of Robs have armor. So the ZTR lockdown begins. Robs cannot find the killing blow. Headshots dodged, and ZTR keeps control.
ZTR, during that moment, is shaking his head saying, no, I don't think so. I got you guys, before he even gets the final frag. Maybe a bit of a delay on our side seeing the cams, but either way, impressive stuff from ZTR. Didn't get flustered at all. And that's a big round victory for Gamer Legion, because if you recall in that first half, it was the eco round that we just talked about earlier that led to Vitality getting back into it. Now Gamer Legion deny that and gain themselves a lead once more.
ZTR leading from the front on the kill counter. Not the typical position for Gamer Legion, but if that's what he's got to do, that's what he's got to do. Certainly put him under pressure, but now with the rifles out for Vitality, Rops is opening up the show. Middle has proved costly for Acor. Vitality, with that 5v4 established, are content to shift back, readjust, move into what looks to be an A execute.
Yeah, I mean, very much shaping up for an AXQ, but PR does get the response onto Apex. Flamesy trying to activate on towards this A site. He's in Tetris now. Towson waiting, hiding in the shadows, eventually gets spotted. Rob's going to take care of him, and then Mezzy drops Rez. It is only down to ZTR and PR, and now only ZTR as the frags swing through for Vitality.
4 alive, that'll bolster the confidence here, bolster the bank account as well. Even losing Apex in that mid engagement did not slow them down much at all. So we are all knotted up, and the guns are out. And the damage they've done with the Deagles, the damage they've done with the pistols, it's going to mean that there's not a lot in reserve. PR goes for the hero rifle here. Interesting. They got the A1S out on PR. Otherwise, it's a 5-7.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Yeah, Apex waiting there towards mid, takes care of Rez. Oh.
Oh. Well, we can look at their faces.
Yes.
Read the rest of this round. Look at the rapt concentration going on right now. You can see, oh, we've got a free cam. We got a free cam. Can we get this over to ZTR? Yes, we can indeed.
Ooh.
We've summoned it back. ZywOo just in time to see him erase ZTR's head. It's a point-and-click adventure for ZywOo. And Towson will not have a whole lot more success.
All right, so just like that, Vitality back in the lead. It's crazy, right? You feel like Gamer Legion have these opportunities to strike, and They lose the follow-up after winning an important round, and right here it's just the anti-eco, so there really isn't much Gamer Legion can do, and Vitality just seem to have their number at every single turn. So 9-8 in favor of Vitality. Gamer Legion coming through here. Money is very difficult in terms of the economy for Gamer Legion, so they have to settle for an MP9, and the utility is also extremely lacking. That will have an impact here, and Rez, you know, trying to take an aggressive fight, hoping to find a first, gets immediately deleted by Apex. They have a 5v4 in favor of Vitality. See the desperation in Gamer Legion now in terms of their plays.
Starting to feel it a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Rez, the only impact he has in this round is his body on the dust below him. Players are setting up for a little bit of a mid-collapse. This could get interesting. Do they have a flashbang to go over? No, they'd have to do it dry. Risky, but Apex looking the wrong way. No, doesn't turn into a kill. The flashbang came in just in time from Vitality, and now the kills are following it. FlameZ with 3 in the round. It looked like there was a moment maybe where Gamer Legion were set to explode, but the lack of a flash from their side proves costly.
Goodness me, that's one of the most dominant round victory we've seen so far in a gun round here for Vitality. And that's gotta hurt the confidence for Gamer Legion. See them just trying to get back into the fight, even PR at the end. Nothing could happen. Vitality had every single corner covered. 10-8, back onto the eco for Gamer Legion. They're gonna have one more chance at a full gun round to get on the board, otherwise this one's heading to map number 2.
And you painted the picture in the pre-show here, John. Mirage is the best chance. Mirage is the one map where at times Vitality have shown some struggles, some in quotation marks.
Yes.
But when you're looking to take down a monolith like Vitality, you have to find some sort of a crack. There don't seem to be any crack showing in this one. Mezzy might have a chance for some eeks. Might also have a chance to lose his gun. Gamer Legion at this point just trying to increase their margins at all. If they can hunt up a player on the exit here. Oh, Mezzy knows. Mezzy's seen this one. Mezzy has seen this one before. A little utility damage for the king. And that will confirm no casualties. Pacifist playthrough of a round of Counter-Strike.
Don't see it often, but there you have it.
Corn right there.
Yeah,
Make a wish, everybody. It's like a shooting star.
And now, the moment of truth for Gamer Legion. Their wish is probably for a 9th round victory here to get themselves back into Mirage. Without it, it's probably curtains. I mean, yes, you have the full loss bonus, but that's a small comfort on CT side, because it won't allow you to get strong buy-ups. You have to sacrifice something in order to get util out, if that's what you choose, or go the other way without having much util. Anyway, we can't talk about what might happen. What's right here in front of us is Gamer Legion have to win this round if they want to continue forward here on Mirage. And again, you know, going to Nuke, this is a map that, yes, there have been some minor vulnerabilities for Vitality as well, a couple of losses, but those losses were in March. They've got, what is it, a 7-map win streak on Nuke since that point. So, I don't know, and against the top teams in the world.
Say one thing about Vitality. Big fans of streaking. A-Core, not going to be able to deal with Zaibu. Overloaded. It was one thing to do it against 3D Max yesterday, but Vitality is a different beast altogether. And A-Core, again, perhaps struggling to get stuck in. The silver lining we can say for him is that it did take him a map to get warmed up last time. Found that pistol round clutch in the second map of play, and suddenly he's like a different player altogether. So maybe he just needs that moment, that spark. That big round. But those rounds, as many teams know, are hard to come by against this team.
Oh, yeah. Vitality can really suffocate you. Okay, hold on. Rez has one onto Apex and fades back through the smoke for cover.
Look at the space. Look at the space. The threat
ZTR
here right now for ZTR. He's in so much trouble, and there's no way out. Rez even eliminated by Rops on the flank. The bomb will go down. It has to be a save for these remaining Gamer Legion members.
Well, yeah, no choice. No money left, so Towson and PR are going to carry this AK and M4 into the next round if they can hang on to it, because Vitality have absolutely zero reason not to chase them out. Tons of money available. So the hunt will begin, since the bomb has pretty much been confirmed to explode at this point. No one's really nearby. They spotted out PR. Oh man, that's going to be tough for him to survive here, Mike. And he's gone. Only Towson left, who should be safe. Operative word is should, as he fades into he's gone.
Sorry, what was that? Can we get a replay?
Maybe we'll get it at the end here. I didn't hear it either.
Something about the baggage? Well, we'll have to leave that to the Reddit experts. I always do enjoy a bit of the Apex trash talk. Certainly earned it here on this map of Mirage. A-Core connecting a shot with the Scout, of all things. But as heavy damage done onto a few of these Vitality players, they wanted to accelerate. Zywoo's out of play, but Apex has found Towson. PR shutting down the mid approach. It's just going to be these A players. They've got a lot of space behind these smokes. And Rops is pretty far forward. See if Rops can capitalize on this forward ground. ZTR trying to make it uncomfortable for him. Letting him know that he knows what they know. But Mezzi behind the second effort. That bomb's now planted. The health is low for these remaining players. If there were nades for Gamer Legion, it would be all trouble. But just smokes. Still need to find the shots as well. Apex swings into the action. And somebody swung into the kills. But I don't think it was Vitality. Looks like we're getting another round here.
It looks like it.
Bear with us, folks. A storm's a-brewing in Dallas. Might be causing us some problems here.
Perhaps so, but at the very... Oh man, that was a crazy shot from ZTR to finish it off, so we get to see it. Well done. To get that 9th round on the board for Gamer Legion. That's crazy that Vitality even made it that close, considering the numbers disadvantage they had going to the post plant. They're just that good right now, folks. It's as simple as that. Gamer Legion do hang on. They win the important one, though. And now they got the op in A-Core's hands. He's looking for something, a little bit of magic, perhaps, to find his way into a better spot in the scoreboard and maybe help his team power into overtime. 3 more rounds required from Gamer Legion, and Mezzi gets the spot. Almost a frag. Speaking of frags, there goes the HE, and it's perfect. ZTR just has his arms up saying, what can I possibly do here? As he falls down by the wayside. B site a little bit vulnerable, and that's going to force PR to move himself more into B site than he might have liked.
Core with that off. Could be a difference maker. Apex gets caught. He's been a little loose sometimes with this spacing, but the op duel is lost here. Rez is tucked in the corner. They have a good idea that he's close by because of that kill on Apex. That means that he's in big trouble now. Trying to swing on out. Unfortunately, won't be challenged here from Rops. Instead, it's a face from the window, and PR finds himself face first in the dirt. All under Rez. All under Rez to keep Vitality off of this dub, and Zywoo on the line will afford no second thought. Strong control here on Mirage. Vitality looking very good indeed. Looking like they're ready to extend that streak to 27.
Yeah, that's an exclamation point at the end with the overkill from the op to the dome. And look, there were...
I'm here with Zywoo. Zywoo, you've won plenty of clutches in your time. What's the most memorable?
I think it was the P251, I would say, against Navy.
Okay, all right, I remember that one very vividly. All right, what we're going to do right now is we're going to have like a bit of a bracket of your clutches. So let's start with number 1. Click on number 1, and it's going to be versing number 2.
Okay, it was Grand Final, yeah, I remember this one. I think it was really stressful as well, because Grand Final against Navy was the 3rd map. We know we can do, like, we can be down like 2-1 if we lose this map. So was really pressure moments for everyone. I remember like I had to like secure 1v1 kinda, because I know if I try to play 2v1 it's gonna be hard. And I know one was jungle, so I didn't expect like him to be benched like this because he's playing kinda 1v1, he's giving me
It's
a
all
free
in,
kills.
yeah.
But after that, I would just try to pick like the easiest 1v1 on my side.
Okay. Well, that clutch will be going up against number 2.
Yep.
So let's play
So
number
this
2.
one?
Yep.
So this one, it's okay. Again,
This was huge.
Yeah, this one was most important. It was like also like for the Grand Slam,
Yeah.
Grand Final against Falcon. We had done like 12-6 after, and I don't know if we were able to win this game if I don't put up like this maybe clutch. So it was kind of really important. I would say more important than Cologne.
Yeah, okay. So at what point do you think, is it that fight there from Kixon where they misplayed it?
I don't think he misplayed it because I think he was scared to go vent because maybe
Sure,
I can
you'd be
say
open, yeah.
He will be open. But just now, like I wanted to play really fast because I don't want them to have good position. Like having a crossover between ramp, behind side,
Yeah.
and I have to play both of them like this. So that's why I went instantly on the left, trying to catch someone because I knew I heard Nico going towards ramp. So I tried to secure the 1v1 like this.
So with these two clutches we just showed, Cologne versus or Melbourne, which one wins?
I would say Melbourne.
Okay.
Just for like Grand Slam, the Grand Final, for the comeback as well, for all these like memories we had.
Sure.
This.
The importance of that type of clutch.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Well, let's get into number 3.
Number 3. I don't think this clutch like I put it in my important clutch overall.
Okay, why?
It's not a Grand Final, it's EPL, quarterfinal. It's not.
So it's the
I don't think
context of
it's
the
the
clutch.
contest of the clutch, the contest of everything behind it, behind the tournament as well. So obviously we lost the game after that, but I think there's better clutch. I want to say the number 4, but I think the number 4 will
All right,
win
let's
it.
check it out. What's number 4 got for us?
He will win it.
Okay.
I know this. I mean, I already said like in interviews, but I don't think I will be able to pull a clutch like this again.
What is it about the mechanics of it? What is it that you like so much about this one?
It's just the mechanic, the 9 HP, also we do like reverse sweep at the end of the tournaments. It was all this kind of thing and I think against the player I'm playing against, the Navi at the time, and I was 9 HP, I think right now they kill me 100%.
Sure, and it's all headshots?
Yeah, all headshots, so I think this clutch, I'm already thinking about, I don't think I can pull this clutch again because it was just amazing.
So the Mirage Ace, that beats out the Inferno.
I mean, it would beat Inferno easily.
Okay, so now we're going to compare it. We're going to go clutch 2 against this one.
Yes.
So which one wins?
I think it's kind of close because the contests are really different, but I will say this one because I don't think I can do it again.
Okay, so this is like a once-in-a-lifetime type moment.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
All right, so even with the context of, you kept your team in it on the nuke clip, it was for the Grand Slam, and so you guys came back on the 5th map, but this one right here is special.
But I'm just thinking about the 1v2 when I go down, I think I can still do it.
Yes?
This one, I don't think so. With Electronic coming behind, with the 9 HP killing 3 more like this, I don't think so. I can be able to put the clutch like this again.
Okay, it's
so
iconic.
I will put, anyway, this is my best clutch forever.
Best clutch forever?
Yeah, in my career. I think.
Well, there you go.
He's even been flanked. And Electronic looking for the cleanest finish. He's been turned on. Zywoo, no health really, but he's still hitting shots. He's already got 3 and 4 and 5 and oh my God, Zywoo!
That's final. Perfect. Thank you very much, Zywoo. The Mirage Ace with a 1v4 versus Na'Vi on the pissed round P250 in CSGO.
Yes.
The greatest clutch ever.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There. How can you not see this? There's 4 boxes.
I don't know how to explain this.
All right. Imagine you're drawing a red box. Draw a square.
Big one?
Yeah. Okay. Now you draw a circle in that square. And inside the circle you draw a small square. Then outside of the big square, on the top right, another square, like a rectangle. Exactly. And then below that square, there has to be like a little space. You draw another square.
The same one like
this. A little bit shorter maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bottom right, under the big square, you draw another box. And on top of it all, draw like a road almost.
Straight lines?
Yeah, and stop. And one more under it. Just imagine it's a little bit bigger, you know.
Okay.
You're playing this. You're playing there, mate. You're playing there. How can you not see this? There's 4 boxes.
Mirage?
No.
Inferno. B.
Yes, it's Inferno B. Yes. I tried to draw like the fountain in the middle. I thought he would already get it there, but then no.
Oh fuck. So you can draw a red square.
In the middle?
More to the left. Inside of that square, on the bottom right, like a small square. Now you can go to the bottom left, half of it inside, half of it outside of the big square. And a bit more to the right. Something like that, yes. Now you can go to top right of the big square. Half of it is inside, half of it is outside, and it's turned a bit.
Okay, so it's not like straight?
It's not straight, yes. Under it, draw a new one, like the same size. This one is straight.
Like this. What bombs are we on? Is it train?
No.
No? Oh, I have no clue. Is it Inferno? It's not Inferno.
No.
A side. Yeah. It's Mirage. A side.
Yes. Oh, I don't know how to explain this. Start from the top left, like not all the way on the top, but like something like that. But at the bottom, leave like a gap so you don't connect this. Okay. It's gonna be hard.
Well, it's like it's like going like this or what? This is crazy. It's a rainbow or what?
But no, don't connect all of them. Like the first 2 connected and the third and fourth connected.
Okay.
I think we'll need a few hours for this one. But connect it in a way that, like, just start from...
Yeah, the same place.
Yes, exactly.
No?
I don't know.
Can you say what color it is or something? I don't know.
I think you can see it right now around this room.
But I can see your logo now.
Huh?
It's fine.
All right, we're Dallas ready, and we're here now with twists, and we're gonna do first to 100. You gotta kill 100 bots. You have 2 different rounds to do it in, 50 each. Do you think you're ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, as soon as I hit this bell, you're gonna go, okay?
I am ready.
You are ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ooh, straight to it, snappy. It's like you wake up and you're just like ready to go at all times. Is that true?
Yeah, I think so.
You gotta do a little bit better than that. I think a little bit slow on the side.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. I'm missing so many. It's not my mouse, guys. It's not my mouse.
It's not your mouse. What is this excuse? Oh my God. You can give this guy no sleep at all. He is fired up. Wow, this is the quickest one I've seen so far. Oh, there you go. What did you get there? 25.70?
25 seconds.
Oof. 24.06 for the first run. Actually, that's not too bad, you know?
22 seconds.
22.1.
Yeah.
22.1 on the first. All right.
21.89. I think that's the record for the day. You must feel pretty good about this run, right?
Yeah.
You think you could go faster than that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I will do better on the second
Okay, because that was kind
okay,
of...
but could be better.
That was okay, that was garbage. You need to do way better than that, okay?
How do you feel about that?
Not really good.
Not great?
What can I say? I'm trying my best with the resolution.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. You're representing AWPers. You're representing Europe right now.
All right, ready, set.
You know, wired mouse is like... It's not as easy as it once was.
A good worker never blames his tools.
That's actually true.
Does the ear ring still with this whistle in your ear?
No, I'm not old like you.
Oh, what the hell? Okay.
Sorry, coach. I am not fast.
It's about the accuracy here.
But you're slowing down a little bit. Oh no, the time, no! Ah, you can't let your foot off the gas. 23:27.
I can do it definitely
27.
That is not good.
0.04. Unhappy with your performance today, or what are we feeling?
I'm not happy. What can I do? I need to play better. 24.5.
See? You do better when you should talk.
Yeah.
24.5. Gonna bounce back from this?
Yeah, I think so. I just need to be prepared.
Be prepared, okay? That's what Scar always said in The Lion King. Be prepared.
Nico to Falcons.
Could also be FaZe Nico or Vitality Nico.
He's going to Falcons though. Plenty of insiders have said this.
Ah yes, I forgot that insiders are always right.
But that is all rumors, Nico.
Rapport.
They have like 500,000 per week, so it's obvious they took the chance.
500,000 per week? This is esport, not football.
Magisk is gonna be the next IGL for Falcons.
Excuse me?
Magisk. He taught Saibu and Device how to play.
He's washed, bro. Carried by Goatwo and Goatbl.
Zero CS knowledge.
Zaihu and Sompel.
Goatjisk. Something like that.
Keep workshopping that one.
I watched Magisk demos. He should have been Ryu Major MVP.
Brother, what?
Only player to play with Deve, Simple, Saivu, and Nico.
We now need Dunk to stand in for Tessus, or Nico in some game, and Magis got the GOAT 5.
I'm just a chill guy.
Magis has been stepping it up big time, like everyone on the team since that abhorrent and embarrassing ass whooping by Stralis on Ancient.
He even be smiling.
I'll be smiling too if Nico and Tessus carried me.
One more SG. Pray it on for all time's sake. Let's see it, Magisk.
Aros Dosse? In this team?
I think Magisk knows Portuguese, to be fair.
Magisk plus Nico plus Monesi plus Kiyosuke plus Dunk. Looks good on paper, mate.
That would be pretty good, no? NA opinion equals irrelevant.
XD.
Colossus 2.0.
If needed, Nico is extremely versatile. Not even joking, this guy did anything in his career with successes. Oping. Sad 2020, it is pretty sad. Entering, lurking, leading, and sometimes supporting.
He was good at AWPing when he played for Moose Sports.
He never mained up in Mouse. Him and Chris J were both secondary ops, and Nico was clearly uncomfortable with op.
He wasn't main op in Moose, but he was comfortable with it, and there are many crazy clips when he was AWPing, and he was the main op before Moose when he was playing for his home team.
He never mained op, even in iNation. He only played op in CT side because he wasn't comfortable peeking with it, only holding angles. What a pussy, man.
Except he was. He was the main op even when he was low to SK, and he had a lot of insane clips for AWPing before FaZe Clan.
You're copying, mate.
I followed Moose Sports and Envious since 2015. I know exactly how it was, because I actually watched every Mouse game live back in 2015 and 16. It's you who don't understand.
Just a shame CS2 isn't as fun as CSGO was. Hashtag remove the subtick.
In-game leaders, top 3. Number 1's obvious, Apex. I think people can say that he just has a very talented team, but when you watch Vitality, he is calling very well, and they are outplaying other teams, so deserves his flowers for sure. Number 2 would be Kixon. I think number 2 would be Kixon. I think he's doing very well with Falcons. They're having good results. And then number 3 would be Chopper. The Spirit are still playing very well. They always play good CS. So yeah, I would put Chopper number 3.
I think obviously Apex has to be there, but I also think Kixen. And then I think the last one, potentially, it could be either Bollan or it could be Chopper. But again, I'm not too sure how good Chopper is when you have Dunk running around with 150 rating. But I'm gonna put Bollan instead of him because I think Mouse is more well organized and they seem more winning as a team.
I think I will put myself up, even though I have really good players. The sure thing is you need to put them together and make it work. So I think for now, on the first part of the season at least, I will be top 1. Top 2, I will give it to Kixen. Top 3, Brollan and Chopper. It's the 2 others. Imagine tomorrow we top 7 in the world at the end of the year, but Zaiwu has 150 rating. He can be the best player in the world. As IGL, you can't, even though you're really down there. People think you're calling bad because the team play bad. That's always the same. When we play bad, it's my fault. Always my fault. Last year was my fault, and I know it wasn't my fault, for example. So it's just too funny.
Welcome to hard-hitting journalism with Heroic. All right, we have Linus and we have Sampaius getting interviewed in the other room. We're going to need some attacks, some questions. We're going to need to get to the bottom of this, guys. Is there any habits someone has, anything that annoys you from these guys?
A lot of missing op shots. Linus, like eco-fragging. About Alvaro, we need to mess about his complaining things. Like every time. New tournament, he's complaining first 2 days. This chair is like this server is like this.
Sampaius, you love complaining. When will you stop?
Yeah.
Something like that. And missing shots for Sampaius?
Yeah. I mean, he's the oldest in the team. But he acts the youngest and he's the smallest, you know?
How about we combine those two?
Yeah.
Let's go back to Linus though, because we've got nothing for him. You mentioned eco-fragging. Is that a problem in the team?
He calls like he wanna have the ecos, right? Like he's like, yeah, I go solo here, go for A, you know? Okay. And then like when it is like that. It is like that. Anyway, say and then he always overpicks.
Yeah, we need one more for Linus, and then I think we're good.
Like he always says for himself, I got carried in that team, you know? So yeah, he says every time I got carried, you know, people carried my ass, so maybe we can find a joke around that. Oh, will you get the same spot without getting carried? So he's like, it's gonna make him get a little bit tilt.
Bro, why are you filming my handout? I already made the rule here. Let's go get your teammates, guys.
Yeah.
Let's get them. Join me.
But we need to make one of the truths and kind of like obscure. Because I think people...
Tell you something random, maybe I've been in Gambia. That's kind of random.
You've been what?
In Gambia, like in Africa.
Oh.
It's pretty random.
What is Gambia?
You don't know Gambia?
I don't even know.
I don't know what's going on here.
I think
What's going on here? Why are you back again?
We've got some questions actually for Sampaius and Linus from Heroic.
Right. Do go on.
I'll just leave them with you.
Wow, we've got quite the collection. Linus, you're a very confident leader. ... Is it because you're an eco-cobra?
Yeah, why not?
What does that mean?
I like ecos. That's wild.
Sampaius, don't think you're going off lightly there. Oh my god, you love to complain. When will you stop?
Never.
You got what? Carried. You got carried. I thought that said curried. You got carried to a major quarterfinals with NIP. Will you pull your own weight in this team?
Hopefully.
You guys content with that? Why do you miss so many shots? Is it because you're old?
Yes, I am old, guys, and you will still drop me MVP.
We were literally just talking about this, and I had to convince him that he isn't old, and now you've just ruined it for him again. I guess this was hard-hitting journalism. Thanks, guys. That's great. That's everything. Guys.
Get the fuck out of here.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL. 1xBet. Monster Energy. Face It Watch.
We are back here at IEM Dallas, and so is Heroic, a team that yesterday got a hard-fought win against Aurora, which means that they now have a chance of booking a spot into the playoff. Now, for that to happen, they need to beat a very formidable opponent. They need to beat what I consider and what Janko considers to be the second-best team in the world in the likes of Falcons. You see Monacy, you see Nico, you see a lot of star potential right here, and you see a matchup that is kind of screwed towards one area of the side. You would argue that Falcons are heavy favorites against Heroic. Am I wrong in saying that, Janko?
No, you're not wrong, Jacob, and that in itself is a rare occasion, so who knows, maybe we'll have some more upsets happen.
Maybe we'll have some more upsets happen today. We have had a lot of action happening today already. Now, Heroic taking on Falcons, we'll dive into that a little bit more, but not before we do a little bit of a recap of what's happened today already. We started off with some cool games, and we started off with Simple trying to survive his, stint within Falcons, and that went out pretty well.
Yeah, he played great, and it was some of that exciting Simple that we were used to seeing in CSGO, right? It was awesome to see. It's awesome that they get to stay alive and we get to see more of them in this tournament. And who knows, seeing as how the second game went with Mouse slapping Liquid around, it might just come down to that rematch for a playoff spot between FaZe Clan and Team Liquid.
Are you surprised that Liquid couldn't put up a better fight against Mouse? Because that was very one-sided.
I am a little bit. I didn't get to see much of that game. I saw that they had a really poor T side on Inferno, which was, a little bit surprising, but they've struggled. And the second map was just a storm. They floated train, Mouse punished them, picked it, had 10 rounds on T side. So really a game to forget for Team Liquid.
We also had a bit of a lower bracket action going on the B stream. I believe 3D Max survived and Legacy is now out of the tournament. Is that a surprise to you?
It is. I really like Legacy. I think they play good Counter-Strike. I think inexperience cost them here, especially in the 3D Max game and a little bit in Bucharest, the last Tier 1 event that they played. I think you should keep an eye on them. I think they're better than what their results have shown. Apparently, they'll get a shot at the Major with Bestia failing to attain visas for the event. So I'm hoping that they can really show their potential at that tournament at least.
Now, we see the highlights here from the FaZe game to start off the day with. First map, very close, very competitive. Second map, not at all. Do you think FaZe have what it takes to still be a relevant factor this tournament, or is it more so the case that they were playing a team that they should be beating?
I think they do. I want to see them in the playoffs. I don't care about Team Liquid being in NA, right? Like, and they're going to play the loser of the Falcons Heroic game, so maybe Heroic. That gives them a nice chance, seeing Simple back in front of a crowd, right? And we saw in the game, you could see he's hitting some good shots. He's not like he doesn't look like he's outdated or that he can't find his footing in CS2, right? The bigger problem for FaZe Clan is they basically have two stand-ins. So how good can they be? The team play, the communication, all of that stuff. But if anyone can find the way, it is Karrigan.
It is Karrigan. I'm excited for it as well. I would love to see FaZe being part of the playoff, and I've heard rumors as well that there may be a chance that Rain could come in and be part of that playoff in case they make it. So that would be kind of interesting. Now, we have a cool matchup at our hands, as we spoke about already. Falcons taking on Heroic, and we may as well start it all off by listening into Monacy, what he had to say before the game.
Here with Monacy, and that's a Falcons. Of course, Falcons making a hellacious rise right now within the standings globally. So let's get into this. You're now no longer in the honeymoon phase, being back with Nico and Falcons. Why is it working so well for you? What is working so well?
Was working for us with Nico or the whole team?
The whole operation with you in it.
I don't know. I think we just being on the same page. We had also a lot of practice after the tournaments, after Copenhagen, and we were just working on the same direction, being on the same page, just bouncing off each other and just finding the same, I would say, vision of the game. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I also know that you are a champion here in Dallas. Like, you've done it here before, but obviously there's a much bigger trophy down the road in the Major in Austin. And as it stands currently, you guys are definitely on the up and up for that. Tell me about how important it is to keep that face and momentum as a team.
I think it's important to stay focused. Doesn't matter against who you play. It's important to stay focused on this tournament. Obviously, a lot of teams are here to also prepare before the Major, and they just want to get back in the good form. as individuals and as a team as well. So, I mean, it's just important to stay focused until the every moment, you know?
So, tell me, do you have boot camp plans as a unit going into that major?
Yes, we will stay here in America after this tournament, and we'll have a boot camp together. So, I mean, it's honestly, talking from my side, I really like this schedule right now, that we had some practice before the tournament, before Dallas, and we're going to play Dallas. We'll have boot camp and we'll go to the major, because this year it has been a bit crazy in terms of like traveling and everything. We had like Melbourne. After Melbourne, you immediately travel to Copenhagen, and it's like a little bit exhausting, yes. But yes, we just have to stay focused, and that's the most important.
You're staying here in Texas, anywhere in the States. Can you share with us where you're going?
Doesn't matter. We play a video game. We can stay anywhere in America. Maybe boot camp. I don't know, somewhere. Secret, you know.
Top secret. Falcons doing it this year. You guys going to win that too, the major and Dallas?
We will, of course. Yes, but we will start with Heroic. Yeah. I heard they hard work very well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, youngster said.
Yeah, it looked like they had fun yesterday in their matchup.
Yes.
Versus Sleepy Aurora.
Sleepy Aurora. Yeah, actually, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's crazy because you travel from one tournament to another event, and it's insane. So yeah, let's start with Heroic, and we'll see how it goes.
Let's do it, honestly. Let's play.
Let's go, man.
There's no doubt that it is kind of insane what these players are doing at the moment, traveling all over the world, playing an awful lot of Counter-Strike. But that is the name of the game, Janko. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to be able to manage if you want to be the best in the world.
Absolutely. And I think what you don't want to do is give more incentives for Falcons, you know, to be motivated to play against you if you're Heroic and if you're youngster, right? I think that statement was interesting to say. Listen, I'll give him a benefit of the doubt. He's trying to talk some trash. He didn't do a very good job at it. I think it's really crazy to not consider, you know, Monacy and Nico hard workers or the rest of the players on that team, and I think that will motivate them even more in this game to not just beat Heroic, but pretty much embarrass them if they can.
Yeah, Youngster said that he wants to show that hard work beats money, which I think is a very interesting take on it all as well. I would argue that money and hard work beats, you know, having no talent. Anyway,
hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard.
Well, there we go. There's
a coach quote for you.
And you're known for those, Janko.
Only for those.
Only for those. I think that's a good point that you bring up, right? You don't want to motivate Falcons even more, so it's very clear that they are the favorites. Now, when you look towards Heroic, they did beat Aurora yesterday. I think that in itself is a decent result. Heroic as a team, have you lost faith in this project? Is it a team that you think can do anything, or is it more like a placeholder for some of the players to move on?
Well, you know, what were the expectations for Heroic? Not that high. I think you look at them, they're in good form. They're on a 9-match win streak,
yep.
But, you know, there's Mongolians team in there. Hell, there's even a Serbian team in there. So I think they're in great form in the Tier 3, but then you have Falcons who are in great form in Tier 1, right? And that's just the disparity between the two teams, between the, you know, players on the roster, just the individuals on Falcons are some of the world's best in their positions, the wealth of experience that they have, and, you know, Heroic basically has the core of that Sangha lineup that punched above their weight here and there, but really couldn't break through. So I think they'll be in for a rude awakening today against Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's impressive what they've been able to achieve so far, Heroic, and I think it's also impressive to see that Saw continues to make it work. We spoke to him heading into the game.
Big day for Heroic. Saw in front of me, and obviously a lot of things going on in the Heroic camp to consider. But let's talk a little bit about some of that limited time you guys have spent within Tier 1 in 2025. It seems like you guys have been away from the server. Would that be a fair assessment?
I wouldn't say we have been away from the server exactly. I mean, we have spent quite a lot of time on the server, but not so much on the Tier 1 events, which is a shame, of course. I mean, but we're here now, and it's some good opportunities, I feel like.
You are here now. That is without a doubt. And you guys are spending a lot of time in the server, so much in there that you're going to be playing against some former players of yours today. When we talk about that, we're talking about Kixon and Tessus. What can you say about their run over there and how they're performing?
Well, I think right now it would be probably fair to say they are like top 2 team in the world, right behind Vitality after their recent performances and getting Monacy. And I think they are on a good run, good form right now. So it's not going to be easy to beat them, but we're going to do our best. And I think it requires like peak level CS or close to it from us at least.
playing on form and on point. Well, this one's going to bring me to an interview that you did over there with HLTV.org, and I'm going to quote you. Quote, "I think there's always going to be rumors." Quote. Now, you can imagine what this next question is going to be, bud. Let's chat about that idea of you and Sampaias to G2. How much weight is there to that?
How much weight? I mean, I think the rumors always comes from somewhere. But right now, like I said in that interview as well, like our focus is on this team. There's nothing more to really think about there. Yeah. It's focus on this team, focus on this tournament, and then the major, of course, like because we fought for these spots. Like we went through qualifiers to here and then to the major, so it wasn't easy and we had to fight for this spot. So we're gonna put everything we have into this, and then whatever happens in the future will happen. Who knows?
Whatever happens will happen. Anything you want to say to the Heroic fans?
Well, thanks for cheering us, and let's hope we get the win today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I mean, it is going to be interesting to see if Heroic can put up a fight against Falcons. As you said, you know, currently owning it in Tier 3 Counter-Strike, but going up against what arguably is the second best team in the world. Now, Saw is an interesting character, I'd say. Obviously, he's played with and coached Kixen and Tessus. There's some internal matchup in that regard, but there's also rumors surrounding Saw that he may not stay within Heroic. Is he as good as his rumor is right now as a coach, do you think?
I think he is. I rate him very highly, and I think he can do a good job of bringing structure to teams and also with developing some young players, right, and getting the most out of them. And the rumor is he's going to G2, and that's the best thing that has happened to G2 this whole year, you know, and finally some light at the end of the tunnel when you look at organizationally the moves that they have been making. But I think also, you know, one of the things potentially for Heroic is Saw knows Kixen very well. I mean, Kixen played under him for a year. I'm sure he learned a lot from that and implemented a lot of, you know, Saw's ideas or little details into his in-game leading style. So will that help maybe Saw and Heroic sort of anti-strat and maybe find a way in? I mean, it's a reach, but maybe something we can take into account.
Would you say that is always, you know, headed in that direction, that if you played with a former coach, like Kixen obviously also knows Saw, but do you think it's better for Saw and Heroic to have that knowledge about Kixen than the other way around?
I don't know. I think it's more or less the same. You're just talking about tendencies, but it won't matter, I don't think, that much in this game, because the way Falcons play also, there's a good amount of default, and then it's just mid-rounding depending on what the situation is. You have guys in there like Magus, like Nico with wealth of experience that aren't afraid of taking initiative, you know, Monesi as well, so there's not really too much that they can base from, you know, their time together.
No, I mean, it's obvious when you look at the lineup as well that there's a lot of individual skill within the Falcons camp. You have Nico, you have Monis, you have Tessus for that matter as well, you know, all putting up great numbers. Do you think that Heroic can match that to some degree? Sampaias obviously are playing decent Counter-Strike, but do you think it comes down to the fact that it doesn't really matter how Heroic are going to approach the game? There's too big of a skill gap between the teams.
I think they have to play their A game, and that's what Saw said as well. Like, they have to play their A game. Heroic, the players have to be at their peak if they're going to be able to simply compete with Falcons, because the gap...
Is that even enough?
The gap is significant. Well, I think then we might have a game. You know, we saw Falcons yesterday have a slow start a little bit. That's what you're hoping for if you're Heroic, right? That it becomes a little bit sloppy in that regard, but it's really tough for them. Even if you look at the Veto, you know, Anubis, one of their better maps. That's what Falcons veto. Then after that, what are you going to do? Dust, Mirage? I mean, maybe Ancient. I think that might be a better bet for Heroic. We'll see if Falcons also, do they want to pick Train? Like, where's their map pool at? Do they just do Nuke again? Like we saw yesterday, I think that's where we might see it be a little bit interesting.
And here we had the quote you were speaking about before. We're here to prove hard work beats money. Now, you said it yourself, that's probably a stupid thing to do to give Falcons even more motivation, because essentially you'd say that Falcons shouldn't care too much about Heroic, but that's probably going to fire up Monesi and Nico to prove that that's nonsense.
Yeah, because they didn't care about Heroic, but now they're going to care, and you don't want that if you're Heroic. Ancient, I was right.
Yeah, we do have Ancient coming up. That is going to be quite interesting and maybe a way into the series for Heroic. Now, we are just about ready to get the game going. We also have two wonderful voices to guide you through that game. That is Machine and Sponge. Please, gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, he's so nice, isn't he?
Not in the green room.
He called us what? No, it's like he puts on a completely different
Well, he's
facade.
not. I haven't said anything inflammatory towards Jacob in the green room. I would say that we're on good terms. No.
I think that there's a few other people out there with a few spiky barbs in his direction, so he's just defending himself.
That's fair. I mean, even Yanko on the desk has been, you know, being less than kind, is the word I would use just there. But we do have Ancient as our first map,
Can I tell you why?
What?
It's because everyone's envious of Jacob's tan.
I think so. I think so.
I wish I was that tanned all year round.
And also, I couldn't run, or not run, because you do more than
well,
run.
he's trying to do an Ironman.
That's what I'm saying.
Which would require cycling, running, and swimming.
I watched his reel, and it said you do 3.6 kilometers of swimming, and I'm like, that doesn't sound like much when you're cycling 180.
You know, Mark Winther, he did some Ironman stuff as well.
Yeah, well, Nixon, Counter-Strike 1.6.
He was an MVP. He was an MVP.
Yep, and a super stand-in. Kind of like Stewie
That's
before
how we got
Stewie.
that MVP.
Yeah.
All right, well, here we go. Pistol round underway. Heroic on the T side. B Execute lined up, and here they come. 3 players to defend. Tesses alongside of Monacy and Nico.
I'm excited for this game, Chad. I am very excited to see what Monacy and Nico get up to. And, Youngstar's just been put in his place. Straight neutralized, and it gets better. Tessis and Nico have defended the site. Nothing really left for the bomb carrier of Tanir. However, he's a prospect I'm excited to see to play today. Don't often get to be bringing you the play-by-play goodness for Heroic, and getting to see Tanir, hopefully, in A-game form if he wants a chance, as Saw said, of beating Falcons today.
Yeah, and look, if Heroic do get picked apart going into the tournament break, because there's rumors right now that Sampius and Saw are going to G2.
What, pre-major?
No, post, but
major.
you know, like the major will end, then
Yes,
you go into the tournament break, right? So that's when the conversations start, unless you're the teams in the top 8, and then yours are going to be waiting a little bit longer. But the idea that those 2 individuals could be making their way to G2 as part of the rebuild, there will be drastic changes for Heroic. So Tanir would be one at the top of my list who I'd be looking to pick up if you were looking to add a player. But that's all 5 staying alive there from Falcons. I think the statement from Youngstar regarding we're here to prove hard work beats money is on face value a ridiculous statement. He's also a 20-year-old, so I believe that it was a poor attempt at banter.
Yes.
Because to insinuate that Falcons individuals don't work hard is ridiculous. And then you could also just draw the line of, bro, you're on Sangal and you left them to go play for Heroic where you get paid more money. So what are we talking about? So if your sentiment is, yeah, you can't build a super team that can just win everything, we're going to show you that the power of friendship and not as much money can get it done. Yeah, okay, right? But
sure.
I
think doesn't sound as good as a headline, though.
It doesn't, and we love headlines. Salacious, you know, that's what we're looking for around here.
I just want to say I'm really proud of xFloud because he bought a Deagle and then refunded it. So he will have a full buy next round. He thought twice.
And that's what we get to do in the new system, right? Remember when you couldn't sell guns?
That was silly.
Remember when you had to buy ammo?
Oh, wait, you're going to tell me that's a skill-based thing that's making the game easier for the youths. Is that what you're going to say? Back in your day, it was more complicated?
The one that I really don't like, if I'm going to be completely Aurelius.
Let's share.
The one that I really, really don't like.
The sound. It's the sound.
No, it's not the sound. It's not the sound. It is the radar. Back in my day, the radar didn't show you where the enemy or the bomb or anything like that was. I don't think that should, because I want communication to be a key. I don't want there to be information based off the radar. I want your teammates to comment.
I see you. I see you. I do think it does make it more pug-friendly. You know,
of course, it's more of a casual thing, but I grew up when Counter-Strike was just a...
Yeah, of course. Like on the IRC, you find your pickup games, but for the new generation just wanting to play solo queue, and I'll tell you what, I've played some solo queue recently, people sometimes just don't talk. You know when you go for the...
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Hi, guys.
And no one
anyone
says
got
anything?
a mic?
Yeah, it's tough.
A dead silent pistol? It's already kind of awkward.
I think, though, if you played pugs here in America, everybody would talk because they all speak English. Whereas in Europe, we have quite the menagerie of individuals combined, and not everybody has English as a strength, which is fair enough. All right, first rifle round.
All right, let's go. Nico's given mid.
Oh, okay, so they've faked B lane presence right now, Heroic, with a set smoke from spawn that actually extinguishes the lane molly. So they've used 3 early, and they're going into an A split.
This is cool. It has legs. I mean, Kixon has pushed for info.
That's a perfectly timed block on A.
Yeah, Magisk has done well there.
I don't think you can come through this.
I mean, he's ready. He seems very on high alert. He's playing this well. Gets the info donut. Is going to have to take the fight. The flash is good through the smoke, and LNZ opens up on A.
Side's open now. Oh, that's a dink as well.
Some pious. He'll be tasked with the plant. They have donut control. Tanir's maintaining that temple fight. Has big box. It's up to Monacy to take this fight. Flash from Tessus to set him up. Boosted LNZ reveals his position and save calls made.
Okay, so what helps bite down there for Falcons to investigate B lane is that extinguish molly that's thrown from spawn. Because traditionally you'd be throwing that on the fly as you're pushing towards Heaven, because you're going to go for the crunch, Heaven as well as Elbow. Maybe our talented Obs team could catch that just so it could be demonstrated for everybody playing at home.
So it's the typical extinguish you'd throw if you were taking lane to stop the lane molly, but thrown from spawn. So the sound cue's made, but you don't have that extra resource dedicated to B that it implies.
Exactly. It frees up the numbers to go for this A split. And Kablamo, Sampaius will go down, but didn't want to run through the smoke and give away an AK, so understandable. I believe we have MC and Jakey on the 1s and 2s doing our observing and context cams. So that's going to be the first round for Heroic. Nice little cheeky one.
I mean, it's what's crazy is that that round is lost on the virtue of this fight, but I felt like Magisk was doing pretty good.
Considering what we could see coming his way, it felt like he had a whole lot handled.
Yeah.
But there's still money, and well, obviously with the saves, that does make things a whole lot easier. This is more of a standard deviation, 3 over towards B. Oh. There's that extinguish on B lane.
Okay, pressure applied towards Nico and Monacy, working on that mid-fight. Cave tested, LNZ removing Tessus. The MP9 flushed forward into the fight for a first blood. Heroic have not got that mid-info. Monacy and Nico still starting to investigate towards that cave fight.
Oh, staying in middle, Monacy. Don't know about this.
LNZ's head's been spotted. Is it a duel that Monacy's interested in sticking around for? Doesn't look like it. He'll fall away.
And now he's going to be tasked with worrying about middle and A. They've rotated 2 extra players over towards B to bolster the defense around Kixon. It feels like because of this rotation, you have to go aggressive at some point here, Falcons. You can't just sit on your haunches, need to be active.
Okay, looks like they're going to go for a little ramp take here. 2-man push. Sampaius active and ready for it. Has the angle, gets the info, falls away. His teammate chips in. Youngster one, Kixon another. Just the interesting question as to do you commit to B here? It looks like LNZ is going to make a case. Traded out, but there's Tanir. An important kill that does open up the round to be closed out on B. Even more so, Xfloud just hits the headshot.
Because of those saves, Falcons' money hasn't been completely humble. They should be able to buy again. You can get an M4 on Kixon, 1 on Magis, 1 on Tessus, 1 on Monacy. It's just Nico, and maybe, just maybe, Kixon will hook up his boy and give the M4 over to Nico, and he'll take an SMG or something a little bit lighter. Nice shot there from Youngstar. Earlier on in the year with Heroic, I was giving them the label of onliners. I think that has been shrugged. They won Mesa, which was a Tier 2 LAN in Mongolia. And that was over Big, who...
Insta lurk smoke. I love teams that have got calls around this lurk smoke.
I'm surprised they ecoed.
Yeah, looking at some of the fun.
The lurk smoke's less good against an eco.
That's true too.
Because you're not going to use the lurk smoke against the pistols.
I just think it has so much power in, as someone that plays B and when I've played against good 5 stacks throwing it, you're forced into making a new decision tree of like how we're going to get answers B and how our teammates are going to stop getting bullied by their immediate lack of info. You can't be a long player with that smoke down.
Have to convert this one here, Heroic, don't you?
I mean,
right now, they still have the map as their oyster. B-Ramp was just blocked. They're spreading their wings over towards middle. Xfloud applying pressure, Donut, hoping to force a rotation. Starting to group up, and if...
Yeah, ouch. That's an AK.
Yeah, and if they continue, there's more where that came from.
Yeah, but it looks like they're going to win him out. Monacy did hit another banger. 2 kills from his Deagle. Nico was set up for success there, but Tanir happy to take the duel.
Okay, this is the A rifler. It is.
They're not rushing.
And understandable, right? Because on these type of light buy rounds, you don't play your standard positions, or at least you don't have to. You can play outside of the boxes. Magisk has been able to tend to this. Would need 3 absolute bangers to win this round.
Yeah, that's almost not looking possible. Sampaius should get the info here. Nice headshot found, and no immediate trade. Youngstar chips away. Gets the job done to take the lead. Heroic and Tanir this with 3.
Okay, well, now Falcons will have everything with the buy.
Yeah, Monacy gets his AWP. Perhaps that was a priority.
I think full utility as well is going to help them take the early map control. Something else that I was quite critical of earlier in the year was Nico being this mid-control player on the CT and the T side. Just felt like a little bit out of place, fighting around all the mollies and smokes and flashes.
He's regularly having a partner in crime now. This time, actually, 2. Monacy and Magisk have started to lend a hand to this mid-fight, and Xfloud's going to ask questions of it.
They're pressuring A again.
They've started the AWP on A. Falcons, that is. Here comes the CT smoke. Are they just going to go? NiKo in a good position to lend a hand. m0NESY does catch LNZ. Run down by Tanir into the A site. NiKo yet to take this fight with xCloud. When does he push the smoke? Oh, just as NiKo looks away, but adjusts. Very quick from NiKo. Tanir next victim, just like that. They clean up.
Okay, quick comms there from m0NESY to communicate where the AWP was. That'll be picked up. And 3-3 scoreline all tied. Obviously, the death touch you can put in the history between Saw and Kixon and Tessus on the other side of the server. And then you've got even more links. Saw potentially going to NiKo's old team.
Yeah, God.
I spoke to Stilgar, CEO over there at G2 on a podcast earlier in the year, and look, he didn't say in as many words, but the implication I got was there was going to be a rebuild after this major cycle.
Oh, that's a nice find. NiKo spams away to finish off what his nade started. I always feel like this is a tight angle to work with, but he makes it work. Oh, does he? A dink is nice. Goes down and pays the ultimate price for it. NiKo will aggress into Tanir, and again Tanir wins out in the head-to-head. He's been sharp. That's twice now we've seen.
He shoots hard.
Like,
right?
he's just taken the fight.
That's the key with this kid. He's definitely not afraid, and he hits hard. You know, in terms of the decision-making, that's all going to come with more experience at this level. And the fact he's gone international.
But shoot good is a good start.
Yeah. Feels like the most basic, but when you're playing at this level, you should already have a lot of the fundamentals down. Waiting for more re-aggressors. Heroic. Nothing coming their way just yet as they are grouping up outside B. So 1 in cave, 3 up the ramp, util to work with. Couple of smokes. They're in the sky now.
Yeah, looks like they're going to send LNZ in as a bit of a...
Falcons gambled. Everyone's here, Alex.
Raidable fight, sure. Yeah, and a block smoke ramp as well. m0NESY's going to try and play anti, trying to catch them on the walkthrough. But there's Kixon, good for 1. Only 2 CTs left. Are they going to fight for this? Both behind smokes.
I'll give it a go.
He's going to throw out a couple of pot shots. Concerned about a late red arrival. Spam doesn't connect. Smoke now fades. Magisk will ask some questions of the cave player. Some Pious tucks in as Tanir wraps around to double ramp for the post plant.
Boosting up as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough angle to work with. Here's m0NESY making a play. Gets onto the bomb. SoundQ made. Both trying to isolate Jules. And, well, Magisk successful.
Molly missed.
Awkward now. Very high stress with the miss of the Molly. They're kind of counting on that. But no time for m0NESY to piece this one together. And with his back turned, some Pious secures another for Heroic.
Kind of feel like m0NESY sold Kixon down the river in that situation, right? He was playing ahead of the smokes, which were constricting over towards short and long. Kixon was tucked in, but nothing came. It was that delay on the hit.
Yeah.
And then Kixon only getting 1 out of the smoke. So started well with the NiKo opener, and then fell apart from there due to the Tanir double. So very well done. So a competitive T-half already, 4-3.
Yeah, they're not definitely going to be laughing about that. And a whole lot more opportunities coming up. Just round 8. First map of this series.
Okay, A main push right now is huge information. This B defense just needs to block for now, right? Tessus can't go down. Oh, and Magisk has just followed through. Pushed all the way, took down a player idly outside of main, that's Youngstar, and now the round falls into disarray for Heroic. You're so worried about how far this push has come through, and do you need to go back and investigate main? Because if you do, that's going to soak valuable time off the clock.
That's a really nice catch from Magisk. That is the first opening kill for a player not named m0NESY or NiKo. Tanir, however, walks up the ramp and finds that equalizer. And he's up for another. Headshot down by Kixon. And now some Pious just scarpers in. Can't believe what his teammate's given him. And he might get more. The edge of the smoke, and m0NESY's head rolls. Tanir takes the site, takes the round, all on his own.
Okay, 5 already. Falcons are going to have to save, but if I'm Linus, I'm sending out the hunting party to try and remove these rifles.
Tanir is already like, you know, the Jaws theme tune playing in his head.
2,400 is the loss into the next, so to take these rifles away is worth an awful lot because the Falcons are just going to have to take an eco.
He might be quicker than Nico's really expecting, right? Like, you're probably thinking he's rocking up to CT now, not Temple. Bomb's about to go. Will he go donut or in main? That's the question. Looks like he's headed main, so may miss out on pathing through them.
Well, if they can hold on to these, which is looking good right now, Falcons will have something to work with in this one. It just got very loud in the LAN hall. Sounded like Apex making some noise.
It did.
Just taking a look at that series that's currently going down on our secondary stream. It is Game Allegiant taking on Vitality. That is a match that will qualify one of the two for the playoffs, as well as the seeding match in Group A. Vitality are up one map, and map 2 is not quite close, so I'd assume that Apex celebration is them just edging ever so ahead. And then if you look at the context of this one, in case you are just joining us, same situation. Winner of this will be in the arena, but this is for Group B.
Yeah, it's becoming commonplace for Falcons, you know, perpetual back-to-back grand finals.
And I think the fact that we have Mouse versus Falcons yet again, it's been a pretty favorable matchup for Falcons, so I'm sure Mouse would love to get a bit of revenge, even if it's only a seeding game. But here's those saves with a couple of pistols around them. Falcons are just going to have to take the lighter of the investment options. They bring out the rifles into the next with a 2900, but this is fast on mid.
Yeah, there's 3 to receive them. Respecting the initial util, and okay, head-to-head, Nico got a bit too curious. xCloud puts him down and goes looking for more. Magisk meets a similar fate. Weapons squandered early, the first 2 pickoffs, and it's both xCloud.
Look clumsy as well with the run boost, right? When teams are doing that, we know why. It's to get over that that T Molotov to constrict the close push. Obviously with 1, but now he's done, and this one is going to be concluded quite quickly. 6 now for Heroic as Kixon offers himself up to Tania, who is up to 12-4 as far as the score. The next closest on his team has 4 frags. So he has 8 kills more than anybody's team at this point. So Tania is just putting on a show. Is Apex... Did they get loud and Apex didn't like it? Is that what's going on over there?
That's usually the case.
Because he's getting very, very loud.
But I've noticed that even in these group stage games, he still brings that fire. I think you have to. You know,
of course.
Like these are the games where you're most vulnerable, I'd suspect.
And I think the thing is when they know they're on the precipice of the major, right? They have also got the best, I would say, management of time off between tournaments.
Agreed.
You need to come in and bring that fire to every game. So it's easier to do when you're not burnt out. Look at this.
Yeah.
Hello?
Stars out on A. This is
the bomb's
already
going B. This is a fake. This is
very convincing fake.
They're bit down hard.
Yeah, understandably. You got 3
Tessus and Kicks are still here, so maybe not that hard.
Well, let's see. Tania, can he do it again? He walks into the site, says, can I have your bomb site, please? He gets the trade, or at least one of them does. It's xCloud now down, and it's Tessus, a valiant defense of B this time. They know the last are going to be leaving A. Now trade out. Monacy does deliver the headshot onto Linus. Tech tips. And there's Youngster as well.
Important double there from Tessus, and that felt very threatening from Heroic, didn't it? The fact that they were out on A, and they were detected, but there was nothing that Falcons were able to do about it because the smoke wall was up. You don't want to push through, give away your life. But that is going to force a tactical timeout out of Saw. And look, at this point of the game, when you have money for another buy, your loss bonus is bottom of the barrel, you know you can still walk away with 8 rounds. So, all right, what type of adjustment? We just did that A play. They didn't bite down on the fake. How do we want to make this look?
I have two suggestions.
I'd love to hear them.
Yeah, you got Nico's mid. Ask more questions of that than you have been. Maybe take it late. See what happens. See if you can get that space. You did already on one of your gun rounds.
I think early against him is your better option because it's around the smokes and mollies of where I think he still looks uncomfortable.
Sure. Or you just once again try and test cave. It doesn't have to be immediate. You don't have to take that first fight. The util will probably be good, but just investigate. See if you can put the pressure on B from there and then call around it.
Well, Monacy's got the elbow smoke lined up.
See who's going to be joining Nico in mid for the defense. Heroic have taken this timeout, and as you've discussed, I mean, 8-4 is still on the table. 3 players to defend mid this time. There is a head-to-head, and xCloud one and done. It's Magisk that doubles up. See you later. Early mid is what they conclude, but it doesn't result well. They heard them. This is a head-to-head. Monacy seems very comfortable on. He's won it out a couple of times with Orb, Deagle, and now AK.
Really important round from Magisk, trading both of his star players there. So Nico tested in middle, dies. Monacy gets one, traded, so very well done. And now Tania is just going to walk into this, not ready for the red line. Very fortunate to be alive, but barbs from 3 different angles. So it's a nice Renee and a nice Emil. And it's going to be nice to tie things up.
That's
because
Renee Madsen, by the way.
Not Borg.
Not Borg.
As we've all learnt.
We all did at certain times.
Shout out to Cajun.
Yeah, when I say Tess, you say yes.
Okay, well, 6 rounds on the half. I'd say Heroic will be happy with that.
Ooh.
That wasn't. I wasn't. Would you say that was evil? I wouldn't say it was evil.
Not evil. I would say what that is like that's the competitive spirit.
Yes.
That's like I'm good at this game. That's what that communicates to me.
Well, they've got B lane control.
Kixon doesn't care. Kixon does not care. Just pushes down the ramp for a double. Immediately deflates any hopes they had for a little setup on the lane. Even puts Linus on notice. Down to 39. Spam will put him even lower. 4 HP left after Tessis is finished with him.
And Magic's going to jump up. Monty's here as well.
Bonk.
Bowling him out. Top spin on that one. Just 2 more to find. And that's to tie things up. 6-6 going into the halftime break. Falcons started slow yesterday. Yanko touched upon that on train. But they're awake now. And m0NESY, his AWP rings true.
Okay. They've been working on their wall bangs. Tessis, some contributions through the boards, and a 6-6 scoreline. Perhaps it is that slow start, or can Heroic keep this up into our second half of play? interrupt. Lovely musical interlude with more Counter-Strike. It is 6-6 at the half, first map in this head-to-head, third of the day for our second day of play for IEM Dallas. And, well, Heroic, they came in with some strong statements on socials, claiming that they work harder than their opponent. Falcons, I'm sure, disagree. They're going to try and let their gameplay do the talking, and have done so with a rather competitive scoreline of 6-6.
Yeah, the pistol and then the last 3 rounds of the half to help them get there. Let's see if they can make it 2 from 2 as they're on the T side. They're going to hear that jump into Donut from xFloud. He's going to be joined up by Tanier, 3 towards B, LNZ, Youngstar, and Sampaius. Currently looks like a complexion for an A split available for the Falcons. They've got a smoke, a molly, and a decoy, and there's that smoke towards CT. Magisk with the molly. Questions are where he's going to wield that. So pressure towards A now applied, creeping up mid silently to pincer this.
Yeah, it's going to be Tanier and xFloud. Oh, and a nice immediate headshot there.
It's going to be Tanier.
Puts
It's going to be no one.
Job done.
We're in. Oh, so even fake the donut smoke right there. So when you're a player in donut, if you hear the smoke bouncing off, you're going to want to play ahead of it so you can get a cheeky kill on the cusp of the smoke as they team into the site. Now it's a 3v5 retake. Best of luck, gents.
Yeah, well, that's a good start. Man, just going down. I mean, big
There's
box.
a smoke.
Control seized. They have a player on site, and they've primarily focused their resources towards Donut with a late A main presence. LNZ meeting his fate at Tessus' block, and yeah, it's all going to line up nicely for him. Just making sure their pistols work.
Over both pistol rounds, they only conceded 1 player.
Right.
Or maybe 2. Maybe 2.
That's a winning formula regardless.
Yeah, it's great to keep so many players alive. It's going to work, especially if you don't take any damage, right? You get that cheaper investment into head armor.
Yeah, sorry.
Beautiful work.
1 death across 2 pistols.
Oh, there you go. So, yeah, I was just...
Madness. It was spotless in the first and barely a blemish in the second.
Oh, Tanier's put out the auto shotty. I do love it. Man after my own heart here, so won't have any armor with it whatsoever, but can pump out an awful lot of damage.
Cannon shotty.
Hey, don't let him shoot you first.
No, fair. I'm actually excited to see if it does get a bit of contact. No skin on it, I'll note. Maybe he's not a regular user.
And as we all know, skins equals wins.
That's what I'm saying, Chad. He's not going to get anything. No skin.
Actually, you did say that in an ad.
I think I did.
Yeah,
so at some point.
Well, if there's no resistance in this one, Falcons, they'll be demonstrating the old adage.
Which goes?
The quickest way to get from point A to point B is a straight line.
Yeah, or a 2-0.
Yeah, that's my straight line.
Saying, I get it now.
Right?
Let me get it at my own time, you know? I'm there now.
And technically not a true statement. There's actually a quick way from point A to point B.
Teleportation.
Well, that doesn't exist, but it's like there's something curve. So there's a curve. So as you go down the curve, you're going to pick up more speed, and then it kind of kicks you off.
Oh, gravity, obviously.
But, yeah, my dad always used to say the quickest way from point A to point B was a straight line, and I just thought it would be
I think
fun.
it's hard to dispute that.
Yeah, other than science.
Gravity, ramp.
Well, they are blocked. They still have a lot of time, 40 seconds, so not worried yet. xFloud has 1 more smoke. Tanier's pushing A, so knows it's not a possibility. m0NESY taking a little bit of a glance over towards middle with this AK-47, so risks are being taken by the young buck. 30 seconds, we'll have to finish B. Another ramp smoke, so Cave going to be forced into this pistol fight. It's about to get rough.
It is about to get rough. A 5-7 could do crazy work at this range. You don't want to be losing an AK early in the piece, and now about
That's the bomb.
There's 3 of them gone to the sidearms. Magisk is going to try and stabilize for the boys. A MAC-10 recovered with ammo.
180 degrees.
Needs the bomb, and his back is turned. Heroic have turned this round on its head. m0NESY left alone with only 5 seconds can do nothing more than cling on to his AK-47. Going Cave against pistols, Chad. It's a tale as old as ancient. Don't do it. Those are the rules.
But they were funneled there.
Yeah.
They were funneled there. That
How?
was by
Who was the funnel?
The funnel was the smokes. xFloud's last smoke that he dropped top ramp forced them to go Cave before they could go ramp. They didn't want to blindly go through this ramp smoke, so Cave had to take contact first, but by that point it was too late. Bomb gets dropped in Cave. They swarm on top of it. Let's see what Linus says here.
What are you doing?
Well, Linus, your strategy worked perfectly, and they fell into it, which does make them look silly. It makes you look smart.
Game, though. No, that makes it a game.
So we're all tied up here.
So m0NESY saved an AK, and they fully invested with an additional AK and pistols.
Is it the K. Bailey Hutchinson, or is it the Kaylee Bay Hutchinson?
I think the first one sounded right, but I'm not the authority on the name of this venue. K. Bailey sounds right.
K. Bailey does sound right.
It feels right.
Now, I was hoping to get an eco so we could go big picture, but right now we're going to stay with the granular. Can the force buy of the Falcons bounce back and keep this alive? Nico finds the opener. Lots of steps heard on Donut. Rotations on the way.
Yeah, Sampire says patience is rewarded in red room. He nearly takes another as well. Has m0NESY on red. Oof. Yeah, and look at xCloud.
Hello.
Gets two on a little drive-by. Oh, and Kixon responds. Tracks the aggressor. Puts it all down to just some Pius. A flurry of frags back from m0NESY and Kixon.
He's been pretty quiet, the old Pius.
Yeah, that's true. 3 frags total, but an opportunity to find 2 impactful ones in the 1v2 clutch. m0NESY placed from Donut safe. Kixon spotted out in the big box. He caught wind of him. Yeah. Honestly, low may not necessarily be as active as Pius anticipates. Gets that elevated spot off. Kixon playing it safe. m0NESY should take a little peek.
Hello?
m0NESY
Hello?
should take a peek.
Hello?
There we go.
Oh, yeah. You're thinking it's very possible, isn't it? As overlooked in that situation. Now, the question goes back to Heroic with ping pong. Are they going to force my back again? And it looks like it. xCloud's already invested.
I want to see the kill feed from that round. It was like...
xCloud with a double on the MP9, right? So Nico gets the opener. They have the man advantage. Here it is. Bang. So at this point, now they start moving. There's a pace to that. xCloud happens. It's getting pretty damn close to the defuse right there. m0NESY will pip him at the post.
Yeah, understandably cautious given the low HP, but right down to the wire. But yeah, it was like Nico gets the first, and then Heroic get 3, right? And then Kixon and m0NESY. A lovely double out of Kixon, have to say that. The first shot we missed. We saw the second as he pushed through the smoke. It was xCloud pushing through.
Okay, so the Force by Wars will continue. You've got a FAMAS, you've got a... Oh, everyone's got something different. A Scout, an MP9, a FAMAS, a 5.7, and a Deagle. What they did so well last time was blocking with the smoke. So Falcons, with this time, either you just do something more direct, so you're able to push through as a unit and try and trade efficiently. This setup's interesting. Tanir's actually gone Scout, not Sampires. 2 on A, 1 red, 2 B, and they've gambled this correctly.
Ooh, a hard shot to hit, but it's hit elsewhere instead. It was actually Tessa's taking a lick of damage.
Yeah, weird tag, huh?
Yeah.
It must have been through the
What, a nade?
wall? No, I'm pretty sure it was the...
Magis has taken down Tanir regardless. Okay, so that's the Scout removed, and now they're going to regroup with Nico and Tessa's already taking full lane. And they did that through mid, right? So far, no resistance has been felt through mid.
Oof. You don't have the stack going for you this time, do you?
They're not scared of cave. They're right this time around.
Well, there you go. They've been able to burn this one at a minute. And honestly, LNZ should look to play... He's grabbed another smoke. Okay. I was going to say should look to play retake.
Oh, bum. That's not what you wanted. It was cool to have a second smoke. Now it's just cringe. I don't use that word, but I did.
I was going to say you should look to play retake so that they can save and go for the double dip of the force into the next. But if he gets an AK and gets away... Oh. Hello. There's an AK.
You're not getting away, though, are you? Heaven, I mean, Molotov temporarily, but Magisk isn't on the angle.
No, he's too low to stay on this actively. xCloud's going to cut. Okay, yeah, so actually, save. Go again.
Calculated.
Look, if you want the MP9 of Youngstar to see if he can get something, why the hell not? But to definitely hold on to the FAMAS and that AK-47. Falcons now will take one step closer to the magic number of 13. 9-7 will be confirmed. And if we go big picture, we go 30,000 feet. To the overview of IEM Dallas. We're in the lead into the Austin Major right around the corner. And there's really no point in shying away from that fact because it is influential on everything we're talking about. The 3 top dogs in Counter-Strike right now, the 4th being Spirit, who aren't in attendance. You've got Mal's already locked in. You've got Vitality, who just locked themselves in over Gamer Legion. And the winner of this, which is likely going to be the Falcons. They're the clear favorites in this. Those 3 teams in the playoffs, that's what you're looking for. Yeah. In terms of who's going to join them, a whole different conversation. But you want to see these teams in form, knowing that in a couple weeks' time, depending on the stage, they will be locking horns for the culmination of the start of 2025. Heroic also have the major, but for them, this season is about a lot of learnings, and then you're hoping to put your best foot forward at the major. Them going for a deep run, it's not on anybody's bingo card, I'll tell you that much. Falcons have arrived as the biggest threat to Vitality's crown. Back to back to back finals. Obviously, one of those being Bucharest, where Degster was in the roster, even got the MVP, but understandably replaced by one of the absolute best Counter-Strike players in the world, m0NESY, reunited with Nico. And they've gone from strength to strength. They've been competitive in those best-of-5 finals from Melbourne to rivals. They should have and could have definitely won Melbourne, stopping Vitality from getting the Grand Slam.
Maybe that makes it even sweeter when they meet in the grand final of the Austin Major.
Hey, it'll be a best of 3 there, won't it?
Hey, I'm just
no more best of 5s.
True. Some would argue that favours the team with the shallower map pool. But they did go 5, so...
Yeah, look.
Anyway.
Maybe Valve will give us best of 5s one day.
That would be nice at this point.
That's fine. We can talk to them when we're there.
Okay, yeah. MR12, let's go BO5 major.
The reason, I think we had like 11 finals in a row that only went 2 maps, so understandable why we never needed a best of 5.
I really like their pop they're doing there. That flash, we saw it catch Magisk at the early stages.
Blown out.
Love it. It just catches that player that's playing close to main. Bounces off the step. Spits forward. It can be very difficult to push through that A main smoke if you're not flashing through. Even easier without that smoke down. Tanir forced to go save a scout. That's not really ideal, is it?
No, and I think I don't think he's going to wield it into the next round. It's even if he gets to keep it, I don't think Kixon will allow it. It's more just a bodyguard for xCloud. Okay. Try and buy the buffer to make sure you retain the AK. Oh,
how's that? Get a Galil if you kill Tesses. Oh, he likes the scout, does he?
One more.
Has he got a
batter up?
Yeah, batter swing. Got the deagle as well. I know
hey, batter.
Hello. Oh, xCloud lost his AK. Wow.
But Tanir got a Galil.
The bodyguard gets a Galil. No, he doesn't. I changed my mind. Actually, he doesn't.
You know what he said there.
Yeah, this map is so stupid.
This bloody bomb radius. All right, well, they're buying either way. That was the double dip on the Force. 3-round gap has been manufactured by Falcons winning ways. That's both pistols, lost the Force, but have won 3 in the follow-up. So very strong stuff down the stretch.
Enjoyed that set.
Satisfying, isn't it?
Yep.
Especially at the mid-range.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kixon's asking questions of Cave. The early fight, LNZ steps up and gets knocked down.
Alex, look at the nades left for Heroic at a minute 37.
Yeah, and the players at this point, thanks to Kixon.
You've got 2 smokes left.
So push something, probably.
Yeah, well, they are. The conga line doing the cha-cha-cha.
And the bomb is outdoors. So at the moment...
Okay, just get past Kixon.
Yeah, which is doable. There you go. And then you win that duel.
Okay.
And then you take doors and find the bomb, right? No, m0NESY's going to beat you to it.
It's just one step too far, isn't it?
It is a bit
Those
scary.
bloody treacherous doors. Oh, this is a round-winning move from the Sun Pius. The sun shines on the Spaniard today.
It certainly does.
He's got 3 kills, though. So maybe not.
He hasn't gone round. He hasn't gone elbow. Oh. But they do clear out m0NESY, so the bomb now spotted.
Yeah, but...
Youngstar? Yeah, he's brave. That's a brave Youngstar right there.
It shouldn't go wrong.
It's impossible. Do you want a theory, Craft?
I don't think it's impossible.
How could this go wrong? You'd isolate a duel onto Youngstar or xCloud. One
Couple
of them
headshots.
Overextends. Youngstar is going to die. No, you see, there you go. Nico. That's the one.
Get him, Nico!
Second. Just 2.
Come on, make Alex eat his words.
I don't think it's happened in 25
Get Vince on speed dial. Find out how that boot tasted.
Yeah, I will. I'll eat a boot if he wins this
Come on,
one.
Nico.
20 seconds.
Come on, Nico. Do it for the boot.
That's what I'm talking about. Just hold crouch and you win the round.
Come on, Nico.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Heroic get 8. And we're going to be seeing more and more of this competitive.
Pius had the round-winning flank, didn't get a kill.
Yeah.
Come on, some Pius, man. Well, they can buy.
That's their second CT round. You haven't seen any consecutive defensive rounds, so big round for the CTs. They might even have nades this time. Yeah.
Well, if you want to get back into this game, you win this one.
Yeah.
And at that point, you break the Falcons' money, and you are well and truly within touching distance of snatching this one away, likely all tied up 10-10. But that means you have to win this one. Oh, look at this. xCloud ready for the clear if he hears them coming out middle. Might even go for it preemptively. Oh, spotted. m0NESY takes a shot.
Off. Kind of tracked him, but didn't hit the shot. And audacious little jiggle out short as well, baits a second. So still 5 alive after the initial skirmish. Block smoke ramp will slow us down.
Okay, well, we can pause for a moment. Donut smoke locked out. Magisk helping Nico work on this mid control. xCloud in this committed position. So we'll have to fight for his life as Kixon lives forward in cave. How good are his clears? This is tough.
Especially if Tanair can peek off of this. It's going to be very hard to get anything. Oh, how's that? Both kills go the way of Heroic.
This is a huge round.
This is a huge round. Is it recoverable? The bomb seems like it's maneuvering back to B, as to this potent pair of m0NESY and NiKo taking cave space. It is going to be a head-to-head with Tanair and LNZ. Heard that pick up. No, he's trying to leave, and m0NESY will punish. An unnecessary choice from LNZ now gives them a way in. Oh, how is that for a way in? NiKo spams through the board.
Third man, though.
There is a third, and m0NESY's on high alert. Young Star. xCloud rotates through, though. Good find from xCloud, traded by m0NESY. They're flipping it on its head after a nice two-man advantage for Heroic. Squandered unless Sampayas can do something. It's a teed up for this is to be his impact round. Look at the health.
He needs to find a defuse kit.
He does.
About 30 seconds left on that bomb. There's a kit basically sitting right on top of it.
He's taking his sweet time.
Halfway gone now.
m0NESY's been boosted up.
Did m0NESY see him? I don't think so.
He's going to hit the shot on the cross, right? It's hard to imagine m0NESY not hitting this.
Round over. Still, round over.
Unless he sticks it there. Yeah.
That's not possible. Oh, Sampayas. It's tough.
I mean, it's a tough round for Heroic.
To have to retake it. Well, okay, so I think the most critical that people will be in that situation is m0NESY killing Linus trying to get out of cave.
Yeah.
And you can sit and go, oh, but why is he even getting out of cave? He's getting out of cave so he doesn't give away a bozo death, and by doing so, gives away a bozo death, right? So this is where it all started. You don't want to stay overextended in cave. You just don't want to get picked off. This spam kill, mental, right? That's a very fortunate one. Without that, I don't think the Falcons are able to break in. So what was a 5v3 number advantage for Heroic goes a 1v2 retake for a player out of position. And there goes the cash money. They are going to force in to fight for their right. They know that Falcons are also scratching the pennies just with one man staying alive. But is this the classic Kixon gear shift? How in the head of Kixon is Saw? Are they like stack B? This is where Kixon would call a B rush.
See what his call is. He's gone for a deliberate Mac 10.
Could go out middle. He's middle of the pack, or anything fast, I think I would expect from a Kixon call right now.
Well, they are going to start a lot of CTs in middle. Sampayas stays behind the red smoke with this FAMAS. SMGs get up close.
Not fast at all. So I imagine also trying to piece together what type of buy Heroic would be bringing to the table. But now that you've seen the utility, you know that there are a few more investments than you'd expected. Right? That's so tough. Next round, 2,400 loss. Like this is the game right here if they don't win this one. It's all over for Heroic if they can't convert.
Not going to be easy to do so. Limited resources. Looks like they are going to clash. Ooh, a little late walk. Okay, well, there's a head-to-head, and Youngstar's done very well to leave with 2. Was the bomb spotted on Kixon there? Can't say with certainty.
Tessa's lurking in towards B right now, so it's a timing against Sampayas, essentially.
It depends how active he's playing this. Like, he's playing retake, sure, but is he going to be spotting the walk-up? Here we go. Seems actively aware. Late to it. Saw the shadow
Tessa
as well.
Has the smoke as well.
Yeah, that's B-site lost. That might be the round.
The only way you can beat them is you jump up heaven, and if you jump up heaven, what are we talking about? You've got an MP9.
Yeah.
You've got a bloody MP9.
Tanair tucks into cave. That's what he elects to do with it. Youngstar's waiting for Tanair to arrive. Will try and catch some sort of push through that smoke. No, now draws attention to himself as Tanair pushes out.
Hello.
Not ready. Wasn't expecting him. Tessus wasn't housekeeping that cave slip, but...
He did the best he could, didn't he?
He really did. Oh. That looks like it might be the Falcons map right there and then.
A couple of agonizing moments for Heroic in this one. Looking to retain a couple of rifles as they did do damage early. Well, they've got one of the AKs and there's the other. So these saves are worth their weight in gold with the 2,400 loss bonus being the next round.
Oof, you're right.
It'll be more of the same. Youngstar 2,400. Yeah, Youngstar could drop a rifle. He could drop a rifle. That's so we could.
You get 3.
Could have 3, yeah.
Better than 2.
Terrorists win.
They don't have AWP. That is true. They do not have AWP. So understanding the money situation very well are the Falcons.
Yeah, but also a very critical aspect of Counter-Strike decision-making is the position of an AWP, right? So being able to just completely disregard that conversation, I'm sure is going to liberate some of your options.
So who does have an AWP? m0NESY.
Oh, yeah.
Wielding that for the final round, or ever so likely, of map number 1.
Kixon's called an A, or at least taking the bomb that way early.
Yeah, I guess you got stunted last time. So making a similar call. Oh, the boost.
Just good at this game, misses that one though. Okay, Tanir, what have you got for us? He throws out a flash to get aggressive. Block smoke arrives, maybe that's enough. Oh, Nico, how has he gotten away with that? Just blind spam through the smoke as Tanir repositions. Over rotation, and oh, this is a perfect angle for it. Tess is going to catch Youngstar as he clears through. Oh, okay. Well played. Peripheral vision sharp.
Well, that's limited the options now of Falcons, hasn't it? Youngstar has a lot to worry about as he rotates back. Mid has been a gap throughout all of this, so a red leak is possible. Magisk, if they push into main, he should be good for 1. 45 seconds. What's the finish looking like? A split through Donut by the looks of things.
Oh, wow. LNZ does clear it.
Diligent.
Yeah.
Does that change the play, though? Or do you still go into A? Looks like it. This is tough for Nico and Kixon.
Now they have a main. It is going to be such a nightmare.
This feels impossible.
Yeah, really does. Unless Nico can just do Nico things, like a couple of one-taps. He's going to get double swung.
Time as well.
Yeah. Oh, sound cue, and then Kixon's AWP connects. Still needs to hit this shot into LNZ. Swinging Youngstar. Bomb goes down. Nico
1v1.
alive. Okay. How have they managed to make this one look even remotely doable? Youngstar's going for the 10-second stick against Nico, and he's going to knife out the way through. Does he just assume that he's called the bluff? Nico, what do you do with this? He's tucked in. Youngstar, a 10-second ninja under the nose of Nico.
Okay, well, that one right there. They got the number advantage. They played that very well, Heroic, didn't they? And the ball's on Youngstar in that situation, literally for the map. This is the way that I'm going to play it. I am going to play for the map by sticking the defuse. So calls the bluff of the big man.
I bet it was also a little bit of intel that they got Nico low, right? Like he's one shot. You kind of you assume there'll be more caution to his gameplay. I mean, Kixon getting the bomb down extended that round.
Exactly. It felt like that shouldn't have even been a possibility. They're going up mid here. Kixon out first with the flashes.
Quick space.
Already thrust his way through. Knows one's red because of the clear the span.
He's going to get him on the reload.
Oh my God. Look at the pace on that one.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Xfloud putting 20 bullets into a smoke can be punished. Kixon demonstrates. 40 smokes expended, though, on that positioning.
It's another opening kill for Falcons, which has been going their way throughout this map. So both pistols, the majority of the opening frags. Sure, that clutch went against them just then. Limiting factors for the finish is the utility. A couple of smokes, flash, HE, as this time to lurk on the other side of the map. Kixon will activate to try and...
Oh, here we go.
Oh, this is a brawl, isn't it?
Yeah, immediately. Sampayas needs to hit this first one. Oh, and he hasn't. Oh, no! Youngstar empty-handed, and Tessa's hands out haircuts.
Pack it up.
That should be the round. That should be the map.
Tough game from Sampayas.
Yeah, really. It ends on 4 frags to 16 deaths.
Yeah, some of these situations he was out of position, having to rotate in. There, as you mentioned, had to hit that shot. Kixon has the knockout blow with the flank.
What is that?
It's over.
2.
Here's Kixon. Here he is.
Ah, and he knows where the last is. Tanir's going to come for the duel. Doesn't finish it off cleanly, so time continues to become a factor for him. I don't know if there's a kit anywhere within his grasp. Did LNZ? Yeah, he did. We'll pick that up, but certainly does feel like Falcon's map. Tanir will give it everything he's got. Not another defuse. We can't have another one of them. Nico thinks the same, goes running, a bit of an overextension. You have to hold it. You have to hold it, or can you get away with it?
Absolutely no time in the world for this one.
Oh, nice try. NT from Tanir. Falcons leave with the first map of the series.
And another map where m0NESY is absolutely farming the hell out of IEM Dallas. Just one more map stands in the way from Falcons and another playoff berth. They're looking for a grand final. This time they're looking for a title. And they're starting Dallas hot.
All right, Adam, last time I had you sitting here, we were talking about all sorts of madness. And by madness, I mean people paying money for physical cards back in once upon a time and sort of that impact that we have now. How we got all the way from Honus Wagner to esports. You think, what would Honus Wagner say about esports?
If they knew that people were playing computer games for money now and that was one of our biggest forms of entertainment, they would call us crazy. The ESL Pro Tour is a key part of it, right? Like capturing every moment of all the ESL events through the year. We launched a premium set at the end of last year. And the Legend set here, especially in the standard box, you can find out immediately when opening it where your best cards are going to be, because we have the entire base set collection, which is in the black packs, and then you have your 2 best cards, which is in the golden pack. I'm going to let you have the honors of opening this one, but this was a set that's celebrating like 20 plus years of Counter-Strike history. So it's not just your active legends in there. There are players in here like Get Right, Heaton, Forest.
Okay, so it's an all-time.
Oh, yes.
So I'm kind of nervous. Do I just open it?
Yeah, go ahead. You've got 2 guaranteed hits in there.
Are we still going to Wonka's factory after this, or what?
So the first card is a guaranteed legend. What number is on the front? That's the important thing.
A25.
Okay. And then the second one, so you've got a legend again, and these are limited to just 150 of each card.
Zipex.
And that second card had a chance of being, for example, a signature or other rare cards that were limited to, for example, only 10 copies of each.
Wow. All right. Well, that's my gold pack. It's my golden ticket. It's not signed. Still pretty sweet, though.
And there we go. Falcons getting it done. They had to fight for it just like yesterday, but they do manage to claw their way back into this game and win Ancient. I wouldn't say it was that convincing, but they looked like the better team for the vast majority in this game. Now, Janko, just like yesterday, it took a little while for Falcons to warm up into the game, but once they got it done, they were the better one.
Yeah, true. And I think they did a great job of winning the key round, especially in the second half, right? If you look at the round timeline, you would see that Heroic couldn't win consecutive rounds on the CT side. They would get reset every single time, so having to play with lower economy is going to be difficult. It forces you to take more risks, and Falcons did a great job of anticipating that, punishing Heroic and closing out the game in the second half.
Now, it did start with a good start for Heroic and a good play in Tene as well, who had quite a lot of moments in the first half and the first portion of the game. We didn't speak much about him coming into it, but it is a player that is quite interesting because his aim and his ability sometimes to, I would almost say, dictate games, at least in Tier 3 Counter-Strike, is also showing against Falcons.
Yeah, I think Chad described them pretty well. Mechanically very sound, working on his sort of game sense and some of the decision making. I think he's pretty raw as a player, right? And I think he's been developing pretty well in Heroic. In an interview also, he was talking about just getting used to communicating in English and being able to be more proactive. He's the second voice now in the team in a way, which is pretty impressive to think about. So yeah, one to watch in terms of developing even further as a player.
I thought when it was 6-3 for Heroic, as we see right here, that they were going to be able to continue down that path and maybe even win this map and really put it to Falcons. But then, as we spoke about, Falcons in the second half, they came alive. Falcons in round 10 as well came alive, Janko.
Yeah, I think this was actually maybe after a timeout from Heroic, I'm not sure. But I really liked the call that they had in this round. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, round 10, as you said, it's a round that that you have on your
So what
screen
they did an A rush, sort of a fake A rush, right? You can see they're making a lot of noise. I think they were hoping for a fight here to get a kill, but Falcon sees right through it. You know, there's no bomb being planted. They're giving them the site. That's because it's a fake. There's actually players walking up B ramp, but Falcons keeps two guys here, not just one, but two, Kixan and Tessis. So they get the trade on the first spawn, but then they don't really expect Tessis. He's able to find a double kill and really put a spanner in the works, and that shows you the sort of focus and the presence of mind from Falcons in this round. They didn't panic because, you know, they're behind against Heroic, right? They didn't overreact to what was going on. That tells me the communication was clear. The B players didn't over-rotate and were able to shut this down and win the remaining 2 rounds as well to get a much better, you know, 6-6 half compared to maybe an 8-4, 9-3 or whatever.
And that's what happened, right? As you said, it became 6-6. We then move into the second half. Falcons win the pistol quite convincingly as well. And then we have 2 rounds in a row where they kind of cement the fact that they're going to win this map. Round 19 starting off.
Yeah, they were, I think, 15 and 7 in opening kills, Falcons. So here, there's 2 of them for Heroic. So finally, they get a strong opening, right? They're in a 5v3 situation. But now, LNZ wanting to reposition, right? Doesn't have good timing for that. m0NESY punishes him. Nico gets a spam kill, right? There's one more player in the site. Magisk is gonna win the duel against him. m0NESY again with the trade. So they bring it back. They make it look so easy from a 3v5. Now it's a 2v1. Sampayas doesn't really have the time for it. He had a very, very poor game. G2 don't watch. So yeah, in the end, they're able to bring it back. And I think this was the opportunity. You can see it wasn't that great, the money situation for Falcons either, so this is where Heroic would have been able to maybe get a reset and sort of maybe even win the game in regulation.
It was a chance for them to get back into the game, and unfortunately they couldn't capitalize. We have round 20 as well that cements it, I think.
You can see they force again, right? They know the money is low on Falcons. It's low for them as well, so they just go for it. They have a 4v3, but now Tessis, another big play from him, right? And unfortunately, again on Sampayas, he's able to sort of find that kill on B, throw the deep smoke. Then Kixan and Nico are able to rotate back all the way from A, and, you know, they sort of dodge a bullet with these 2 rounds. Now they have a 4-round buffer. They have money in the bank, right? They only need 1 round,
sure.
And they already secured overtime, and they were able to close it out soon after this. But there were opportunities, as you can see, for Heroic. They just couldn't really get it over the line.
No, I think that's been the storyline, right? We came into this game knowing that Heroic were in great shape against Tier 3 opposition. In this game as well, you see the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 3. When you have 2 rounds in a row where you get a double entry, 5v3, you have a 4v3 as well, where you are in winnable positions at crucial moments in the game, and you're not able to convert any of those. Is that like a clear tell that here we have one of the best teams in the world versus a team that, yes, against Tier 3, Tier 2, they can do it, but one step against m0NESY, Nico, they can always claw their way back into the round.
Yeah, it's just them overdoing it, right, and trying to do too much. And also, I mean, in that 5v3, LNZ is it's 10 seconds later that he's trying to reposition. Yeah. I mean, either leave immediately or just repush there, do something else. Just it was a very weird timing for him to decide and do that. And unfortunately, that's sort of what happens with some of these teams that are a little bit inexperienced. You know, they're just not reading the situation that well. And also the pressure, right? Like you're going up against m0NESY, Nico on the other side. You're thinking, oh, they found a gap somewhere there behind us. So you're starting to get nervous a little bit about where the gaps were on the map. But in reality, you're sort of just gifted the rounds then.
Now, I feel that was the opportunity for Heroic to get into this matchup. We're moving on to Nuke now, a map that Falcons have shown us, you know, and shown the rest of the world that they can play at a very high level. It was the pick yesterday as well. Do you think Heroic missed the opportunity now? Do you think they missed the chance of making a game out of this, considering that we have Nuke coming up?
I think so, and also Falcons, just their T sides have been super, super strong so far in the event. Granted, you know, played NRG and now against Heroic, but they look really well drilled, well regimented. m0NESY has had another great map. Let's not forget to mention that as well. Kept up that MVP form from yesterday. So yeah, I think this is where Falcons are on home turf. And again, I'm gonna point out Nico one more time. This is where, you know, he needs to have some better performances, because when we do talk about those vitality games, and especially Nuke T side is where it's been a little bit lacking for him. So want to get him warmed up and back into the groove, especially on Nuke.
Are you starting to see a trend in his performances, or could it just be, you know, this period, a couple of games where he hasn't been up to par?
I don't think it's I think he's definitely been in a slump when it comes to the grand finals this year, probably. But another grand final is long ways away, right? So I know that he's definitely going to be trying to figure it out and do whatever it is in his power to sort of play on a more consistent level when it comes to those big games.
Now, big game ahead for Heroic here. Sun Payas didn't have a great timing on Ancient. Neither did he have any timing whatsoever. On Nuke, I guess the presence going up against Monacy is important.
They lost to both pistols, right? So it has to be, they're the underdog. Has to be strong starts. Map like Nuke, you get to start on the CT side, maybe get rolling a little bit. But, you know, it does feel like Falcons are going to book a ticket for the playoffs and to meet Mouse in that upper bracket final.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if Heroic can make a game out of this. You have Nuke coming up between Falcons and Heroic. As said, Sun Payas and the boys over in the Heroic camp will need to step it up just a little bit if they want to stay alive in this game. Now, if Falcons win Nuke, that means, as Janko said, that they'll book a spot into the playoff here at IEM Dallas. We're jumping to a quick break, and once we're back, we're going to find out whether or not we're going to a third or if Falcons will make it to the playoff.
Peaky Blinders.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
This was a good clash. It was against VP. The winner of this match qualified. Did you win? Yes. This is a 1v4, like legit a full 1v4. I was good. So against Face, I think this was the opening game. It's the best of 1? No, best of 3. This was, I remember, the best game we ever played. Really? Sangal, yes. Did you clash this 1v2? No, or I don't know. I don't remember. I remember we were hyped as fuck after this. Yeah, but what are the two guys doing then? On ramp? I don't know. They thought you were on short or something, right? Yeah, I think they just killed my mate on short, so they didn't react to me yet. No Kev, 4K. You always get this 4K without killer all of a sudden. Is this me? I don't remember this. Yeah. Clash 1v2 here. Same Falcons? Yeah. The best round you ever played in Falcons? Yes! No, don't post it. This is you. Of course, you are full Joker. I was on the other side. And it's from home, yeah? Yeah. Like the game before we qualified, right? Yeah. You were full Joker. They expect you to be on long still. Probably against Spirit, right? Yes. It was clean, actually. I think now they line up 2 guys. Yeah, here. Oh. In fact, Donk. It was a good semi-final. I think it was Donk has 1.8 rating. This is a semi-bio boss. This is online game with Sangal, I think. What are you playing? What is this team you are playing against? I think it's this Polish team, whatever they call it, Apogee or something. Good run, brother. When did you have drops? Oh, I don't know. I think I've never seen it. I was in Falcons probably, but it was a sick clutch. It was sick actually. You will see now. But this is not clutch, no? It's just 4K. Yeah, it was a 4K. It was a 4K. It wasn't clutch. It was nice though. But actually, this is a long time ago, right? Because you don't hold the Galil like this, right? And this is like 6 months ago, minimum. But the Galil, you don't hold it like this anymore, right? No, you do. No, I changed it. They did? I don't remember. Nice lineup. You see, because the molly is good. This was the game to qualify or something. For what? For EPL. Or maybe game before we qualified. I think this was online, at home. We were online warriors. Yes. Play good online. Maybe we can play better this tournament on LAN.
Oh
This was on LAN.
pass.
This was on LAN.
I missed this map.
I aced it. I remember it was like the typical that you win pistol and it's 1-0 and you know they are gonna have Galils. And
Yeah.
it was a tough round and we won.
Agent Viper reporting. Target inside.
Copy, Viper. We've been expecting you.
Well, howdy, y'all. We're here live for day 2 at Dallas. Myself and Chatty B going to be bringing you the Counter-Strike entertainment for, well, our evening. Time zones confuse me, but we'll call it late afternoon as it currently stands. Is that fair enough? Yeah, 4:35 local time. We got Falcons, we got Heroic, and we probably should, according to analysts and pundits, be seeing a 2-0 here. Heroic didn't really have much of a fighting chance up against the Falcons on the first.
Yeah, as the Des pointed out, a couple of key rounds that went against them that had the game slip away. Competitive in patches, a strong start, but they only need more than that now on Nuke, and Sampaias will need to wake up and try and play some of his best Counter-Strike. Heroic will need to be on their A game if they want to get things done.
That's what Source said himself in that pre-match interview. Young Star.
It's a good start.
Start well.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. m0NESY onto Young Star, finally puts him down. The damage is done though. Young Star, he takes the first 2 scalps.
Lots of information as well.
Yeah, you do have to get past Nico's P2. 50, that is.
You can reset the round right now, however, if you are Falcons. This happened so early within the piece that you still have 1 minute and 20 seconds. xFloud, being illustrated there by our lovely Obs team, is playing for information from Radio Room into lobby. This is what he's saying, right? If he had words, that's what he would be saying. Jakey's saying, Chad, you've said this, but this jiggle is happening, which means that they do have information if there is a return to lobby.
And so the round can't be reset without someone finding out. That's xFloud. Here comes the info. Thank you. Oh, I like that he's played it so
Now,
safely.
what do the observers tell us next?
Okay.
Now they say if they go A, there's a guy on Hut, which is a tough spot to clear, but down the vent!
That's the idea. Stressful. Does take Nico down the vent.
Though, don't you? Is it broken?
Do need to
yeah,
break
it is.
the vent.
Okay.
Yeah, m0NESY dips.
Oh,
kicks the bomb.
Hello.
So he opens the door and
Needs a kill.
He dies.
Ah.
But there's no bomb. So now it's a bit suspicious, but Tanir.
Tanir's our boy.
Yeah. Ooh.
Tanir. Thank you. Thank you. Now, thank you.
Good start.
We have what I would like to call breaking news. Sound like an Amber
It did
alert.
sound like an Amber alert.
Now, all of those lovely Twitter accounts that post really good updates and they take all the views from the actual people who do the work and need to make money from it, they're going to love clip farming this one.
Okay.
They're going to love it.
This is for you guys. One time.
We have received official word that if FaZe make it to the playoffs of IEM Dallas 2025, Rain will be in attendance.
Pretty sure I saw that on Twitter already.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm like, this is secondhand information. I've heard this already.
our producer told us.
I know. But
I thought it was brand new.
I did too. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I did.
Everyone's sad. Producer's sad. We're sad. The Twitter Andes are sad.
It's, yeah, someone beat us to the punch.
Was it FaZe themselves?
Yeah, I think it might have been. Yeah.
So
I saw on the Reddits, perhaps.
Not breaking news.
But it is news.
Still news.
And exciting.
They still need to win 2 best of 3s, though, to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, so the caveat's there. But if they do, he'll be here. Which would actually make the playoffs even more exciting should they be in them. For sure.
Do you know that Vitality have been in 18 playoffs in a row?
That sounds like an absurd amount of playoffs in a row.
I reckon right now we just say things But that's the striker tweeted that.
Okay. Let's just say things. I can say things.
Yeah,
I'm up for that.
say a thing right now.
Okay. Tanir is going to be in the HLTV top 20 next year.
Oh, that's a thing.
I said a thing.
If he gets on a better team, it could be possible.
Yeah. Do you think...
Oh my god, I can watch the B stream from here.
Well, I'd like to watch our stream, because Magiska's just taken a nice opening kill there.
I can also watch the A stream. He did that from lobby entrance.
You're doing well.
I can actually see both games simultaneously. This is...
That's your spot?
Might be my new spot.
Okay, it's a pretty good spot.
One of the player managers is wearing a cowboy hat.
Yeah. I was thinking about perhaps, investigating the idea of cowboy boots. What do you think?
That's for Austin. Yard smoke's being lined up now.
Let's see what the judges will give them.
Oh, it's a perfect 10.
Oh, perfect 10. xCloud has a HE. So we'll be able to remain with some degree of information behind those smokes if he chooses to throw it. However, now uncertainty will grow.
Was it not a perfect 10? Was that what's trying to be illustrated to us there?
It looked pretty good.
Tanir's in a good spot to shut this down.
They're going to flash him, but actually ahead of the util was Tessus, and that's an important trade from Monacy. So ramp taken, Youngstar drops Vent. Quick to control. Man disadvantage. How does he play this? Because Monacy's on the move and great awareness. Monacy's rifling, no slouch on that either. He's one of those guys that can do it all. Astralis plant, single door. Does it get him off the bomb? No. Kicks and knows. He's got a whole lot of faith in his teammates. Looks like xCloud's under there.
Yeah, save. Get up that fireman's pole. And away you go. So looking to retain the two M4s. Some pies to be able to drop one in the next round. Tanir and Youngstar, they should have enough. And it should all be good in the hood, but that is predicated on the fact that Falcons don't rip away either of these rifles. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be all good in the hood.
What do you think of this M4 that Sampai's got there?
That's a new one, huh?
Yeah, that's the Vaporwave.
I just had Kinga open a couple cases. She'd never opened cases before.
Oh,
so I was trying to exploit her for gambler's beginner luck.
She does. She's usually very lucky. She did just open the one of the few foils in my Magic the Gathering pack.
She didn't get. She got blues.
Yeah. Maybe it was
one of them was a stat track USP.
There you go. Stat track. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been a while since I've opened a knife.
I've never opened a knife. I've opened some gloves though.
Never opened gloves.
I think the eye by power on the red line is it's a real fashion statement from Monacy. It's
inspired, isn't it?
I mean, you just have to say, like, it's that perfect combination of sleek style and it being a flex.
True, yeah. So he's blinged out.
Yeah, it's like, this costs money, I have money, look at me, but it simultaneously looks cool. Kixon's in, and they've got the sight. Monacy makes a very quick and convincing case. Oh, it gets better.
Yeah, they cleared in main, and two of them just got absolutely clotheslined. So, save again.
Well, that sucks. I mean, what a valuable little arrow in the Kixon quiver. What have I done?
No, nothing. Magis just threw a smoke at Heaven and he missed.
Yeah.
And then he's just done the thing with his mouse where he's just like tracked the missed smoke, like bouncing off of everything and landing and like, oh.
Yeah, that didn't go where it was
supposed to. That was just for me.
Yeah,
sorry, everybody.
That's okay.
I did find
he did that for you.
Yeah, it's quite funny. Quite funny. All right, well, saving again. They won't have enough to buy behind it this time round, so likely to just be these two saved M4s and everybody else with a lighter level of investment going into round number 5.
So you know how everyone loves headlines? Could we generate a headline about Nico on nukes recently? Like, could we dive into the archives? Has he had bad nukes recently? This is just me from my.
Oh, you want to?
Like my gut is telling me he's on a run of bad nuke games.
I think. Now let me check the stats.
Could be tripping.
I think maybe where you could go with that is you could focus it a bit more on going missing in important playoff matches.
Yeah, but that's a good one. Like, that's a really good one. I'm trying to find not so good one. Like, just a Machini special.
Okay, so if you wanted a Machini special,
yeah.
Nico right now is the lowest rated player for this Falcons lineup on Nuke.
That's what I'm saying.
If you wanted
that's the Machini special.
There you go.
Yours makes more sense and has more impact, but mine, I can say that. I can say, well, Nico is the lowest rated player for this Falcons roster on Nuke.
Yeah,
and I'm right.
You can say that.
Yes, indeed. Nuco. He's going to win this one, though, right?
This map?
Yeah.
I would say so. One of these saved M4s starting to investigate Hut. So Tania will have...
Catch him. Oh.
The jump on Magisk, but able to pivot into that quite poised was Magisk. Caught off guard indeed. The rifle wants to be scooped back up, but kept at arm's length by the Dane. Another headshot into the eco, and these are my favorite kills.
You like an eek?
Love a good eek.
Oh, it's propped up nicely for someone to collect as well, that M4.
Yeah, you would say Tania probably has quite a tidy room.
Yeah, oh, I'd imagine so.
He's got his shoes all lined up.
Definitely the shoes. I wonder if do you think he like gets his clothes ready for the next day? Folds them nicely?
Ooh.
Yeah, or is it not that far?
I think that, right, because you're always wearing a jersey. So
you're hanging it up in
it's
there.
not I would imagine that he's the guy that has like 5 of the same outfit.
So here's something that, I'm really opening a can of worms here. I'm giving you backstage insights into the esports and Counter-Strike community here.
Oh, no.
Some orgs only give players like 2 jerseys, and events can go for like 7 days. So unless the player is perfectly managing their laundry routine, you end up being you're recycling.
You've just, write that down.
Yeah.
The next lobby you do.
Yeah, let's
that's
find
the
out.
question. How many jerseys? So like the major, for example.
Yeah. How many?
Let's say you're in stage 1. You're in stage 1. You could play 3 weeks of Counter-Strike, and if you start 0-2, you could play 4 days of CS.
And I'm not gonna lie, dude. That's like you could be giving your team, from a management perspective, you could be giving your team an actual debuff if you start being all stinky.
How many shirts?
I would be appropriate.
4.
I think so long as there's a way you could always be cycling like a laundry drop-off and a fresh shirt. Yeah, 4 seems reasonable. Like you play 2 days, you give 2 in. And
but who's paying for the laundry?
Oh, that should be organization. You want us to represent your sponsors with a fresh shirt?
Okay, so in this situation, Heroic fronting the bill.
Yeah.
They get 4 shirts.
Yeah.
Every 2 days, shirts go into the wash. So you always have...
Yeah, exactly. You've always got 2 fresh shirts in the cupboard.
Because you're not always getting a 24-hour return time. Depends on the country, depends on the hotel, depends on a lot of things.
It does. And I'm glad we've got a tech pause here so we can really talk about the laundry habits of all the Counter-Strike players.
Now, all of our lovely, lovely viewers in Twitch chat now.
Actually, I've got a good take here from Oxide. Sorry to talk.
What's he said?
He says, no one's changing a winning jersey. Hadn't thought about that.
So that's it. That's an interesting one.
Do you think Zywoo's not changed his shirt for like 30 days or something?
Mate, Vitality have a new shirt every friggin' week.
That's a crazy concept.
They have more jerseys than anyone I've ever seen before in my entire life.
Yeah, and they've got new ones for this event, so he's definitely changed his shirt.
So do Falcons.
Yeah, true. What do you think about a collar? Like, I think it's got a...
Like in general, or
no,
on
more
a jersey?
of like a jersey collar. You know, like when you go more polo as opposed to like sporting.
It.
Yeah,
I like it. Look, the ones that... Let's see if I can go back in the archives.
Yeah, you've had some jerseys over your time. Yeah. What was your favorite jersey? The Vox? No, that was probably like a cheap polyester blend.
No, the Vox was not cheap. The
polyester,
great.
I mean,
it was
like
really
plastic.
Nice.
Yeah.
No, it was very nice.
Oh, okay, excuse me.
Very nice.
Sorry, ass out you and me.
Very, very nice. This one was absolute dog water from Renegade.
Mate, that was that looked like a H&M jobby.
It's a bloody shirt with an embroidered logo.
Yeah.
This is the one that we designed, me and Gomez. We just wanted it to that's what we designed.
But that's better.
I agree.
Yeah.
The Vox one. No, look at this. Like
no, that's the one I remember.
Yeah, that's nice.
That was when I first met you.
That's a nice jersey.
That exact event. What was that event called?
That was IEM Katowice.
Yeah,
that was the qualifier.
The
qualifier.
Yeah, the quali.
That's where we beat Pimp.
Yo, Pimp? You beat him?
Yeah, we beat Pam. All right, well, technical timeout into a rifle round. AWP for the Pious. We need to see some impact on the big man, the Spaniard.
Very little so far.
He will be starring in Gladiator 3.
And they're going to have a typhoon of sharks this time.
Can't be worse than Gladiator 2. How to butcher one of the greatest films of all time. Just watch that.
And afterwards, you can watch The Last of Us 2.
What? Heaven.
Magisk. Down and out. Youngstar contributes a nice opening. He did so on the pistol. And they converted that. Will this one lead to a conversion, or can Falcons claw it back? Outside smokes. No CTs ahead of them, so they will have vision removed, and xCloud forced to rotate to acknowledge the potential.
Tanir's push ramp, so they have a lot of info that it is going to be quite heavy presence towards Yard. The question is, do Heroic try and stall them before they get across? Or do they allow them the room and then just go 1-for-1, rotate away? They're going to go around heaven and hell here.
Okay, this could be interesting for some Pius in that orb. Oh, yeah, a bit slower to react there on the jiggle out from the Sugar Cube.
Time going to be an issue.
It is already getting close. Very thin.
Falcons struggle with rounds like this in the series.
Yeah, keep your eye on Kixon. So he has the bomb, and with Tessa's trying to ask questions of Heaven, Nico's still out Yard.
So is Nico going to flash him into Heaven? Like, guys, you have to give it a go, or are you saving?
It's a save?
I think you can... Did they just smoke Heaven?
20.
They just smoked Heaven.
They did.
Round over.
Oh, yeah, save. Lost the bomb. Monacy gets a little
Tessus
active.
needs to come through this Heaven smoke. Where is Nico?
He's trying to do
something.
Come on,
Nico.
Okay, well, LNZ wins his duel. Forced into the fight by Monacy, but yeah. Oh, wait! Never mind. Oh, they run that clock down way too thin. I mean, fair play. They still get output. They actually had quite a threatening promise there if Nico managed to double up. But unable to do so, Monacy forced to commit to that bomb plant does lead to Heroic on to a third.
Well done. Youngster gets the opening and the team are able to convert off the back of it. So sure, there's a moment where it looks scary, but handled from Heroic to tie things back up. AWP will be brought forward. Don't you worry about that. And not one of Eston and Pond for the Falcons. They're going to go rifle heavy, harassing top with U2. Nico to work Yard. Pius has gone aggressive. You can see him tucked in towards red.
Yeah, good restraint from that silo player there. Was it Tessus? Yeah. Didn't succumb to the temptation to get active early. LNZ down the vent to acknowledge.
Now, LNZ, how far he goes will tell us how much info they don't... Okay, so he doesn't know that they haven't crossed, which means the team doesn't know that they haven't crossed. So the smoke wall has been effective on Yard. This is going to limit the positions and information for Heroic.
Does this look like it's a late door walkout with some top util from Kixon?
You'd love a backside molly and a top hut molly, and then turn it into a bit of an A map if you can. A smoke in towards main, a couple of flashes, and away you go. Bob's your uncle.
Here we go, head-to-head for Youngstar. Still does well onto Tesses. However, Monacy removes xCloud, so the anchor collapses.
Save.
And the site's lost.
Like, Linus down the vent, what are you meant to do? You can only ever make that position impactful within chaos, which means you already need to be in the vent as the skirmish is going on. And you can see here he's resided himself to just saving over towards Secrets, and Pius has already backed off towards CT Spawn, and Tanir, well, he won't be too long for this world if he hangs around, but his escape is still more than available. So this should be the fourth now for Falcons. Very well done. Simple approach, smoke wall Yard, lack of vision, Heroic rotate, walk out into A, win the duels. No AN for the retake as they save 3 guns. So drop should be available. We'll be getting ourselves only a 1900 loss bonus, but LNZ has 3.2 and Tanir has 3.8. So both of them are in positions to drop M4s for xFlood and Youngster. Tactical timeout, as I'm sure Saw and Zonic now discussing the intricacies of Gladiator 2 with their teams. Saw saying not even Denzel could save that movie. Zonic thinking Pedro still did a good job, but
I think how it should have been is it's kind of like Equalizer, where basically Denzel finds out what happened to Marcus
Aurelius.
Yep. Goes on a murder spree to find the Emperor that stabbed him in the lung. It's like Equalizer 5, Gladiator Edition.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe there's a 5th one already. You not seen Equalizer? Great.
I have.
Great movie.
Yeah, Denzel doing a good job in it.
I like those.
Great action.
I like those. What's next? In the Counter-Strike universe. Let's see. Nicely taking his front spawn. Is he going to nade door and go ramp? It looks like we're going to have a little clash. Takes a pot shot. Some Pius down. Flattened.
Orb gone already.
Yeah, and Tanir's dead. Tanir is in trouble. He's begging for help, begging for backup. Has the smoke done enough? It seems like it has. They'll take that early man advantage and run with it. Util thrown out Yard now. Vision obscured. Nico on his way down. Oh, he's going to be across. Just in the nick of time. No info.
So safe. X-Flood should be dead from the main player. Oh, no.
Oh, good shots. Both of them connect.
Beautiful. That worked out perfectly. LNZ, the bodyguard in that fight. So the number advantage has been squandered. The ramp push from Sampai's AWP, sure, removed, but now Heroic, with a minute on the clock, are tussling with that man advantage. The bomb needs to be scooped up. Now the question is, are they going to dry cross? Tanir's picked up the AWP.
Crazy from Nico up the vent.
I can't actually believe that. What?
I thought he was going for like info, but he went for a full climb.
Well, they do get across dry.
Because of Nico's sickness idea.
But if he stayed vent?
Yeah, he had the rotation. They could only go round.
Trying to do a little bit too much. And we're all guilty of that in life, aren't we?
Yeah. There's a little cheeky T-side molly for the CT side as well. An AK-47.
Now, you don't have a smoke, but you do have 2 mollies.
Why does it feel like they've won a 2v4 already?
I don't know. It
does feel that way,
Yeah,
right?
now door swings open, into the site for free, bomb should get planted. Vent rotation delayed. Back site plant. Where do they set up in the post plant? Monacy vent, Magis double door.
So he's going to worry about secret, and Monacy can worry about everything else.
LNZ has a kit. There's a smoke as well.
Ram players play first. Magis pulled away. Oh, does that actually clear? It does! What a lovely work from Magisk! Sets up, distracts, Monacy destructs, gets another, and LNZ, tail between legs, is just out of there.
That was a thing of beauty.
What a lovely sequence out of these two. 2v4. Counter-Strike, a very beautiful game when played like that. Monacy and Magisk piece it together.
Just the sheer room that they had, and these type of rounds, if you return to map number 1, are the scenarios that Heroic were losing that they can't be giving away. Remember that round where Linus was in cave and Tanir was baiting for him and they got 2 kills?
Yeah.
And then he tried to jump away. Monacy kills him with the AWP. Nico spams out Tanir. They take down Young.
Satisfying.
That couldn't have been a better clear.
I mean, just the perfect nade break.
That was beautiful.
And it's simultaneously, it breaks the window, goes over the lip. Perfect clear, 2 exposed, pants around ankles.
Valve are framing that one in the office.
Yeah.
That's why we added this dynamic.
Yeah, real.
Saved M4 and some upgraded pistols as the half is getting away from Heroic now. 5 on the T side for Falcons is already more than enough to work with at this juncture. And remember the context of this, winner will be ushered through to the playoffs, depending on semi or quarter, will be onto the seeding match. Tanir's close, but on the fate of the smoke. Let's see how ready they are for him.
Monacy's just staring at him, it's like you can smell him.
Oh!
Still gets
he
his.
got Monacy.
Yeah, he got it. I can process that.
Does this?
Oh,
stabilizing.
He's having a mare.
He is having a mare, isn't he?
Yeah. Don't know why I said it like that. But yeah, he is. Not a great game. I wonder if it is all this, rumor mill spinning that's got him a bit distracted out of game.
Yeah. Well,
some people would find that really hard to kind of get your game face on.
I think a lot of these teams are putting on, I wouldn't call it a brave face, let's call it a professional mask.
Oh, that sounds better than brave face.
Because they're coming out and saying, yeah, look, they're not denying the questions that are being asked in interviews, but they're just saying, well, the focus is on the major and the season and where the teams cut. That's like the Saw interview when he was asked about the G2 move. He didn't say no, but that's because it feels like it's happening. But the focus, I think we learned the lesson the best from G2 last season going into Shanghai. We knew Nico was leaving.
Yeah.
We knew there were going to be drastic changes within the team.
Well, we knew Dexter was leaving, and he knew he was leaving, and he got an MVP.
True. Yeah, was trying to put himself in the shop window, wasn't he? Well, an opening kill. Can Heroic hold on to it this time? Just a one-man advantage currently, as Monacy searching yard with the AWP. Scoped in, trained in at the ready.
Seeing Kixon on the roof does suggest that that's the next play, right? We're going to be seeing those top players set up for something. Or those lobby players, excuse me. Magisk and Tessis as they
It has to be outdoor again, I feel.
Yeah. Young start. So far, he's been pretty solid. Oh, only a dink
Still
this
a player
time.
Mustang.
Yeah, Mustang is occupied and profits. Doesn't transfer, and ooh, no trade available. Sunpires puts the cherry on top with a double. Big round for Heroic, keeping this competitive in the half, and Sunpires with a multi-kill. Important in order to maintain a competitive scoreline at the half.
They're even able to scavenge the AWP off of m0NESY's corpse, get that into his hands, bring 2 AKs through, and get the rifles out for the likes of Youngstar and LNZ as well. So the Swedes equipped going into round number 11. No AWP for m0NESY this time around. Going to keep it rifle heavy.
Nice, boys.
LNZ chipped down immediately on his way in through main. Top Heart Molly you could see also when you're thrown in the quick way doesn't get the full spread, so aware of that as, yeah, this is an A-go. Here they come.
Good find from LNZ, doubles up, finds Kixon leaving, and then Youngstar can activate from Top Hut. Very solid, a potent defense.
Okay, well, it's the buddy comedy duo right now.
I feel like those are the compulsory rounds for like the top defense duo. Like if you can get that shut down against teams like Team Falcons, you're doing things right.
Still have to convert it.
Yeah, you're right. We've seen a 2v4. Can we see a 2v5?
Tani is always good for one.
He's got one,
I think he's...
Ooh, against m0NESY though.
Oh, he's very low.
Yeah.
X-Flood's rotated Van. He's tasked with dealing with B. The position from Sampaius. He will have to start worrying about this hell crawl eventually. 40 seconds. Time is the problem. And m0NESY starting to hedge down towards B. So X-Flood playing for info, not committed. It's important for everybody at home. He's not committed to the duel. He's just playing for info to inform his team for the rotation. Here it comes.
You could say they're kind of just in a talking stage. Gets the info.
Well done.
Committed forward, now. Yeah, he is committed. The flash did enough to actually mask the descent from m0NESY, but yeah, denied. An important trade from NiKo, but the bomb still didn't get planted. He's going to get swung out to secure a fifth. LNZ ends it.
Yeah, 3 kills for him on that top shutdown. And NiKo's nuke woes, Alex, as far as your headline goes, continuing to some degree. 4 kills for him so far. It is the T side. As it is going to be a tactical timeout called by Zonic. Final round, first half, second map. Qualification series. Money there for everybody other than m0NESY as 3.4. So might see... Has he been dropped an AK? He's been dropped an AK. Or do you already have armor? No, he must have been dropped one. Oh, hello?
That's a position to adopt from LNZ, just holding Squeak and Hut simultaneously.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You all good?
No.
Okay. We'll see if we can get that resolved. There's always a backup headset right here. Can always get you onto the alternate.
There we go, it's come back.
Nice.
I lost program.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So a typical T start. They already asked questions of that vent drop with the fast lurg smoke in front of Squeak. And there's Magisk opening up the account for Falcons to try and finish with that round advantage. Kratos does Tessus.
Oh dear.
Sampaius sends him to a nasty one. Isaac Newton style. How many smokes do we need? 4, apparently, to walk into main.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a really bit of a jump scare for Youngstar. The whole team's there. Ooh, Tanir's going to have to fight there. Does well to get one and gets away. 2v2. Kixon, good find.
It's just so tough up the vent, mate.
I mean, yes, it's Kixon's awareness, right? Had he not considered it?
Double swing.
Round found. All right, Falcons. 7 to work with. That's a very big haul on the T side of Nuke. Looking good to 2-0 this one and be locked in for those playoffs. Despite some catastrophic occasions,
it's a long way down.
Did get sent to a nasty finish in the last round of that half here on Nuke. It is still Falcons with 7. Good fun for Heroic. Definitely some competitive rounds in there. We did, however, see them let go of a 2-man advantage, a 2v4. They were unable to convert. Magisk and Monacy piecing together a beautiful little sequence. No denying that. I'm heading into the pistol here. Winner of this one is locked in. They will meet the crowd. They will enter the playoffs and play that seeding game versus Mouse, who await in that Group B upper bracket. The loser will get to play spoiler to a fan favorite of FaZe. They'll be meeting them in that lower bracket, as we've had confirmation that not only is Simple on the roster, but Rain will return should FaZe do the lower bracket run, which has happened before. Lower bracket runs, that is.
And players returning. Remember the whole COVID situation, JKS, Rops, and Rain in and out.
Get out. Tessus is, yeah, he thought about it, sticking around, and Kixon quickly just shows face and turns tail.
Monacy's down there to support him, so he's not alone in his defense of the B-bomb site. There's a smoke and a molly. Now, if they do go B, is it smoke for the site? Is it smoke for single? Is it molly into the stairwell?
Or is it 5 clean one-taps from Tessus?
Okay, so smoke for single.
That's clean. Oh, gets them both. Practically lined up for him. Okay, Tess has decided the pistol's over. You come down the stairs and you meet your fate at the hands of a USP.
He's been sharp on Nuke. Think about the eco bash he had yesterday at Ramp. Those last 3 kills, even though they were full. Tania.
He has never died in that angle before.
He has never died in that angle before.
That's a spot, apparently.
Oh, yeah, well, I think Magis was Magis who just killed Tania?
Oh, yeah, that's probably it. With the knife out, you mean?
Yeah.
Or was he just talking about Tessus just being an immovable object this round? Look at the shots he hits. Bap, bap. Takes his time.
Juicy.
And finishes it with the 3rd as well on that repeat.
All right, well, that's another pistol to the Falcons tally. That's 3 out of the 4. Now, you mentioned this will be a seeding match against Mouse for the winner of this series, as well as the playoffs. If it is Falcons, which very likely will be, that'll be the 7th series they will have played against Mouse in 2025.
Yeah. And it's not gone well for Mouse, right? You could say it's an even affair.
I think in more recent history, the Melbourne and the rivals, that was the ones that you sit at and you go, okay, we're later in the year. This is Falcons with Monacy in the team.
I presume that's some valuable context.
Yes, whereas the earlier matches, there was the best-of-5 final at Cluj.
Yes, of course.
And that was obviously Maus coming out on top of them in a 3-1. 4-1 in a best-of-5 would be impossible.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that the tides have definitely turned in that matchup now, and going into the majors where you start to feel a little bit more concerned for Maus. So I know we're essentially doing the pre-match for a game that's going to be going down tomorrow.
Yeah.
Even though it is only a seeding game, I think it's an important confidence-boosting win if Mouse are able to pick that up, as Nico will get himself 3 kills with the M4 against the Eco, get himself up to 7 in total.
I will say I inspected all the mouse pads of Heroic during the lobby.
Which one did you like the most?
Sun Pius's was looking box fresh.
The orange one that we just seen there?
Yeah, very, very. He looks after his pad, does
there's nothing
Pius.
better than a fresh mouse pad.
Yeah, I think I'm due one. Wonder if you can get the fancy mouse pads in America. You probably can.
Are you talking about the...
One of them, you know, like...
Yep.
Artisan.
Are we sponsored by Peripheral coming?
No, we're allowed.
Okay.
But like, there's other ones, isn't there? There's that.
The Saturn pad.
That's it, Saturn. Is that the one you got for Jay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, the red one.
Looking at those. They look cool too.
Right, smoke wall. They won't be throwing in the main smoke, so means it's less likely they go for the lurk through the yard smokes in towards main for a top split. So they can focus fire a little bit more so towards this cross. Harassing now with clears to see if they can catch them. Second wave will land. It's crazy now. You have to dedicate 4 smokes to get across just because of the persistence and the ability to clear the CTs. Very good at playing for that info.
They've parked Tania on main roof, which kind of excites me, even though it might be rather inactive. But he's just going to sit there for the secret rotation, right? Like, no one can go down secret.
I do wonder, though, is this pressure lower from Heroic into a return to...
Oh, maybe.
We then fight main into Heaven and Hell. Actually, Tania activates first.
Interesting. Okay, I thought it was a late piece, but no, he is going to get moving. Kixon claims lobby.
It's just TSS on B.
Can he pass this one? I mean, he did great in defending the B site on pistol. This time, equally as isolated.
m0NESY can help him from ramp.
And now the penny drops.
Oh,
Window's broken, TSS down.
Okay, so you go for this one.
I mean, perhaps if m0NESY was to find something
like this?
That, yeah, if he takes down to
Nico's above him. Nico might be out. There you go, 4v4. Kid, save. Saving? Okay. Hey, Kixon, come on over. There's a gun for you. It's a hell. We'd love you to have it. We know that you like the SMGs. You're an in-game leader, but it would be really, really fun if you could come and get this gun.
And he's on his way. Come on. Very nice purple theme to Kixon's skins. He's taking time with the loadout.
Most people go with the green. Also, there's some red. I think they're probably the two most popular. Oh, the blues.
But he's got
Does it feel like the purple kind of fringes into the blue category a little bit?
I think you can. I think that certainly opens, there's a wealth of possibilities available to you. But I like what he's done with the karambit and the purple gloves.
I wanted to invest in a new knife.
Or you were looking at them, karambit
like
Dopplers,
I was going like a gamma Doppler or something, but then I didn't.
I just treated myself to a black lamb karam.
Didn't you go the arabesque?
I got the souvenir arabesque, I did.
Second tactical timeout called from Falcons. I wouldn't be too concerned just yet. 3-round buffer. You saved on 4 players. So you've put yourself in a very strong position in the buy department.
Especially when you've got the lead. I mean, it's the most logical decision, isn't it?
And you looked at what that round was. So diagonal smokes, get themselves over towards red, allow the CTs to limp through all of their clear utility, plenty of HEs and incendiaries used to try and stall that out. Do the straight line smoke wall, get yourself down secret, have Tania sell the presence towards heaven and hell, constricting rotations, also posing a threat that maybe, just maybe, it's not the B play. You waltz down lower, you kill the single defender of TSS, you get the bomb down, Falcons save. Going to be hard to replicate that. Do Falcons want to play for a yard control setup to make sure that it's not possible? Well, that's not going to be the case. It's just Nico with the deep incendiary, a bit more harassed utility. And Heroic are also throwing out their opening. So you see the difference in the smoke wall this time. They've gone top main. So that makes the threat of the main player. The yard player's like, okay, boys, they can walk through these smokes. They can walk into main. You have to worry about that as a possibility. And they're going to set up for a ramp pressure.
Yeah, so you break and flash twice. No one is there. No one is home. That territory is foregone.
So the fact that you don't take any resistance, not even a player spotting and falling,
how does that inform
you would assume that this player's already down on B,
right,
which is the correct assumption. We can see on the radar right now 2 players, TSS alongside a m0NESY, one having to deal with a secret leak, one having to deal with the ramp play, and they feel like they're under a lot of pressure.
So pivoting top is like the perfect call.
Well, the pack roll, look, there's still a lot of options available because xFlad's also stretching his legs on yard.
Looks like they're going to try and ask questions up top. That A site about to be tested with Magisk and Kixon, as well as Nico in heaven, so it is certainly well fortified. Magisk, high alert, spots out what LNT does remove Kixon. There's one from Magisk, but no bullets, no health. Nico makes sure Sampires has no head. In fact, he gets 2. Tania dead as well.
This might be one of the most impactful rounds from Nico if they can get across the line.
You're right. TSS is on the way up the ladder. Ooh, a step. Oh, a messy spray. Nico doesn't really have the health, but he is going to have a chance. xFloud on his screen gets the draw and the drop on Nico. Triple kill out of xFloud for Heroic's 7th.
Okay, so just a lot of pressure felt there from Falcons. Essentially, they said, it's fine. We'll allow them to cross secret. We'll just play heavily fortified on B. It was a ramp go back into a top pivot. I think Kixon not getting anything, and it felt like Nico was also quite late to the party to assist. Still got the double kill short. And Sonic not happy with that one because this is what it means. It will be Falcons down to a light investment. Kixon, however, will have an A1S. Can the in-game leader make a magic moment? Well, no, he can't. That gun will be offered up very early in the round. Youngstar extremely happy with that as they're just going to be peeled apart. Might need to tighten that belt, Falcons. Pants looking a little bit saggy right now.
Ooh, in combination with the Deagle and now a second from TSS, They've certainly managed to at least get Heroic on high alert. They are a little bit more concerned than they once were.
Yeah, they've overplayed their hand. So it was Falcons who were looking a bit sloppy with their choices.
was so loud and brazen about that.
Yeah, just full W.
Magisk is smart. Is he smart enough to consider this forward position? Wasn't ready for LNZ. That's an important one. Just by virtue of sitting around, he gets the frag back. Okay. Tessis is missing.
Yeah, and he's here quite quickly. Might catch a timing on Youngstar.
What a round this would have been from him, but he's going to get caught off. Looks like it's going to return to a state of normality. As maybe m0NESY gets a pot shot or two and does get an opportunity to pull the trigger
had chances.
Times. Yeah,
had chances.
This time's Youngstar puts us within 1 round of a tied game.
Okay, decent output at the moment from Youngstar, Linus, xFloud. You can think of rounds where they've had some impact for sure.
Yes, Tanir, haven't seen too much of him here, but T-side is where I'll expect to see him have impact. And a bit of a slip-up in this second death, or to the Deeg of TeSeS. He got kind of distracted by the other player towards spawn.
I guess just thinking if TeSeS goes wide, my teammates are there, but it's the Magisk position. Anyway, that was a Hero M4 and some upgraded pistols. Now it's the buy. Unfortunately, that means Kixon's down to just an SMG. So Falcons are teetering right now, Alex.
They certainly are. Stray bullet has found the head on of xFloud, down to just 21. NiKo puts him on notice. They're just going for quite a simple approach, and they have to get through the smokes. Oh, and the nades that break them. How much does he see? Bondies have gotten across. Do you just keep contact walking at this point?
Normally when we talk about taking this lower side, I think there's a few options that can help you do it cleanly and isolate the duels. So first you need to get through these back holes. But when you get this window control, it's nice to have the smoke molly combo. Ooh. He's going to go down here.
He gets one though. He's done well there. Even getting away with his life.
TeSeS, what's he meant to do? He's about to be surrounded on B.
And they're going to open the double doors. Oh, he's played safe from them. Oh, he still gets one. Fair play. Finishes off the job onto xFloud. m0NESY, yeah, puts LNZ down to 23 with the AWP bullet, but gets chased down by Sampayus.
Important double kill for Sampayus. It's going to have to be the save from NiKo and Magisk. So that's going to be all tied up. Heroic showing some fight. This is what you want to see. Ancient, it's these 4v2s.
Yeah.
The rounds where they had the number advantages that they let slip by, where Falcons are able to work back in to snatch away map number 1. That's going to be a 13-9 scoreline. Falcons will be finding themselves with the loss bonus going into the next of that 2,900 mark. So there is the choice for NiKo and Magisk to drop M4s, but they will be lacking utility.
I mean, 4 on the trot now.
I think light upgrades for TeSeS, Kixon, and m0NESY. You trust that you can make a move with NiKo and Magisk of some variety. Either together, you know, NiKo boost outside behind the blue box, get him to come up secretly, something where you're playing as a unit. You can go for upgrades of the lighter variety for m0NESY, Kixon, and TeSeS. 5.7's very, very potent. We know that.
And as long as you've got Kev, those AKs and wet rifles can be recycled.
And then next round, because of the loss bonus, you still get a buy.
Right.
So right now, Falcons have a chance in this one, and next will be fully invested. Very lobby heavy again. A lot of this 4-1 from Heroic, right? Very, very pack related. Secret crosses with 4. Lobby plays with 4. TeSeS on ramp with m0NESY. xFloud across Secret. So with him across, and if he can patrol the vent rotation, you feel like breaking through ramp and a B finish would be very, very strong. But your approach to ramp for Heroic right now is one where you know that the saved rifles are in play. There's also likely to be some pistols, or they could have dropped those guns and they could be fully invested.
But also, when you know the money's
when
you know the money's low, taking ramp can be scary. There's MP9s on those boosted boxes.
Precisely. So it's about the approach of this. You want to go a bit more contact, I think.
Oh, there you go. Well, you've kind of confirmed TeSeS is retreated, and you've claimed ramp room for yourself. Holy hell. And this time descending ramp, not pivoting anywhere.
Magisk is hiding backside.
Ooh, hello. Nico's been spotted and taken down a nasty death, but Magisk should be set up for a multi. Yes, indeed. He gets 2, nearly 3 to near down low, 12 HP. And Kixon, he's hearing this. He's on the fast
they're
flank.
coming back.
Oh, has LNZ considered this? It looks like he has. Just had a little second change of wind, change of mind, and there's the bullet into the head of Kixon. Xfloud will activate to remove Magisk, but m0NESY baiting his teammate. Could very well have the jump on them. I suspect Tanir's done enough to win the round with that position alone. m0NESY, is he considering someone up close? No, he's not. So Tanir positionally outclasses m0NESY in that one. 10 for Heroic and a run of 5 rounds. They are in charge. They are making quite a solid case for a third map being required in this series for the spot in the playoffs. m0NESY's been gifted an AWP. Magisk facilitates a sniper rifle on their third and final timeout. Zonic on the mic, and he is a chatterbox.
Yeah, they've been pushed. They've been put under a lot of pressure. Some of these situations with over peaks or maybe some ego plays. Because you want to get there as quickly as possible with as little resistance as possible. m0NESY joins, you get 1.5 days worth of practice, you go from event to event, you're in back-to-back grand finals, you push the world #1 of Vitality in both of those finals. You now get some time off, a chance to practice, you come in. Now, no shame in losing a map to Heroic, but you'd like to get through clean and easy, and so would Youngstar. Caught by Nico, spam slowed and brought down as the opening kill. That's a change.
That feels audacious to be trying vent drops against teams.
Yeah, pace change, right? When this 4-1 has been working so well, and now they will suffer the fate of a man disadvantaged with so much time on the clock.
Wait for it. And takes a spot, actually. Yeah, okay, so he has been positionally noted.
Orb's already rotated down B.
Magisk playing a dangerous game. Trying to maintain some presence on the potential for the walk-up. Tanir. Oh, yeah, okay. Gets away with his life, miraculously. Not going to find their equalizing frag. I've been stand corrected, actually. They are going to find. Oh, and another onto Tessis. Fumbles from Falcons. m0NESY can save him. He can bail him out right here. That is the bomb carrier behind on Xfloud the first. Dips away, and some Pius needed that. The round hanging the balance of him winning that duel.
Nico's going to chase this. Bomb will be planted on B. Tanir should have the kill with the vent rotation. There you have it. Now it's just Nico in a 1v3 situation. This is the outside rifler. Limited options on where he could possibly be. 11 rounds for Heroic feels safe.
It certainly does. Nico's going to give it a look.
There's just no chance.
He looks like he's feeling similarly. 1 versus 3, too much to ask for Nico.
Game's gotten away from you now, hasn't it?
It certainly has. I mean, that round, it's just been turned on its head. You get away with the AWP from m0NESY. That's a silver lining, but it is to a growingly dark cloud. 11 certain.
Okay, so discussing the possibility that the AWP was retrieved, as we know it has been. Sampius only with 10 kills, but definitely a few more that have had impact as opposed to Ancient, where he was extremely quiet. And
okay, is this the worst death?
He's gone very wide there, hasn't he?
Or is this the worst death? Like, who would you be more mad at?
Has gone. Magisk went very wide on that peak.
Yeah, and kind of trying to do a bit too much, perhaps. Oh, m0NESY flirting with some aggression. Okay.
He knows he has to try and win the round with an opening incision.
I like that. And then you boost another M4 ramp, so that will give you a little bit of a canary in the coal mine for that access to B.
Essentially, this is a gamble play from Nico. If it's not a ramp finish, he goes to save again. m0NESY starting far forward. How far does he force the fight? Are the yard smokes the tell for him to search? Squeaky fading now puts him in a precarious position.
Magisk making no secret of his 5-7. Here's m0NESY's angle. LNZ a toe further forward and this gets awkward. Bang, just like that, LNZ removed. That was the bomb on his back as well, deep smoke, but there's a confirmation of more in lobby. They throw out a smoke in response.
Tessus has been peppered in a duel with Sampaius, but does Sampaius overlook Nico?
I suspect he would if Tessus continues to trifle with him. Still considering the close corners. There's Nico, but wins out his duel. So a two-man advantage for Falcons on this with those saved weapons.
How do you quickly respond? You know the ult was in A. It's up to xFlat. He has to make the game-winning move right now.
He's trying, and he'll find Nico. Walking around. Wasn't ready for that one. Just clotheslines him. Tessus next challenge. Ooh, he dips down. His life is so valuable right now. Just by existing, he can delay them.
Kixon's here.
Oh, now they know where he is. They're going to run him down. Tessus doing well to survive. Kixon's rotation cut short. Tessus still gets one. Okay.
15.
Stabilizing Modesty. Just closing that door. He knows that he's in the right spot now with the bomb now spotted and Magis staying active with only the 9 seconds to cook. What can he find? Isolates the first. Modesty playing with his food.
No time.
He hasn't got the time. This is a Falcons round. Hard fought for. Trying to take that AWP away, trying to stop Modesty from bringing it through, but it is going to be theirs. Off the back of the Falcons timeout, they're last, and Zonic gets what he asked for.
Okay, Modesty, they're staying persistent, right? Goes hot initially, sees if they're coming for a top pop quick. They don't, he can search, they hear the smoke wall yard, looks for the lobby lurk. And this really is tough for Linus, right? Because the timing on the jiggles, right? If he was under motion where he's already jiggling out, as Modesty takes the angle, he gets the info, he doesn't die. He had just gone around the corner, you know, the count in their head, let's step back out, goes into the AWP, the perfect weapon for the job. They got informed indeed the AWP was saved, and it made a mare of the round for Heroic as we just draw ourselves back into a one-round gap.
That's a very big round. Those are the rounds that, you know, you look for star players to step up and bring you.
I think xFloud did very well with the kills he got to try and get them back into things. The fact they're able to deal with Tessus and Kixon on the way down, sure, a casualty in the meantime, but giving them themselves the best look. Heroic, with Saw getting on the mic, what adjustment has he called?
Nico starting this time with his fast spawn will elect to take that rain angle. Kixon trying to time the break. Doesn't have anything to report.
It's also, if you're Kixon, you want to look like Nico.
Right, you're puffing up your chest. I'm
so
Nico.
You hope you're not worried about the secret position. They're going to run into him.
Yeah, they are. Here we go. A little bit of slow from xFloud and not ready. But Nico nearly flubs it. Nade will soften him further, and he does step up. Removes Tanir and slips away. Uses that smoke to his advantage. He'll say, see you later, boys. I'm out. Sampaius confirms it. Big play from Nico.
Looked like he had screwed it there, didn't it?
It did. But he's pulled it back, and Kixon will extend it.
Now this one's just going to be death by 1,000 paper cuts before Heroic. One at a time they fall, and looking to keep all 5 alive, and their successes have come to a stall here. It is about to be 11-11.
Yeah, 5 alive is even better. Sweetens the deal for Falcons. They get the info on Sampaius and his AWP.
Yeah, if he had the bomb, maybe I could start a case of something insane, but without that, there's just absolutely no way to win the round. Falcons don't have to give him anything. And Modesty won't, takes it away, all 5 alive, and well, there is going to be money for a drop to get into the hands of Youngstar. They will be able to buy everybody on Heroic, so it's no issues to tussle at 11-11 this deep in the game, but we are going to go through all the rounds of regulation required and overtime. That's still available.
And with no timeouts either, so at such a crucial juncture of the game, neither team with any opportunities for a coach to take 30. It's going to be down to the quality of your captain and your just team's communication plans mid-rounding. Crunch time. Seems like they want to go yard. Heroic, that is. And they've gotten across. Ooh, second too slow on Nico. Spam. xFloud's been heard. Kicks and clocks him. Just gone to LNZ, but Tanir
look at this space.
Undetected.
This is a lot of room.
It certainly is. Modesty! Oh, he was half ready. Goes for a quick scope. Yeah, look at that. 2 backs just turned. The pivot. Now Nico confirms their presence. He needs both, though. Kixon can get both. Kixon can get both! Doesn't hit some bias and lets him into main. Held outside, hits the headshot onto Tanir, though. He's making a round out of this. Tessus, the ramp player. Kixon's position noted, and Youngstar, oh, how is he not dead? How is he not dead? And he's still jiggling out. 31 points of health, and he gets spotted, but still lives on.
All right, well, in a box right now, Heroic. Gone top hard. This might catch Kixon off guard.
Yeah, Youngster's angled. Yes, it does. Perfect. The reposition pays off. And Tessus, this gets 10 times more difficult now without the help of your captain. And held perfectly. Big round out of Youngstar. They take 12 first. 1 round away from taking this series the distance, and that spot in the playoffs being just 1 map away for Heroic.
Yeah, and then we have a real debate, don't we, if we go to map number 3. Falcons can still force this one into overtime. Tanir with all that space, the comms just get absolutely scattered. Nico gets caught in the open as they come back up secret. Kicks in a moment too late to the double, but still able to convert.
Visible frustration on Falcons.
I think it's fortunate for both teams that they're not financially broken down the stretch. Both are able to buy.
Oh, wait, hang on. Nico, he could end the round right here. If he lingers in that smoke, catches a perfect little regress through it.
Is there a flash?
He's heard Tanir, and he'll just take the duel. Okay, so removes the main player. Hasn't had any confirmation as to whether bodies are crossing. And m0NESY will just chip in onto xFloud, I guess. A wall bang. Youngstar heard. Yeah, this is a bizarre way for the round to go down, but it has resulted in Falcons having a little bit of a comfortable putt to secure OT. Where would... where?
I'm just looking at the X's.
xFloud was...
He was
red.
So
m0NESY was...
So it's maybe just through the corner of the box?
Yeah, must
or the
be.
wall?
Must be.
Could have been CT box or something like that. We probably catch it in the replay, but all right, it's not the way that... It's not the exciting roller coaster at the back and forth and the trade, the bomb goes down, the last second defuse, but either way, we're going to overtime unless Sampais can win a 1v5.
Yeah. He's actually getting further away from the bomb he needs. But with that bomb lost, that site occupied. Seems Falcons have done enough to keep the conversation alive over 2-0 today. Once he secures it, so we do go to OT. Extra rounds required. And now we look for a CSGO scoreline.
Okay, so now either coach will get 1 timeout in each set of overtime if they choose to use it. And it's actually going to be Zonic choosing to get on the mic immediately. All right, boys, money's not a problem anymore. Everything's settled in. And actually, it feels like both teams had an awful lot of gun rounds throughout this second half of play. You know that they're going to have everything they want. And that means Sampais' AWP is equipped, and the same for m0NESY. Full util. That means all the options of the strategies. And nothing crazy. You know, Saw's not going, all right, boys, let's buy a couple of MAC-10s and let's go for a top rush immediately and try and do something completely out of the box. It's crazy that m0NESY and Magic have gone for head armor, right? They've spent a little bit extra. And here it is. Okay, so that seems like it's a crazy kill. It's just a pedestrian frag.
It is, but it's a necessary one.
As he is able to get 3 within the round. So good stuff from m0NESY. Up to 20 kills yet again, continuing to be at the tippy top of the server for Falcons.
So Saw may not be calling it, but I know Snappy would have.
The top rush?
He'd have been up for it.
Yeah, he would have been. All right, boys, let's get 3 MAC-10s. Let's rush A. Yeah. Something completely crazy.
Yeah. Saw would have to take a timeout to stop him. Oh, that looks like a good timing on the nade. Significant damage, brunt of which finds Tanir. Nico spotting for that cross. And very quick from xFloud. I think players have really kind of grown accustomed to that position now.
There's so many options when that smoke wall's up, right? So
crosshairs bang on the money.
m0NESY needs to activate again.
Youngstar's kind of trapped now. The AWP line has been drawn. Might have a chance onto Tessus on this peak. And okay, Tessus wins the duel. Sampais in response catches Kixon going looking. So confirmation of more. Ooh, okay, you're kind of isolating LNZ here. No help for him. Oh, and no head for him. Oh, Tessus cleans house. And another for m0NESY this time.
Bombs down in lobby. Really tough to get back in is for xFloud. Started with the opening kill. Now needs to win out this 1-on-2.
Very hard. given his HP as well with the AWP posted on Squeak. His options are so limited. You'd have to find some impeccable peek into the sniper and a one-tap to boot. And that's not what he's given. Oh, but a miss! Yeah, okay. Tesses starting off OT big.
Okay. That right there is tough when you think about it from the two ramp player pushing's perspective, and I love the decision that they went for, because you get that kill onto Youngstar, and you think, okay, well, they're not going to give us anything else in lobby, but when you lose another player, I think it was Kixon who went down next. Well, it could have been Magisk during all of it, but either way, you lose, they thrust forward and they forced this fight.
No, it was that Sumpire's kill onto Kixon is what you were referencing, yeah.
Oof. When they know that they should have had that one there, Heroic. Close but no cigar. Tessus with a hugely impactful round.
Nice damage, wow.
Huge nade damage.
It looked really unassuming, but it really connected.
Oh, they're going to go into m0NESY's AWP.
Okay. No flashes connecting, but m0NESY's bullet too. Can he repeat? He actually does get away with his life. Tessus pushing fire. It's resulted in nothing. But nothing beneficial, at least. Certainly has worked out for Heroic.
Eco's extremely low.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to do too much more with this round. Tanir has main.
They're coming in his direction.
Ooh. Confirmation of Nico's presence. And here we go. Oh, just as he looks away. Timing a cruel mistress. Kixon left to his own devices in the 1v3.
In his wheelhouse.
Certainly is. He's got info on Tanir and the others. Planted for Heaven. LNZ will play it last.
The hardest point is getting out of Hut.
Yeah.
If he finds a gap, can isolate fights for sure.
And isolating the first is successful. Sumpire's goes down. An Incendiary limits the Heaven player's contributions, and then you just go and stick it. I mean, I don't hate this. Kixon's going away for it, going for the clutch, extinguish and a push. LNZ, that's necessary. No smoke to extinguish. He could have still had to hit the shot in the flames, but ensures it, and we'll go dead even once more.
Okay. Felt like the ramp hold was good. And I love the response, right? m0NESY gets the first. Nico pushes to help to grab the second. And Tessus, well, he's staying committed, which because of the way that that skirmish went, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
It just flubbed his lines, didn't hit the shot.
Yeah, that's a play you're bigging up if he gets one.
Exactly, because they've already got 2 kills. So I didn't hate it from Tessus, but
what about that?
That is a lot of space.
What about that?
They're coming back.
Well, no one was ready for that. Nico's going to be feeling pretty hard done by, especially because LNZ hits his.
God damn.
Headshot necessary, and he nails it.
Come on, Nico.
Oh, mate. You're going to feel really kind of robbed there, aren't you?
Return to your headline that you were trying to work.
Nuke ain't working for Nico right now. Lowest rated player in Falcons on this map.
4th opening death, but we're in overtime, so take that stat as you will. And these two again, it's like, all right, well, we know you like to push ramp, and so do Falcons. Sorry, to Heroic.
Oh, nearly gets them both. That would have been lovely from Kixon. Still important to find LNZ. Oh, and Tanir's been spotted out as well. An important clawback. They're clearing lobby. Is Youngstar going to be allowed to just stay there?
Coming in, mate.
Oh, the flank of
a century.
Yeah, Jinx. Tessus down. Another one not ready. Caught on the quick switch. That's massive from Youngstar. They don't clear him, and he punishes. A lead for Heroic. 2 now, all that separates them from taking Falcons to a 3rd.
Okay, if we reflect back on that first half of play, Falcons starting on the T side there. Yeah. This is the thing. If the player was taking the type of fight that Nico, that any Counter-Strike player is prepared for, it's different. But because they're running around, like knives are out, they're like, oh yeah, all right, let's do the smokes. And it's like, what?
Oh, yeah, no.
Oh, well, I was reflecting on the fact that Falcons did start this map on the T side. They managed 7 rounds. That was without the pistol.
True.
So
gun rounds on T side, they should be better than Heroic.
But it's been a while since then, and frustrations of rounds that they've lost on their CT side have built.
Yeah, you're right.
So are they able to recalibrate You know, Yanko always talks about, I think yesterday, I'd have to check the stat, but he was like, oh, Falcons would be on 14 series in a row if it, you know, if it wasn't for Vitality. I'll go and check the figures, but...
Yeah, losing to other teams other than Vitality.
Exactly. Yeah, they only lose to the best in the world.
Well, Heroic can make a case against that. Oh, he's got a lovely angle there, Monacy, just edging between the flames and that smoke. Leads to early leg shot onto LNZ. Reboost. Oh! Got scared of that. Molotov. Okay, so boosted up onto Mustang and 5-on-5 with late wall of smokes inbound.
That's right, I do listen. It was 14.
14?
But either way.
Nice pick off from Monacy. He's caught Youngstar on the jiggle. So Pius has intel for Secret. It's going to be whether or not he pokes his nose out. We'll have to respect that Molotov. Very big pick from xFloud. He's gone and just spammed that smoke, catches Monacy through it.
Had some important moments, xFloud.
He certainly has, yeah. Impact frags continuing to flow, and that is a very cheeky one from Sunpies. It looks like Kixon's wise to the potential, but time's going to become a factor, very much so, especially if you lose the bomb here. Oh, which they have! Sunpies removing the bomb from Kixon's grasp. Tess is forced to go active. There's a 180 degrees to cover here, and yeah, you're not looking at xFloud, are you? Gets himself another triple meal deal, but Magis!
Time!
Has he got it? No, he hasn't! Tanir will close! 2 opportunities to take this to a third map here. Working hard. Heroic.
I'm loving the fact that it's Youngstar and xFloud who are having some really key moments.
Yeah.
They're two of the players who I would say struggled earlier in the year, especially on LAN. And if they're able to be the same players that we know and love, then it just adds that extra gear to this Heroic roster. And they're loving it right now.
Focus on X, focus on X.
I'm trying to get the focus on. Yep. Hey. Can't celebrate too soon.
Oh, wow. Tessus is going. Sunpies caught a whiff of him. Oh, and xFloud again! A double kill! Practically condemns Falcons to play in a third map there. The double kill to start. LNZ twists the knife, and it's just Monacy. Nuke slipping through the fingers of the Falcons.
It's a tough lesson for Falcons to lose right here, right now. Every round matters. MR12 thinks he can get out of control extremely quickly. Dust 2, third and deciding map up next. And one more kill, and this one will go the distance.
Catches Tanir. Information flows, and so do the headshots. Wow, Heroic, that's gotta feel good. They're now 1 map away from playoffs at Intel Extreme Masters and to disrupt this honeymoon for the Falcons.
Well, well, well. I don't think any of us saw that one coming. Heroic extending the series, pushing it into a third map. Falcons not able to convert their own map pick of Nuke, which means that we now have a game on our hands, Janko. You were not satisfied with what you saw from Falcons. Am I right?
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing in a sense of, I think they overthought this game. Should have just played default on the CT side. I don't know what necessarily the anti-strat was, but they weren't really playing for Yard or for Secret all too much. There was way too many times where it felt like they just gave too much space to Heroic. You know, Tessis was in B bomb site and maybe one more guy with him. They gave up Secret, they gave up Yard. I don't know if they were expecting more upper hits or something along those lines, but in any case, it was very strange to see. I've never seen in my life Nico so many rounds just play like heaven under heaven, just, you know, not be in a position where he can even get information on Yard, break the smoke spam, do anything, really make a play. And I don't know, it didn't feel like something that we're used to seeing from Falcons on this map.
And I want to pick your brain a little bit on that Nico point, because we spoke about it coming into the game, that statistically speaking, he's had a couple of rough games. He hasn't been up to his absolute best as of late. You know him very well. Is it a player that you would say have a tendency to sometimes then fall back a little bit and play a bit more safe? Because I don't really think of Nico like that.
No, if anything, you know, he's going to turn it up to 11, and I don't think this is him trying to like change his style. You know, I don't know if maybe it's he plays in Garage so much that he was expecting him to anti-strat him. I don't know why you wouldn't make that adjustment against Heroic, no offense, right? Like you would make that against or your Vitality or a Mouse, where you think they're really going to try to counter you and hone in on that. As I said, I feel like against Heroic, you should just play default on your CT side, right? And they're just not that well drilled in a way where they will be able to surprise you or outplay you so many times. Like you'll be able to figure out and put the puzzle together sort of fast enough where you're going to be able to put yourself in the right positions where you're going to be able to react in a good way.
It wasn't all bad though. Heroic round 20, a round you wanted to point out, Janko.
I mean, here they're in a 5v4 situation. Again, Yard is going to be the problem for Falcons. So 4v5, they go back to Yard. No one is there. Like Tessis is again, someone is down Secret in B all the way. Monesi with the AWP, right? Magisk over peaks Heaven. I don't know why. All of a sudden, Tessis dies because they don't know that they sneak up. Why? Because they have no information on Yard. Monesi gets one kill. Here, he goes for the repeat, gets punished. They're in a 2v3. Tanir is already up, kills Kixan, and Nico has to save. It's like you're in a 5v4, you give them that much space. I really don't get it. I also don't know why Monesi was so deep in Secret. Like, he could have played a closer angle in Secret, got information earlier, and if he does it from those coils in Secret, well, then he gets one kill, he can take another angle. Here, he sort of started running all the way back to Wentz. Like, it's also strange how he played in that round, but finally they have a 5v4 on CT side, and they sort of give it away, right? That doesn't look like a team that's the favorite or that has a lot of confidence. That looks like a team that's, you know, flustered and the communication isn't on point and we don't know what's open, we don't know who's holding what. Like Magisk and Tessis both get caught in a 5v4, you know, it's just strange to see.
It is very strange to see, and we're talking about the second best team in the world. We're talking about a team that's played incredible well Counter-Strike as of late, but I think it's fair to say that this entire game was very messy. Now we go into overtime and we think to ourselves, okay, that's perhaps when Falcons get their shit together, get their act together, but it felt like it was Heroic actually, you know, taking charge of the game. Round 26, great example of where it completely went wrong for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, Falcons managed to win the first round in OT. Okay, maybe they got rolling. Monesi very well positioned, gets one kill. Nico gets another, and now Nico's falling back. Tessis is pushing through the molly, which then prompts Monesi to also keep fighting. They both die. Magus gets caught by Tanir, loses that fight. Nico's low HP. They're pushing in probably because they know he's low HP. And all of a sudden, in 7 seconds, from being 5v3 up, Kixan is in a 1v3 position. Again, it's like the miscommunication there where Nico wants to fall back, Tessis wants to keep fighting. At that point, Monesi should leave him to die in a way.
Yeah.
You know, even if he dies, they're still in a 4v3 because imagine if they don't fight, right? They have a 5v3, Magisk still dies, but now Nico is up heaven or Tessis is, they're able to find the kill, or from outside someone is going to be able to get that trade, or at the worst case, you're 4v3 up still and they don't have a bomb site, they still have to figure out how to close the round. It's just so many strange moves and moments from the side of Falcons, and props to Heroic for being able to take advantage of it, right? They knew what to do with all the space that was given to them and extend the series.
I was just about to say, we can easily conclude the fact that Falcons played a by their standards, horrible game of Counter-Strike. Very messy, but for Heroic to be able to punish the mistakes, for youngsters stepping up, for some of the individuals to be able to prone in and hone in and give themselves another shot on a third map, we gotta give them a bit of credit.
Yeah, absolutely so. We heard that we know that they don't get the opportunity to attend that many Tier 1 tournaments, right? And it's always tougher to make that adjustment when you go up against players of this caliber, but they've done an exemplary job so far. And we go into Dust 2, which is the best map for Heroic, really, in a way. It's a really good map for Falcons too, so I think it's a fitting play field, right? Like where we're going to figure out who goes to the playoffs.
And I think that will be my next question, because again, Falcons, they didn't look like themselves here. Nuke didn't play up to the best. Dust 2 is a map they are very familiar with, a map they've been picking themselves into certain series. In isolation, Nuke was a horrible showing, but this is a best of 3 game. So if you go in here in Dust 2, you play good Counter-Strike, I guess it doesn't change our perspective on Falcons, but they gotta get the job done now.
Honestly, for me, it's just play default. Don't I know, I understand you're preparing for your opponent. They probably have some tells, they have some tendencies, that's fine, but don't make it all about that, right? You have the better players. Like, even if you just went in against this team without any prep and you just said, hey, let's just play CS, I think you'd do pretty good, right? Like, you have good players who can react on T side. You have your own things that you like to do, especially on a map like Dust. It's not the most complex maps out there, right? Like, just play towards your advantages. That's all you need to do. m0NESY has been incredible all tournament long. Make sure you give him opportunities to impact rounds.
Now, for Heroic, if they were to make this upset, if they were to come into Dust 2 and book a spot into the playoff, who are we looking towards? Who can be the playmaker? Who can be the difference maker in the Heroic camp?
I mean, we've seen xCloud and Youngster do great. I want to see something out of Sampayas, right? He's been pretty quiet this whole series. We're going to Dust 2. It's an Opera's paradise. You want to see him have some impact here, mostly on the CT side, be disruptive, throw a spanner in the works in Falcons' default.
Well, we're about to see whether or not that's going to be the case. I'm not going to lie, I did not anticipate us to go into a third deciding map. We are playing for a spot at the playoff. Winner of Dust 2 will guarantee themselves a spot at the IEM Dallas 2025 playoff, whereas for the loser will drop down into the lower bracket. Heroic versus Falcons on Dust 2 coming to you guys shortly.
This is a hard question. Caramel?
No. I wrote pistachio.
Okay.
But I would not get this.
Yeah, for sure.
I haven't been out eating that much ice cream, so couldn't have known.
It's between two things, but it's hard to say. Need to guess one? Spend time with your girlfriend?
I wrote spend time with girlfriend, friends and family. It's correct. I'll consider that correct, yeah.
It's hard to guess because I think you have won ESL event but online. And knowing you wouldn't choose that one, you would choose something on LAN. IEM Rio?
Yeah, I wrote Rio. Rio will always be a special place. We've been playing finals there and the crowd there is next level, so unforgettable. I'm ready.
It's a country, like, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember what you've told me to be.
No, but I think I was in like open forum to everyone.
Japan?
It's also actually one of them, yeah. But I wrote Iceland.
Okay. Yeah, you actually said it, I think. Now I remember.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's gonna be hard to guess this one. You're saying many things. Yeah. It was a long one.
Yes, but I don't know. What else?
Let's fucking go, boys.
I wrote, have some fun and shoot some heads. It's also
I
not
actually heard it.
Yeah, I've said it sometimes, but it's not like every time.
Shoot some heads, I've heard it for sure. This is a hard question.
Something with finance. Don't know if it's like accountant or banker or whatever it is. Or footballer. Okay, mate.
No, honestly, it was either footballer or what you just said, like something with the finance and banks, because that's what I studied. But if I had to choose between these two, I'd rather.
If you had to choose, yes.
I mean.
Yeah, fair enough. I have no idea. You don't really say, oh, this map is so shit. I'll say Nuke. Anubis. Yeah, we're not playing it out, so yeah, it is.
Like, I never had a map that I really hated. So usually the map I don't like is the one I don't play.
Yeah.
Like in the past I hated Nuke when I didn't play it. Now I hate Anubis.
Yeah, good luck with writing all of that. I think there's a lot of options, but I'm guessing a new house.
Correct.
Yes. Well done. You have this one already. So I hope you would choose that at least. A dog.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a dog, so.
I don't even know what skin your AK has, but I'm guessing it's that one.
No.
Oh.
Like honestly, I never cared too much about skins, but I always liked how Asimovs looked. I don't even have a Asimov right now, but I still like it. So I'm not a skins guy, so.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't sure we were going to be here. Neither was the analyst desk. Chad had a feeling, though. Chad had a feeling. He looked at me off air. He said, I reckon we might see 3 today. He's like, I'm lying. I'm just spreading misinformation on the internet. I thought it would be fun.
That's what the internet's all about.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to take it on, try it on for size. But no, regardless, jokes aside, this is a big game, and Heroic have managed to take us to a third. Falcons picked up Ancient rather convincingly, and so now we find ourselves with a great nuke out of Heroic. Some would frame it as a bit of a overconfident Falcons being put back down. But Dust 2 is the battleground for us to determine the winner of this one and that spot in the playoffs. Heroic have got this far, you know, they're talking large on Twitter, and now let's see if they can back it up with gameplay across 3 maps. My expectations are still that this goes Falcons' way, but, you know, I expected it to be 2-0. So what do I know? Off the rip, it is going to be a lot of responsibility on the block smoke that Youngstar's working with here, and they might just disrespect it. Dual Berettas, how many you get? Okay, well that's insufficient. Retake simulator then for Heroic, a 4v5 disadvantage, and there's a smoke and a molly as well, Chad.
I don't think there's any way back into this, but if there was, it is going to be through tunnels, apparently. There is the flash on xFloud. He's going to play from outside the doors, and it's going to have to be the best flash he has ever thrown.
Okay. Yeah, it would have to be one hell of a flash. Tessus has got vision. Oh, actually, you know what? They've done pretty damn good. It all boils down to a 1v1, and Tanir's running at him. Magisk will have to take this duel. Okay, does it with style. Leaps, immediately catches the lip of that elevated surface. Immediate accuracy and a first bullet to back it up. Double kill from Magisk in that one. Monacy did the same. Falcons take the pistol. So is it just one pistol for Heroic so far? Did they win one? I think they got one on Nuke.
Both on Nuke. Both on Ancient for Falcons.
Yeah.
Then they split them on Nuke.
So it's just one pistol for Heroic so far. Damn. Trying to win the series in hard mode.
Yeah, I think the desk, obviously, they're pointing out a couple of the key rounds where they saw Falcons misplaying some scenarios, but Heroic also had to work quite hard to make it even possible in the first place. Now it is just going to be a force out of Heroic. They're not going to take the conservative option. They're going to go all in. They think that they can tussle with Falcons now, and understandably so. The fact that it's 1-1 in the series and we're on map 3 shows that they can. 2 MP9s, a Deagle, a 5-7, and a Scout for Sampaius. Now the Scout for Sampaius being on A that could fill you with a little bit of confidence if it's an A execute. So we get a couple of tags, try and set up LNZ to finish them off with the 5-7. But at the moment, we're still not clear on the finish. Tessus and upper tunnels, a cluster of kicks and Monacy and Nico around the mid doors. A short control now being vied for, making no secret of it as they go through the paces. Sampai's actually cheating back over towards mid. There's about to be a brawl.
Yeah, it's a big brawl in mid. Sampai's hoping to tag one, but bodyguarding duties to be tested. Youngstar and Tanira here. Nico. Let's go down to the Youngstar MP9, traded out by Monacy, and he will find both. And with that last death on X-Floud on B, should signal the end of this round.
Well, now you know where both players are because of the boost.
You would have liked to have seen Magis convert that one. Gets the LNC down to just
That's
2
alright, he won the pistol round.
points of health. Yeah, you certainly would. You'll take a pistol win.
Okay, so I think for Tessus and Kixon, you'd love to get something a little bit juicier. So there's one of the two. That's a Glil available for Tessus when he chooses to overstep the mark. And Magis AK's right there outside the doors for Kixon to grab as well. It's just going to be Sampai's in the middle of nowhere, who he still didn't have, I wouldn't say he had an amazing map on Nuke. He definitely had a better and more impactful map on Nuke than he did on Ancient. But right now, this is Dust 2. You're going toe-to-toe, AWP v AWP against the likes of Monacy. You need him. You need him now more than ever.
Terrorists win.
So with just a scout to work with, we'll invest a couple of pistols around it. One of the keys for Heroic in competitive rounds on Ancient, they had that really nice round where they blocked with the util on B and forced Falcons in through Cave, but I think that's a bit harder to do on a map like Dust 2. Sampius aggressive out the gates. He's going to, well, took a brave face through middle, but as the mid door smoke lands, he's seen enough, will back off, and they're trying to boost him. Oh, there we go. So the USP to poke a hole in the smoke.
Not quite working out.
But it was a nice idea.
Oh yeah, and I appreciate good ideas, even if they don't come into fruition. Yeah, X-Floud's done very well there.
Great.
He gets a kill onto Kixon and gets away with his life. Now, the A site's lost, make no mistake. That bomb's on its way. Magisk has been tasked with the plant.
It's so concerning when you know that you're only on the pistols and you're trying to retake against so many smokes. And look how deep and constrictive this one is towards short. Oh, they've even dropped 2 towards CT. So, exits, damage, that's on the agenda now for Heroic.
X-Cloud was really excited about picking up this flashbang, so I'm excited for him to throw it out.
That's the scout. Another kill.
What are we doing here? We want money, we want to make it costly, and kills are very much connecting. Sunbias has got 3 on the way out. Falcons are going to have a full rebuy here. Tessa's the only one that's allowed to bring anything through. Never mind, that's denied, and they will leave with how many guns? 1 at least.
Just 1.
Oh.
Looks like there was a miscommunication situation there. Tanir had left 1 gun on short, the player they just killed, for his teammate to pick up, but then it looked like his teammate wasn't going to get there in time, so he went back and grabbed it. But good shooting from Sampaius on the safe scout. This is the highest amount of value I think you can get other than winning the round.
Yes.
So you're going to be really happy with the financial situation you've put Falcons in going into round number 4.
Yeah, you win this one. You seem you're kind of playing for 2 rounds here.
Longo.
Ooh, yeah, Longo with 2 to receive them, but the flashes that seem very well positioned. Oh, it's an absolute massacre. Who is
Great
that?
bullet.
X-Cloud feels like he's a dead man. He extinguishes to delay the inevitable, but he is already on notice at 19 points of health. Sampaius taking the AWP towards Tons. His teammate is about to call it clear, right?
But the way that this can go wrong, it looked like Monacy was actually starting to transition all the way back, but he just went over to Suicide to take a mid-pick. But imagine if it was a Rifler who went all the way back. They just called this clear, and then instead it's entrenched late in the round because this long take has happened out the gates. But looking like they're going to do a bit of a Na'Vi situation right now, Falcons. Problem for them is it's only 2 smokes, so... Kixon calling his team into position. Stacked on the site with 3. Sampaius' AWP. We mentioned it earlier. This is his time to do damage.
Yeah, a little premature on his flashbang play there. Sampayas was trying to catch one on the walk-up. Is there a gap on that smoke? Doesn't look like it. Oh, there is actually a little something for the AWPer to work with. He doesn't hit his shot, but Tanir does. Punishes a block on the cross smoke. One across. TSS braves it. Bomb on his back. Good molly Gandalf. That really limits Sampayas. He's just standing in the open. A little bit of a smoke provides a guise, but Youngstar alone. A 1v3. Not going to get far with this one. Gets swung on. TSS secures it. All right. Keeping the sheet clean. Just 2 alive, though, so that damage still reverberates from the Sampayas Scout 3K. And saw on the microphone.
One more side.
Now, I went into the green room between maps.
Mm-hmm. How was it?
Our talent manager,
Dearest Kinga.
She goes, oh, it's going to be one of those situations where, they've been competitive on the second map, they've pushed it to the third, and then they just get blown out on the third.
Did she really?
Yeah.
Wow. She knows.
Well, so far, that's looking to be the case for Falcons. Or Heroic, either way you want to frame it, but it's only 4-0, right? In terms of rifle rounds.
Chad,
1.
Am I stupid?
No.
I mean, well, debatable. Sampayas has an AWP, right? But nothing was saved last round. Where's this come from? It's been dropped? He's bought it?
Well, remember, he got 3 kills with the Scout earlier in the piece.
Okay. Yeah, it hasn't just come out of nowhere.
The round where they got all the kills and stayed alive, right? They also... Oh, here's the upper tunnels skirmish.
Hey, you take that.
Yeah, so going into the first rifle round, because they had players stay alive in that round to get so many kills, they had extra cash, right? You had Tanir, who was able to pick up an AK, so there was a lot more cash for them to work with in this type of a scenario.
He's done well.
Very well.
Very well. 2 kills out of Youngstar. A third doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Oh, he gave it a good go. And he actually leads to this. Xfloud and Sampayas chip in. And down goes Nico. Heroic. A heist. And now they can reap the rewards of all of those close rounds. It was really not going to feel good. Nightmare fuel for Falcons into round 6.
Yeah, Nico looking very displeased with the state of the nation, isn't he? All the damage that they've been sustaining in these rounds has come home to roost. Heroic. They break back in, and they actually put themselves in the driver's seat. Sure, not in the rounds, but in terms of the ability to break this game back open.
I think just psychologically, it looks like Heroic are a team determined, not only just to shake off any criticism about their inability to perform on LAN, but to take down a big dog, a top dog.
I think, right, that if you're Falcons and you have NRG into... Oh, beautiful.
The setup, the team play.
They had a couple different moves to try and facilitate the Sampayas AWP, and finally, map number 3, he is delivering. Cool. 8 and 2 so far.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, sure, maybe he may have started quietly, but if he can show up and pull them into a competitive third... Oh, wow, Monacy.
They're out. There's space, lots of space.
Yeah, they were counting on Xfloud blocking. They really were. The whole setup was. Tanir, oh, you know what? Timing-wise, it's brilliant. Yep, just catches Kixon.
That's smoke, though. That buys 20 seconds.
It does. I mean, they're not going to brave it. LNZ positioned long side. Bomb on the other side of that smoke.
Monacy's doing it all.
Oh, my God. But wait, Youngstar's confirmed the bomb is under his feet. So Monacy, yeah, he is going to have a go. Must shot from the Sampayas AWP. Youngstar wants to join him. Oh, isolating Jules. Monacy plays it well. Sampayas...
LNZ's in the site.
Missed his shot. Yeah, okay, so long player's pushed up. This is going to catch him a bit of a jump scare, isn't it? Oh, he should have both of them. Oh, lovely first. Can't find the second as cleanly. Tess is thrust into a 1v2. Time sensitive, and oh dear. Jumping at a suboptimal time there does lead to another heroic round. They have to eco.
Yeah, this is Falcons going to allow Heroic to get up to just a 1-round gap. A lot of damage was done there. Felt like m0NESY was doing an awful lot. This is his second kill, just catching Tanir completely off guard in lower tunnels. Even grabs a third, but LNZ,
yeah,
they must have known there was a player long, but his late activation stuck into the site and denies the ability to get in and get that bomb down. All started with the Sampaius AWP. As right now, Falcons, they're just going to take their time on this one.
Understandably.
Yeah,
what else can you do?
Nothing with this type of an investment. A deagle for m0NESY. That's about it. Another clear to facilitate Sampaius. This time will not be gifted a swing, so he'll do it himself.
Hey. Oh, welcome to Dust 2, guys. Hope you enjoy everything it has to offer.
That'll be his second opening kill. Already managed 3 multi-kills so far in this map, Sampaius.
Is Dust 2's simplicity its like main appeal?
I think that and Mirage both have the same beauty to it.
Yeah.
Right, the fact that... do we get a farm fest? Yes, we do. So we can have a bit more chit-chat broadly. I think that the fact that the changes that Valve have made to both of those maps have been so minimal. Think about Mirage. Okay, so we used to have like a bit of a veranda type thing for the window play. They made it just that block.
Yeah.
They added the bench.
The bench jump up.
That's it.
You don't need to boost. Same as the jump up on
exactly.
New Box Dust 2.
So it just adds this other dynamic level, the change of the doors, the removal of the ability to pick immediately from T-spawn. For the cross, you have to drop down. Those changes are so subtle, but because the map is so refined and have existed for so long in Counter-Strike Sphere, they have these huge impacts. And speaking of impacts, Zonix has to have one right now. Because it is just a 1-round game. It is map 3, and the context of this is huge. Winner will be locked in for the playoffs. We already have 2 teams, Vitality and Mouse. They made light work of their opponents to secure their positions in the arena coming up on the weekend. Falcons, considered part of the big 3 or 4. I'll let you rank your teams where you want with Spirit in the mix. Look, if Falcons fumble here, they drop to the lower bracket, and Group B is the harder group. There's FaZe and Liquid already in the lower.
We were interrupted, but the when Falcons look at the teams they have to play to get playoffs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, NRG into Heroic, you would be licking your lips.
And that's what happens when you're a higher seed. But
but then upsets can happen.
Exactly. And you love to see the tenacity out of Heroic right now.
100%. Making them work, making them sweat for a spot in the playoffs. Oh, and they constantly make you pay a price.
Nico is getting battered, isn't he?
You want to go short? How about a smoke clear? How about a whoa. It was a really inspired timing on it as well. Just fumble in that regard. Sound cue made, and now late long util lined up by Kigson.
All right, well, 3 on short, 2 late long. They've actually got essentially 4 players cheated over towards A because Tanir's in CT and Youngsters only solo B. Long flash too deep. Second one's good.
The second one was exactly what the doctor ordered.
Pressure now on A.
Pressure applied and amplified as Tessus takes the head off of X-Cloud. Good response. LNZ gets his. Tessus double, triple kill into the A site.
Tanir's quick on the flank.
Oh, what is that? Instantly finds the head of m0NESY through the smoke. 2v4 goes 2v3 in a quick reposition. Go in CT. AWP is there, though. Ooh.
I think you have to play the long game and save.
That's such a shame after the first pick through the smoke like that. But I understand the driving factor is going to be money.
Also, the second flash at long. The first one, obviously, so deep, and they didn't actually use that to initiate. The second one catches some Sampaius. And then at that point, if you don't have long control, you don't have short control, that A defense, it's fine margins. If you hit your shots as they come out, sure, we can still hold on to this. But if you don't, you see exactly what happens. Tessus with the triple, round secure. Falcons back into winning ways. 5-3. But lots of money for Tanir.
The first flash he threw was for like the guy playing like close door, right? Like
could have also been like the pit player. So, the pit player just has his little head popping out.
That would be enough to blind him. And then the second for more of a deeper
corner.
line.
So the AWP was completely forced out of that.
Here's some nice shooting out of Tessus. Minimal bullets used for a maximum amount of damage.
Okay, well, Sampaias gets back his AWP, 11-3.
Quick boost. Sampaias might step into this. Ooh, elects not to.
He's been clearing the smoke a lot, so you think you're on high alert right now. Look at this, he's staying aggressive. I love this from Sampaias.
Throws out his own smoke to set himself up for a fight lower.
Giving himself a pocket to work with.
Just by catching that flash, he's seen enough. Gets
Still,
out there.
the willingness to stay as a threat.
It's what you want to see from an AWPer, right? Especially third map. Dust 2, CT side.
Can really just set the complete... Oh, that's a fake smoke. Gonna walk out on the timing.
Yep, and look, hook line and sinker. Xcloud ate that one. Yeah, imagine he hits that. Didn't look too far off.
I think even to attempt it.
LNZ, oh, I don't feel good about this one. He does well to find Magisk. It's something. It's certainly better than nothing, and it keeps Falcons with that man advantage.
And you would think, based on Nuke, Falcons in these situations aren't just going to force their hand and try and ego Heroic. Heroic have played a good series overall. Ancient was competitive, 13-9, and if they didn't lose, what, that 4v2, 4v3? No, actually 5v3, then a real chance for that map to have gone their way. Nuke, they had some fumbles, and Heroic played a good brand of Counter-Strike to get them the overtime win. Push out short. Monacy's already. Now it's a two-man advantage.
It's just Youngstar here on B. You'd have to do some real heroic plays. Pun absolutely not intended. And he hasn't managed to do so.
Oh, we'll just be Sampaias having to save the AWP, but he's boxed in. Monacy will ensure that. His scope will have been heard, so Sampaias not going anywhere fast unless he wins this fight. Monacy might just walk into it.
And he does.
Okay, so if you can remove the AWP, this hunt will be worthwhile. If you give over too many bodies, though, Falcons, that's a problem. So maybe just looking if you can get the AWP back for Monacy, because even with the win bonus, yeah, it's going to be a conversation about the AWP.
Even had his little backup AK waiting.
Okay, so they do not only remove some Sampaias, they're able to carry that through and now gift it back to Monacy. Right now with the spawns for Falcons, they can't just go for long. They actually have pretty terrible spawns, to be honest. So that is going to limit the calls that are available. And this 30-second timeout called now by Heroic will give the opportunity for both teams to kind of calibrate what they're up against. Tanir's bought in with an M4. Xflat only has 2.4 before investment, 2.8 for LNZ. There is an AWP available to get into the hands of Sampaias if they would very well like. Did Youngster just drop an AWP? Youngster must... He had 5k. Youngster's dropped an AWP.
Wow. Get you a teammate.
Wait, they're double AWPing.
And Youngstar's going to have no Kev.
So,
Deagle.
Sampaias bought his own AWP. Tanir got the one from Youngstar.
He gets
There's
no
an M4
Kev.
and Xcloud, an MP9 and a 5.7. Okay, so Youngstar's going to try and anchor B with just the 5.7, which, you know, he can play tall box, and they're actually... They're coming B.
Oh, mama. Tanir, you're all better deliver. He immediately posts on the line and finds Monacy. That's a dream start, but they're going to try and punish the AWP. Tanir stands his ground.
Cancel.
He's justified that already. And Youngstar gets his hands on a Kalashnikov.
What a crazy play this has been.
Oh, gets away from the spread. Youngstar maintains.
Still has that smoke as well, so...
Damn, what are the chances that they start with an early AWP peak B? Falcons, that is, when Tanir has taken his first spawn with the AWP of his own.
And the way he approached it, right? He didn't jump up plat, which is what you traditionally see the players do. He's gone quite audaciously up close and personal. So Nico just doing a bit of housekeeping. Full reroute. Look at where Sampaias is.
Yeah, okay.
He's
you want to come late long?
through the mid.
He liked the way that angle felt.
Even.
He liked the angle.
Well, we'll see if they jump the line this time, and that's even if they decide to... If they have to go through middle, Nico's going to have to smoke mid doors.
Yeah.
Because Tanir's now here.
And Tanir's got the perfect angle.
What, you don't have any smokes for the finish? I think Heroic may have just done it.
I think Tanir's double kill. I mean, completely brilliant start. And double AWPs are going to really... They're going to be armored. It's going to be harder next round.
It's so crazy. No one is watching long.
Full faith in short.
They're just believing in a smoke.
Yep.
Flashes better be damn good, Falcons.
Oh, yeah, they certainly must be. Oh, good force of the fight onto Xcloud. Nico removes the head of him. And Now Sampaias is AWP position noted on the long side.
Oh, you feel like you have to win this
You
one.
have to. I know, but why does it suddenly feel like they're not going to?
They don't have a kit.
Yeah, retaking A, not fun.
Oh, they might lose it all.
They're going to lose all their resources, the double AWP and everything, unless someone can hit a shot on this peak. Magisk is playing the time.
They're up.
They're up the ramp. That's his first, but there's Youngstar's trade. Kicks it on the site. Sampaias looking for him. Tanir isolated. He's done enough. Falcons stabilizing again. What a golden opportunity for Heroic, and it's in the bin, torn up.
And they even gambled so correctly there. They smoked long doors. Sampaias completely sold long.
Yeah.
Focused A, and Nico breaks in. Falcons get up to 7, and you have to feel for Heroic in that one. They brought some tenacity to the table today. Now, they came back from a 7-5 half for Falcons on Nuke. But how do you get a 7-5 half when that was your force buy? That was your trump card. That was the double orbs up the sleeve. You never thought it was coming.
Oh man, I'm tilted for them. 5v3.
Yeah, and again, we return to it. That's not the first time they've lost rounds like that. It must be tough to watch because you call that opener, and it can't go better.
It goes so good. You forced them into a full cancel reroute, and you still lose it. I mean, Falcons are just, they've got players that can, they've got the experience and the aim to mid-round their way out of most situations, but bloody hell, Heroic, you have to fumble a little to make that happen. Very, very nice turnaround from Falcons, and it does kind of, it changes the tone, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess it's not over yet because the AWP's still in play. So with the AWP still in play, Sampaias taking pre-fire there as well. And these, Alex, these 5.7s, you've been listening to me. I reckon this is now pound for pound best gun in the game.
Yeah, it's taken
replaced the MP9.
The MP9.
This is the limitations, though, right? Something that Sampaias has been quite cheeky at in previous rounds was having his teammates break the smoke or break his own, and because of the financial ramifications and the choices they've made, they can't go for that. Good timing for Nico. He goes up after the flash. The second wave can still poke up late. And the opportunities there for Heroic to snapshot a couple of traps has gone idly by. A rattle off from one of Sampaias. Now you know exactly where he was.
Ooh, Nico. He forces them back. xCloud knows they can hit those shots, knows they're good for it. Magic's patience rewarded from a long aggressive Tanir. That's one way to find an opening. CTs are forced to aggress, and so patience prevails for the opening. I mean, basically the game is don't find the AWP. Avoid the AWP if you can.
I think they know it's A side though, right? And if m0NESY was watching the cross the entire time, then it's impossible that it's gotten over to AWP B.
Done well for one.
Oh, team flashed. Might get more, yep.
What? Oh, wow, the output of the 5-7. Notable! And again, Youngstar shows us. He's gone and dipped into the upper tunnels position. They've only got 10 seconds here, and the nade doesn't do all the damage. Youngstar comes out for another. He's won the round on his own.
Has to plant.
Yeah, he's going to try. Fakes it out. Hits the shot. Has to isolate the Johnny. m0NESY, you beast! No one else wins that. Straight knife out. Goes hunting. Knows the clock's against him. And he catches him tail between legs, trying to strafe away. How often do you see rounds won like that?
They got away with 2 rounds in a row, haven't they, Falcons?
Mate!
It's not clean Counter-Strike by any stretch of the imagination.
xCloud hits this.
Ah, the second kill.
Youngstar gets 1.
And then the time pressure's on, and 2, 1. Oh my God!
Oh, wow! The tilt magnified after a round like that.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's just going to go. It's south. It's south. Let's see. What a stylish way to win a round.
And then I get... Oh,
wait. There you go. Nico overlooked Tanir. Traded, though.
You can only feel for Heroic, can't you? They've had some great opportunities in this map. It's obviously not done yet, but... I also love the willingness that we've... Oh, here we go. LNZ.
Yeah, he's
I'll have to save my praise.
Live if you can.
He's coming slowly, but he is.
I'm here now.
He is, and now they know they can be short.
Yeah. Well. Oh.
Hello.
Goodbye. Monacy feeling himself. And it's a 9-3 half. Now they get to sit still, just like you, for 2 minutes and think about what Monacy's just done.
I was never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta act this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Paying attention. Where did our love go? You would always bring my fall. You were meant to be here forever. Remember when we used to have it all? We were so good together. Why can't we both feel the same way? Why do I need to explain? You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta act this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Paying attention. Where did our love go? Crazy. I just need your care and attention. Crazy. I just need your care and attention. I just need your care and attention. I just need your care and attention.
There's words like comeback, and they've been thrown around. I don't think that what Monacy has done to them leaves anything in the tank for Heroic. Mentally broken after plays like that one. Falcons after, eyebrows being raised and a third map being secured. Falcons are demonstrating their pedigree and their prowess. Magisk loving his teammates. I mean, who else would want to be on a team with Monacy, Nico, legends of the game? You've got Tess's hitting shots at the top of the scoreboard as well, right there alongside Monacy, and Magisk, of course, no slouch, some of the most winningest of players in all of Counter-Strike. Doesn't feel like it should be a word, but it is.
Monacy's playing very well so far against lower tier opponents. We'll see if he keeps this form into the playoffs, and that's assuming that they're able to convert this map, and they have Mouse up next. But that clutch, obviously, he has a highlight reel worth of clutches. That Inferno one sticks in my mind as one of the absolute best. But that one's only a 1v2. But with the time constraint, absolutely insane. Either way, B explode.
Yeah.
3 players here for Falcons.
Kicks in. Needs that first bullet to connect, and it hasn't found their head. It slows them down, and running into the dual Berettas seems to be going swimmingly for the defense. LNZ just finds one little claw back. He's on his own. And dead to the Monacy on the jump. The Monacy. Yeah, that's who he is.
5 out of 6 pistols.
A distinct lack of them for Heroic.
Yeah.
That's going to be making life difficult in a best-of-3 series.
I do wish I had like a 5v3
counter,
4v2 counter, just because those are the rounds that lose you games. And
when you manufacture an advantage and then squander it.
It is
Cloud Glass Cannon Galillas with that. Yeah, he is.
Wow, that's how desperate it is out here. They'll likely just force buy out the game at this point unless they're able to snatch one away. That's tough, right? Heroic, they started the year, their whole roster getting pilfered and having to rebuild once more. They take the Sangal core. Youngstar, XFloud, LNZ. I think they were hoping to get Nilo, but they have him on the roster. It didn't quite work out, but then they get Tania, who is apparently a gem, and then Sampaius is the experience piece. He was extremely influential in the early stages of Duster, and it seems silly to say when they only have 3 rounds, but you know, we got a couple of kills on that scout, forcing Falcons into bad financial situations. You love to see what Saw's able to piece together. But right now, it looks like Falcons are too tall of a task for Heroic.
Oh, and it gets worse. In case you were wondering, can it? The answer is yes.
I think I'm meant to be at least, so they're out and about.
How many's kicks in getting here? He just uncrouches and actually hasn't worked out swimmingly for him. Still manages to go down to the Youngstar Tech 9. Oh, Nico.
That was Magic skill.
Well, Nico's just evaporating people every time they spot someone else. That just finally falls. Nico coming in to finish the job. Tessis confirms his presence. Triple swing inbound. Ouch. Double dink from Monacy as he puts himself up to 18. He's just farming stats, isn't he?
This is where you wish we could have changed the order of maps, right? And it doesn't necessarily mean that Heroic had to win map 3, but if we could have just made it nuke, and then it could have gone, well, then it would have been over 2-0, shouldn't it? Well, either way. I just mean...
What do you...
I want a competitive third.
Yeah, I see.
You know, because now it's like, well, should we have gone to a third? Probably not, but Heroic played well.
On the bright side, G2 Mongols is scheduled to start in 25 minutes.
Okay. That is on the bright side. That, I think, will be a really brawly game.
Yeah.
Heavy God was insane yesterday. Now, they did play Lin Vision, but...
regardless, I mean, we've seen players pop off against the lower seeds. I keep saying lower seeds. I mean higher seeds, don't I? The ones with the bigger number are high seed. Is that right?
No.
No?
No.
Like,
so
is it the lower number?
A high seed is a Falcons or a Vitality.
Yeah, okay,
a low seed is a
But it's not high like
Heroic.
the number, it's high as in you're a higher seed. Yeah, okay, got it. Just making sure I wasn't...
It's like golf, Alex.
Yeah.
Less is more.
2 out of the 3 ain't bad.
Yeah, get a reload in, kicks in, would ya? Still got more coming.
Yeah, Nico's kind of close enough to help and already clears out the lurk, but the B site's been taken. Oof, at what cost? Oh, what cost? The spam even finds more damage.
No. Come on now, Monacy.
You geek! He's got the lineups.
Give him something.
Just getting nerded out here. Oh, he's got the lineups. He's got it all. The kid strikes endlessly here on Dust 2.
20 and 8.
That round is a perfect one. He's spammed out XFloud at the start of it. He's retaken it with a wall bang onto the plant spot. And he's gone and got another one with a lineup on the incendiary. He's got all of it. He's got the full, complete game. Oh, you want to plant there, do you?
What are you meant to do?
He's got all the tricks. There you go. XFloud's given a little something of his own. A fast pick on long, and Monacy still exists. Oh! Okay, that's enough! That's enough! The game's different for you, I guess. I guess your game just functions and coded differently to everyone else's. You can just no-scope to the top of middle and win rounds with mad bullshit all the time, I guess.
What is he on right now?
I don't understand.
What are they feeding him in this
I don't know,
event?
man. He's ascending. He's just getting into major form. All right, well, that's the game, I guess. Monacy's decided it's over. Thanks for watching the Monacy show. Pleasure to be a part of it, I guess. Heroic ripped to shreds in the third map.
How ridiculous. Well, Heroic, I think you should hold your heads high. You don't get too many opportunities to play against the big names. You take on Falcons and you even take a map, their map choice. But Monacy, he happens on map number 3. It's not close, it's not competitive, it is a blowout, and that is Falcons securing their spot in the arena. Playoffs. They'll be with us on Friday at a minimum. A seeding game against Mouse up next. The 7th best of 3. Actually, the 7th series. There was a best of 5 in the mix there that these two have played in 2025 so far. But we've got Pimp and Yanko ready to break this one down while we have a breakdown.
Yeah, that was a fast one from Monacy, ending in style. Falcons ending in style as well. Yanko, we got a game that I think we were fearing a little bit. Personally, I hate it when we go into a third map for no reason at all, and that's what it felt like here. Falcons, obviously the better team, qualified for the playoff, but they didn't really have to go here, did they?
Well, I think Heroic will definitely regret because the series, because they had opportunities on both maps, you know, and when you're losing 5v3s, when you're losing 4v2s against a team like Falcons, you're not going to get a lot of those opportunities. And then on top of all of that, you have Monacy as well on some BS, especially on this last map. So, yeah, what can you do?
What can you do? Nico, you're joining us here at the desk. Congratulations with the victory, and other players here in Dallas must feel nice.
Yeah, it's good, obviously. It was a hard game, but yeah, making the playoffs obviously was expected already, but yeah, still hard game and happy to be in the playoffs
now,
again.
Why was it a hard game for you guys? On paper, it probably shouldn't have been, but on the server, it looked hard.
I mean, we knew that Heroic is, I think, dark horse for this event. I think they have been playing very good lately, and we knew that it could be a hard game. We should win them, but we knew it's not going to be easy. So, but yeah, I think we made it hard ourselves, I would say, on that Nuke City side. We haven't played the best. Some bad rotations, maybe not aggressive enough. Also myself, I did not play the best so far this event, so that helps for them, but yeah.
I had a question about Nuke. It seems like you guys were giving them a lot of space. That's unusual for you. Was that part of, you know, anti-strat? It didn't really work out. It felt like if you played a little bit more default, you would be in a better position.
I mean, we did play default, which was the problem, but I did not have a single time a spawn to go aggressive, really, to go for any place. And once I did, this is where we have won the rounds. But I think once we don't go aggressive outside, we should have taken space somewhere else. And I think we're trying to guess a lot what they will do instead of actually just going for the information play. And yeah, we obviously didn't really expect them to play this smoke line so many times in a row, so it was hard to get information outside with breaking. And but yeah, props to them. I think they also had some good game plan on Nuke, and shit happens.
Shit happens. You said it yourself, you haven't played your best tournament yet. Is there anything in particular that's going on, or is it just one of those where you gotta warm up into it?
I'm not sure. Don't remember last time I had such a slow start, but maybe this time, you know, maybe slow in group stage, maybe better in playoff. We'll see.
Yeah, we spoke about that a little bit, me and Yanko. Your grand finals appearances, obviously, as a team, getting into grand finals all the time. That's been nice. You individually haven't been at your best in those grand finals. Is that, you know, getting accustomed to Monacy coming into the lineup? Is it just a period? Is there anything you can chime in on?
It has nothing to do with Ilya coming in, obviously.
That's only a good thing, yeah?
Yeah. No, I just underperformed 2 times against the best team in the world, and I think, I mean, obviously I still contribute to the team, but I know why I was only kind of mad at myself. I just knew that if I played slightly better, we would have probably won at least 1 grand final, the one in Melbourne, but maybe even 2. So this is just frustrating. But yeah, I'm trying not to overthink too much. Honestly, I did not feel like I had too much pressure or something. I just played bad. There's some maps that I have to work on that I worked on after that, and yeah.
I think also last you played Mouse a lot recently. Going to face them in this seeding game that's ahead of you. What are some of your expectations for that game?
Yeah, I mean, Mouse is a good team. We have beaten them last 2 times. They're probably hungry for the revenge, but yeah, I mean, they're, you know, they can be very strong in group stage, which helps, but not really sure. We played them on practice as well. It was kind of comfortable for us, and we feel good now playing against them. And I'm not sure if they managed to improve from the last events, or how is it going for them. I haven't really paid attention how they played yesterday and today. I think today they smashed, but I haven't really seen how they actually played. But we are ready. I think we're a better team, and it's going to be fun.
Nico, I think for everyone, it's the same case that everyone, looks towards the major and they're like, that's the big goal. Obviously, Dallas leading into the major. Not to bring up an old meme, but are you saving anything? Are you hiding anything? Or is it just playing yourself into form at a tournament like this?
For us, I think if you asked me this, 2 months ago, I would definitely say, we are preparing for the major. But I think now that we had such results beforehand, 3 finals in a row, I think our expectations are moving slowly, right? So we don't want to lose another final if we manage to get there. So we are aiming to try to win this event, and then we'll have a boot camp after in Dallas here to prepare for the major, which we will try to cook something up for the major maybe, but no, we are not trying to hide anything. We are going all in for this event.
Fair enough. Well, congratulations with the spot in the playoffs so far. Obviously, you're going to play more Counter-Strike games here at the tournament. For now, we'll let you go and enjoy the victory and enjoy the playoff securement, and then we will move on with our show today. We have more Counter-Strike coming up, and obviously, for Falcons to win here, Janko, that was to be expected. For them to lose a map, not really, but when you do it in such a convincing fashion on the third map, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, and I think #worth for Monacy, right? For the pickup. I mean, that was just crazy, man. The clutch in the end, I mean, who else can do it? With the time pressure, the headshots were crisp, and then even the last round of the game, I mean, that second kill with the up, no scope, through the smoke, through the door, headshot on some Pius, it just, puts the final say in the series.
We spoke about it a little bit already in the green room, but also here in the desk. He looks incredible crisp with the rifles right now, extra crisp.
Yeah, I mean, the AKs, both of these games, he's found so much impact. He's been really sharp, helped their T-sides a lot, and I think it's just Falcons in the playoffs now. I mean, probably the best series we've had this year has been Falcons versus Vitality, right? Like, whether it's in the group stage, but especially the 2 finals, especially the Melbourne one was a barn burner. So, yeah, you're sort of hoping that they can meet up, even if not in the final, at some point in the playoffs, because it's been such an entertaining rivalry to watch.
It has. Something that was entertaining in this game was the 1xBet clutch coming up here from Monacy as well. You said it yourself, the rifling, the AK powers, the fact that he finds a way to win this round. 8 seconds left.
Right, he picks up the bomb, the guy shooting it, so he's like, okay, he passed, I'm gonna kill him now. The only thing he can do is go for the kill. And some Pius, what can he do? He sort of, I think there was some miscommunication. Okay, we want to push him, but now he understands there's no time and he wants to get away. And I mean, he almost did. He was almost around that corner. Look at the reaction. I mean, it's just so frustrating, but unbelievable play from Monacy.
Unbelievable. And I will say it's easy to point fingers towards some players right here, but I get you, 9 out of 10 players wouldn't hit that spray transfer, wouldn't hit that kill. Fantastic done by Monacy. Obviously, fantastically well done by Falcons as well. They have now secured themselves a spot at the playoff here at IEM Dallas. That doesn't mean that they're done playing in the group stage. They can still go straight into the semi-final. But before we get into that tomorrow, we have one more game coming up for you guys at home. It's going to be the 4th game of the night here on the A stream. It is the Mongols taking on G2. 2 teams who have played each other an awful lot as of late, but G2 have never faced the Mongols without Monacy. Now we'll have to see whether or not they can do it without the young prodigy.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy. Face It, watch.
Alrighty, let's have it. G2 taking on the Mongols. A G2 lineup that obviously doesn't look like their old self with Nico and Monacy, but a team that is perhaps slowly but surely finding some sort of footing, some sort of form heading into the major. They're playing with the full roster. Hunter is back now. No visa issues, no travel issues, and they are ready to take on the Mongols. A team they have faced a lot, but not without Monacy. A matchup that's gone either way, Yanko. A matchup that usually proves to be very close, but given the new dynamic with no Monacy, do you still think the G2 are the favorites heading into this one?
I think it's pretty even, maybe a slight edge to G2, considering they haven't shown anything that they've done in the bootcamp with Hunter, with Hades, right? They haven't had their lineup in Astana, but this has been a year to forget for G2, you know, so far. I mean, they lost both of their superstar, had no notable results, really. And I think making playoffs here, beating the Mongols, perhaps they can catch some fire, gain some confidence coming into the major, and if that happens, they could be a dark horse.
There could be a dark horse, and I think that's the name of the game here. You know, winning against the Mongols secures them a spot at the playoff, and for G2, who's been struggling so much throughout the year, that's a massive game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it would mean a lot to them, and just to showcase what they've been working on, right? And for some of these guys to gain some confidence. Heavy God has been unbelievable at this tournament, but he's been very good from them ever since he joined. Malbs needs to sort of find his footing, kind of enjoy the game again, really, in a way. Had too much pressure, puts too much pressure on himself, right? And if they can do that, there's talent on that team, and we'll see if they can make something happen here.
We'll see if they can make something happen. A guy that knows all too well about pressure is the coach of G2, Taz himself. We caught up with him heading into the game.
All right, we're still on the cusp of what is going to be the G2 versus Mongols. And I say that, I'm talking to Taz right now. A couple things to catch up on. You show up day one, you play Lin Vision, not really a whole lot of resistance right there in that game. But what are some of the struggles that G2 face currently, in your own words?
It's tough to say what struggles we are facing because we actually had like one official game with the full lineup. So I guess I will tell you more after the event.
Well, it's cool about the whole official lineup thing, but wouldn't that be part of the some of the dilemmas and issues going on?
I mean, I don't feel like we have any dilemmas or issues going on. I feel like we are on the right track with the current lineup. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to how we will play this event.
So you've got the event here in Dallas, right? And at this point, you still get to look forward to that stage 3 of the major. Tell me a little bit about between here and there, what that looks like for you guys.
I mean, for us, like Astana and Dallas were supposed to be as stepping blocks for before major. Obviously, Astana didn't go the way that we wanted, but we still have Dallas. So obviously, we want to play good. We want to show good level, and yeah. But final stop is major for this season. So we take this event as a learning experience.
Which we all do a little bit in some ways. Every time we come down to Dallas, some craziness happens. I think I've been watching you come to Dallas for about 10 years now. Does that sound about right? Maybe even more, 15?
With small breaks, maybe around 15. Actually, around 15.
Damn. All right. Well, here's one to leave for the road. Thoughts on the rumored G2 rebuild featuring Saw and Senpaius?
I actually have no thoughts. I mean, these are rumors, and I'm not really into it. So whatever happens, happens.
Thank you very much, Taz.
Thank you.
I'm going to call bullshit on that answer from Taz, you know, saying that there's no issues within G2, that they're right on track. I think they have a lot of issues. They're playing with a stand-in. They couldn't get Hunter to Astana. And as you said, it's been a year to forget. Let's be honest, G2 right now are under a lot of pressure. Taz as a coach is under a lot of pressure. And with these rumors circulating as well, it cannot be easy right now to be in the G2 jersey.
Yeah, but what can you do? You know, whatever is in your power, that's what you focus on. You try to do the best job available, really, that you can. And, you know, there wasn't too many players on the market. They go with Hades in this situation. We'll see if he can be serviceable. Shown some flashes in Astana despite the stand-in situations, and there's no one in this world who could replace Monacy, right, that they could possibly get. So same for Nico in a way, right? So that's why this G2 is in a rebuilding process that's not going to take one season. It's probably going to take a while, and it's going to be a while before they can expect to be back in contention for trophies.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. For TeS, it's a proving ground here for G2 as a lineup. Now, they're going up against the Mongols, and as we already established, m0NESY no longer part of G2. We know that. He's playing for Falcons. Last time they faced off, m0NESY was the main factor as to why they won. So if you're the Mongols, do you now head in with a new belief that you're able to beat G2, knowing that the one guy who's made it very sour for you is no longer part of the equation?
I think they would have belief regardless. You know, Mongols, I don't think they have issues with confidence or anything along those lines. They have their own style. They stick with it. What they do pretty well. So I think we saw the veto. I think it's, you know, kind of set to be a 3-mapper unless G2 can steal Inferno away, because Mongols really have struggled on Dust 2. G2 should have beaten them both times there. One time they gave up an 11-2 lead and then ended up, I think, losing in overtime, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, and we did see Heavy God yesterday have a great performance. Even in that final against Falcons in Bucharest, he was actually the guy with the most kills. So, has been a great pickup for them, and definitely one for the future to keep an eye on.
Definitely one for the future. It will be interesting to see if Heavy God can continue what he showed us yesterday.
Just a great guy, you know, great teammate, fun to be around, right? Like, he's definitely someone that you want to keep for as long as possible on the squad, and it's easy to build around him and for him to be a key part of the team.
Hard to disagree with that. Definitely a guy for the future, and I guess our two guys for the future, despite being rather old, are the two casters that we're going to bring into the mix now. Chad and Alex, I know you're getting old, but I guess you're ready.
Not getting.
I would like to refute the claim that we're getting old. I think old is relative. You know, to be a Counter-Strike player, yeah. But in general, as far as like the total amount of life lived, we're not even halfway. Hopefully.
I don't know how long you plan on living.
Well, I'd like to live past 62.
Okay, well, I've got different plans.
Okay,
but,
cool.
Let's see what plans G2 and the Mongols have for us. Final series of the day.
Does Heavy God have another 2.03 rating in him, or a 1.94?
This is the exciting part about G2. Obviously, the desk discussing what the future may hold, and I agree with Yanko's sentiment. You're just dealing with what you've got right now. But I think once Malbs and Heavy God become the players they can be, those two can deliver in buckets and spades.
Yeah, then you just need pieces around them, right? And that's obviously what the conversation was alluding to on the desk, a rebuild, but not the conversation for now. The conversation now is how competitive will they be in their current form? Fielding Hunter, sure, but Hades stepping into the shoes of m0NESY.
Just interim until the major, and then we'll see what comes after. But Inferno being the map choice here of Mongols. Going to see if they can stress test G2 on this.
Can't help but feel that Hunter's position with the close dualies is set for success.
Shadow.
Gets the shadow, gets the headshot, gets away with it. And Zinho removed.
Okay, well, the bomb over towards Apps. It will be an A finish. Just two here. Can Hunter get another?
Heavy
bomb spotted.
Goes wide, actually. He's happy to take
rotation's
duels.
coming.
Hunter's done very well on the drive-by. Taking down 9-10. There is the rotation from Snax and Hades, but oh, Heavy God, he's not scared. He gets a bullet to his face and stands his ground to find Techno. Finally brought down. Hunter going to be set up for success for more on that box. Senzu to try and clear him out. Blitz so low. Senzu needs this cleanly and gets it cleanly. Oh no! G2's advantage falls apart. Blitz is piecing out.
Oh, Malbs, is he aware of this possibility? He has to know it's on the table, but it's just so audacious. So Blitz is going to get the plant for free. That's a classic barbecue plant in, and Senzu and Banana. Malbs now penny drops. It's like, really?
And what's worse is that Senzu might be in the best possible position as well for the Banana re-entry. Like, good luck.
Oh, this sucks for Malbs.
It's so brutal. You're going to have to be perfect with your crosshair placement. He's on that kind of Nico corner. And bang. Yeah, you see that? You see that? He doesn't lose a single point of health for the entire pistol. Senzu leaves with a quad kill. What a way to resuscitate the Mongols pistol.
He wants his acknowledgement from the coach there.
You see that, coach? You see what I can do?
That's the thing. We just need that in the playoffs, Senzu.
Yeah, we do. We would like that.
Uh-oh. Did I do that?
I don't know. You're clapped today.
My text, I don't want to move.
Hands in pockets.
Everything
away from the computer and the boxes.
I'm going to sit further away.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry for the first.
Everything is fine.
Our screen just went black mysteriously.
And my foot was under the table.
It's your foot's fault. Okay, I'm glad he's distanced himself from all technology. We should be okay.
Force fight for G2. Will there be resistance early, or will the economic supremacy fall in the favor of the Mongols early?
I'm still reeling from how comfortable that was for Senzu to claw back.
I want to put in a message to production. If this is a round win for Mongols, can we get a row shot again of them, please?
Okay,
But if it's not, then you can show whatever you want. But
what?
Sorry?
Yeah, that's how my Mac 10 works too, actually. That's exactly how it works.
We just had a stunning individual display from Monacy. I would love to get more of it from both of these teams,
please.
showing individual prowess.
Yeah, well, their Mac 10s are working very well for the Mongols. Second round force fight does have a little blemish. There you go,
No, now
Mazinho.
we can get the row shot. No, wait, hold up. It's Snacks.
No, it's not. Well, I mean, it is, but it's not enough to
Let's call
be
him
excited
Snaz.
about. Snaz?
It was Taz and Snacks, or it was Tax?
Tax or Snaz? Yeah, that's pretty good.
We had the pleasure during Astana to cast some of the group stage games remotely, and we had G2 on our screens, and it was tough because you knew that they were hamstrung. What?
He doesn't
leaving? He doesn't have a kit.
No, don't intend sticking around.
If he had a kit, then I'd allow you to get excited. He does not have a kit.
Oh, just because you know Snacks is a cheeky boy, like he's going to do something.
Yeah.
Like he's going to throw his smoke
But
or
he doesn't
something.
have a kit.
No, not even going to do that.
So it's all good.
All right, just making sure.
Okay, so I'm going to start the conversation now, trusting wholeheartedly in production to do the row shot of Mongols. Now, earlier in the year, we saw Blitz move to one of the end positions, and then Techno take over the middle spot. And then in Astana, Techno is still in the middle. Coming into Dallas, Mazinho has been placed in the middle.
Yes.
And Techno's taken an end. So as far as we understand, because I remember we did an interview early when Blitz first moved, we asked, it was like, oh, is Blitz no longer in-game leading? Because that can be a telltale sign that and no, that Blitz is still in-game leading, just wants a different perspective.
You can look down the line and see all of his teammates' faces now.
Yeah, maybe he's got a sore neck, he's got a crook neck, and he can only turn one way. All right, the eco now for G2. We'll start with the B stack, harass utility for the top banana control from Techno. Oh, that was a very fluid motion with all those nades. And snap. There's no flash for the fight. It was a little bit late, and they've gotten away, so the eco farm. 910, who I have been very impressed by in patches, has been a little bit more absent with his impact. Oh, he's going to get away. Mazinho does get peppered in the side of the dome. Right now with a 5v2 number advantage, this one would be tough to go wrong for Mongols.
There is a little bit of
I
hope.
think they're aware of this.
For
Look
the
at the
Snacks
position.
push-up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been communicated. It's a possibility. Obviously, you never... Unless your teammate... Oh, actually, I don't know. He's buying into it. He's buying what Mazinho was selling.
Oh.
Did he make a step?
He did. Still gets his kill. It's nice. Gets himself a whole Mac 10 and Kevlar.
Yeah, you can have T-spawn, Snacks. That's all yours.
It's all his.
Ooh.
How about Galil, though? Oh, he's not getting his hands on that unless he kills Senzu. Bodyguarding his teammate's corpse. Smoke might aid retrieval. Senzu's got a kind of Sophie's choice of, do I let him have a Galil, but potentially lose my AK, or are you just going to distract him long enough? You know, oh, you are. He's ready. Mazinho is too, though. Okay, so there you go. They weather the eco. Still 2 kills from G2, keeping them relatively honest.
Well, the Mac 10s were discarded, right? Because Mazinho was able to find the Galil. So they walked through with the weapons that the Mongols would be hoping to have. So very well done from them. A spotless start with the pistol, the conversion, and now the eco without too many blemishes on the record. But Hades, the interim stand-in, will bring out his AWP, immediately greeted by 3 Silence down 4s, and Heavy God with the A4, a man of taste, a man of culture. As a 3B start.
The battle for Banana. Tale as old as Counter-Strike itself.
It's so funny. If you look at the way Banana used to be structured, and before Molotovs, it was not like this.
Different ball
It
game.
was a whole... The biggest thing you had to worry about in 1.6 was these crazy wallbangs.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even quite believe. A's about to get pounced upon. Hunter's rotation. Will it get there in time?
Hades, is he brave enough to sweep? He is. And rewarded. Spanks Senzu, and Hunter, opportunity from Library. Smoked, but chance to spam.
On the second.
Push, I guess. Oh.
Well, they flashed for him. They double flashed.
Yeah, it doesn't work out for him regardless. 910 Zorb does rack him up. Snacks the unknown entity, pushes through for 3.
Beautiful.
Dunks on him. Okay, G2's round after all. 910 going to try and change the dialogue. An opportunity will present itself eventually. He's got time. And he has a...
Was that a mouse skip? That looked like a mouse skip situation there.
He tried to just react into the Malb's pit player swing.
Great triple kill there from Snacks, though, round winning.
I mean, what I love about that is just how Hunter's play kind of sets him up. You know, like you're not expecting someone else to do something directly after that. You think, okay, here's the cavalry's come.
Yeah, so that they flash first, wait, second beat, second flash. Techno sees it coming from miles away because of how far forward they are, gets a chance to face away, swing back into the kill, and Hunter's thinking, well, that's the only thing I can do to contribute. But as you said, sets up his teammates to come on through that open door.
Starting with 3B. CT's reinforcing. Oh, Malb's catching a HE. Going to be suboptimal for his contributions in defense of Banana. Still holds up fast for now. Double incendiary and a little push. More than a little push.
Risky.
A massive push, and it's punished. Oh, Malb's run down, outclassed by a Mac 10. Quick boost over the half wall, trying to find Snacks, but the flash has him a bit hesitant.
I think it was a team flash as well.
Spot the AWP boost, you're going to back away.
Very quick on the toes there, Mongols. Oh, they're pushing again. He's pushing again. Snacks. Poetry in motion if he pulls this one off.
It's a big if. It's a big if. Senzu had his crosshair poised on the fade.
Well, B is open for now. Hunter hightailing it back to get there in time, but
the fact that there was no like immediate block util or a flash or anything thrown, they're going to maybe even operate under the assumption that it's relatively clear.
Well, I am going to say everyone's favorite 4-letter word.
Yes.
Save.
And save they shall.
But again, returning to the reaction speed of Mongols in that situation.
Right.
Once they had identified that a player was at Sandbag, they went for half wall boost. Sure, miscomm, team flash, have to drop back, but then logs boost as well. So it's just like, okay, we know he's there, and there's no lag.
No,
right?
that
like
was
if it takes time to set that up, the player gets away.
Yeah.
It just how quick they responded to it.
It felt like that was just like kind of a very well layered, like almost unspoken understanding.
So, and also with that, with Malbs being so stubborn with that aggression, that shows how important G2 made banana control in that round.
Yeah.
We really want this info. We want to make sure it's ours. We want to be operating in a position. If we're going to start 3B, we need this. And unable to convert it. They do save. There is the ability to get rifles into the hands of Malbs. Snacks might have to operate with something a little bit lighter.
He's fine on an MP9. Gets his full nades.
And that also might help him charge down Banana as the point man. Now, we will have to take a look at the spawns just to see if that informs any of the choices being made. But they have been starting 3-2 with the 3 on B. It's Hades AWP accompanying that of Heavy God on A. So it's going to be your combination of Snacks, Malbs, and Hunter if they go for the 3-man banana control again. And Snacks will have the movement advantage here with the SMG, but is it an all-in, or do they feel that it falls a little bit soft if they go for the control once more? Same start. Heavy God lobs out the smoke that'll be landing deep Banana.
Nice flash up mid, deters Hades' early aggression. There they go! What? Dunked on by a Senzu nade. Combined with the AK spray, it's a perfect nuke onto Malbs' face.
And it wasn't even the SMG going first. It was Snacks setting up his boys, and now he's trying to see if he can scavenge back that rifle.
Hunter has committed logs.
There's still smokes available to... He's not able to find the rifle, so Snacks is going to have to smoke this to help out his boy.
Has the incendiary in hand.
They're out brackets as well during all of this.
Yeah, the pressure is everywhere.
Techno's clearing this hard.
Techno with the full hard clear, and he perfectly pips him. Snacks has held on to his smoke.
A conviction on that clear.
Yeah, right, perfect. He really wants to throw it now, and actually is forced to by the steps. Here's him coming, Techno stampeding. So you don't have info top brackets, you don't have info top banana, and Mongols have a 2-man advantage. They're just pulling them apart.
Techno's coming through the smoke. He's honestly coming through.
Yep, on the flash. Oh, blinded Snack still
but it's a B-stack, it's a B-stack.
There are more there. Spams through, Heavy Gods, FAMAS fills.
Blitz can fall back.
Okay. A taken. Look at this surging forward is 9-10. He's going to be able to cut rotations with the AWP, no less.
You can see, just look at the radar. Mongols have a net. So Mazinho makes sure they can't come down banana to flank. 9-10 tucks into trash. You can't come through arch or library, and the bomb gets planted. They understand this situation perfectly.
Yeah, beautifully managed.
Call it 5.
Yeah, Blitz plants and immediately heads over for the hunt. They really want to make sure this hurts G2's finances.
Yeah, you wish that utility was on Blitz or Mazinho to come up through banana with it, but
yeah,
it is on 9-10.
It feels like Heavy God should be good for this.
They're noisy. Oh, they're noisy.
Yeah, that's
They heard the gun drop. Oh, and the reload.
Oh, Heavy God, despite his sound cues made, it does have a fair fight versus Mazinho. Now they know where the AWP is. Blitz going to be throwing that HE to him.
But Molly as well.
Okay, the util will force him into the fight. Double swing, and down he goes. They lose it all.
The diligence to be getting in a new box Molly and the HE, and that is just, insult to injury there as G2 are 4 rounds trailing right now, the Mongols on their map choice. This is the nades to... Oh, it was a nade spam.
Nade spam, perfect, yeah.
My giddy arm.
I mean, I know maybe it's a bit early to be making such outlandish...
It's early, Malbs. It's early, Malbs, please.
It just feels like this is one of those days when Mongols are on their A game. You know, when they do kind of look like they can topple most tier 1 opposition. Am I just judging a hot start too quickly? Or is this just going to keep going? Oh, South 4 Snacks and Co. A wallbang leg shot.
I think that the way that these rounds have been won, it feels very good for Mongols.
Yeah.
Right? They're quite
individually,
clean,
as well as like the team synergy. You're getting both.
Beautiful moments. Even just go back to the pistol round. Senzu on the Glock. It was something to be witnessed. So don't expect much from G2 in a round like this. I think if we reflect...
He's walking through.
Yeah, of course. At least he considered it. Maybe not. Okay. Blitz putting a leash on his boy. If you reflect onto what we were discussing in Astana, it's a similar conversation for Dallas, right? Different teams are in different buckets.
Yeah.
Obviously, the big 3, Maus, alongside of Vitality and Falcons, all already locked in. Another block smoke, 50 seconds.
Kind of whiffed the smoke, and it's going to be punished.
Okay, I can go back to just waffling then, I guess. Yapathon. So those 3, right now it's about how do they intersect? Is anybody able to strip Vitality of a victory, something they haven't felt since their first event at Bounty? And then how will a loss have ramifications for them going into the major?
Absolutely, yeah, sure. And the Falcons are the front runner after Melbourne.
Yes, so but them and Maus are both like they're staring up at Vitality, ready to take that fight. Everybody else, when not in that, still could, but not in that same conversation.
Yeah.
Then you have Mongols and Aurora who are continuing to float in that same pool of teams. They play nice Counter-Strike. Nice is probably a flat word for it, but they play comprehensive CS. They have individuals who can shoot very hard. They play on meta. They have a lot of good approaches to, and also I think the map pool thing, but that's a different conversation. Those 2 teams, their problem is important wins on stages.
Right, which is like this that makes these games formalities, you'd think.
Yes, because they can get through. Aurora, look, I will give them a pass because they played yesterday jet lagged as hell. Right, losing their opening game, I will chalk that up to jet lag, and I think that's fair because we did the same thing with Furia.
Yeah, I spoke to Woxic this morning.
Oh mate, he would have been wrecked.
Yeah, he said he slept for 12 hours.
Oh, probably best sleep of his life. Would have been better after a win, but it is what it is. So those 2 really need to make playoffs. The problem is Aurora find themselves in Group B, and they're immediately in the lower bracket. So for them to run the gauntlet, it's actually a nice test of form for them under pressure to get into the playoffs. They'll have to get through Liquid next, and then if they win that, either FaZe or Heroic. And after Heroic's performance today, I don't see any reason they couldn't beat FaZe.
100%.
Whereas for Mongols, they're in the easier group of Group A, right? G2 are a shadow of their former selves. After that, it gets murkier, Right, like 3D Max have had moments, but they're not comprehensive enough to be considered a world beater.
Yeah.
There's also teams who are for their Super Bowl, like Gamer Legion, who got blown out in Astana, who now get Dallas but won't be at the major.
Made playoffs in Melbourne.
Yep.
HE looks like it's got some damage on it. Yeah, just a little onto Snacks. Still standing in his ground on the half wall, so they have the banana control that's eluded them for the majority of this first half. Oh my giddy aunt! Snacks gets beheaded. Senzu just hits another banger. How many openings has he been generating? First, the impact in the pistol round, but Senzu hasn't stopped since then.
Okay, Malbs, high talent out of there, has been pressured and just trundling up dry. There's so many steps as he drops an incendiary rotation. Miles away still, and they are in. Malbs, you need to do it all.
And he can't do anything. Blitz puts him on the on his floor.
Save.
S-A-V-E.
Well, he is on his ass on the floor.
He's on his ass on the floor.
It's like a messy Friday night.
Yeah.
That's what it is right now.
Yeah, he's outside the kebab shop.
He's had a few too many. But damn.
Damn, Mongols.
That sweet and sour sauce.
Yeah, I'll have a chips, cheese, and beans, please. That was a go-to.
Was that in German?
No, chips, cheese, and beans. It was a classic on the university campus.
Okay.
It was, I think, the cheapest way to get the most carbs.
To keep yourself alive.
Yep. Just for a day longer on a student budget.
Until now.
So far, so good.
For this match, G2 versus Mongols.
That's
and
right.
they're flashing on the hunt. I love it.
Go on, Hades. Hold on. See if you can do it. Oh, just a HE molly again. When I'm trying to save my orb, they got HEs. They got mollies. Oh, yeah, that's the face. That's the face you pull when you just can't seem to catch a bloody break.
It shows you how well the rounds are going that Mongols, in the 2 hunts that we've seen so far, are able to essentially set up and execute into a part of the map.
Poor sod. Bloody hell, that looks good from Senzu's POV. Blitz, however, was that how he killed him? I didn't realize he'd unloaded so many bullets prior. Oh, 50 HP HE into a Molotov for the rest. Nasty.
Oh, it continues to get worse.
And better, actually. Senzu, down. There you go. You've taken him out. 3rd death for Senzu. And for Snacks.
They've only managed 2 opening kills on the CT side of Inferno.
I was just looking at that. That's his first opening kill. Well, actually, no.
Mazinho got the opener.
Mazinho got the opener. It doesn't count. Well, he got a kill. He is at the top of the scoreboard for G2, which isn't usually a good sign.
No, and that's not even besmirching Snacks at all. That's just like he's not meant to be the workhorse.
That's not why he's on the team, to be at the top of the table.
Oh, look at this.
Look at this. Oh, they're kind of really handsome again.
He's low, though.
Oh, they looked at it. But now the smoke's been thrown.
Let your lurk play. Well, I guess you don't need to. There's still one in the site, though.
Yeah, Mazinho, does he cut off rotations or let... Oh, no, they're not going to expect this. Yep, they're not expecting Hunter. Okay, a free flag round defining. Mazinho doesn't have the health for this. Hunter's back his turn, so maybe you've got a clutch after all. Has he really got it in him? Snacks, the B player.
He's been the only one to find impact so far, Snacks. Remember the 3K that he got on the round they won?
Yes.
Can he win the 1v1?
Looks like he could. Looks like he can. Mazinho's got his back turned. A little sketchy. Job done.
I'm surprised they didn't let the lurk play first there.
I see you, yeah. That's the first time you've seen a slight lack of like perfect polish.
And
right?
maybe that's because of how well they've been playing. You know, you're playing with a lot more confidence.
I noticed Mazinho was low HP as well. I wonder if that's like why he was hesitant to move first, but
I guess they're thinking, okay, he can hold the rotation. Right. They clearly didn't know that Hunter was there. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone down in that fashion with the plant. But okay, let's live in a world right now where G2 can salvage the half. That means they need 3 more rounds. That'd be 4 consecutive going into the halftime break. They have a full buy. Mongols have residual cash for 1 more purchase.
And Hades tries his luck once more. Senzu down to half health on his early banana fight. Catches flag. and so does Malbs. Looks like their objective is to take this top banana fight. Snacks and Malbs not interested. We'll give that territory to them with this retake util, though. He can delay them.
It never feels potent, though, does it? It really... Oh, there's a massive gap on the left of that.
Yeah, he just will come straight through. Flash and go. Okay, opportunity presents itself, and it works for Malbs. How's he got 3? Okay, well, that is a nice, comfortable pillow for G2 to rest themselves on for this round 10. Pushing through the smoke, Hunter collects, just Senzu left, and he was put on half health right at the start of things.
2 up banana.
Could be enough. You nade him down, you finish him off, you back away, you've got 40 seconds in the bomb, and the smoke's still up. He gets it in.
Nowhere to go, though. Has to play from backside.
Large spots them both swinging, that's important. Oof. G2 needed that, Hades provides it, recovers an M4 for the swing.
That Malbs multi-kill is only the second player of G2 to get a multi-kill in this entire half.
Blimey. But they can still recover at 7-5.
They can. They can. We're not counting them out. I know Taz doesn't look like he's full of joy right now, but a comeback has to start somewhere. So the fact that that bomb goes down, there was already residual cash. If anything, that gives them a luxury going into what will be the final round of the half if they lose this one. It's 2,400 loss and everyone's going to have a little bit left over. So they'll be able to buy out the half, or at least they will be forced into buying out the half. Tactical timeout call from Mara. And here's the thing with the way that util spills. Even if it landed perfectly, you always play in that gap as a T anyway, because you can edge the smoke. So they're pre-aiming exactly that.
I guess it does channel you through that. And informs the crosshair of Malbs.
Okay, G2. 2 more rounds. You're back in it. 9-3, 8-4. No pistol rounds. This could be a quick map of play. Unloading a mag through the smoke. Senzu this time not getting fortunate with the bullets. They will establish control, but the clear is there, and Malbs gives up another opener. That is his 4th opening death. That's the most in the server so far. And the key for Mongols hasn't been one individual finding them. 4 of them are currently good for 2. So now with the number advantage, how do they aim to finish? 3 players over towards A, as we can see.
Hades forced away by the flash. This is looking a lot of pressure coming Hunter's way. The flash is looking good, but Anti is blitzed. Second catches him. Dink found by Hunter. Re-aggresses onto another. Blitz gone. Job done. Mazinho walking. Delivers. Claws back and takes the advantage for Mongols. Bombs going B.
Yeah, Techno's finding them a way out right now.
Oh, he is.
They're just going to sit in this long spot. They don't need to play first.
But they will, and Snacks could get both.
Now you should think B's clear. That's the other B defender.
Yeah, so you will at least get the bomb down. Snacks, however, with more impact.
Post up on the line, 9-10. You got to kill.
Oh, Snacks has only got a HE. It's not going to achieve anything. He just waits for Heavy God and Hades to triple swing this with him. Oh, 9-10 hits it. Good vision.
Repeat it.
Eyes of a hawk.
Good molly. Push through.
Pushing through. Snacks down. A bit greedy. Isolates the jewels. Heavy God tasked with a 1v2, and that first clean kill. A second on the bait. Draws the shot out of 9-10. I thought we had a Heavy God clutch coming. Seeing the movement, seeing the aim. But 9-10 reigns supreme for the 8th.
Okay. Well,
NT.
Yeah, NT.
Snacks just can't stop multi-killing.
Yeah, I was a bit off about my Malbs multi-kill stat, but Hades double AWP kill in a losing round. Straight up mid.
All right. This is going to be a bit of a nasty surprise. There's only 2 of them here, and one of them's got no vision. Could be a good HE. Very nice.
Yeah, beautiful HE. But this is so quiet.
Yeah.
Like They're up mid brackets with a minute 27.
This is impending doom.
Hello, Heavy God.
Are you ready for the kitchen sink to be thrown at you in pit? Oh, Hunter tested, does well for one, and down goes the side. Well done. Every round's got like its own little approach. This one's going to completely catch you off guard. They haven't walked up mid-contact that fast. That's an out of the spawn call. And it ends the half with 9. I mean, how are you retaking this?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a replenish. Like, you're going to give it a a go.
Fair play,
You're going to give it your best shake.
Yeah, very inspired calling for this T side out of Mongols. Ooh, okay.
3v3.
9-10 overextends short side.
Bomb over halfway gone.
Yeah, they really need to hurry up. Coming on in, giving it everything it's worth. Couple of orbs, 2 orbs in fact for the retake. And it looks like Mongols have secured it. Snacks the last man to fall, but 9 already on the T side. This is flying by. This is Mongols map. G2 barely present. It's brutal out here in Dallas. Yeah, I think that kind of tells the whole story. Oh, we're doing like a We Will Rock You thing. Buddy, you're a young man, poor man playing in the street.
Getting known by
Mongolians today. It's brutal. It is actually really brutal.
Didn't have the lyrics.
No, neither did I. I don't even think I got that right. But either way, I gave it a go, and that's what matters.
That's what G2 are doing as well. They're giving it a go.
Young man, poor man, something like that. Anyway, 9. Yeah, it has just been one-way traffic. G2 getting thrown around, and 3D Max awaiting the loser of this.
Oh, true.
In the lower bracket.
I was going to say, I think the rounds that G2 won, only one of them felt like it wasn't a misplay or overstep from Mongols. And that was where Snacks came out library with a triple kill.
I think that's a fair summation.
I think the rest of them were maybe Mongols getting a little bit ahead of themselves because of how well things were going. Moto Smoke.
Okay.
There's still like player in Banana, though. What's Hades doing? Is this a fake? Is it a mid to be?
See what you get.
It doesn't look rich.
Mazinho removed
That's his 5th opening death.
Prong.
What? We're going mid to be.
Yeah, though. We're going to wrap. Oh, my gosh.
They're locked in.
Yeah. And the bomb on Snacks, by the way.
Oh, if I just hide here. Prop hunt with Snacks.
It's actually working.
Zinio's not clearing this.
Yep. Don't go. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. No! Did he shoot?
No, he didn't.
Okay,
He didn't. We changed. Yep. Hades. Okay, but there's still a player on the side. 9-10. Oh, 9-10.
Leave me.
Yeah. Oh my God, Snacks.
He's the best. He's the best.
He's too good, isn't he?
He's too good.
No. He's great. We love him. Snacks is the best. He's the greatest ever.
He's got a plant there. He's earned them a plant with his.
And now he's got the USP. Let's go,
move.
Snacks.
Let's go, Snacks. This is dead.
But still, they now
got a plant though.
And he set Heavy got up for a historic 1v.
What's nice?
Now they can force.
They can force.
They can force.
That was a cool little thing.
But he did get the plant.
He did. Wasn't looking likely.
I think Harry called him King of the Trolls.
Yeah.
When he did the knife smoke diffuse on Nuke.
Yeah, King of the Trolls indeed. I mean, he's always had that kind of flair to his gameplay where he just he's cheeky with it.
He's got it's the JW flavor.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the Yeah. What am I meant to do? Nothing really.
Just lose your game.
Your map's up next. It's Dust 2.
True.
Mongols have had some mixed results on Dust 2. They had lost 3 in a row, but those 3 were to Na'Vi, G2, and Falcons. But they did get a win over FaZe in Melbourne. And then FaZe got rid of Roki, so
they kind of kicked it. Oh my. It's an awful lot of damage. It's not going to deter them. They push through regardless, and the pop flash is good. Oh, Senzu gets overrun. It's a Hades double.
They're in.
They should think
they should be in.
Flash and push, are they going? Hades ahead of this. Yeah, perfect.
Say the M4s, I would say.
A round they probably wouldn't have won without a bomb plant.
A round they definitely wouldn't have won without a bomb plant. I'll go that far.
Woof. Snacks has won them the game, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. Nice from Hades. Despite that HG landed between 3 of them, they just accelerate, and a well-placed flash from Snacks enables that.
It's their turn to have a coordinated hunt.
Oh yeah, you're right. Now the shoe, or the cowboy boot in this case.
What's the thing on the back of the cowboy boot? Is it like
stirrup.
A stirrup. I was going to call it a spigot, but I think water comes out of a spigot.
Maybe a stirrup is on the horse.
I'm going to Google spigot.
I'm going to... A boot jangly wangly would be my second guess.
A small peg or plug, especially for insertion into the vent of a car. I should have read that before I...
You should have.
Reading it, but...
You should have.
So what's on the back of a cowboy boot?
Back of boot thing. It's called... Spurs. Oh, I knew that.
Well, between the two of us, we were kind of close.
You could, yeah, I guess. Stirrups are what you
in a way.
put your feet in on a horse.
All right, well,
come on, Blitz. That's a nasty outcome for an aggressor down middle. Mazinho's lucky to get away with his life and his M4. Force buy from Mongols could very well already be over.
I'm going to put stock in a crazy techno moment. How do you feel about a crazy techno moment?
I'm starting to feel pretty good about one, because a 5-7 in this kind of position, stressful, already tagged up 3v3.
I'll give him the fight at any range.
Yeah. All right.
It's slow, tap to the back of the head. It's close. It's erratic spam, bop, bop, bop.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, it is the Senzu Bean. Trying to bring life to this round for Mongols. They saved one of the M4s. He's now gotten that off the body of Mazinho. He's actually in a devilish position. He's open to an awful lot, but if they do continue an apps pop without any Yuto, he might just mow them down. He is on his own. It's Senzu or nothing.
And that's something from Senzu. Gets 2, gets out, and a third where that came from. Barely a mild smirk on his face.
He's so good. He just needs to be that good in playoffs.
Yeah. And what's crazy is I was just looking at some of the last playoff games. It's not like he doesn't show up anymore. You know, like he's not like he's absent, but he's not himself. He's not this sense.
But he is one of the key components to the strength of this team. Is his X Factor ability, right? And Mongols, they just pack a punch. They pack a punch, and Mazinho loves that. He's on all the billboards. We love him as well.
Yeah. Hades just kind of dashes that one away. This might be a map you just choose to forget. Get it over with. You get one more real full AK. I say full AK. What am I saying?
Well, there's 3 of them.
There's a majority of AKs.
It's the closest to a rifle round you're going to get in this half.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm trying to say. Senzu starts over with Techno and Blitz. Blitz cheats over. Back to A.
He wouldn't have killed all 3 of them there with the A1, I'll just say that much. My A4 propaganda knows no bounds.
Yeah, I was consuming your propaganda. I think you're wrong. I've got the M4A1S spray. So easy for a noob like me. 910, however, is taking down Heavy God. And that does spell trouble.
Yeah, it frees up the rotation because they know that's the apps player. So with him gone, he's just tasked with making sure they don't push, and they did. So now they're going to batten down the hatches on B. They're going to bombard them with a bit more utility and the extra body. Look at the nades that Blitz has. If they smoke CT, he's just going to be able to clear it, which now forces them to worry about all the angles. And, well, that piece of util not only harasses, but forces a sound cue. So more information. Here they come.
Techno's got a flash ready.
He's not going. Is he going for the clear? Doesn't look like it.
No, he just wants to try and time it to the damage on snags. It lands nicely. Oh, okay. Yeah, looks good for the defense. Senzu gets 2, and then a third on top. 19 frag haul for Senzu, ensuring this doesn't get any way remotely competitive.
I wish we knew what they were saying, because why is Mara smiling so much? Obviously because his boys are owning, but someone's saying something. You know, there's a cheeky remark.
Someone to keep the
morale. Little comment being made.
I do feel like the G2 T-side playbook does, for the teams like the Mongols, it does feel quite easy to rehearse and read. Ooh. Missed orb shot. That's enough. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough of that.
Why didn't we hit the first?
Oh, they're coming. They're coming. You're juggling nades. You're faffing around. They're coming. Oh, never mind. 910 doesn't mind. Doesn't mind at all. It's all over. This is Inferno done as quick as you like.
Look where the bomb is.
17 rounds is all it takes for Mongols to take their map pick. G2, Dust 2 has to be a different story.
Oh, hold on. Blitz is low.
Yes, indeed. Senzu holding this bomb strong, though, and he picks up his 20th kill, just to ensure his KD is as absurd as possible for this map. 20-6, BT dubs.
Blitz has pushed. Oh.
The Heavy God, ace clutch. Their only opportunity at some solace.
We'll take it.
Senzu path back around library, so kind of half giving the bomb.
Blitz will be behind him in a second.
Yeah, it looks like his back will be turned, and Blitz stabilizing, controls it and converts it. Hopes of making playoffs in this upper bracket very much ripe for the Mongols and far away in the distance for G2. It'll have to be different. Dust 2, Map 2, G2. It has to be different. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mole.
Not this again.
I oversee all office systems.
If external communications were intercepted, they were intercepted here.
Did you say 4 whole days?
He's sweeping it under the rug.
Give me the name of the mole!
Good luck with that.
I will find out who did this.
Tired of doing what we're told and getting bored of what we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. 'Cause I'm scared of getting old and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. We'll catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. 'Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way.
G2 getting smacked by the Mongols. G2 getting smacked by Sensu, and the Mongols showing us that they've definitely shown up here at IEM Dallas. Looking very, very hot and looking very solid on Inferno. Janko, there was never any doubt that they were going to win. I'm disappointed in G2, I'm not gonna lie. I think that was a lackluster performance. Do you agree?
Yes, I do. Probably the most one-sided game that you and me did, and we did Falcons versus NRG, and so that's saying a lot. And yeah, I think the only positive for G2 from this map is that it was the Mongols pick, and it's a best of 3, right? Because nothing was really going their way. I think the guys did a great job of showcasing the frustration on the side of G2 from so many different players. You know, just every round sort of giving opening kills, it felt like just the banana fight wasn't working whatsoever, and can't even say necessarily that there were some glaring mistakes. It just Mongols were really so much on point. Look at this. When this happens, like Senzu got a kill there, you know, just nading and sort of spamming through the smoke. He was really, really sharp with his mechanics, and yeah, just a very tough game for G2.
Yeah, I think Chad even said it during the commentary that 2 of the rounds that G2 won was not necessarily them winning the round, it was more so the Mongols messing up, and the second they cleaned out those mistakes, G2 had no chance of winning whatsoever. I think the very last round is very symptomatic as well. It just felt like there was no belief in whatever was being called, whatever direction, whatever approach they had to this game plan, call it whatever you want. It felt like G2 didn't even believe in it themselves, you know. Yes, the Mongols played well. Yes, Sensu had a fantastic showing, 126 ADR, but to my understanding of the game, Anko, it didn't really matter what would have happened. It didn't matter how Sensu were playing, how Messini were playing. G2 were always going to lose with this level of Counter-Strike.
I mean, when Snacks is top fragging for you, right? Like, that's not a great sign for this G2 squad. That's not the path to success. And listen, for me, what's important now is, even if G2 doesn't win the next map, they have to show some fight. You know, they need to make it close. They just need to play better. Because if this is how they're going to go out in this series and get stopped on their own map pick as well, then that's really telling you there's not really much belief in this roster, even from the players. You know, it's like everyone's showing up. It's your job, right? You're clocking in, but that's really where it stops.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. I mean, let's be a little bit positive and look towards what really worked out here for the Mongols. Obviously, Sensu having a fantastic showing with the rifling in particular as well. A player that we have highlighted to maybe sometimes argue that he's not showing up in the playoff. At least in the group stage, he feels comfortable. At least in this area of the game, he feels comfortable.
Yeah, you're not going to find any problems with his performance at this stage of the tournament, right? It's once we get to the arenas where things get a little bit shaky for him, but we're not there, right? Like, we're in the studio and he's had an absolute banger of a map, right? Like, finding a lot of impact in Banana, as we said, just all over the place, really. He was very efficient, and G2 just didn't have an answer for him.
They didn't have an answer for the man on your screen right here at all. As we said, 126 ADR, 5 multi-kills and poising 20
and
kills.
I think they did. You can tell Mongols were playing with so much confidence, man. One of these rounds, it's like 9-10 is lurking A with the op, pushing towards long, as the rest of the team was sort of fighting Banana and trying to hit B, and then he doesn't see anyone. They see that Heavy God gets an assist on one of the kills B, and they're like, okay, the pit player is there, that's a B stack, let's just go back to A and win the round. So they were even later on running circles around G2 in that sense. They were reading that, okay, now they won't fight for Banana because they lost so many times, so they just kind of got it for free, didn't execute. You know, Blitz was very good at sort of understanding what's going on and calling one step ahead of his opposition.
It did feel like the Mongols were...
If he is the caller. Though.
If he is the caller, that's a good question. We've been playing chair games for quite some time in the Mongols camp. Another player that had a decent showing, and I guess something we didn't get time to talk about heading into game is 9-10. I look towards him, and obviously in this particular matchup, yes, he's arguably the better player than Hades. He's on a team, he's comfortable within that environment, whereas for Hades, he's still new to it, standing in. But he's also been very lackluster as of late, I feel. 9-10 being the upper in modern day and age Counter-Strike, if you have that big of an investment every round, you need to show up. And as of late, his event ratings and his output hasn't really been up there. So when we speak of the Mongols, Janko, as a team that, yes, they can make playoffs, but they can win in the playoffs, I look towards this guy, and he got to step up. So far at this event, he's been great, but the last 5 events, he's been sitting at a 1.0 rating. Not looking good.
Yeah, consistency is an issue for him. I mean, the positive is that he can pop off, right? Remember the Liquid quarterfinal in Melbourne on Inferno, actually, where he sort of carried his team over the finish line. So it's just about, and that's the case for some of the other guys as well. For me, their most consistent guy is Mzinho when you look across, you know, the playoffs as well. Senzu, right, the one that has the big drop-off, and then you have 9-10 and Blitz there as the other 2 guys who can really contribute on a consistent basis.
Now you called it out. For G2, obviously, we're heading into their map pick now, Dust 2. You want to see a better playing G2. You want to see a team, I guess, with a clear game plan, and as you said, not necessarily winning the game, but at least play some decent Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think the problem is it's going to be hard to play well if you don't have confidence, and nothing happened on Inferno that could give them any sort of confidence. So you just have to sort of keep believing, right? You need to stick to the game plan, and you need to be decisive in taking those duels, right? Like, you need to find a way to still have some confidence going into those, because if you don't, doesn't matter what the map is. Mongols are so sharp that you're not going to have a good time on Dust 2 either.
And where is that confidence coming from? Like,
just the reps, the practice sort of, and just believing in the things that you were doing. Like, if you had some good practices, from what I've heard from them, they think the bootcamp went pretty well, all things considered. So, you know, you believe in the things that you practice and the things that you have on the map, and sort of how the game develops, and just also in your own ability as a player. You know, one map obviously doesn't define you, and even if you're Malab, someone who's been struggling mentally this season, right, like, felt like he had to do everything that Nico did, which is impossible, and put too much pressure on himself. You just need to take it one step at a time, right? Like, just focus on playing your position, right? Like, not trying to control the whole team and predict all the time what the opponents are going to do and try to read them. Just take what's in front of you, you know? As I said, one step at a time. And if he starts doing that, then I think he'll play a little bit better. He'll start regaining confidence, and he'll slowly get into the swing of things.
There's no doubt there still is talent within G2, but when I look towards the roster and when I look at the body cam as well, all the frustrations coming out, like, I need that player that can step up and be the difference maker, that can lead the way. Malps hasn't been the guy so far, and who else is supposed to be?
I think a little bit emotionally as well, right? Not just on the server to frag people, but who's going to rally the troops? Who's the leader of men now on that team? Snax is a quiet guy. Hades is a stand-in. Heavy God and Malbs are sort of, you know, they feel like they can do that if someone else is leading. They can sort of tag along with that. And Hunter also not a guy who that's necessarily, you know, a characteristic for him. So that's another issue that kind of G2 has with this composition of players.
There's a lot of issues within the G2 camp right now, I'm not gonna lie. Now, one issue they do have as well is that they are facing a loss here, dare I say it, against the Mongols. They couldn't get anything done on Inferno. Now we're heading into their own map pick on Dust 2, a map that historically speaking G2 have been playing at a high level, but as we spoke about already, Janko, it's not the same team anymore. There's no Nico, there's There's no Monacy. There's no clear leader within the G2 camp. One thing we do know for certain is unless they can turn it around on Dust2 right here, right now, they will end up losing the last game of the night. We're jumping to a quick break, and once we're back, it will be what I think
is Senzo behind the camera, and that's why you got scared?
Maybe it is.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
I'm Moses. This is hard-hitting journalism. We're going to be spending time with G2, but first take a look at my lovely sidekick, my assistant. It's Trace. He's going to be doing all the audio work for us. As you can tell, the audio is on the other side of the room, so this is doing absolutely nothing. We've got your teammates Monacy and Heavy God in the room interviewed, and we need to come up with some questions to help Frey out. Anything you guys have got, anything that can put these guys in the hot seat.
The first one to Heavy God, we can ask why Team Mongo's calling him Heavy Burger.
I have for Ilya.
For Ilya? All right, what you got?
Just ask him, why do you entry so much on Ancient? You know how was the name of Ilya when he buy Galil?
The name of Ilya when he buys a Galil. What's his name when he buys a Galil?
I was asking that.
Okay, I like that.
And one more for Nikita.
For Nikki. No,
how many sweets have you eaten this week?
So you can use this question as a discovery. Is there anything you want to know about him?
Do he like a korba? It's like a corn, you know, in Poland.
Ilya will be filled with Galil.
All right, perfect. We got our questions. We're going to get these to Freya. Thank you, boys.
So, could you tell me 2 things that are true about yourself?
Oh,
Could be anything.
my God.
Could be anything in the world.
I don't know.
And a lie.
Wait, we did it together on bootcamp, you remember?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, no, wait, we didn't do it. It was with Nico, bleh.
Similar.
It's recording, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I went on breakdance lessons for 1 year. My father
Are you interrupting me, Jason?
I am kind of interrupting
really
you.
important.
Sorry. I was interested about the breakdancing though.
What's poppin'?
Yeah.
What's poppin' here?
Yeah, not too much, man. We're just doing some moves out here on the floor.
Yeah.
We've got some hard-hitting journalists, so I got with the rest of the G2 guys.
Oh my God, journalists.
And we come with some questions for you boys.
Hi.
So Freya's gonna read these ones off.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
Oh my God. I'm not taking a part in this.
What? Okay, Heavy God. Why were the Mongols calling you Heavy Burger?
It's Blitz.
No, it's Blitz.
It's Blitz.
What?
Maybe because I'm big.
Monacy.
What's up?
Why do you entry so much on Ancient?
Бля, нема, it's I don't know. I'm supporter. I'm hard support, like in Dota, you know?
Wait, how much candy have you eaten in the last week?
Candy?
Yeah.
Not much.
No?
No.
Not fit for candy?
I don't like sweets that much. I prefer steaks and food, big food.
Why does your team call you
Galilia?
Galilia?
Galilia.
Galilia.
You know what's Galil?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did you make a play on it?
I don't know.
Like,
No,
what?
they have like name tag on Galil, Galilia.
My Galil is like name tag. I put a name tag on Galilia.
Oh, if it's gonna be in video. What?
And then we got a bonus question down there.
Oh.
Yellow something, yeah?
Do you like cobbler? Kolba? Kolba. Do you like Kolba? Oh, for Freya. Oh, thanks for putting that at the top.
Yeah, you're
Making me read it first.
No, Janusz is Kolba enjoyer.
What does
Do you know what is Kolba or not?
I can see the context.
Yeah.
I'm just going to give that back to you, Jason.
Sounds good.
Thanks for
Take
that,
it back,
dude.
guys.
Kolba means penis in Polish. No. Actually, it means corn, but they use it as penis.
Kolba enjoyers.
Yeah, I like corn.
Yeah, I know. I was in gymnastics lessons.
You may have been in gymnastics lessons, Heavy God, but Mongols, they've been in the server. They've been getting absolutely dialed in ahead of the Austin Major here at the Intel Extreme Masters for Dallas. And my God, what a show did they display. Senzu in top form, top of the tables. They threw G2 around the server on our first map of this series. And a spot in the playoffs is now just what could be a quick trip to Dust 2 away.
Blitz doesn't want to be on camera, giving us a bit of a head shake as we're not ready to go, but we did have a great submission coming in on the social medias.
How does it go?
Oh, you want to give me... I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it to the music.
Yeah, okay, hang on.
So this was the We'll Rock You bit that Alex... there we go, he's giving it a go. This is from Destroy M9, and he's coming with... Heavy, you're a god, make a big clutch, playing in the server, gonna win a big land someday. You got shot in your face, some big misplays, flicking your aim all over the place, swinging, we will block you.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so Destroy M9 or Destroy _M9 on the Twitter sphere.
Very good.
Really come in with a banger there.
Well played.
So good job to you.
Also, Destroy M9. Very CS-coded name. Very cool name.
Do you think it's about the knife?
Does he hate the knife?
Why does he hate the knife?
That's widely regarded as one of the more popular knives.
I would say so. If I was doing a tier list of knives, it would be in my S tier.
I don't think anyone's ever done that before. That's an original idea. A tier list of knives.
Knives, yeah.
I should do one on Twitter.
I think you should.
Yeah.
What would be in your tier list of knives?
I'm so glad you asked.
Obviously, all the knives.
Probably M9...
Bayonet.
M9 Bayonet.
Yeah.
Karambit.
Yeah.
S.
What about Butterfly?
M9 Karambit Butterfly S.
Okay. A.
Bayonet.
Yep. It gets tough after that.
Talon?
Yeah, I like the skeleton too.
Talon's A.
I like the... What's the one with paracord I quite like?
Yeah. That's a hot take.
Yeah, I know.
Is that a decoy? It's a decoy.
The reason you do that is because CTs will play mid doors and they try and block it.
And then they're sticking out.
So, just force them to hang around. But right now, T-side for the Mongols. They still have 2 more decoys, so I'd love to see how they use these. One for Senzu, one for Techno. Lower tunnels is
so
theirs.
They do fake short flash with the decoy as well.
The key thing about this round right now is the fact that G2 are starting 4A. So if it's a B finish, it's probably Guga. Short for GG. Or long for GG.
I have a weird talent where I can do the whole alphabet like that. As a child who doesn't know how letters work. I can do that. And I'll tell you, if we do an eco.
It's a mid to B.
It is. And it's just Snacks here. So the poor sod's on his own.
He needs 2.
How does he fare here? Back turn to the tunnels player. Techno puts him down with nothing to show for it. So can I do the alphabet thing now, or is there still around?
No, remember in the Falcons game, there was almost a retake like this, and Blitz has given one over for free. So, they're saving their Kevlar.
Abacada, effaga, ha'ijaka, elamana, oppa. Am I doing it?
You are doing it.
I did it. I knew I had that skill. I haven't really put it to the test in a while.
Live on air is normally the best place to do things.
I like to live dangerously, you know that. And they're pushing out. Let's see how many exits they get. Not bad from Malbs. Good click. Only the one. Wow.
If he got one more, that could have been an M4 drop or even an M4 for himself. But they are going to take some casualties with them. These kills are going to enforce the force by.
Guga.
And that's another pistol for the Mongols. That's 3 out of 3 now, if I am remembering rightly from map number 1. Let's take a little gander.
Oh, we've gone landscape with the clipboard here.
Oh.
An alternative approach.
Don't know about that one. I think Zipex would have a thing or two to say about that. Well, they forced. It is going to be scout for Hades. Look for a pick in middle while 910 gets his way out long. Corner smoke and peppered through. Heavy got on the cross is already low, but almost didn't stop him. The SMG at range did some damage, but nothing lethal.
Well done by 910. Commits to the spray and tracks it.
I think Hades just got team flash pushing up the tunnel. Oh, okay. Hades is on A. It was the upper tunnels push from Hunter, excuse me. He's going to be pinned down now. Oh. Gooshed, naded, mollied, dead.
tail of Hades.
And you wouldn't think it's a glorious death, would you? That's a gun. Well, Snacks, below 3. Might get away with something here, the cheeky boy. Investigations towards CT spawn, but nobody looking to clear their corners, as you can... Oh, they're backing off, okay. They were on the precipice of pushing in, but Snacksy boy might just be holding on to his deagle and his armor. That'll be that as Mongols with the pistol, with the conversion, and now into what should be a lighter-looking eco.
Terrorists win.
I mean, yeah. When you look through like Hades' demo of this game, I feel like the poor guy has had very little opportunity to kind of like come alive.
I'd agree.
Long.
There's another flash.
Late flash confirmed to swing this.
There's one more.
Okay, Malbs, he profits. They repel the invaders of Long. They maintain that much map control. Now Snacks has gone for something cheeky here, as expected. The Troll King.
Oh my god.
He's ready for it, don't worry. Techno's just checking, just making sure.
Well, G2 know what's going on. Can they do anything about it though?
No, they can't.
No. Yanko on the desk after map number 1 said even if they don't win this map, G2, he wants to see them put up a fight.
Yeah.
And that's more for their major campaign than I'd imagine their Dallas campaign, with Austin just around the corner. How long is it now? Let's have a look.
It's just crazy though. It's like
14 days.
It's like you take an ornate piece of jewelry, you know, something fit for a member of royalty.
Okay. Is that G2?
That was G2.
Okay.
You know, an ornate piece of jewelry. Sure. It's been made by master craftsmen.
I'm following.
It's meant to be worn by those of royal descent, and then you take all the gemstones out, and then you try and pass it off to the next king as if it was a magical piece of jewelry. You see what I'm going for that?
I do. I think we could flesh it out. Let's workshop it tonight when we do our VOD review.
All I'm saying is, watching this, it's like a crown without any gems in it. That's what I'm saying. Watching this,
it's not really a crown then, is it?
It's just a fancy hat.
TF2 did well with those as this long defense starting very strong. Malbs and Heavy God light up the scoreboard. 2-man advantage now to work with in the first rifle rounds. Senzu and 910 are going to take some mid-space off the back of that. Mazinho tracking them through the smoke here with the sound cues. He's going to waltz on through, and I think he was spotted there. He was.
Listen, this has to be a convincing G2 for a live round. Otherwise, there is no hope for them on Dust 2.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow, okay.
I like to speak in absolutes, just like the Sith. This has to be.
Well, may the Force be with them. Flash ready to clear the mid doors. 910 should get caught.
Or unless, you know, you peek ahead of the flash.
The flash didn't even get thrown.
Oh, he's actually hit the quick. Okay, didn't get the pistol out in time. But there you go. 3 alive. You'll take that if you're G2. Around on the board as well. Hunter scavenges that AWP over for Hades.
That would really suck if they lost that round, right? You get the 2 opening kills towards Long. Sure, Mazinho's cheeky to track one back. But yeah, that would be a catastrophic round for G2 to lose, considering the circumstances about this one. It's wild to think that 910 hit that. He gets that kill, then it's just the one man on the B side, and then, yeah, it really is possible. So a little bit unfortunate there from 910. Really good attempt from him. Still money for the buy. Both teams with AWPs going into round number 5.
Quick util to block off Malbs' aggressions towards short. Thrown out by Senzu. Typical default spread, lower control gained
I say that. No, Techno hasn't cleared it.
Hey!
Ow. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So not smoking. 9-10 just gets a free opportunity to try and pick in towards B, and it does exactly that. So the opening kill given over.
He's gambling that there's like, if someone was probing B early, it's not the AWP, right? That's what he's
Well, even still, you would take that fight.
Yeah.
All you're looking for when you send an AWP upper tunnels early is hoping that they don't smoke so that you can stay posted.
Right.
So he got exactly what he was looking for.
It's a nasty opening death for Snacks.
They haven't over-rotated. Actually, I tell a lie. They have over-rotated, just not to the site where they lost the kill. The gamble from G2 looks immaculate right now.
It does look perfect. Ooh, okay, an extra incendiary at Hades' boots. We'll be able to keep them at bay on short for a while here. Smoke from Hades next. Okay, does that force you to push through?
Weird plume on that, though. It feels a bit
feels
deep.
like you could kind of get an angle over it with a boost or a jump on the box. Here we go, like an Vanguard smoke.
They're doing this the hard way, aren't they, Mongols? They don't know it, but they're going into the stack.
They are walking into the stack. Sure, that man advantage is going to be not particularly potent. G2 are in the right place. Hades, what have you got for us? A missed shot and a head rolls. Only the one from Hunter. Now Mount. Oh, he's been spotted. Forced forward by the flames. He still gets his, but Heavy got thrust into a 1v3 that he's quickly made a little more manageable. Trying to bait out that 9-10 AWP shot. It's not giving it to him. 9-10's just holding this trigger. Primed and ready. Not falling for any of your hijinks. And so Mongols return to their winning ways immediately.
That feels casual because of how easy Mongols won map number 1. But let's say this was map number 1, and they've just gone into an A stack, and they've blitzed their way through it. That's very well done.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But just because I think we're expecting them to continue that form, you're like, oh yeah, they won the round. But no, you've just gone into an A stack with an extra man. They still had utility.
Yep. Oh, Senzu gets over the HEs.
Techno didn't.
No. 9 points of health for him. Maybe they overlooked Blue Bin. Yeah, kind of did that. Sheesh. Looks quick with it. Getting his eeks.
Okay, next. Another tag.
Look at the health. Look at the health. G2 could win this.
They could indeed.
Miles picks himself up the AK. The entirety of the Mongolian force coming longside, and Hunter in the perfect position to spam a little smoke, perhaps find a little low HP player with that 5-7. Accelerating Molly forces Malps into the fight. He still gets another one. This is still manageable. Hunter's timing on this pushes everything, and the fact that Techno's the one tasked with the bomb, if he can cleanly find 9-10, he's
God,
got
it's
it.
instantaneous.
They are so ready.
As soon as Hunter gets any vision, dead.
Yeah.
Don't even get shootable, dead.
Quick. They're looking very quick today.
Well, at least they made the partial investment costly for the Mongols. Nades did some good damage. They put them in a situation where they're under stress, but the scoreline still reads 5-1. You haven't made sure... Sorry, you have. Not haven't. Made sure that Mongols are working with limited cash. So this still means that you're not out of the running in the first half just yet. You win this round, you wipe the board. Mongols will definitely force because of the loss bonus. You win that one. You can really still draw this back. It's not over yet.
That looks good.
It's so funny Mazinho's the one that's the loudest out of the bunch.
Yeah. Yeah, the...
Blitz doesn't say boo to a goose.
Nothing. Techno is, you know, a stoic
He's a
individual.
straight shooter.
Yeah.
9-10's a mystery.
Completely.
And Senzu, I reckon he's funny. But we don't know it.
Oh, okay, Senzu still gets his. Orb's position noted indoors. He breaks it. Hades set himself up for success there. Breaks Blitz. Just walking through the smoke. Okay, Hades punishes another one. They're getting cheeky with it on the smoke push. Mazinho, another one, just endlessly pouring through the smoke.
Look at the chase through lower tunnels,
Yeah,
though.
it's weird.
Have they heard him?
Malbs is running through two smoke
well,
now.
you know where he is now.
Yeah, okay.
If you hadn't heard him...
So does Mazinho get the bomb down? Yes, he does.
G2 didn't... Do they...
Do you save the AWP or do you go?
I feel like they didn't understand the situation. They must understand the situation. They're going. You have to go. You need some rounds. Let's go.
Gotta go.
I guess.
Gotta go. Setup's potent. Hard to get back in here. Mazinho just needs one. And gets more than that. Gets his and gets out. Oh, Heavy got thrust into a clutch with no time for this anymore. Nice headshot. Attempted transfer. Techno quick to the trade. 6 to Mongols, 1 for G2 Esports. And this was the best we've seen out of Hades all series long. Really nice AWP multi-kill.
Yeah, I don't think Blitz even landed on the ledge, did he? He was kind of like in a free fall, so I was like, okay. I guess at that point, he's like, I'm just going to take my fingers off the keyboard. Maybe Gabe will have mercy.
4 long start.
Yeah, again. So we've seen them have a lot of preference towards A. The problem is, if Mongols don't have the long spawn, and that's something that G2 are trying to read into, you're not going to get any success with that. But up short into a fight. Here they come.
Oh, pushing on that. Oh, no! Mazinho swaps out to his nades, and it's a Maldi triple! Out of absolutely nowhere.
That's where the lobotomist made his bread and butter, made a name for himself.
I mean, that's a round on a silver platter now for G2. Malbs is to spots ahead. No, Snacks is pushing. 1 and done from 9-10. Snacks will finish off the job. They just need one more kill. One man stands between them and the round. It's Malbs with 4. Desert Eagle Dream forced into the fight, and he cleans up.
Yeah, I think the potential of Malbs and Heavy, I already discussed this earlier in the piece, but when they get what they're looking for in terms of a team and the complexion, they're deadly. Check this one out. The first is beautiful. Actually, the second is miraculous, and the third just has to putt it in. 4 within the round. Beautiful stuff. And Mazinho doesn't like the way that one tastes. And that's what I was talking about. Look at the money, Alex.
Yeah.
There have been some close rounds. G2 have whittled them down and forced them into a buy that is lacking, at least in the firepower department. 2 Galils, 3 Tech 9s.
They owe it to Malbs to convert this.
Okay, that's fair.
He's given them a way back into this series. At least
they're not looking. They're not looking.
Snacks needs more than one. He's gone down, run down by Mazinho's Tech 9, and now the site is lost. They have to retake this. Distinct advantage. All your hard work put them into these dire financial straits, and now pushing in to close it out is Malbs. Heavy got side by side with him. 9-10 stands his ground. Oh my god, it's Hades, and he's gone down to the 9-10 Galil. They cannot get a way in. Even after all of those heroics from Malbs in the previous, they come in with 1 rifle and some sidearms, and Snacks gets run down on B.
How many bullets were left in that Galil?
Oh, mate, yeah, exactly. After the first 2, so he had a full mag. Gets his.
Oh, man, he's got 15, more than enough to work with. More than enough to work. It's down 7. Yeah, plenty.
Yeah. Oh.
He's having a game, isn't he?
Yep. And Hades, he's just been put straight back in the dirt.
15 and 3 right now.
Ah, you weren't ready for a second, were you?
Hunter orb. It kind of feels like a rain orb, doesn't it?
It does. It always does. Yeah.
It's so rare.
Let's see what you got here then, Snacks. You post up. Report upper tons quiet.
It's so crazy with that B hit in the previous round, like how good the timing was for Mongols. Both players, they tucked into a more passive crossfire, and Snacks had looked away for a moment, and they were in his face. Malbs again, off cat with the flash. This time, it's going to be the M4, not the Deagle. Brings them back into a 1-man advantage.
He's looking set for another one here, and he does hit the dink. It's Mazinho.
Oh, good push from Heavy God. Actually,
Set
great
up
push.
with the AWP. Yeah, this is good timing on this. And he's even got the knife out. Mazinho is so unprepared for this that it feels like it should be set for success. Sensu's holding.
No way.
Why is some? How is? Okay, yep, fine. Aggress from doors. That's working out well. Bomb is lost. Sensu just gonna save.
Okay, well, I don't even know if he's going to get a chance, considering the time and how much map control G2 have. Hunter, is he aware that the bomb is in that smoke? And that'll be that. We'll sit here for the next 25 seconds as... yeah, there you go. The acknowledgement. It's still here. Don't you worry. 7-2 about to become 7-3. It was a 9-3 first half on Inferno, so let's see if G2 can do better than that. Malbs is doing his best to put up some resistance. He's got 14 kills. Here's Heavy God on the hunt. Worst case, Senzu goes down after time. But Heavy God will allow it. So, restricted the movements, but the AWP still kept... Now, it's easy for G2 to work out the complexion of the buy. Mongols, not so much. You've only got 2 rounds left in the half. Your loss bonus means that you will be buying into this one. Senzu is going to keep the AWP. Does he give it to 9-10, or does he just use it himself? Looks like he's using it himself. Okay. 9-10's got 15 kills.
I did want to kind of bring that up. Maybe let Europa with a hot hand orb.
I guess he's like, I saved it, so finders keepers, losers weepers.
Okay. And 9-10, maybe he fancies a dig. He's even going to boost him. What a good teammate.
Abs is close doors. At least he was.
Yeah, as is Techno. Got that armored P250.
You do crisscross into B split. Are they going short exec? Good restraint on nade so far from G2. Still got a bunch to work with. We're sub 1 minute just now.
Looks like CT smoke will be thrown out by Mazinho.
And back to B. So is Blitz going to sell a fake on A?
Looks like he's going to try. He's got full belt of util here. So yeah, a couple of flashes over the top.
But he's not throwing the smoke. So does he throw another mid to B smoke?
Yorpa has to hit this first shot on the uncrouch. Oh, it's all onto Snacks and Hunter.
Is there an uncrouch? Yep.
There it comes. All shots hit. Now they go. They hit the go button. He does have that AK-47. Back of the site. Hunter tames the spray for one, but that's all he's going to get. Sight lost. Heavy God quicker to the tunnels. Senzu looks like he's taking his AWP bricks, so who's going to be responsible for that? Is it really just the guy with the P250?
Blitz is flanking this.
Yeah, okay, flanking the flanker. Hard shot to hit, side of the head. Oh. Ah, yo! Hits the hard one, I guess. Malbs arrives window. Good connections from the Mongols. Okay, yeah, they're cooking nicely.
They're looking hot.
Really are.
And this is for the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they belong, for sure. In a form like this, but especially that's when their troubles and trials really get going for the Mongols.
I think a positive is they are in the same group as Vitality. So when they play the seeding match tomorrow, it means that they will be on the opposite side of the bracket to Vitality.
I see. Well, that's this current lay of the land. That's a very
and it's more important because when they'd beaten Aurora, which was EF at Katowice, then they played into Vitality. So that's tough. Final round, first half, second map. Progression for the winner of this, and we know who the winner is going to be if Mongols keep this up.
Oh, Hades. He has the jump on them. Yeah, they've got nades in their hands and controls the spray.
Another push from Heavy God.
Yeah, no one's looking. Gets a long-range controlled spray to the back of the head. Looking good for a competitive final round.
What do you want? The AWP, the AK, you can have it all.
It's all been delivered to his front door.
That's a little nade.
Confirmation of more aggression. Great work from Heavy God. Some mid-range MP9 work that he'll be proud of. And so he should. Blitz left alone. Give him another one at this rate. Brought down eventually by Snags. Well, 8-4. Let's find out if there's anything more.
Is it a consolation prize, or can G2 really bring Dust2 back?
right. I don't wanna be strangers.
We interrupt an absolute banger to bring you a game of Counter-Strike.
Where maybe, if you believe.
Since when have you been an optimist?
Optimus Prime.
Okay, nice. I like that.
No, but you want a competitive game of Counter-Strike, and especially because this is the last series of the day for IEM Dallas. The B stream has concluded.
All right.
And this is it. This is the only Counter-Strike you're going to get.
So let's see if it can entertain, huh? Mongols in a firm lead. Map to the good.
Yeah, if you missed it, they've been dominant.
Yeah.
That's not even a liberal use of the word. That's just the state of the nation right now. CT setup for Mongols is ready for a B pop or a mid to B. So 3 players. Now that Blitz will join them, it means that likely to see a retake setup on A. 9-10 from Car. Mazinho to anchor down long.
This feels like a horrible trap if you end up going B.
It does indeed. Techno can block up a tunnels with a smoke.
Oh my god, have they read them? This is a read. Senzu gets 1. He's not going to drop off the window, or if he does, he might remantle with the flash.
Shouldn't get him either, should it?
No. There you go. How many chances do you get? 3.
it will.
Then you flash. No one to peek off of that. Techno tested upper at the same time. Smoke does land, just enough to buy him time. And there's Senzu with 1. Looking good. Heavy Gun and Hunter kicking open the site, and the site is theirs. The lurk of Snacks is cut down. A 2v4.
You convert this, it's your first pistol, G2.
True. Yeah, sorely lacking pistols so far have G2. Mzinho and 9-10. 9-10 on an absolute tear here on Dust 2. 17 frags deep.
9-10 has a flash.
Going to be hard to get in, especially without Mzinho. Brought down by Hunter. Quick tap back.
2 bullets.
Making it exciting. No bullets and no head removed by the Heavy God Glock.
I think he forgot to reload.
I think so too.
Yeah, the fact that he's come in from upper tunnels with only, what, 4 bullets?
Yeah. Well, he got distracted, you see. Snacks hoovered up some of his bullets on their exchange mid. But yeah, that's G2's first pistol. Okay, maybe. Maybe your optimism's well-founded.
Now it's just a 3-round game. I told all of you. Double scout, force buy.
Yo, shout out to ESL CSB with the raid.
Great to see you in the chat.
Yeah, good to see you in the chat.
Get your glorps, get your cans.
We got a game. G2 have won a pistol. Oh, information.
Winning this one mandatory, but the game is back on if G2 do win this.
Yeah.
I mean that wholeheartedly, not even trolling.
Find the Monacy. Always tempting when you get close to that door smoke and you hear a scout fire 10 bullets through a smoke. Like, could we walk through this?
Is this bait?
Is this bait? It is the perfect kind of angle for a pistol to pick up a frag.
9-10 can flash short.
Oh, crazy. Crazy! The Senzu scout gets 2. Just scalps him in mid. Oof. Well.
Yeah. 2v4.
Yes, indeed. Blitz has got the exit covered. He's locked the door. You want to leave, you got to get past him. Hunter shows face but backs away. No sign of commitment.
There's no way out.
Blitz.
There is no, even if you had time and you could go all the way around T-spawn, Blitz will hear you, and he can make sure you can't go long. This is...
Techno's floating.
What a position. Green box. Beautiful. 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 I love it.
Molto bene. Running at him. Heavy God gives it a go. Another for the scouts. Senzu leaves with 2, and they'll even hoover up some extra rifles for free.
Senzu, man.
Yo.
If people missed the game that he had on Inferno, I would recommend going and giving that one a quick watch. It was a quick game, so you won't have to be in there for too long, but he was hitting some absolute bangers. And now it's 9-10's turn.
He saw an elbow, and he perfectly, like, read the head position. He noticed, he took note of, subconsciously, of course, because it's happening in a millisecond, but he wallbanged the head of a crouch player based off of his elbow's position.
Oh, Hunter's through.
Yo, gets Mazinho.
Okay, so you have long control, but you have literally No utility.
Can't really do the Na'Vi without nades.
How you meant to cross long without a smoke? What do you meant? Like,
I got nothing.
Not a G2. Oh, this is a Mongols masterclass. Right now, you're all getting to witness it for free. I've heard they usually charge.
Yeah. Hi, I am Blitz. Welcome to my masterclass. How to take the youngest team in Counter-Strike to the top. Well, you just get the 5 best players from your region. Well, from your country and region.
Jump again.
He dares you.
There was no second thought to that G2 round. It wasn't like, once we have long control, this is what we'll do. It's, I guess let's go long.
I got to kill, guys. Come.
It's just absurd, isn't it?
I mean, yeah. This is a feeling that no one enjoys in Counter-Strike.
Well, the winners do.
So, sorry, from the
loser
perspective,
yeah, okay.
like you've been smash map 1,
yeah.
You've re-queued, you've had another go, and now you find yourself ecoing down 10-5. It's not feeling good. Mazinho, maybe this flash catches him. Does. He wants some eeks, though. And he'll take some as well. Handful of them. Oof, oof, oof. Blitz takes heavy damage, and fortunately 910's there to ensure his captain's survival. Oh, long range dink out of the Glock. Heavy God's hitting shots.
Bang.
Lives on a little longer.
Half HP gone.
And there we have it.
All right.
Mara looks so satisfied with what he's seeing, and you can't really fault him.
What a juxtaposition.
Yeah.
The Tasman. Oh. They have guns.
Good. It's good stuff.
Good? It's good? Yeah, nah, good. It's good.
It's good to have guns.
It's good.
Well, Hades, you have to kind of sit still for like 20 seconds now.
Keep jumping.
Or jump again.
Just keep.
Yeah,
actually. Can you jump again? Senzu would love you to jump again if you could.
He knows where you are. Hades just waiting.
Now, Senzu, you've used 4 of the bullets. You only get 5.
He only needs 1 more, though, to find this jumping up Xbox player. If they're foolish enough to not throw out the crisscross first, there is a nice crisscross smoke to facilitate.
Is that Chris or Cross?
That, I think, if you think about it, CT's got to be Chris, right?
So that's Cross.
Yeah, so that's Cross, excuse me.
Okay.
Oh, he's boosted Bluebin for the first time this game.
What, do they use 3 flashes and none of them really got him?
They can do no wrong. They can do no wrong. Everywhere you go.
One more round.
That's all they need.
And they won't have guns. We need Urcast here.
Why do we need Urcast here?
Do an interview
to translate
in Mongolian.
Yeah.
He did such a great job with ins. So.
He did. Okay, Snacks has called a 4-1, and he'll tag him up on the way to B.
Let's go, Snacks.
Senzu is... You don't do this play unless you're feeling yourself. And you have the freedom, the liberty, because of your teammates' positions up top mid, to do it with a bit more extra pizzazz and confidence. Ooh, Snacks' scout's in trouble. He hits his shot necessary for survival. First blood drawn. Snacks keeping the CTs on their toes. Techno forced away with his singed.
Here they come.
Yeah, they're committing. Senzu is close by. Leaping into the site, trying to make space was Malves, loses his life. Techno does well. Gets the reload off, but run down by the Mac-10. Senzu is just on the other side of that wall.
Can you retake B with 2 orbs?
I don't think you can. It's probably not in your interest as well to make those weapons retrievable.
Yeah, you have money, but I think it's more about arming your opponent. Don't give them guns for free. Okay, well, an extension of plate.
Very nice.
12-6, just 6 more of those.
I admire Snacks' full confidence swing through the incendiary whilst already low.
Yeah, having to make that play.
You made it well.
Okay, so the extension of the game. But again, if you are just joining us, you missed a lot. It's been quite the day of Counter-Strike, but not only that, we've been locking in 3 teams for the playoffs, and we're about to lock in our 4th. Mongols, they will be likely grabbing that unless a miraculous comeback is manifested now from G2. We'd had Vitality, we had Mouse, and we had Falcons. So we will be making our 4th. And I think they're probably the 4 highest rated teams by VRS. I don't think, I'm pretty sure I know.
Have you heard about the Mongolian deathworm?
I haven't.
You haven't?
What's the Mongolian deathworm?
It's a mythical creature from Mongolian folklore. It's described as a large red worm capable of spitting venom and delivering electric shocks. Would you rather fight this Mongols or the worm, G2? Malms has managed to get away with a nice opening back-to-back. Okay, G2. You've got long, and you've got nades this time. Snax is heading over towards B, whether that's an alert capacity or more.
I think it's, you know, responsive to the fact that, hey, they lost long, they're likely to push up a tunnels.
Yeah,
and
they already have.
Yeah, Techno's entrenched, but the thing is, does he... Oh, 910, you are burning.
Awkward for 910 now, because he's going to be allowed to escape, never mind.
And it felt like for a moment, G2 floating back. They've just evacuated bedroom with 3. Heavy God staying long to apply pressure. They're looking for a gap. Senzu's in lower though, Alex.
Yeah.
This is crazy from Senzu. Because if they come through mid, they're going to come through mid. They'll come through mid. They won't go T-spawn. Or do they go T-spawn? Hunter looks like he wants to go T-spawn.
Oh, it's the right call.
They're going T-spawn.
Oh, Snax has been spotted. Techno gets his info.
Now go A. Yeah, now you go A. Oh, they've squandered it.
910's up though. It's holding. It's holding and destined for glory.
They've squandered it.
How good are your jiggles? How good are the jiggles?
Not good enough.
Oh, he tracks the swing. Gets away with his life. There's the cross smoke. Falls back to Gandalf. No, he doesn't. He actually just wants to fight. He'll try. He's just playing for one more. Burns down. Good util usage will enable a plant. Will it? Jumping M4 doesn't hit the shot. Heavy God does.
They're being crazy now, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. They've got the license for craziness. Another jumping attempt. Techno whittles away at the HP of Hunter, but no kill.
Now, does Mara get out the stick?
I think he does. I think he does.
He gets out the stick now.
Yeah. Like, you've still got money for a buy, but this is where your coach is going to say, behave yourselves.
Oh, yeah. The eyebrows are a little bit more stern there, aren't they?
He's not reaching for the microphone, though.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
He's thinking, like, is it now, or do I give him a little, like, let them...
Can we keep the cam on Mara?
Practice their problem solving.
Do it. Call it, Mara. Do it. You know you want to. You know you want to.
No, he's keeping his bum in the seat.
He's listening to what they're saying. He's...
Oh, yeah, processing the comms.
What's the call? Oh. Oh. Is he? Yes! I knew it!
You called it. You did call it.
I knew it. All right, boys. We've had our fun. Enough silly buggers. All right, we've given away 2 rounds that we should have won, and we're having a good time, and we're owning these guys. That's fine.
I just saw 2 of you in a 3v3 retake jumping with them.
And it was a little bit silly. And guys, if we just look down the line, we can see that Yanko and Pimp, they're ready to do the death segment. So can we just get the game done for them? They want to talk about the match. They want to pack it up for the day. You know it should be over. You know it should be done. So let's stop the silly business. Let's close it out now. That's what Mara said.
That was so good.
I've never been more excited about a timeout in my entire life.
I was watching the timer. It was 80. He got all the way down to 5 before he stood up out of his chair.
Yeah. You've been naughty all day. You know.
That tickled me.
Mum said, you know, when Dad gets home, you're in trouble.
Oh, okay, Hades. Leg shot. Fight long. Malms is certainly going to make some space with some damage, but 910 is here. Present and down now to Snax for an opening. Mazinho versus the world. What can he do? What can he possibly do?
Nothing.
Nothing at the hands of Snax. Double trouble from him.
Now feeling the pressure, aren't they? Hunter. Had a gap, quickly closed. Information flows. 4 up long for the finish.
Hard to see this go wrong. You walk up on that close wall, unless doesn't die to that initial engagement, gets the info they might be walking up, breaks the smoke, doesn't get the vision he wants. Second shot connects, but costs him his life. Missed shot from the second AWP. Blitz is going to likely try and save that. Is Techno going to give it a look in?
They're not completely out of money.
Yeah,
but
maybe Blitz pivots long late.
If Blitz can get through long... Right.
Oh, good molly. Yeah, okay.
Great molly.
Nice the plant.
Now Hades has to help. The gap long's open now.
Oh, it is. Yeah, Hades is pulled away.
Just has to live
Techno
Techno.
draws attention. Slows them down further. Malms picks up the bomb. No info on that second
Hades dropped the AWP. The fight will favor Blitz.
Blitz is taking his sweet time. Techno yet to confirm the presence of 2 of them. Knows they're going to get cleared from above. Oh, no! Hades doesn't finish it. Still looking short. Blitz was last seen there. Trapped now on the elevator angle. Blitz for the game to deliver what Mara requested. And Malbs holding on with a low HP. 36 points of health. Blitz doesn't understand where he's going from. Fakes the steps and finishes the job. Mongols into the playoffs. Job done.
Dominant showing from Mongols across 2 maps against G2. They're going to lock themselves in for the seeding match against Vitality going down tomorrow. But either way, come the weekend, we will get to see the Mongols in yet another playoff. It was just dominant from start to finish throughout this one. Inferno 13-4, and they close things down 13-7 on Dust 2. But beautiful to see the individuals so on point. We want to see that carried throughout the remainder of the tournament. And they could really use an arena confidence booster before the major. It's just around the corner. The culmination.
I feel like my play of the whole series has to be the Mara timeout. What an incredible timeout that was.
Insane. Never seen anything like it.
Brilliant.
But we'll have to throw it over to Pimp and YNK to be breaking that one down. I'm sure they're on their feet for Mara's timeout too.
Yeah, one of the best timeouts of all time, no doubt about it. Good to see the Mongols playing well. Good to see the individuals showing up. Unfortunately, Yanko, I'm a little bit disappointed in G2. For them not even making a game out of this, not on their own map pick, not on Dust 2. Come on, man.
I wish I had a timeout like that, but we were never stomping anyone that hard that, that needed to happen. But yeah, just a very dominant win for the Mongols, no doubt at any point in time. Who was the better team in the playoffs? IEM Dallas.
Yeah, once again, we are joined by a winner here to this. Mcinho, congratulations winning against G2. That was pretty easy, huh?
First of all, thank you.
Yeah.
It was quite... we play well, yeah.
You played very well.
Listen,
yeah, we play very well.
We need to ask you a question, okay? Sponge was talking about it in the cast. What did Mara say in that last timeout?
He says almost nothing.
That you were guys having a little bit too much fun, maybe?
No. He wants to call some push and that Sinzu has up, and he wants to take just tunnel control, and Sinzu has up, and okay, never mind, guys. Yeah.
Because he was so chill. We've never seen him that chill. He's sitting back in his chair. You guys are playing so well. You're owning them really, and it felt like, after a couple of rounds, he was like, okay, the fun is over. Let's close this out.
Yeah, and he was just wants to call some push. Yeah.
MC, you're playing well, and your individuals on the team is playing well as well. Now, against G2, it was quite one-sided. You guys won almost without breaking a sweat. Does that surprise you? Were you expecting more from G2?
Honestly, not more, but yeah, we thought that they will play well, yeah.
All right.
In the next game, you're going up against Vitality, which I think it's a good thing for you guys, because that means you won't be able to meet them in the playoffs until the final, potentially, right? Like, it hasn't been going great this year against them. Do you think the fact that it's in the group stage maybe gives you a better chance against them?
Yeah, maybe, but they're playing very well last 3 months, maybe 4 months, yeah. Since 25, yeah. It's pretty... We have to win them, stop the streak, and prove that we can play on stage. And group stage, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Another tournament, another playoff. You guys are consistently becoming part of the playoff. Is this going to be the tournament where you finally win a game on that big stage?
Yeah, we should, yeah.
Alrighty. Mcinho, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on making the playoff. And get some rest and get ready. I think you're playing again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. there we go. We have it here. The Mongols making the playoff once more. Obviously, the big question is, are they going to go straight into the semifinal? Are they going to start in the quarterfinal? I think playing against Vitality Yanko, most likely they'll start in that quarterfinal. Now, from what you've seen so far from the Mongols tonight and this tournament, are they in a better shape here? Are they more likely to win that game on the big stage, or are you still questioning their abilities to do so?
I mean, we'll see. They've done it before, so they were able to win in Melbourne. They were able to win in Katowice. So I don't see why not. I just feel like I wish his English was better so that he could just lie in his answer about the timeout, because I feel like all of Sponge's dreams and aspirations are now crushed. He really hyped that timeout up, and in the end, Mara just called around, man.
Yeah, he just said
how
no,
it goes sometimes.
No push, I guess that's what a coach do. You'd know that better than anyone else out there. Now, obviously, Mongols beating G2 2-0. Not the biggest of a surprise, but as I said before, Yanko, for G2, this is not only a loss, it's a loss with no showing whatsoever. It's a loss where you, from game one, map one, were super, super frustrated. Does that also mean that your hope and your aspirations for G2 at this tournament is over, or do you think they can fight back?
I think they can fight back. We have to see, because they played Lin Vision in the first game.
Yeah.
Now they played the Mongols. So was this an off game for them? Did they play poorly? Or is this sort of the level that we can expect from them moving forward, right? They really struggled on both of their CT sides, right? Like, that was the issue. Mongols won on both maps, 9 rounds on the T side. And then, of course, in the second half, after you win pistol, then lose the second round, that's the game pretty much over then and there, right? So that has been pretty disappointing. Maybe we can bring up the brackets to see who they are going to go up against and what the road in the lower bracket will look like, to see if potentially they can, maybe make it out of the lower bracket. Yeah, that's doable.
That is doable, I'd say so as well. I mean, G2 versus 3D Max. I think with the way G2 played today, I think 3D Max can potentially beat them, but G2 should remain the favorites. Gamer Legion Furia, we saw Furia beat Lin Vision, and we saw Furia play yesterday as well. No jet lag excuse anymore, no tiredness anymore. Do you think that G2 or Furia are the heaviest favorites in that lower bracket, or maybe even Gamer Legion for that matter?
I mean, it should be G2. Right? When we look at the names and the caliber of players, but the problem is, like, they just haven't really filled us with confidence. Like in Astana, they had the stand-in. Here, we haven't really seen all that much, but I think if they don't make it out tomorrow is then when you can start being worried and wondering, okay, what can they do at the major? I think they're lucky that they're in stage 3, right? Like, if they were in stage 2, then you could have questions about, can they even make it past that stage? I would be very, very surprised if the way they've looked right now, they can make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm even willing to say that stage 1 could be a bit of an issue for G2.
Okay, come on now. Come on now. There's plumbers in stage 1.
There's plumbers in stage 1. We'll see about that. We had Group A being showed up. We have Group B as well, just so we can get a grasp of where it's going right now and what teams can potentially face each other. Obviously, Mouse and Falcons have already secured themselves a spot at the playoff. Now, you look at the lower bracket, Yanko. FaZe versus Simple. FaZe versus FaZe Clan. No, that doesn't make sense. Heroic versus FaZe Clan. Heroic versus Simple. Bro? Is that a game that you're looking forward to? And do you think Simple can continue what you saw?
Every game that Simple gets to play, on LAN with FaZe Clan, I'm looking forward to. And Heroic, put up a good fight against the Falcons earlier today. So that can be quite an interesting game. And I think the Mouse Falcons game tomorrow is actually pretty important, because whoever loses that is on Vitality side of the bracket in the quarterfinal, right? Actually, now that I say that, maybe that's for the best, because then you play them in a best of 3 and not in a best of 5. So that might give you a better chance of taking them down. But yeah, we had Nico here in the post-game interview talking about how they feel like they're the better team. They've had the Mouse's number the last couple of times, but it's a group stage game where they do their best work. So it should be a good one.
It should be a good one. We have had a lot of good action today. We had a cool clutch coming in from 910 as well, the 1xBet clutch of the day. I think we should dive into that and see that. Obviously, we can follow up on that as well. The Mongols now securing themselves a spot at the playoff. I think overall, what we saw from the Mongols tonight against G2 and what we saw from 910 as well, that is giving me a hope, Yanko, that they can make a splash in the playoff. There's no way they're going to beat Vitality, though, are there?
Well, no, but now they don't have to play them, right? Until potentially the final, I think. That this way they avoid them from their side of the bracket. And to be honest, at all the ESL's tournaments this year in playoffs, they lost to Vitality. Katowice Pro League and Melbourne. It was Vitality every single time. So let's see how they square up against someone not Vitality in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see what's going to go out here for the Mongols as well. We had an awful lot of action happening today. We had 4 best-of-3 games happening on this stream, 4 best-of-3 games happening on the B stream as well. So I think we should just recap it for all those at home who haven't seen it so far or haven't been staying up to date with what's been going on. Now, we started off the day with some cool action. As you said it, every time Symbol plays, it's kind of cool. And today he was on fire.
Yeah, absolutely so. We got some of the flashes of the old Simple that we all knew and loved to watch play. So if he can keep delivering that way, I think it's going to be very exciting. We also heard that if they make the playoffs, Rain will join them, and they were very optimistic about how practice went for them with that sort of full major lineup. So yeah, I think everyone will be very excited to see that.
Mouse, they slapped Liquid in that game, you know, not even making a game out of it. Was that Mouse showing the strength, or was it Liquid struggling more than you would have thought?
I think that was Mouse flexing. You know, I think they were obviously unhappy with how the last couple of tournaments went, where they couldn't make the finals, falling down to Falcons both times. So yeah, I think they're here looking for some revenge, so to speak.
Does that change your perspective on Team Liquid? Like you said, they're one of the dark horses potentially for this tournament. Has that changed for you?
I don't know, it was interesting to hear Torji talk about it. It feels like the lack of coach is hurting them, that they can't make some of these adjustments or maybe prepare as well, but I'm not really sure. It does feel like it will come down to Liquid versus FaZe, potentially in that lower bracket for the final spot, although I think FaZe Heroic is still a decent obstacle for FaZe to overcome.
It is a decent obstacle. It was a cool game. Obviously, we saw Heroic lose to Falcons. We just saw G2 lose to the Mongols as well. It does set up for some cool games tomorrow. We have a schedule that we can announce for you guys. Obviously, there's still some TBDs on that one, as we are having teams playing more than one game tomorrow to make sure that they can potentially secure a spot at the playoff. Now, Heroic will take on FaZe Clan in that first game of the day. G2 versus 3D Max, and then obviously, depending on who wins and who loses, will go up against each other in that third game, and then Vitality versus the Mongols to round out the day. Now, if you could pick one game here, Janko, that the viewers had to tune into, and you cannot say the FaZe one because of Symbol, which one of the other two would it be?
I think Vitality versus the Mongols, right? Like Mzinho mentioned it. Will they be able maybe to break the streak? Will it be actually the Mongols who end the streak for Vitality? That would be crazy. And I think all the conversation about Liquid and FaZe, we forgot about Aurora. They, you know, had that crazy travel day, lost to Heroic in the opening game. They're in the lower bracket. Actually, they're the most favored team to make it, you know?
Yeah.
But Liquid, we'll see how they square up against each other. And then you have FaZe or Heroic also there. That's a tough lower bracket run.
It is a tough lower bracket one. It is going to be super, super cool to conclude the group stages tomorrow. Now, we are done for the day. As said, there's been an awful lot of action taking place here from IEM Dallas, and there will be an awful lot of action taking place tomorrow as well. Janko, thanks for joining me. Everyone at home, thanks for tuning in. As said, tomorrow, Symbol will take on the server one more time, and you'd be a fool not to show up for that one. We'll see you tomorrow.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up like coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up like coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it.
Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it.
Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Strawless winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Bellevue!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better.